Remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Cloud?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the 0-1. Vladdy rocks the ball. Left field and deep. Back to the wall. It is gone again. Back-to-back blasts in the first. And in 3 pitches, the Blue Jays lead 2-0.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is how we start off the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ live on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We have Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden in the back as the Toronto Blue Jays are now 1 win away from winning the World Series, and they're going back home.
I am stunned after that 18-inning game to come back and not win 1, just win 2. That, I mean, like, you would, like, the conventional wisdom would have been, they're cooked. They left it all out there. They lost. They're just too dejected. It's all downhill for the Dodgers. They got 2 more at home. And it's not like Toronto just won these games. I mean, they beat their brains off. Like, they demolished the Dodgers in the last 2 games. To the point where it was like, they can't hit. LA can't hit at all. This is the Dodger team that's got, how many Hall of Famers do they have? Freeman, Hall of Famer. Shohei, Hall of Famer. Betts, Hall of Famer. I mean, they got Hall of Famers up and down this thing. And then they got, like, Hall of Very Good. Like, Will Smith, all Will Smith does is like, rack up championships. And Teoscar is just a really gritty, good baseball player. Max Muncy, shout out Keller. Like, how are they doing this?
It's not even just that they can't hit; they can't make contact right now. I mean, this is just flat out like
they can't catch. The
getting
catcher was
worked.
like whiffing on just pass balls left and right. My kid would have gotten benched for doing that.
The Dodgers lineup made over $148 million this year. Rookie Trey Savage made $57,204, and he sets the World Series rookie record for strikeouts against them with 12. 12 strikeouts from this kid, and an absolute masterpiece. The most strikeouts by a pitcher in a World Series game with no walks.
So he had 3 starts this year. He didn't get called up until the middle of September.
Wow.
And he went 5 innings, 4 innings, 5 innings. He allowed 5 runs in those 14 innings. In the playoffs this year, he threw 5 1/3 against the Yankees. He struck out 11. Struck out 11 in 5 1/3. And then he continued to play. He continued to pitch, and they're 4-1 in his starts. He's been really, really effective. Like you said, barely making any money. I think the league minimum is like close to $800,000, and he had 3 starts, so he was there for essentially he was there for 2 paychecks, not even 2, 1.5 paychecks. It really is remarkable, and we're gonna have to do a deep dive at some point. Because if the Dodgers wind up losing this series, like this is going to be one of the most disappointing 8-year stretches that a team has ever had in the history of sports. I mean, they continue to go to the World Series. Yeah, it is. I mean, look how many times they've gone to the World Series since 2017, and they would have come away with two titles. I mean, they're in the World Series every year.
Yeah, I mean,
and one of those is COVID.
This series should be over. But to be honest, because Toronto should have won Game 3. It feels very, where I was comparing to other sports and different things like that. But it does feel very like Pistons, Lakers almost, where it's just like, yeah, here's just the team that's beating your all-star team over here.
Yeah.
And they've been, like I said, it should be over. They've been so good this entire series. They had a bad game in Game 2, but other than that, like you're talking about, they've pretty much handled every single one of these games.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Unfortunately for baseball, Game 6 is going to be tomorrow night.
It'll be Friday night. And Game 7 will be on Saturday night in the middle of college football Saturday.
Dodgers top 4 in the lineup, 1 for 15. They're worst in any game this postseason.
They're right. I've never seen anything like Shohei then. Yeah, because somebody would have showed up in that game.
Wow. Yeah, and then Game 7 will be Saturday night against, a dozen college football games that everybody is going to be. I'll be in Tennessee, Oklahoma, or what am I going to do? It's like this is they can't get anything right. I guess their other alternative would be to play it on Sunday night, which that would be even worse. Then you're going up against the NFL.
So the Toronto Blue Jays, where would you put this in terms of upsets if this ends?
I think the Blue Jays had a better record this year, so that'd be tough, to say, it's actually an upset.
Yeah.
But it's got to be up there, man. I mean, this is. I don't know how many.
Let me give you the past matchups. You tell me which one was a bigger upset than Toronto if they pull this off. You got Dodgers, Yankees.
Nope.
Rangers, Diamondbacks.
No, the upset would have been that both teams made it.
Astros, Phillies.
Nope.
Braves, Astros.
That felt bigger than that felt big. I don't know about bigger than this though, because the Dodgers they're the Dodgers, man.
Rays, Dodgers.
Nope.
Astros, Nationals.
Yeah, I could see that one.
Red Sox, Dodgers.
No.
Astros, Dodgers.
No. See, Dodgers every year, man.
Cubs, Indians.
Nope.
Royals, Mets.
Nope.
Giants, Royals.
Oh,
the Royals went back-to-back
Yeah,
years.
the fact that the Royals won was an upset, but no, not in that series necessarily.
Red Sox, Cards.
Giants,
Tigers.
Nope.
Cardinals, Rangers.
Nope.
Giants, Rangers.
Giants Rangers to me, because I do not know how that Giants team won. I don't think there were more than 2 guys in that Giants lineup that could have even played for this Ranger team.
That was a pretty disappointing series, and they ran you in that series, similar to like Toronto's doing in this one.
So that stacks up as one of the larger upsets in the mind of RJ Choppy after Game 5 last night.
It started off with a first pitch home run.
Man, screw you, Derek Jeter. I had no intentions of betting last night on Underdog, and I tuned into the pregame show, and they go around for the predictions. And Derek Jeter so confidently and so stoically says that Blake Snell is going to deliver an epic performance. Gave the scouting report and everything. And then Smoltz at the beginning of the broadcast is like, all right, these scouting reports are out the window. All right, like, you've gone ahead and faced them, and everyone's adjusting, and blah, blah, blah. But because of Jeter, I went and put it on Blake Snell with the confidence. I said he would give up a run or less in the first 3 innings, and my bet was gone in the first
pitches.
3 pitches.
In 3 pitches. Your bet was gone in 3 pitches. That's
back to back.
And you bring up Jeter. The guy hit a first pitch Game 5 World Series home run, which Jeter did in Game 5 of 2000. First pitch of the game, home run, basically the same spot, left field. Did you hear his father in the stands? His dad was recording the game.
No.
I pulled the audio. Here we go, Peyton. So there's dad's in the stands on the phone. This is what I do when my kid's up. And he's recording the game, and just the joy you hear. And he self-edited himself during the entire thing, too.
Oh, no! No way! No way! Yeah! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! You gotta be kidding me! You gotta be kidding me! Woo! Woo! Holy man! Oh my God! Oh!
There's got to be more curses in there. I mean, I'd have been letting the F-bombs fly.
That's awesome. So Toronto is now 1 win away. We'll see if they wrap it up tomorrow night. Guess who got hurt last night?
The last 13 games that Williams played last season as he finds Powell for the layup and a foul.
Mavs TV, they hold on barely as the free throw is missed at the very end. You couldn't draw it up better for the ball to bounce out to the three-point shooter. Indiana Pacer wide open, down 2. The Mavs are going to get their hearts absolutely smashed on the floor of their home court at the AAC. Indiana misses, and the Mavericks hang on to keep Rick Carlisle and the Pacers winless.
Yeah, NBA Finals hero Aaron Nesmith. Well, they didn't win, so I guess he's not totally a hero, but missing that 3 late. And yeah, it's just a stunner to wake up this morning and see that Anthony Davis might miss some time. Because I know everybody was just so certain that this is what he was going to do. He was going to be healthy, and you're going to have him for 82 games this season. No load management.
He doesn't get hurt.
This is Mr. Qualify for every All NBA team and postseason award because he's just available so often. This is so frustrating because I mean this is like the little bit of offense that you have. Is AD.
I still don't know how he got hurt.
He woke up.
The play, usually you can see a rolled ankle. You can see the injury. I couldn't see anything.
People, Twitter, trying to speculate Achilles. Some people said he was listed as probable, even going in with a bilateral Achilles tendinopathy.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know what that is.
So he was going in with something. This is the second dumbest part of the Nico trade. And it was dumb in capital letters. The first part was the return. The second part was relying on Anthony Davis's health. And that did not look good at the scorers table. They're calling it a lower left leg. Jason Kidd with the injury update after.
Left lower leg soreness. I tried to return. Didn't want to take any chances. So we'll see how he feels going forward.
If this is Achilles, we did do a topic on this over the summer. where we asked the question, is Anthony Davis a ticking time bomb for an Achilles injury?
Why is he on antibiotics?
No, because we just talked about calf injuries being the lead up.
Oh, for sure.
And he had a calf injury each of the last 6 seasons. And so the question was like, because of that and that tie-in, like, are you looking at him potentially having that future risk for having something happen with the Achilles? And here we go. Got some Achilles soreness already.
It is the new fashionable in vogue injury that happens in sports now more than ever. How many times do we see it in the NBA playoffs? We see it quite a bit. We see it way too much. We've seen it, how many times we've seen in the last 5 years where we never saw it. We would go years without seeing Achilles ruptures.
Yeah, I mean, last year at the end of the year, what was it, in 3 weeks? We got Lillard, Tatum, and Halliburton.
Yeah.
All of them, and all of them leading up with calf injuries.
No one's dying.
They're in deep trouble because
Cooper Flagg, man, they got him.
Cooper Flagg led the way in the starting lineup with 15 points. He was the leader amongst the starters. Second highest was Max Christie. The rest of the starting 5-point totals, 4, 9, and 5, to go along with 15 and 10. And you know who sat there and saved the Mavericks? The only big man left.
Sampson.
Because this is the worst possible timing with Lively and Gafford already out. Dwight Powell. 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Dwight Powell, one of the heroes of the evening.
Dwight
Fortune
Powell
favors the bold.
But also Brandon Williams. Sampson gets me lifted. He was out there and he was balling for you as well, coming right out of the airport and right onto the basketball court to contribute in a big way.
Arrested at DFW on Saturday after less than 2 ounces of marijuana found in his luggage. How are you on the floor? How's he back right there
right?
on the floor?
How do you arrest somebody for less than 2 ounces?
I don't know what the laws are anymore.
I don't either.
I don't know. He apologized for being a distraction, but he leads the way with 20 points off the bench. They are in trouble. The ugly bet between myself and Bobby Belt for most regular season wins. Man, freaking Austin Reeves is carrying you.
Buzzer beater, baby.
He scores like 51 the other night, and then he hits a buzzer beater to beat the Timberwolves, who don't have Anthony Edwards. The injuries, Bobby was talking about the NBA product yesterday. It's already hit the league hard. When Joel Embiid is one of your healthier superstars, you're in trouble. Ant is out. Kyrie, obviously. Now Anthony Davis. LeBron, which Marcellus Wiley with a fascinating theory yesterday that LeBron is purposely sitting out with the back issue, the sciatic, because he's ticked off that the Lakers chose Luka over him.
Oh.
And he's, I'm just going to sit out for 3 weeks. I don't totally dismiss it.
Well, Luka's hurt too.
Luka's hurt too.
Yeah.
So it's a great start for the association.
Yeah, he should have just come right back though. As soon as Luke was hurt, he should have been like, "All right, guys, I'm here.
All right, I'm here." You know that you're old. You know you've been in the league a long time. When you're a basketball player, you have a sciatic. That's an old man injury. That's a Bobby injury.
I know. I got the sciatic.
So let's see how long Anthony Davis is out. They're going to play their 5th straight. Is it their 5th straight home game?
No, they just played their 5th straight home
6?
game.
Why are they opening like this?
It's got to be. I would assume it's something to do with.
This never happened.
No, it has
the stars. Something with the stars.
The way the schedule shakes out, where they need the arena for something. Is there concerts coming up? I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so not only that, they play 6 in a row. Then they're going to play 3 out of 4 on the road. But then they play 4 straight home games again. There's got to be a section here where they play.
Is the rodeo here this year? Like, the Spurs do the rodeo road trip every year.
What they have a stretch later in the season. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They play 7 straight road games.
There's got to be something with the arena.
877-881-1053 to hit us up Thursday edition of Sean and RJ with a Cardinals-Cowboys ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour of today's show to send you to Monday Night Football. The Jerry Jones quote that has Cowboy fans absolutely furious. We take you inside the Star next. But
and Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-or-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
We are your home of the Dallas Cowboys. It'll be Cowboys, Arizona, Monday night. We're sending you to the game in the 9 o'clock hour with our big ticket giveaway, a way to say thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. We would like you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. Club, the best audience of our entire show. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And we have to start with the quote that has gone viral, and it has Cowboy fans beside themselves. This is an article done in the Wall Street Journal on Jerry Jones and his fortune and his net worth and all that stuff. And he is apparently on the phone with someone, and here's what he said, quote, and this has been verified as an actual real quote. There's $100 billion present value with gas out there. That's why I'm talking to you on the telephone rather than trying to fix our defense with the Dallas Cowboys. There's $100 billion present value with gas. That's why I'm doing this interview rather than trying to fix our defense. And Cowboy fans are doing backflips with rage.
They are.
Again.
And listen, this is a problem, and it's a crossroads that I'm sure Jerry is not the only one that does as an owner of a football team or a baseball team or an NBA team.
Right.
Like, these guys don't have a single mode of income. Now, some do. Like, if it's one of these grandfathered in, Mark Davis, right? Hal Steinbrenner. That's their job. That's all they have.
They're businessmen.
They don't have. Yeah, the rest of these guys are businessmen.
George is on the phone with the Legacy or whatever hospitality group.
Sure, right, and they just played Denver, so that's the Walmart era. They've got Walmart stuff to deal with.
Yep.
If a vendor's needs whatever, they got something. They have other jobs. The difference is that a lot of these teams have these things. What are they called? GMs that do those jobs. Now, Jerry obviously would say, "We have a GM. We have a guy that does that. It's Will McClay. I run the operation the same way all 31 other teams do. It all has to go through me anyway." So that's his out. That's what he's always said. But it's a bad look when, you could have done the interview, not said that. Nobody would have thought anything of it.
And I was set to be RJ Choppy, Better Call Saul, and defend Jerry. I had a defense for this. Mm-hmm. If the Wall Street Journal was sitting in Jerry's office and he was on the phone with someone like negotiating.
Yeah.
Like if I'm trying to recruit someone and I'm on the phone and I'm like, my kid's in the other room sick and I'm on the phone with you. That's how important this is. Or I'm missing my kid's recital right now, but I'm on the phone with you. I thought Jerry was on the phone with someone negotiating, saying, hey, there's $100 billion in oil. Like, let's get this deal done. I should be fixing the Cowboys defense, like a leverage thing, like a negotiating thing. But I think he said this to the interviewer. I think he said this like, I'm doing this interview with this publication rather than fixing the Cowboys defense. Just Bobby?
Yeah, I'm guessing. I'm trying to think what would have been the thought process here of just like, oh, this is what I'll say. So first off, I imagine it's one of those things he said that he loves to tag with, I'm smiling when I say this. Where it's like, I'm being cute here. Where I'm clearly talking about, I get phone calls all the time to do interviews about the Cowboys. I'm getting a phone call to talk about this because this is a big deal. So he's like trying to make a joke about it. And I think that he probably just thought he was, A, I don't know if he thought they would use that quote within the interview. 2, or B, I don't know if he probably thought, even if he thought they'd use the quote in the interview, he thought this is the interview of, like, this is an interview with a business audience. It's not the same audience.
Different audience. Right?
Like I'm talking to somebody different and I'm just speaking to them and I'm trying to speak their language or whatever. I think that It's just I don't think he had any idea that it would get circulated like this. And that's not usually like him to not have an awareness of that, but it's a bad look. There's no doubt about it. He'll get asked about it on Friday, I'm sure.
What will be his answer to KNC tomorrow at 10:30?
He'll say nothing that I would have done at the time would have fixed the defense. Or, you know what I mean? Like there's
He'll
nothing.
say, do you not think when you interview me every week with 10 questions about the trade deadline, does it not sound like I know what is going on? Have I not answered all of your questions?
Right.
Every single week, twice a week.
I got to get this $100 million to pay to get the defense. That's what I got. I'm on the phone working those phones because I need money to fix the defense, guys. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, like, doing an interview, every GM or owner would, does interviews at some point. I mean, when he's on with us, he's on the station twice a week. Like, when he's on the station, does that mean that he can't also make deals at the same time? He can't do it, obviously, during that 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
This
just makes it look like a priority thing.
Yeah.
That's what pisses fans off.
Sure.
Where it's like, hey, it's more important for me to be talking about this oil deal than fixing our god-awful defense. That's the way it looks.
And I would say, and I would bet you, since it's $100 billion, then it is more important to Jerry.
I think you're getting a little too, RJ, technical with it. Like, there's $100 billion present value with gas out there. Like, the industry's booming.
Sure. Right. Yeah, whatever the number is.
And fine. Maybe it is more important. That doesn't excuse it to Cowboy fans.
No, it doesn't.
That doesn't mean to the fan base. That doesn't mean a lick.
No, they have a right to be upset about it. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he's being very flippant about something that he tells us he cares deeply about all the time. Is that he's told everybody that there's nothing more important to him basically than the Dallas Cowboys. He said that routinely.
Yeah.
And then it's almost like
right.
It feels like to fans like we caught you on a hot mic saying you don't care.
Yep.
Even though he said it on the record, it feels to them like busted. You said something you didn't think we'd hear. We heard what you really think, and this is what we've told you.
Yeah.
And that's where Jerry is screwing up even saying this, is because it's like, there's enough scrutiny about how much do you actually care about fixing this. And when you say that, all right, well, that's just silly. You shouldn't have done that. That's a bad look.
877-881-1053. How ticked off are the Tolos on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line?
They're ticked off on the YouTube I see right now. Here's the thing. One of the comments on here, Mitchell Atkins says he knew it would go around and Cowboys fans would hear it. It's 2025, man. I guarantee you, Jerry did not Jerry wants publicity. Jerry does not want people to think he doesn't care about it. Definitely don't think he thought, I want this to get around it. There's zero chance he said, I want this to get around to Cowboys fans this Sunday.
Yeah, he doesn't.
No chance he said that.
But how could he be that unaware when anything he does gets
Makes
magnified
news.
times 10?
Because I think he believes he's. There was
when he sat down with A-Rod.
Yeah, there's a 45-minute sit down that I don't know if any fans heard about. It was a business talk, so nobody pays attention to. I think he thought he was talking to a completely different subsection of people, and they're like, oh, these people don't talk to each other. This will get over there.
There's a certain age demographic that knows but doesn't know that the internet is global. That will they hear this in will they hear this in Seattle?
Yeah.
Will they hear this? Yeah, it's on the internet, man.
Well, other teams are monitoring the trade market and trying to improve. The Eagles and Jets pulled off a deal for cornerback Michael Carter II, with John Mechie heading to the Jets in the deal as well. So Philly gets Michael Carter and a 7th. The Jets get the receiver and a 6th. Michael Carter, Bobby, who is he? And should this have been of interest?
He's a nickel corner that Dallas, we had mentioned as one of the options potentially earlier in the season because we were just looking at the Jets as a team that could sell. But when you talk about Carter and a 7th going for Mechie, who's been a disappointment, but Mechie and a 6th, what you're basically telling me is Michael Carter, who's had some struggles, not been great, but a starting nickel corner in the NFL and somebody who had a good year last year on a good Jets defense. What you're telling me is that corner market is cheap right now. And this is we talked about L'Jarius Sneed, who was a top corner in the NFL when he got traded to the Titans recently. He went for a 3rd-round pick. So if you want to improve the secondary, if you want to get better at corner, it doesn't look like it's going to cost you too much money. Especially Roger McCreary the other day went for a 6th. He's a decent player. This corner market is shaping up right now for one of two things. One, if you're wanting to trade Diggs for anything, it's not good for that. But two, if you're wanting to potentially add to your corner room, it doesn't look like it's going to break the bank to do it if you want to do it.
Meanwhile, compare this to what Micah got. Aiden Hutchinson got his deal in Detroit. 4 for $180, including $141 guaranteed. He only trails Micah amongst non-quarterbacks in the NFL now in terms of salary. Micah, 46.5. Hutchinson, 45. But, of course, you got to win some part of this to be number one.
That's amazing.
So his guarantee is the highest among non-quarterbacks.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised after last year's injury that he has played as well as he has.
6 sacks, 29 quarterback pressures, ranked second in the league, only behind Micah. 4 forced fumbles are tied with Joey Bosa for the league lead.
He's a menace. He doesn't stop. Scouts love to talk about motor. He's got one. Very high motor guy.
He's the scrappy white boy, but with the talent.
I know, he really is.
So his salary, he's going to come away from this, and it's going to get reported it's the most guaranteed outside of outside of quarterbacks. It's the most guaranteed in the NFL. Practically, it's not. So at signing, he got guaranteed $56 million is all. So, a third of it basically is guaranteed when he signs. Mike had 123 of it that was guaranteed at signing. Wow. The 136 that Mike has guaranteed is all the offseason before it's due. So it's really hard to get out of. You got to guarantee it a year before. The last $7 million of Hutchinson's deal apparently guarantees the same year, which means they can cut him. So in practical guarantees and reality and how easy it is to get away from it, it's still under Micah. So it's a little bit of fluff, but it's a big deal.
So the other day, Choppy, you took Myles Garrett's 5 sacks and used that as evidence for the Cowboys and their possible trades.
Yeah, all right, so Myles had the 5-sack game, okay? It was against New England. And this is a massive game. That is one of the best individual defensive performances you're ever going to see. When was the last 5-sack game? I couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. And look, and I get it. He's limited. He's a defensive player. He can only do so much. But in a 5, and this is why I don't subscribe to the, hey, we're one player away on defense. And I know that nobody really says this team is one player away, but I don't think one player is going to do a damn thing for this team. He had 5 sacks. They still allowed 32 points. They still lost by 19. You are so limited on what your impact can be. This is why individual defensive players don't shift the Vegas betting line.
Your eyes just fluttered.
Yeah, because a running back goes for 150 yards, and you're they still lost, and it's this is why a single. It's also a running back. Edge rusher can make an impact, but if you're talking about a single defensive player, depending on where they're at the field or depending on what you're really struggling with, can absolutely flip it.
They can help for sure, but I'm saying you have 5. This is one of the great games of all the quarterback. I think we're looking at 20% of his dropbacks. That's basically what Drake May did. 20% of his dropbacks, he was sacked by one player, and they still allowed.
You don't
32.
think Surtain flips Dallas's defense immediately in terms of really jumps it up? Because then it's Bland, Stewart, and Surtain. You don't have a weak link at corner.
I think a high level corner could help. Absolutely. So, I don't think it flips it. No, I don't think that makes.
Oh, I think they immediately shoot up to midway, mid pack in the NFL. Because the only thing you can do then is run on them, and they can play man to man all the time.
It's also kind of unfair.
It's definitely unfair
because. Well, if it's definitely unfair, then we need to factor it in. The Browns, right? If they won 37-34 and Myles got the 5th sack, it's a whole different narrative. Their offense just didn't score in New England. They have had the number 1 defense in the league. If their offense scores a little bit more and they're over 500, maybe we are talking about the individual impact. But that is the book on DNs right now from many people. How often do you go to bed thinking about men? And Peyton Russell has all the bears and all the monkeys on the loose. It's Thursday, so it's the Payload with Peyton Phillip Russell after this.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday. That is right, RJ. Another Thursday edition of the Payload every single Thursday at this time, 6:40 on Thursday. And I start you fine gentlemen off with this question. Don't take it weird. Have you ever thought of another coworker while in bed? Now, for HR purposes, we won't name any names. You know, you just say yes or no, or of course all the time. But it's a question. I'll get to the audio here from a baseball player, current baseball player. So
yeah, I'll go first.
Okay.
Peyton Russell.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking of him a lot yesterday as I was trying to wake him up from his nap that lasted until 5 p.m. So if I would not have gotten a hold of Peyton, I would have been seething, thinking about, my God, I called Peyton 3 times.
I do like you yelling in the text though, like wake up, in all caps. He will hear it and wake up.
Well, I was hoping that the ding of the text. So I was calling him on one side, and then I was texting him. So I was like, "Oh, what am I dealing with? A 12-year-old here?" Was sleeping until 5 p.m. Do you sleep till 5 p.m. every day?
No. Well, if you saw the earlier text, I was sending pictures. I was at the new HEB in Rockwall yesterday. It opened up. It was the first day. I'd never been to an HEB before.
So what? Did they give you tryptophan? Well, what do you mean? You went to a grocery store? I go to a grocery store after the show too.
Whoa.
It doesn't make me sleep for 5 hours.
Well, here in about an hour, we'll do Neighborhood Watch, so I'm hoping I can share some content for my trip there. It's all show content, Sean. That's what I do. I go out there, I skip my nap.
Did you get any interviews?
So we'll have your audio. We'll have your audio.
That's right. I'll get HEB audio from the clerks there. But so I was at HEB till about 1:30, 2 o'clock, and I went back late in bed. And so around like 2:45, I was like, getting a little tired here, and I fell asleep, and then I wake up to Sean, and I could hear. I woke up and I had a headache immediately, and I heard every other word Sean was saying, and I was like, "Hold on, what just happened here?" So, but yes, so no more late naps. No, won't be doing that. But
Peyton's my answer.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't. Not too often. You know, sometimes when we're role playing, you know, she wants to grab by the ponytail. She'll come and she follow. But whatever.
You got to put on a wig.
I got to put a wig on.
Yeah. Bobby, you want to?
The answer's no.
No, really?
Nope.
Okay, I thought you said someone in my ear. You know.
I did. I wouldn't say it out loud though.
So Mookie Betts of the Dodgers was asked by a reporter a very strange worded question after the 18-inning game a couple days ago. This game ended early in the morning, and the reporter's probably tired, and he's asking this strange question to one Mookie Betts, and here was his response.
When you go to bed tonight, put your head on the pillow tonight, what will you think about Shohei? Will you think about Freddie? What jumps out at you?
I'm probably not going to think about another man while I'm in bed.
Fair enough.
Look, he said it straight. He said the right answer. You know, I mean, look what happened to Karl Anthony Towns. You know, he's never going to beat those allegations after we have all the video footage out there of him. So,
I was worried about the Big Dom bit.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. So Mookie did the right thing.
Really weird question.
Very weird question.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised Mookie hasn't caught heat somewhere along the line for that.
No.
So it's
we're in different times.
We are in different times. That's right.
You know how sometimes you will though try to think of something else to slow things down.
See.
What was the go-to of just think of something else?
I'm not doing this.
Come on, do it.
No. We already went over the line here with Peyton.
I always think of if I'm running and I trip and I skin my knee or something. I'm just trying to think of anything that's just not where I am.
You know, I can't do that. If I do that, there's no middle ground for me.
Yeah.
It's either
like your mom.
My mom. Oh, with the tip.
With the thinking. Just thinking of.
Oh, yes.
You know?
Yes. There's no middle ground.
Just continue.
There's no middle ground. It's either extreme good or extreme it happens to everyone. There's no middle ground for me.
No, I totally understand. So text in your answers, solo 877-881-1053. We won't reveal your name or anything, or if you're married or not married, but it's fun to ask.
What do you want them to text? The dude they're thinking of?
No, just if they thought of another coworker while in bed. That's all I want to ask here. Again, not going to share names or anything, but text in. I want to do a little study on this. But all right, is the Payload every Thursday.
Except for Kat, you'll say that name.
Yeah. We go to China here. Talk about the China tongue. And China might be onto something here. Okay, listen.
That sounds like a Wednesday night.
It does sound like a Wednesday.
Did you say Chinatown? No, tonight it's Chinatown.
Aiden's gonna have the picture up on the fan cam Twitch and YouTube.
Oh my.
They now have a tongue device that measures how spicy food is before you eat it. This is genius. For example, like you go to a wing store or wing shop, restaurant, you're looking at the menu and they got hot wings here or the original hot or this and that, and you're like, well, how hot really is hot? And you can't decide unless you actually taste it, and you can't even ask someone else how hot is it, because everyone's levels are off. Their taste buds are different. So I think this is genius here. You basically you're laying the chicken wing or whatever, the hot sauce on this thing, and is it Frank's buffalo sauce hot or is it the blazing from Buffalo Wild Wings hot?
But what is this on the fan cam besides a tongue and teeth? How does the technology work?
So it's an artificial tongue. This taste testing device it's a small transparent square of soft gel that the consumer places on their tongue. So it's mobile. You can take it around with you. And so you place it on your tongue and it basically gives you the spice levels depending on, it's got some kind of milk or gel formula in there that gives you certain spice levels on how spicy something really is.
You're itching over here, Bobby. Just get it out.
No, you know how you're not supposed to use the Q-tip for cleaning out your ears, but that's how everybody uses it? These people did not invent a spice taste tester. They invented something much worse.
You think so?
Yeah, 100%. That will not be used for spice taste testing.
I have the food and restaurant where this applies as the number one seed. The toughest food, and Bobby loves this food / sandwich. Hot chicken.
Oh, I do. Yeah.
This is the hot chicken is needed with this because you go and you get a hot chicken and you take it to like the hot level. And that thing, I mean, sometimes that'll take me out.
So
and I
like
can eat very spicy.
Hot, or you talking about like just general,
like
any kind of
like a Nashville hot
chicken.
Yeah, okay.
Palmer's hot chicken. I could have used this, last year when I was trying the napalm or whatever it was. That put me in tears.
I have to get like the medium hot chicken because you can't one bite and you can't eat the rest of the sandwich.
I used to I would say even as close as 8 years ago, I used to love hot. Right? Go into whatever wing shop and get the hot. And I would pay for it a little bit the next day. Now, it's like, I can't do it.
The other thing may be like mango habanero. Like at some places, it's blazing. Other places, it gives you like that awesome taste with a little bit of the heat. So that's what I thought of.
So the scientists, they then tested this prototype on like 8 peppers and 8 spicy foods and hot sauce as well. So they did all this research and they're hoping that, very soon it can be purchased at a low cost. But China, they're doing something right here. I like where their mind's going here. And now, guys, we move over to Japan. So we start in China, now we're in Japan. The bear attacks here. I think we've done stories about this a little bit earlier of the ongoing attacks in Japan. And it's not by people. They're not under attack. Japan's not under attack by people, but instead bears. These bear attacks have been so bad over the course of this year that Japan is asking their army for assistance. Now you're thinking, okay, are they going to have soldiers, with AKs and guns, roaming the streets? No, that's not the case. They're just going to have assistance on capturing these bears. And then they said in this article that they're going to call the hunters over to exterminate them. So,
and how do they get loose? Where are they coming from?
Well, because Japan is home to upwards of like 60,000 bears, 44,000, I believe in this article, 44,000 black bears, 60,000 bears in total. So there's bears all over the place. And have you guys seen Cocaine Bear?
Yeah,
I don't think it's not like that, but in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, these bears have gotten some of their system where they're going pretty wild here. So since April, there have been 11 recorded deaths due to these attacks, along with 100 injuries. So,
and this goes along with the monkeys, the Mississippi monkeys.
Dude, these aggressive monkeys were being driven to a lab because they needed to be studied or researched at Tulane.
Harmful to humans.
Yeah, they had, apparently there was talks of them having, I think this got reversed, but initially some people were saying they thought they had, COVID and some other things as well.
Yeah.
So this truck overturns. Monkeys spill out everywhere, start running wild. And when the law enforcement shows up, the truck driver apparently just panicked, tells them, hey, these monkeys are threats to humans. And they went, what?
Yeah. So he comes to. It's like a movie scene. He comes to, and he's like,
where are the monkeys?
The monkeys. They're a threat to humans. They're a threat to the human species.
And then he breathed his last breath, and they went out into the... But the way they talked about it was funny. They said the report from law enforcement was all but one of the monkeys has been destroyed. Why did you just say you shot them? How did you destroy them?
You just disintegrated it. That's basically what you got.
Destroy. That seems a little.
So
that seems
one
violent.
or two are on the loose, and I think they kept one maybe for their research and study.
Yeah, they wanted to release the next virus.
Just think. Just imagine you're driving along on 75. The next 18-wheeler could have a truck full of monkeys in it.
They just start
We
bouncing
traveling
everywhere.
monkey, transporting monkeys.
Yeah, like that's because this was like a tractor trailer too. I don't think this was like a you know when you see like a horse trailer or something. It's like, oh, there's a cage. I don't think you could see that these monkeys were in there, and it just topples over. What was it last year in Weatherford? We had the truck tip over that had dimes, and it was like $10 million worth of dimes were just in the ground.
We've seen chickens. We've seen toilet paper everywhere.
Oh, the worst is the bees. You know, you got trucks full of killer bees and tips over. Now they're just going everywhere.
I think a truck full of deadly monkeys would be worse than a truck full of killer bees.
Going back to the Bears for a second.
Do you know the rhyme? The riddle, or whatever the slogan.
Do you know it?
If it's black, attack. Right. If it's brown, lay down. And if it's white, say goodnight. You're dead.
And that
polar
is
bear.
for bears.
Yeah, if you see a black bear, get big and attack the black bear because they're scared. They're chicken.
I thought you were going to say you never go back after one of them.
Whoa.
You know how these animals like bears, right? They're eating all these rotten carcasses and their stomachs can just handle it from a digestive. I wonder, going back to his first story about spice level.
Oh, can
all animals handle like the napalm spice from Twin Peaks? You
I'll
know
test
what I
it
mean?
on a pudge. I'll see if he can handle the sriracha.
There's something like I know I've
if
seen.
you threw them like in Japan, they put. I don't.
No, there's a video.
Throw a bunch of wasabi at them.
There's a video on TikTok of them like giving a monkey. They gave a monkey this spicy food and he ate it. And as soon as he took a bite, he like throws it and he goes over and starts smacking the person. So like he couldn't handle it. Yeah.
So they may attack you more.
Yeah, it may be worse.
You'll piss them off.
It's the Payload with Peyton Phillip Russell. You never know what the heck you're going to get every Tuesday and Thursday at 6:40 on 105.3 The Fan. Do we know what we're going to get for the Longhorns at quarterback against my Commodores? RJ has the college football kegger next.
Remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
one used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Razor waves.
Saffron squad.
Nutmeg maidens.
Pre-curd.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Arch Manning returns to practice, still in concussion protocol. It is the college football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. They have a game this week. You might have heard about it. They got Vandy this week. Sean will be there.
Number 9.
Yeah.
Number 9.
Yep, number 9. Vandy does not play too many games in their history where two teams are ranked.
Yeah.
Right? They have not played that many. This is a big game. I mean, this is an elimination game for Texas. And Texas is in elimination games every game for the rest of the season, essentially. They can't lose another one. So, big game. Arch Manning left the very, very end, left the last couple of plays.
I thought you were going to say left the police station.
No, he did not. He did get pulled over, it looked like yesterday. But he did leave the last couple of plays of that game against Mississippi State with a concussion. He is still in concussion protocol. It seems late, does it not? In the NFL, if you're in concussion protocol, today's Friday.
Today's Thursday,
No,
right?
but
for NFL purposes.
NFL purposes, today's Friday.
Yeah, but I mean, unless it's one of those things where they're just like, once he's cleared, he can go. Which, I mean, he's driving. So I can't imagine there's like a lot that's.
I never even thought of it. So if a player gets a concussion, do they not drive?
No, not typically. Like, I mean, if they're like a lot of times they're worried about like lights and dizziness and different things like that. Like, that's not necessarily safe to drive. But
I hope he plays.
I know you hope he plays.
Yeah, for the game, but also for the intrigue of the game.
Yeah,
you want to see that.
Yeah.
This is 4 straight, by the way, games where Vandy's played and where both of them are ranked. Because they had Alabama, LSU, and then Missouri.
What do you think the spread is?
I know what it is. It was 2.5 Texas.
It's 3.5 Texas.
Oh,
so
it's
I was
gone up.
wondering if they're factoring Arch at all in this.
I don't know. I mean, I have to go check to see the.
Bobby thinks they would have bumped Texas down with Arch playing.
I wonder what the money is and how the money has come in on this game. I don't know that people. I don't know how you could trust Texas. But I don't know that many bettors nationally trust Vandy. They still think, it's Vandy. They'll never win.
Yeah, but I'm trying not to be a homer. Vandy has established himself as a tough.
They're tough.
Out.
They're not just Diego, because Diego's numbers are not elite.
You're not going to go there and blow them out unless Diego turns it over.
Yeah.
It's a ton of turnovers. Like, they're going to run the football. They're going to be physical. Diego's going to pick up that 3rd and 6 run, keep some drives alive.
Yeah, like
Clark Lee should be at the top of all these lists.
I think he's a Vandy guy, though, right? I think he played there, so that may factor into him like it does for Dillingham at Arizona State. But like if Arch is still in concussion protocol, like, do you even want him starting? Like, if you're a Texas fan, if he's still in the protocol 48 hours prior,
I don't want him starting out of the protocol.
Pei, you're wearing the burnt orange. What do you think?
I mean, I think he'll end up playing. I think they'll eventually get through this. But I mean, again, with the Texas defense, I don't think it matters who's in that quarterback. They can run the ball too. Texas can. They have Trey Wisner, who's back from injury. CJ Baxter. I mean, they're at home too. I'm sure that's why the spread is what it is. I mean, Texas defense has been on point. Can be. Not last week they weren't, but they can be. And so I think that factors into it as well. But as long as they have their defense, if they're on their game, Colin Simmons is doing his thing. I think they'll be fine.
Wow. Man.
Pretty cocky.
Look at the cockiness.
Because he's too busy watching the Red Raiders. He's not even watching Texas.
Yeah. I'm surprised you're able to rattle off those players. He does more player names on Texas than I know on Tennessee.
Fantex is picking Texas to smash Vandy, is what they're saying.
All right, well, let's make some bets then.
Oh, baby.
Give me
Do you want to bet another bottle? Like, I mean, do you want to have to lose another bottle of
You
it?
want to bet?
though.
You're guarding a good
Not
need
with
of
that
good and
offense.
Edens.
You wanna bet me? I already had this one Tolo when I said Michael Young was not going to coach the Angels, manage the Angels. He goes $500 favorite charity. I had to hunt him down. I had to hunt down the old tweet to DM him. He looked at it. Never wrote me back to give to the Sandlot or KNC.
So
$500 to the charity.
If you're Vandy, do you just go for it on every fourth down since Texas only scores when you punt the ball to them and they can run it back with Ryan Niblett?
Arch had a lot of yards, Bobby.
Yeah, he did.
It was one of his best games, not his best game of the season.
They were down 31-14, 38-21. They were down 17 multiple times, came back and won.
Come on, Theo Vaughn, hit me back. Man, the nightcap with Shannon and Ocho had Pavia on. And he's like telling a story about Theo, and he pans behind him. Theo is standing back there with Diego's mom.
With his mom.
The mom was back there with Theo.
Dude,
I was
it's
like,
Theo.
Is this happening?
It sounds like it is. Is it happening for Sark?
I might be rooting against Diego, by the way, because I texted my godson. I said, "Hey, do you have a number for Theo Vaughn? He's on the sidelines. I've seen him post you in Instagram videos." He goes, he wouldn't be interested in doing it. I said, who? I texted you that 2 minutes ago. He goes, yeah, I just went down the locker and asked Pavia, and Diego said he wouldn't be interested in doing it. I said, tell that little runt to sit there and worry about the game plan instead of being Theo Vaughn's PR rep.
He's Theo's agent.
Stay out of it.
He's Theo's agent.
Stay out of it, Diego. I should have texted Diego after he came on the show.
Well,
he's speaking for Theo Vaughn.
Yeah.
Oh, Theo wouldn't be interested. Shut the hell up, Diego.
This is his dad. Come on.
He's interested. He's stepdad.
But then Theo did DM me back.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, they all laughed at me. Like, is he gonna sit there and check his Twitter DMs? I said, we follow each other, and he was cool enough. And he goes, we'll try to make it happen. It's not going to happen, but he said we'll try.
Let's do it. All right. So Diana Rossini had the report.
Everyone tweet Theo Vaughn.
Yeah.
And say, come on the morning show, please.
This will be like the 5th time he's on. We've had him on in studio.
Have we had him more than once?
Oh, yeah. We had him a bunch of times. Every time he rolled through here at the Improv, and he rolled through quite a bit, we had him on all the time. All right. So on Saturday morning of last week, we had the report from Diana Rossini that there was a potential chance that Sark would want to move on to the National Football League. Well, she was on the Dan Le Batard show, and she was asked about this exact thing happening and whether or not what the report was and the validity of said report.
Like years ago, who cares? Who cares? Steve Sarkisian wants to be an NFL coach. Not breaking news, right? Most college coaches want to coach in the NFL. But in 2025, there are just so many different factors and so many, with the portal, players wanting to maybe leave if they don't trust that their coach is going to be there. There's a lot of layers, and they have every right to be mad. Unfortunately, they never added that Steve Sarkisian wants to stay at Texas, right? They just said, this is not true. We did not talk to any NFL teams. And Jimmy Sexton and Steve Sarkisian, just to be clear, that the reporting I did not come from them. Like, Steve didn't call me on Saturday morning and be like, hey, report this. So I think, does Steve Sarkisian have thoughts about coaching the NFL? Absolutely. We'll just see how this goes the rest of the year. I think it's totally fair and understanding to say that Steve Sarkisian is always going to keep his options open. He should. It would be smart business for Steve to always have options outside of Texas.
There's one part of this that is just, it's maddening that they do this. But the part where she says that they didn't talk to any NFL teams, people have clipped it to where it's...
That Sark and his team did not talk to any NFL teams?
So she said that in there, the report out there was that's what Sark said. Sark and his team basically said, we haven't talked to any NFL teams.
Yeah.
Right? And she said, I didn't get it from them. But what they clipped is her saying, didn't talk to any NFL teams, and I haven't spoken to Sark or his camp. So they're saying, you're just making this up. Right. Well, that's not what she said.
Yeah.
That's not what she said at all. It's very possible that somebody within the NFL circle told her, hey, this is what's going on. And that's the plausible deniability from Sark's camp.
Yeah, I don't believe Sark for a second. nothing about Sark's character, personality, or history would lead me to give him the benefit of the doubt. And Diana Rossini heard from other NFL teams or front offices. Why would she hear from Steve Sarkisian? She heard it from other front offices that it's been floated by Steve's side. That's what I believe happened.
Air quotes. College Football Kegger here on 105 through the fan. Air quotes.
You got something on that, Bobby?
No, I mean just that. Like I think that there's been a lot of work from Texas to keep NFL teams away from Steve Sarkisian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, look, who's the owner of the Titans? Amy Adams.
Yeah, Adams.
Where'd she go to
great
college?
actress.
Where'd she go to college? University of Texas. We don't have to connect a whole lot of dots here.
Yeah.
All right, you can figure this thing out. All right, let's go to LSU. I mean, not really. I don't want to go there.
I do.
I mean,
go Tigers.
It's fun.
I want to go.
A little overrated, but it's fun. Air quotes, one of the worst humans ever. That is one of a selfish POS. These are some of the things that are being said about Brian Kelly. Do you notice when a coach is fired in the middle of the season, a coach that wins like 75% of the games, every other coach in the sport comes to their defense? This is a problem with the profession, yada, yada, yada. How many coaches have spoken out in favor of Brian Kelly?
Did Kirby?
Kirby said, we'll play Kirby's clip here. He didn't really speak out in defense. He just kind of was like, kind of is what it is.
I don't know enough about that situation, to be honest with you, that specific situation. I think you're asking a general view, but, I don't know enough about what's going on over there. Got enough things to worry about in our own house, and that's what I focus on. It's obviously a tough situation on everybody. I mean, let's be honest. It's the players dealing with it, fans dealing with it, coaches dealing with it at this time in the middle of a season. I think there's so much built around the playoffs, and it's like everything's boom or bust, and you can't have a normal season. People got to make decisions.
You always hear defense.
Yeah.
Never, I don't really know what's going on over there. No one is coming to this guy's defense, nor should they, apparently, when you read some of these stories. Woo! Let's just go right down the feed here. There is a story from Matthew Langlois. He posted this on Twitter. I was forced to medically retire before I could get a second or third opinion. When I was playing very well before my injury, I'd hear from Coach Kelly quite often. The second I got injured, not a word. Genuinely one of the worst humans I've ever been around. He had a former player named Greg Brooks.
And then he added in his comment underneath, unless you were producing positively for him on the field, he couldn't care less about you. He passed me in the hallways, not a glimpse, not a word. He's only in it for the money and himself. Absolutely ruined the culture, and I hope people see the real him.
Unbelievable. And there's another clip here. This is like a news throwback clip.
This is sad.
Of one of his former players who was in the hospital.
Little Greg, as the Brooks family calls him, has had to relearn how to eat, write, and speak.
We haven't heard from anybody from the LSU coaching staff, specifically Brian Kelly. My son almost lost his life, Coach. Where were you? Forget about football. Pick up the phone and say you love the kid, man.
That sounded like Strahan doing a piece.
Yeah.
Is it Kyron Lacey?
Well, Kyron Lacey is the one who he died this year, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was. He took his life,
and I guess they've only heard from one of the coaches. His family of Kyron. They never heard from Brian Kelly. It just seems like this guy is a very transactional coach. Now, a lot of coaches are transactional, but they're at least fake enough to pick up a phone.
There was a story that went viral off the Texas Ags forum last year, which, of course, that's what reported John Mateer was going to be there, so we know Texas Ags is ahead of things on reporting. And this guy said that he was working on the charter that took Cincinnati, back when Brian Kelly was coaching, to play Hawaii and Honolulu, and said that the way the airline attendant came by and said, "Hey, we're serving meals now," and he said, "I'll eat when I'm ready." And she said, "Well, we serve all the meals at the same time." And he said, "Listen, you work for me. I'll tell you what I want when I want it." And
Well,
he
he
was
was-
a jerk the whole time.
He was willing to eat, according to this other viral story. Everything leads back to barbecue. right? Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
Lincoln Riley.
He was in this recruit's house, supposedly. He gets the call in the house that he got the LSU job. The family said he walks back in the room, cool as a cucumber, not like freaking out or anything, and had to house 3 plates of burnt ends before he left. Have you not seen the Brian Kelly burnt end story?
No.
Yeah. He had to go and clean up all that free barbecue.
Had to.
While getting the news of the job.
Man,
is this worse? Is this worse than Urban's public perception in the height of his S-storm? Urban versus Kelly.
And yes.
I think Urban might be worse.
Urban's reputation, I think, is worse. It's more widespread. Kelly, to me, is a worse person.
Yeah. And here's the difference. Kelly didn't win.
Urban's
titles.
Outside of Jacksonville, Urban's got a lot of players that love him. There's not a lot of players that love Brian Kelly.
And Urban can always fall back on he never committed the number one sin in college athletics, which is he didn't win enough.
College football kegger right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm disappointed that we still have not gotten to Lane Kiffin yet. Not good.
That's on me.
Not good. Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. NFL overreactions or not at 8. But why are people starting to talk about this Dallas Cowboy getting dealt? Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out.
Brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
All right, this is your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. We're giving away Cowboys Cardinals tickets in the 9 o'clock hour this morning to send you to Monday night.
Man, Reap is in here doing. He's playing corner, like he's playing hook girl.
He's so hyped up. He's on the Cowboy Hour last night with Bobby Roberto Belt and Nate Newton.
Cowboys crosstalk. I haven't heard you say Cowboys Hour, and he's like, whenever Sean says Cowboys Hour, you make sure you correct him, and yet he calls it Cowboys
cares?
Ivan does.
Shut up, Ivan.
I don't want to get cut by Ivan.
Shut up, Ivan.
Ivan carries that little knife with him.
What a stereotype.
No, he literally carries a knife with him. It's always on his pocket whenever he's over at your place.
What else you got?
Yeah, I don't want to get cut.
I mean, literally, he carries it with him.
877-881-1053.
It's like I don't want to get run over by your truck. And they go, oh, why do you think I have a truck? Because you drive a truck.
I do drive a truck, and I will run you over.
Well, that could fit another...
Somebody in the Choppy family will.
That could fit another stereotype as well.
Right.
All right, so let's go inside the star here. And both of you sent a wide receiver name that is starting to appear in some trade rumors.
Yep, and this is one that... This is kind of interesting because I think there's a question out there. So over at ESPN, they did a trade deadline overview of every team. And, it's the typical formula of they take each team, Graziano writes what he's hearing, then you get Aaron Schatz, one of their the Football Outsiders analytics guy, who will deliver like an analytics opinion of what they should go for. And then there's a potential player that could be on the move from that team that the local beat writer talks about. So Todd Archer mentions that Jalen Tolbert should be watched as a trade candidate, which is a name we've talked about and why it would make sense for them to deal him. There's a little bit, I don't like revealing trade secrets, but there's a tell each week. I don't want to say what it is, but there's a tell each week as to who might be active or inactive based on practice. And
is this your own, or is this like a Cowboy specific trade secret?
No, it's one that you've been able to spot, and it's usually pretty accurate. Jalen Tolbert had that tell yesterday at practice, and so without saying what it is, I don't know that Jalen Tolbert would be active this week against the Cardinals, and so again, it does make me think there's at least some sort of falling out of favor or preservation there. I wouldn't be surprised if that feels like a move that very much could happen as Dallas trading away Jalen Tolbert sometime in the next week and a half.
Look,
For what?
I mean, if you get anything in return, knowing he's not coming back.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you get anything in return and he's really not playing that often, I take whatever, even if it's a 7th, just anything that's something in return that I might be able to use.
I wouldn't have an issue with that. I mean, there's a numbers game. They've got other guys. If you were to take him and Flanoy and Turpin and all put them on the market, who gets the most in return? And who's most likely to be here and who's most likely not? Anybody that is not in your plans for next year should absolutely be talked about. And I think that goes for any team in any sport as you near the deadline.
I mean, what if I've got Cheeto Awuzie, who's not playing too bad for Baltimore right now, but obviously an older player. Baltimore's not been great this season. Let's say Baltimore wants to add a receiver. If I just called them up and just said, "Hey, we'll throw you Tolbert for Cheeto," like, I mean, if I can get that in return, it's like, yeah, I'll take a shot on that for sure.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I think that's the kind of deal that when Jerry, although with the way Jerry was talking about linebacker, maybe it's a linebacker. Maybe they're just
talking about oil?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
oil.
Maybe they're talking on the phone about, hey, who's got a linebacker that they're on an expiring deal? They know their linebacker's not coming back and they could use a receiver. Let's make a deal here. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the kind of deal they look for.
So there's your buy and sell that you were talking about, doing both.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. Like, to me, buy and selling at the same time. You could you could sell and still compete. The Guardians did this in baseball this year. They sold like
guards.
Did they trade off like 3 or 4 players at the deadline and they still made the playoffs?
Tampa did it 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Did Patrick Walker have a list of safeties?
Yes, he did. So over at DallasCowboys.com, which this is a rare treat because you go to DallasCowboys.com, usually they can't identify players. These are all free agents, so you're allowed to talk about all these. He took a look at just the safety position and various guys that are out there and available in the free agent market right now. Some of the names that are out there that you may know: John Johnson, who had previously been with the Rams. You've got Jordan Whitehead, Marcus May, who previously was with the Jets. But the name he really focused on, and the name that I think makes some sense, Justin Simmons, who previously was with Denver, and then he spent last year with Atlanta, and he's just been a free agent ever since getting cut in the offseason.
He was a player a few years ago.
He was. I didn't realize he's 32. Like, I mean, he's an older player now, but he writes that both Simmons and May have skins on the wall, plenty of them, and it bears mentioning that May also spent time with Aaron Whitecott, the Cowboys defensive line coach for the Jets in 2021, and you can never overlook a former Gator landing on Schottenheimer's radar. Neither he nor Simmons are world beaters at this point in their career, but what Dallas needs is anything of value at the position that stabilizes it going forward, barring a blockbuster trade. And I think that's the things that Jerry kind of was hesitant to mention anything with us when we were talking about it the other day, but they really do need to start finding potential options that will just make it a stable position, whether it's safety or corner or whatever else. You got to just go find anybody off the street who can maybe stop the bleeding. That's what you really need right now.
Brian Schottenheimer has gone viral for saying this at his press conference yesterday. He will join us tomorrow at 8:20 as always. Here's the clip.
No, I think, none of us have done good enough. Coaches, players, head coach, none of us have done good enough. That's real. I mean, our scorecard is what it is, and that's not just, defensively, that's offensively. We're a football team that's 3-4-1. You can take the stats on offense and shove them up your ass, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, is what it is. We want to win, and people talk about, hey, MVP and this and that. Dak Prescott doesn't want to win MVP. He wants to win a Super Bowl, and that's what we want to win. And we're not there yet. We've not played that consistently well enough to certainly be in that discussion, but it doesn't mean the journey stops. It certainly doesn't stop. It just, you get more focused, you get more intentional, and we got to do it together.
I think Dak definitely wants to win MVP. That's the only thing I'll stop and say.
Yeah. I think every player wants to win the MVP.
Don't speak for me on that front. I do want to win MVP, but I also want to win a Super Bowl.
In addition to.
Yeah, it reads a lot harsher than it sounds. He's clearly just being a little flippant.
Schottenheimer said he has spent a significant amount of more time in defensive meetings compared to the start of the season. We heard about this a few weeks ago, and he said, look, it's the help. It's not getting in the way. I give Eberflus a ton of credit. Having been a coordinator, having had head coaches come sit in my meetings and stuff, you don't like it. I took it personal. Why are you in my meeting? Flus has not been like that at all. The beat then took Jerry's comments off our show, really mentioning linebacker a lot, and asked Schottenheimer about it.
Well, like I said the other day, I think Monday somebody asked me about it. I mean, the linebackers, obviously, they get everything started. And, they're the ones making the call, number one, with the green dot, with K9. And then they got to set the front, based on how we want to go, whether it's close right, close left. And the biggest thing for us is the focus of making sure that we can kind of, like I said, see less. Right now we're seeing too much, and so therefore our fits aren't exactly right. Is it them every time? No. But it's more of an emphasis of, these guys have some indicators and things that we want to be on top of, and so it's just a big, push from myself and Flus and guys like that to make sure that, these guys are doing the things they need to do to see less. And because a lot of times your defense will go how your linebackers play because of the proximity to where they are to the ball.
Tyler Patman, who was a corner here for Oklahoma State, played at Oklahoma State, was a corner here for the Cowboys in 2014 and 15. He was on Cowboys Crosstalk last night, and he had said that obviously he had spent some time with Eberflus, and he said that watching the defense and knowing generally how the defense operates, that was the thing he said was the biggest problem right now that he saw. He said the linebackers are hanging everybody out to dry. He said the linebackers are supposed to be doing certain things in coverage that they're not. The linebackers are supposed to be doing certain things in the run game that it's just weakening everything else behind you. And so he called, trying to remember I think he said Eberflus, I think he called him he's a cup defense. And so he said the design, he's like, Flus will tell you the design of his defense is bend but don't break. That is what they want to do. He said defense is always going to give up something. On every single design, you're agreeing to give something to them. And he said the whole idea is just put it in front of you and make plays. And he's like, right now they're not keeping anything in front of them. It's literally not doing what it's supposed to. And he says
designed not to allow what it's
and he said the linebackers are just, it's because he says that second level is so bad that it's not allowing you to function the way it needs to.
I assume a lot of times head coaches make the rounds to the other meeting rooms, right? I assume Sean McVay finds his way to a lot of defensive meetings. That's a good thing. I don't think it's I'm surprised it doesn't happen all the time anyway.
Where do we stand right now today? The Zach Wilczuk topic of the week, dividing blame between the players and coordinator. Where do you stand on it today? Divvy up the pie.
Defensively, the system. Do the players? I need to know. Do the players fit the system that they want to run?
This was Broadus's big criticism that went viral the other day, saying Jerry and Steven are at fault for picking the wrong coordinator for the players' talents.
Yeah, look, we went through this. We went through this, and if you have a 3-4 team, not 3 and 4, but a 3-4 defensive team, don't go out there and hire a 4-3 defensive coordinator and expect to immediately be fine. It takes a couple of years. When Parcells got here, I think in 2000, the first year he was here, 03. I'm pretty sure they still ran 4-3.
They did.
And then he switched to 3-4, but what did it do? They went like 7-9, right? They had like a couple of kind of years because they were switching up personnel. And it makes sense.
Yeah, taking Jerry and Steven out of it, like if you're just asking me coach and players, who's at fault, 60-40 players, I'd say.
I was going to say 65-35 players. So about the same thing.
At some point, and as more of it goes along, more it might start falling on the coordinator too, though, because it's like, well, you've got to adjust. Like, even if they're at fault, you got to do something to, like your job is to figure it out. Like, you've got to figure it out as best you can to stop the bleeding as best you can.
Mark Schlereth, who I have now turned on. We're not playing this clip.
Oh, man.
No, this is from G-Bag. And Schlereth was asked, why would I transition to peeing in an airport bathroom right now?
Because it's football.
Mark Schlereth. No, it's literally not. Mark Schlereth on if the defense is just this bad or if players are giving up on the DC from G-Bag.
I just don't think they're very good. I mean, listen, you put this on tape for you. Like, the guys that play in the league don't quit. Simply because you're putting that on tape and all 31 other teams see this tape. And that's the difference between you leaving Dallas and having an opportunity to go somewhere else and get paid or not get paid. So, that's the issue that you get into as a player, man. I'm putting this out there. This is my tape and we may not be very good, overall, but we're getting manhandled on the edge of this defense. We're getting manhandled everywhere. And like I said, Broncos, there's this false narrative out there that this Broncos offensive line is a dominant offensive line. They're not. They haven't been. They haven't been at all. And they've actually been handled, especially in the running game. And, and they put it together where they're getting, I don't know how many explosives they have, but every time you looked up, there was another 20-yard, 15-yard run. It was one after the other after the other.
So there's Stink every week with G-Bag. Around the rest of the NFC East real quick, the neighborhood watch, NFL overreactions or not. How long is Anthony Davis going to be out after last night? Terry McLaurin is going to miss another game. He re-injured his right quad. He will not play in Sunday's game against the Seahawks. Jaden Daniels is on pace to return. They have lost 3 straight games. By the way, Tyler Shuck is the new quarterback for Kellen Moore. He says they are not turning back. He's 26.
Yeah, rookie. Yeah, but obviously you have a COVID year in college football. I think we're done with the COVID years, but if you played a COVID year, you got an extra year. If you were forced to sit out a year to transfer, they gave you that year back. So there are guys, that's why you have these 25, 24-year-olds.
Rattler being done a little dirty here, even though you gave him some props after always killing him.
Yeah, you can't do Rattler dirty. Rattler's done enough people dirty that it's turnabout's fair play. But no, I don't think he's being done dirty because Shuck was the plan. That's who Kellen drafted. That's who he wants. And so, I don't think Shuck is the solution for forever. But if you talk about Kellen came in, looked at it, and said, "I want Shuck." Like the plan was always going to be they were going to shift over to him eventually.
A fire has been started by a former New York Giant.
We didn't start the fire.
Carl Banks. Carl Banks was on the Believe Giants pod, and he called out maybe their best player.
Dexter Lawrence, nobody respects you anymore. Nobody. Your opponents do not. The pre-injury Dexter is not there in their heads. They don't respect you. And there's a difference. You're on the field. They're blocking you with a 9-year backup center. You're not making a difference. The old Dexter would, okay? There are a lot of things that go into your performance. Only you know what that is, whether you're still recovering or not. I'm just telling you now, I'm looking at enough tape to know that your opponents don't respect you. Not like they used to.
Carl Banks, I think, is the color analyst for the Giants. Imagine Babe Laufenberg coming on here tomorrow at 9:20 and going that strong. And, and he added a little bit more.
And here's the thing. When Darius Alexander gets in the game, when Roy Robinson gets in the game and they substitute for you, those guys are making plays. DJ Davidson. Those guys are making plays against the same guys that are blocking you. I'm going to just say this. Again, I don't know the circumstances. It's time for you to start expecting more of yourself. I don't know if you're injured. I don't know if you fully recovered. But it's time to start asking more of yourself because they don't respect you.
Dang!
Dude.
I wonder if the meatballs in New York are just eating this up. Yeah, we need more of this. We need Emmett to come on here. We need Irvin to do it. We need Moose. Call these players out. They took this to Dexter Lawrence, who looks like a very nice man. I never really heard Dexter Lawrence speak, and yesterday I was watching the video of him. He responded.
Yeah, those are strong words, but that's how you feel.
Does it mean more to you those words mean more that they're coming from him, like a Giant legend? No? Why not?
He's delusional.
I like that drop. He's delusional. He's delusional.
That's a good line.
I mean, he's
delusional.
I don't know how he's specifically playing this year week to week, but this is regarded as the best defensive tackle in football. Dexter Lawrence and Carl Banks is going after him.
Slam dunk has been considered the best.
It's a good
in
line.
football.
I mean, it's a really good. I mean, they got top tier picks all over that line, but there's no coming back from that.
if you're who?
Yeah, either one, right? I mean, obviously Dexter could play better.
He's getting doubled. Do you know how he's playing?
No, according to Carl.
He's getting doubled at a league high 75% rate on his pass rush opportunities. Last year he was doubled 74.5%. So he thought he was playing well this season. 20 tackles, 1 for a loss, half a sack pick, 10 initial pressures, 4 quarterback hits. His pass rush win rate is 5.4%. The run stop win rate is 36% through 8 games.
So if he's getting doubled, like do former players, I mean, he would know. He would watch it. He would see a double team.
Right.
And he would see that he's getting double teamed 3 out of every 4 snaps.
You think?
Like,
which is normal at that position.
For sure. But like, is he supposed to, like, I don't know, beat 2 guys, beat 2 other guys who are getting paid?
Yeah, I mean that's what you're supposed to do. Like honestly, at that position, that is what you're supposed. And he's done it. He's done it consistently throughout his career. I don't know how he's playing right now. Like I said,
his PFF grade is a 76. That's 14th.
Yeah, and it's
fine.
I have no clue. I think one thing is for certain, regardless of how he's playing, Carl Banks is dead wrong about the idea that they don't respect Dexter Lawrence. Every team in the NFL is worried about Dexter Lawrence when they play the Giants. All of them, and they all respect him.
Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh, boy. Imagine spending tons of money on your honeymoon only to have to fear for your life while you're on it. Where'd you go on your honeymoon, guys?
Which one?
Either one.
I don't think I really had one. We went to Vegas as soon as we got engaged in here. We left Crosstalk, which I call crap for, and I went to Vegas.
Number
maybe
one,
maybe the Pig Island, maybe that counted.
Yeah, that was
the honeymoon.
I remember that trip that you went on. Puerto Vallarta, and then wedding number 2, marriage number 2, Europe.
Oh, look at that! What a great job! You didn't get to see the Coliseum though. That's
I did
unfortunate.
not. Yeah, I did not get to see the Coliseum.
Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3. We have all been seeing these stories about Hurricane Melissa, which is hitting Jamaica. Well, there's one East Texas newlywed couple that has gone viral. Hunter and Cassidy Bishop are on their honeymoon in Montego Bay, located on the northwest side of the island. In fact, they had just put their belongings down. They arrived, put their belongings down, and then recorded a TikTok and were filled like, weather's starting to turn here on us here. So they immediately landed for their honeymoon, got into their hotel room, and then were being evacuated, essentially. So they're stuck on the island right now. All flights leaving the island have been canceled. The airport is boarded up, so the Bishops are stuck and sheltering in their resort for their honeymoon. They spoke with Fox 4, said all we're hearing is how intense the storm is going to be, and we just really have no idea what to expect right now. We're just praying and hoping that it does not affect the airport to let us be able to get home. So that's got to be a night, because I'm sure it's got to be a ridiculously expensive honeymoon too. And then to just like you drop it on that, and it's like,
you're
not
stuck.
What
you're expecting. Like it's
Jamaica. I mean, that might be that might be a cheaper trip
at a resort though, a Jamaican resort.
It's a good question. I've always been told that like a Mexico resort is more affordable than like the Caribbean. So I don't know what Jamaica. I've never been to Jamaica, so I don't know what that's like.
Why do you choose to say Caribbean instead of Caribbean?
I don't know, but Billy Ocean says Caribbean, right?
He says Caribbean or
Caribbean,
something.
yeah.
Caribbean Queen.
Yeah.
All right, Texas is in the news. They decided they wanted to be the first, and Sean, I don't think, is looking forward to this story.
No.
But we're going to do it anyway.
Not at all.
The Texas Attorney General, Ken Paxton, decided we're going to lead the charge, and we're going to sue Tylenol for hiding the links to autism. President Trump, of course, last month announced, what was the tweet the day before? What did he say? He said, we're going to be announcing we've figured out autism.
We've cured autism or something like that.
Suckers and losers.
And so Ken Paxton, in a statement on Tuesday, said Big Pharma betrayed America by profiting off of pain and pushing pills regardless of the risks. These corporations lied for decades, knowingly endangering millions to line their pockets. By holding Big Pharma accountable for poisoning our people, we will help make America healthy again. Maha. That's what they're doing. This is the first lawsuit from a state government since Trump claimed in September that Tylenol used during pregnancy is linked to an increased risk of autism, despite limited evidence to suggest an association and no evidence that it causes autism, according to major medical organizations. This is from the Associated Press, by the way, guys. This is not me just saying this. Johnson & Johnson sold the drug for decades, and its consumer health division spinoff, Kenvue Inc., has been selling the drug since 2023. Tylenol is one of those ones that when they talk about it, like forget just if there is or isn't an autism link here. Tylenol's one of those ones where it's been said that if it was developed today, you'd need a prescription for it.
What?
Really?
Because it's just the risk that exists for the liver damage by overusing.
I don't take it very often at all because of it does filter through your liver.
So is that much worse than like aspirin or Advil?
So it's funny when Kristen was dealing with like some
allegedly
liver levels that were elevated. She had talked to the doctor and he told her, he was like, it was this GI doc. He said, you can actually take Tylenol. He's like, a lot of times it's just we want to monitor it. He's like, but even still, people with liver issues, a lot of times will tell you to continue taking Tylenol instead of ibuprofen or like another NSAID.
Yeah, some of the other ones don't filter through the liver, from what I understand. Like, I know Tylenol does, and that's why, like, if you drink, they say don't take Tylenol and alcohol within like the same 24-hour window or something.
Nobody kowtows to the presidency, this presidency, more than the state of Texas. They are the pledges. They are the pledges, and he is the he's the pledge master.
He's the pledge master.
It just I have a hard time respecting when I know they just say, how high, sir? How high? That goes for the majority of the Texas leadership. Nobody kowtows and sucks up to Donald Trump more blindly without hesitation.
I will say though, I think that this is why politics has gotten so stupid to me in general in the last 15 years, is that it definitely feels like, what does my party say? Like
right,
on either side, they go, all right, I'm in.
Yes.
It's like they'll jump into an argument like, I don't even know what the defense is, but I'll figure it out. We'll jump right into this.
The politician. Go ahead, John.
If this same report came out a year ago, not a single Republican would believe the Tylenol autism thing, and every Democrat would believe the Tylenol autism.
No one would believe it. Not a Republican would believe it, and California or Vermont would be the first to be filing this lawsuit instead of Texas.
And that is like
perfectly put.
The poster child of what's wrong.
Perfectly put.
All right, we're doing Neighborhood Watch here on 105 through the Fan. Congratulations to Chunkosaurus Rex. Chunkosaurus Rex is the winner of Texas's inaugural Fat Squirrel Week.
I saw this.
Fat Squirrel
Week. We've got him right there. Look at him. Beautiful, chunky Chunkosaurus Rex. This is from UPI. Rotund rodents from across the state of Texas competed in Texas Parks and Wildlife's inaugural Fat Squirrel Week.
Earthquake?
With a squirrel named Chunka. Yeah, never mind, I'm not going to say it. With a squirrel named Chunkosaurus Rex taking the top spot. Fat Squirrel Week, inspired by some national park's annual Fat Bear Week, aimed to find the fattest squirrel across all of the Texas state parks. Chunkosaurus Rex, a resident of Dinosaur Valley State Park in the Glen Rose area, so you can just make a trek down to Glen Rose and see Chunkosaurus, was crowned the competition's first ever winner after a bracket-style competition using social media likes as votes. Chunkosaurus Rex faced off in the finals against Chunk Norris. You like that name right there?
Chunk Norris.
From
That's good.
Fort Richardson State Park. After fellow Final Four squirrels Nutella from Lake Mineral Wells State Park and Stanley the Texas Tank from Cleburne State Park were eliminated. Now I gotta be honest, this is clearly a name competition.
Yeah, it is. I want a pet squirrel.
That looks like a pudgy squirrel.
Yeah.
I don't know that looks like an obese squirrel to me.
He's fat, dude.
He is,
Yeah,
but I don't know if he looks
fatty.
like that. I would think you could have found a fatter squirrel than that guy.
So.
You don't think so? I've seen some fat squirrels.
That's a big one. That's a chipmunk.
Yeah.
That's a big squirrel.
Have you ever had squirrel?
No. Have you?
No, I want one. I want a pet.
No, eating it. I can't even watch when they I don't want to say it with kids in the car, but the way that they get to the meat, I can't look at it.
No.
Just, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's
rip the-
awful. I could never eat it.
They say that Chunkosaurus is a fan favorite at the state park, moving surprisingly fast in the quest for acorns and camper crumbs. So he's got a little bit of agility. I would have voted, just blindly, I would have voted for Chunk Norris. Just because that is a fantastic name. I'm all about that.
Is he still alive? Where is
Chuck Norris?
Where's the Chuck Norris
Man, last I
stories
saw
ever?
him, he was doing some fitness thing with Christy Brinkley.
Well,
that's a long time ago.
what was that? It was the Total Gym.
The Total Gym, yeah.
And he was like, oh my gosh, this is how I got as big as I did. All right, we have new Michelin star restaurant.
Oh, I've been researching this.
In Dallas, and I have no idea what this is. Is it Mamani? Is that how you say it? Mamani, Dallas's newest Michelin-starred restaurant, is also brand new to the city. So Mamani in Uptown Dallas cemented its place among the most highly regarded restaurants in DFW just 48 days after opening. This is from WFAA. A newcomer to the Dallas restaurant scene received one of the highest culinary honors in the world Tuesday night, a coveted Michelin star. The French and Italian-inspired restaurant is helmed by chef Christophe Delelise and owned by Henry and Brandon, not sure how to say that last name, of Feels Like Home Hospitality. Michelin describes Mamani as a, quote, glitzy, well-appointed hotspot, and said that the chef brings an impressive pedigree to the city. They say that the bistronomy, is that how I say that?
I'm not sure.
These are words I would assume you know. They're in the restaurant world.
now on.
Of elevated simple plates is offered a la carte, though the prices are still nothing to sniff at. Diners looking to indulge will get their money's worth. However, top drawer ingredients, faultless technique, and world-class sauces are evident throughout. So you've already looked into this place, or you were looking into the other Michelin star restaurants around here?
All of the above. So this is supposed to be like a combo. I don't think the prices are that bad. This is supposed to be a combo of like French and Italian. Your bites are like $15, $11, $16. Your starters are $24, $18, $26. That's not crazy in today's world. The pastas are $25, $32, $33, $27.
Ooh, God. I'll tell you, the pasta being that expensive...
Tells you everything?
Yeah, it tells you a lot.
The other Michelin restaurant I know of is a sushi place in Deep Ellum.
Tatsu.
Yeah.
So they kept their Michelin star rating this year. So they said they were the only one to get one last year. They kept their rating. It says that Tatsu, which is an Edam something sushi restaurant in Deep Ellum. I'm not going to pronounce these words ever again.
I don't think you're doing too bad, but I also don't know.
The chef grew up in Japan and previously worked at the Michelin-starred restaurant Sushi Yasuda in Manhattan.
So all I've been doing, I don't know, my wife has been getting annoyed by it because it's nothing but restaurant talk. All I've been doing is researching the help of J. Ochoa and Tolo's places in Vegas to line up. I've been places in Austin for Saturday, and then places in Vegas when we go next month. And there's the only Michelin star Chinese restaurant in the country is in Vegas. So I was getting set to go ahead and book that. But those prices were crazy. When you see $38 for General Tso's chicken, that's just hard for me to.
It's a lot.
Hard for me to get it. But I've never eaten in a Michelin star restaurant.
So they say Tatsu.
I'm gonna try to go to Leroy and Lewis, the barbecue spot that finished number 2 on Saturday. I think they have a Michelin star.
They say at Tatsu,
Who's Michelin think they are making tires?
I know.
Why
are we giving credit to a tire company judging food?
Is this what they did before they made tires?
Yeah, I think so. That's how they got the tire money, was to be able to start this business. They say
it's like the Marconi people who they just get like they don't listen to all the radio stations. They just get audio submitted. And then they judge off of like a 10-minute, I think, presentation. They're not listening and monitoring and judging us. I think it's how much work your bosses do to get you nominated for the award.
They say Tatsu at Tatsu dinner served in an intimate setting, and 15 to 18 courses cost about $185 per person.
That's my new thing now. I'm trying to venture into the world of tasting menus. So I booked a tasting menu. I canceled it quick, but it was like Jose Andres is this famous chef who does like great humanitarian work, Spanish guy, legend. He has some tasting in Vegas. They're like, you can't get in. Well, it popped up in the notification. I booked it. Guess the price. 20-course tasting.
20 course?
20-course tasting. It's a bite. That's the thing. They give you a damn bite.
I have no 185 based on that. I have no idea.
320. 460.
790.
What? $1,000.
$830
per person.
$830 total. Without alcohol. $830. I booked it
just for you and Amanda, or
just for me and Amanda.
Other people with
just
you?
For me and Amanda. And then I looked at it and I'm like, I don't want to eat like this floating grape and
floating grape.
If it was for some real these rocks that are stones and it's really yogurt, so I canceled that quickly in order to get the refund, and I booked another steak tasting menu in Vegas because you're gonna pay.
You're going to pay to
through
eat
the
anyway.
nose anyway.
Yeah, you're going to pay to eat anyway.
Some of the restaurants bestowed with good quality and good value cooking from Michelin were Cadillac in Dallas, Gemma in Dallas, Goldie's Barbecue in Fort Worth, Lucia in Dallas, and then Nana in Dallas, which I don't know what that is.
Nana, we got a great Tolo. Maybe that'll be where our show dinner is going to be. I have a show dinner plan for you guys.
Oh, really?
Yep. We need a Friday or Saturday.
Cheesecake Factory.
Everyone can make it
let's
work.
go, Peyton.
All right. Lamar Jackson is a traitor. Philly would be better without A.J. Brown, and Buffalo is really the Green Bay Packers. NFL overreactions or not with R.J. Choppy next.
After we get you over to Johnson.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
What?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station, Thursday night, and the return, a reason to watch, the Ravens and the Dolphins with the return of Lamar Jackson.
I don't know if there's ever a reason to watch the Dolphins. But sure, the Ravens, yeah, there's something to watch there. The Dolphins, not so much.
And they used to be the most entertaining offense in football just a couple of years ago. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. How long is Anthony Davis out? We'll get to that at 8:20. And how about the Toronto Blue Jays not going away? Plus, below the belt and a Cowboys Cardinals ticket giveaway. It's only happening today to send you to Monday night in Arlington in the 9 o'clock hour. That is big time. That's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. So turn it on, leave it on, and get hooked up. RJ Choppy right now, though, with NFL overreactions or not.
All right, let's do it. And let's start off with the Cowboys here. Let's start off with a Cowboy-centric one. Overreaction or not, if Dak can't figure out the road.
This is your new thing here. How many times have you referenced the road this week?
Man, I think it's real. I think ever since the post-thumb injury. Post-thumb
is weather?
Any kind of condition.
Post-thumb,
years ago.
The one that he broke on the helmet in Tampa.
But it wasn't bad weather in Chicago or Carolina.
No, but like as we get later on in the year, if you notice, like his numbers in 40-degree-ish temperatures really kind of tail off. Post-thumb.
Always have been. He's always played not as well in cold weather.
But if he can't figure out the road, he will never win a Super Bowl.
Well, yes, that's not an overreaction because if I was literal about the statement, everyone has to figure out the road.
Right.
You know, because you're not going to get home field advantage, especially this team. I would alter it to if Dak can't figure out, the Cowboys can't figure out like solid teams over 500. Because that continues to hang over their head.
Yeah, they are front
They're front runners. They're bullies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, they're not going to be bullies this year because of what happened against Carolina and Chicago. So even that is gone.
But their offense is bullies, especially at home.
Yeah. So does Dak have a massive road problem, especially compared to other good quarterbacks?
They don't score as often, but I mean,
a lot of teams don't.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, no. Like, I mean,
is it alarming? You know, if you took his home and road splits, is it like alarming, like Kirk Cousins at night? Are we talking that degree?
It's similar to what most quarterbacks would be. So for his career, his home passer rating is 104. On the road, it's 93.
It's pretty good.
But yeah, I mean, it's a 10-point split. In fact, it's gone the last three since the thumb injury. It's actually gone up by 2 points.
Really?
His passer rating on the road.
Wow. All right.
Last year, he had a winning record on the road. He had 8 touchdowns and 4 picks. At home, he was 0-3 with 3 touchdowns and 4 picks.
That was the strange thing last year. They couldn't find a way to win at home.
This year at home, he's got 8 touchdowns on the road and at home. He's thrown 3 more picks on the road, 4 versus 1. His completion percentage, it is a 7-point difference. At home, he's completing 74%, and on the road, it is 68%. So those are the numbers for this year. And the rating this year is 114 to 92.
114. Ooh, that's a decent discrepancy there. Yeah. All right, overreaction or not? The Ravens are still.
And by the way, I'm not worried as much about home versus road Dak versus like I wonder how much the playoff thing is in his head. If he makes the postseason, the whole thing that he's the new Romo choker in the postseason, I wonder about that.
By the way, they only have 4 road games left the rest of the year.
It's crazy.
And 2 of them are indoors.
Ooh.
That's good.
And the other 2 are against Washington and the Giants at the end of the year.
All right. The 2-5 Ravens are still in the mix for a playoff spot.
So I tried to forecast this a couple of weeks ago. And Lamar, again, we expect to be back tonight. I never thought Baltimore was going to blow it up because Lamar was hurt. And the games that they lost, right? The Buffalo game, they should have won that game. Detroit, they lost by 8. Here's the schedule. At Miami tonight, they got 3 straight on the road. At the Vikings, J.J. McCarthy going to be back. At Cleveland, they're going to be favored in all 3, no doubt. Then the Jets. When's Burrow supposed to be back?
Meeting the schedule.
Yeah,
so
it'd be
December.
It'd be late December.
Okay, then you're going to get the Bengals without Burrow, and Flacco's supposed to be questionable for this weekend. That's 5 straight.
It could be
Let's say
7
they
and
win
5.
4.
All right, so 6 and
6 and 6.
6 and 6.
6 and 6. Then you finish up with Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, New England, Green Bay, Pittsburgh.
They are
could be 9
minus 115 to win the division.
To win? They're the favorite?
They're minus 115.
Are they the favorite to win it?
Yeah, minus 115 to win the division according to ESPN. Pittsburgh is plus 150.
I mean, throw $200 on Pittsburgh.
Yeah, easily. Absolutely.
What?
I mean, they've got the lead.
So how did you phrase it?
They're still in the mix, and don't be technical here.
They're
with,
not
eliminated.
They're not going to make the playoffs. I think they can go on a good run here. The end of that schedule will get them, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's tough at the end.
Too much.
They probably will. They'll probably win the division.
They need to win 5 straight.
Win the division?
Probably something stupid because this is what they do.
What?
They do something dumb like this. This will be like the year of the Colts. Remember the Colts? Everybody's like, they win 12 games every year, and they're like, not this year. You guys started 3 and 4, and then they won 9 in a row to end the year, and they finished 12 and 4 again. I feel like it'll be something like that. So I'm going to say not an overreaction.
They're not going to make the playoffs. I don't think. I don't think.
I think while looking at this right now, in the AFC, ESPN has the betting odds favorite to win their division as 3 teams currently not leading their division. They have the Chiefs, the favorites to win the West, the Bills, the favorites to win the East, and then the Ravens, the favorites to win the North.
I'll tell you why they're not going to make the playoffs, Sean.
Man, this set, our RJ started right. You know, when a person, you could tell when they snapped. I'm going to read you the part of RJ's email where he snapped last night, start talking crazy.
Because they are going to quit on their quarterback. I'm sorry, he's not a quarterback. He's a narc.
Quarter narc.
Quarter narc.
No, it was bad.
Lamar.
Bad by me.
Lenark Jackson.
Oh, you were good at that.
Thank you. If only I could make money off this.
Lenark. You could just go to that's all. You go to ESPN.
Yeah, go to the Post.
You can just do the New York Post.
Lenark Jackson. Because remember, the story came out that they were getting rid of the ping pong table and the basketball hoop and the video games and the fun. And Lamar Jackson, he didn't have to admit it.
Yeah.
But he admitted it.
I told Kaneko, our head equipment guy, I told him to take all the games, ping pong, turn the TVs off. If we could have took the TVs out, it would have been out too, but
dang.
I appreciate Mr. Steve for putting that in there for us, but yeah, we had to focus. I wouldn't say people don't take the job serious, don't get me wrong, but like, I didn't feel like it was the time for that. You know, we got a lot of work to do.
What's it going to take to get the back end?
Keep winning. Because we're not going to have them the rest of the year, so keep winning. Probably have them next year, summertime, OTs or something, but right now, that's not the focus.
Scab, siding with management.
What a leader.
A real leader would be able to lead through the TVs and the ping pong and the basketball hoop.
Let me read you the part where Choppy snapped because he hates the fun police. Here's a thought. This is word for word in his email. Here's a thought, Lamar. How about you do something yourself on the field that gives you the pull to do this, as if he didn't win MVP twice?
What's the playoff record?
Because as far as I can tell, you're basically Dak Prescott with better PR. RJ Choppy snapping, losing his mind over this. Look what happened to our ratings after Bobby took out the putting green in here. There's no putting green. We ain't screwing around.
We never use it anyway.
That's true.
We never use it anyway.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I think when I brought the putting green in here, they also went up.
And Lamar said if I could have taken the TVs out, they would have been out too.
Yeah, what, they don't have a screwdriver? The equipment guy don't have a screwdriver over there? But, I mean, come on now. Like this is weak sauce. Yeah, Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott are the bad PR team. They have bad PR. And Lamar Jackson and Sean Payton, they got good PR. Good PR. It's garbage. It's garbage. That's all it is.
And that's Choppy's ultimate insult for you if he ever tells you, you just have better PR.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
I've done this
You're such
research
and such
before.
without the PR.
I cannot remember the number of times.
That's his go-to insult
with better PR. Yeah, that's the one of like, You've dunked on him. When you throw it with better PR, I know you hate that person.
Yeah, that's it. That's all it is.
Dak with better PR.
Dak with better PR.
Do something tomorrow on the field.
Overreaction or not, Buffalo has become the AFC's Green Bay Packers, a forgotten, flying under the radar team.
Not an overreaction. I think it's a great comparison.
I couldn't tell you the last time I heard anything about Buffalo.
Who had Buffalo in their power rankings yesterday? I didn't.
Nope. Nobody.
None of us? It's probably a mistake. Like, if you put Buffalo on the field tomorrow against Indy, neutral site, would any of us really bet on Indy? Your life is on the line. I'm going to go with Buffalo, but I didn't have Buffalo or Green Bay in my top 5, so I think it's a great comparison, not an overreaction. Look, they have a 13% chance to win the AFC this year, according to ESPN analytics. Indy has a 23% chance.
I'll say overreaction because they should have lost week 1 to Baltimore. They took way too long to put a bad Saints team away, and then they followed it up with back-to-back losses to the Patriots and the Falcons, where they got beat. They got handled. They didn't get, blown out, but they were not in control of either one of those games. So, no, I'm going to say not an overreaction.
But not an overreaction.
Or overreaction. Overreaction to say that they're the Green Bay.
Okay, but you're saying you think Green Bay is much better
than Buffalo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm more with you, Sean.
Play the Bobby Knows Ball jingle, Peyton.
You can play it all you want. No, actually, don't play it.
I'm more with you on this. I
Green Bay has played exactly that type of football to me that you just described.
Browns and us. When they played the Browns,
I'm just like,
Cleveland.
okay, Green Bay won.
There's a case to be made that Buffalo should be close to 500. There's not really a case to be made that Green Bay should.
That's fair. It's just we talk. They're always one of the favorites. We talk about it all the time. And I feel like I haven't heard a word about them in 3 weeks. I know they had a bye thrown in there.
Well, they had a bye and they lost back-to-back games.
Yeah.
So everybody was down on them.
Right. That's true.
Well, there is a case to be made, by the way. You got to fact check Bobby sometimes. You don't just take what he says as ball nowhere.
No one has to fact check me. Who's going to fact check the fact checkers?
That's right, Bobby. That's right.
They're 5-1-1. They obviously could have lost the Cowboy game. The Commander game, they did not play well. I think that was a tight first half. They beat the Bengals by 9.
No. That was not a tight first half. That was Commander scored late. They were up on the Commanders.
Well, the Cardinals game, they won by 4. I disagree. We'll agree to disagree.
All right.
No. Hold on. Wait, that's not a fact check. That's not an accurate fact check because they were in control of the Cardinals game, too.
There's a couple of games that I remember watching in the 3 o'clock window where I'm like, Green Bay can be had here because I've been rooting for the draft pick.
They
so I
should
know
have
that
lost
in my mind.
Buffalo should have lost to Baltimore. They should have lost.
Now I'm gonna have to go back and play by play and break. I will break it down.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna pull the audio where you put Baltimore number 1 in your power rankings after week 1, even though they lost because you said it didn't matter. They should have beat Buffalo.
I'll go through Green Bay. I'm gonna remember. You're trying to hold on to this Green Bay thing. You're trying to hold on.
That's right. I'm 5th in my power rankings.
Overreaction or not?
And it's dumb.
Philly is better off without A.J. Brown.
Oh,
that's not an overreaction. He's good. That dude is toxic as hell. There's no way they can't even focus on winning. When they win, they can't talk about winning even because it's always what is A.J. upset about.
But what would happen to the offense when Hurts doesn't heave it up to him and Saquon is not 100%? What happens to their offense? Yes, addition by subtraction, chemistry, all that stuff. But
because Devontae's not a heave it up guy.
Yeah, he has been this year. They just heave it up to Devontae or AJ on 3rd and deep. I've been watching those games get my heart broken by these deep completions.
I mean, AJ definitely helps it in that sense, but I mean, also the Minnesota game was that way. But most of the games this year, he didn't do anything against Dallas, didn't do anything against Kansas City, really didn't do anything against Tampa. They won all those. In fact,
but he would argue that's not because of him. He would argue you're not getting me involved, and we would have beaten them down more.
Right, but I would say what I'm saying is though, when he's out, he was basically out in those games. He had 7 receiving yards against Tampa, 8 against Dallas, 27 against Kansas City. So to me, it's they won the Minnesota game in big part because of him, but he is a total cancer.
Yep. How long is Anthony Davis out? The injury, you knew that was coming. We'll bring you the very latest next on Sean and RJ 105.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
First now sets. He kicks. 2-2.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Hoffman punches out Hernandez. The Blue Jays, in dominant fashion, win 6-1 in Game 5, and they'll come home with a 3-2 lead in the World Series.
The Toronto Blue Jays, with the ultimate resolve, they take it to Blake Snell early on with the back-to-back home runs, and they handle the Dodgers again. They're going back home with 2 chances to win it all. This is Sean and RJ on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
It really is incredible that they're doing this without George Springer. It really is incredible. The guy they put in to replace him to lead off, Davis Schneider, first pitch, dead red, leading off the World Series with a home run. I mean, that's just awesome for him. And then Vladdy, 2 pitches later, killed your under. And the
story is really the rookie on the mound.
Yeah, Trey Savage, who made 3 starts, was so good. They were like, all right, we also need him. We don't really have a ton of pitching. The starting pitching was like Toronto's, it was going to be one of their issues.
12 strikeouts, no walks.
Incredible.
Made history.
11 strikeouts in his first playoff game, which was game 2 against the Yankees. He's been tremendous this postseason. They have really done a great job. And the Dodgers have literally one flaw. No, they have a Hall of Fame lineup. They have starting pitchers that every team would kill for. Their one flaw is that they're forcing all these starters to go long because their bullpen stinks. It's awful. I'm stunned it made it 9 innings in that game without allowing a run.
If we were on Toronto radio this morning, would you have already had a song ready for Megan Thee Stallion of Trey Savage?
Boy, how did I not think of that?
Trey Savage.
That is phenomenal. And yes, if you're in Toronto radio, if you could put down your Maple Leafs jersey for a second, all right, and stop worrying about what Austin Matthews is doing and watch some baseball.
See, we should be one of those famed radio consultants. We should be doing that. We should be consulting for Toronto.
Bobby Scott and Associates.
Numbers are coming in on the ratings. ESPN announced, Fox announced that World Series Game 3 drew 11.4 million viewers. ESPN announced that Monday Night Football between Chiefs and Commanders drew 17.6. So Monday night still beat Game 3, but last year, World Series Game 3 actually barely beat Monday Night Football. It was Game 3 versus Steelers and the Giants. So the epic 18-inning game saw a peak audience of 13.2 million viewers between 10:30 and 10:45 our time, suggesting that everyone flipped over from Chiefs Commanders and bumped it up even more. And Bobby said Fox made an additional $2 to $3 million in revenue from that.
Yep. This was from the company. What is the name of the company?
How do you make extra revenue when the ad space, I think, would already be bought?
So Stacey Jones from the marketing agency Hollywood Branded, she said 18 innings is a broadcaster's dream and a brand visibility jackpot. World Series ad inventory is sold in advance, and a 30-second commercial typically costs between $350,000 and $600,000, depending on factors like the type of ad and when it airs. If a game goes long, Fox will extend existing commercials or re-air approved ads, Jones said. Those don't come with their own overtime rate, but the network still wins, she said. She said longer games lift average minute viewership, boost the ratings that shape next year's pricing, and give Fox stronger leverage going into the next ad cycle. And she estimates that the game likely delivered an additional $2 to $3 million in incremental earned media value, with global rebroadcasts bringing the total closer to $3.3 million for them next year.
Wow. Look, I mean, it's the Dodgers are going to bring in their own crowd. The global numbers are huge right now, obviously with Japan being thrown in there because the Dodgers do have several Asian-born players. Canada numbers are big. They're in the around 10 million. We predicted it was going to be down 14% from last year because that's what the numbers have suggested. When a Canada team is in a game, the numbers drop about 14%. It is down exactly 14%. But when you factor in Canada, it's up like 30%, which I don't know that you can actually factor.
I think it's been a good World Series.
Yeah,
We're getting
absolutely.
a surprise element.
Yeah.
We got the classic game.
It's been
Shohei's moment.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. I mean, it's been not phenomenal. It's been good.
Phenomenal.
It's been good.
Yeah.
There's been phenomenal moments in this thing.
Did you see the Savage strikeout yesterday with Shohei's hat flying off. Did you see them saying that's the coldest picture of the year for sports already? Because Savage is walking off with Shohei lunging and his hat in front of it. It's a really good photo.
That's a good one.
I need someone in LA or baseball media, please, someone ask Magic Johnson about his Twitter account. Has no one ever done that yet? It's got to be a bit. Yesterday before Game 5, part owner Magic Johnson tweeted, with the series being 2-2, Game 5 is very important. Whichever team wins takes control of the series. You need to do that game.
I was surprised.
Where you're like, is it a Magic tweet or not?
Oh, yeah. He does. Yeah. He does have like an AI writing style. Of which I do think it's a bit at this point because it's gone on like this for, it's like Booger McFarland analysis on Monday Night Football where it's like, yeah.
Albert Pujols was supposed to be on MLB Network's coverage of Game 4. Instead, he went to San Diego for his second interview with the Padres, which lasted 9.5 hours, apparently.
Talking to Albert Pujols for 9.5 hours. What do you need to know?
I justify it every time.
I understand.
If I was hiring you for this morning show, I think I can talk to you for 10 hours and it would be productive.
No. Chop, see, that's the thing. Chop thinks all interviews are useless.
I think they're all useless.
So he thinks even one question is a dumb thing.
The guy who has some terrible judgment himself thinks that judgment is an overrated thing.
That's right.
You can have some bad judgment.
Yeah, for sure. But see, to me, it's more of a time value. Is 9 hours let's see, if you were to say I consider 9 hours for me to be worth about $9,000. I'm $1,000 an hour. That's my time.
Okay.
Goodness.
Yeah, that's what I charge.
How many hours?
That's why it's going away January 1st.
Absolutely.
How many hours do you think you need to decide on dating someone?
30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
What about marrying them?
I'm married.
Huh?
I'm married. It worked.
Yeah.
But what about marrying them? How long do you need to decide?
I knew I wanted to. I knew Sarah was the one before I even saw her face.
How?
I saw her from behind. That's it.
The Dallas Mavericks are in trouble.
Then Cooper weaving up the floor on the dribble. Yeah, got a size advantage and capitalizes. A sweet lefty finish, and he just gave him the too small.
And do you know who Cooper Flagg did that over on Mavs TV? Who did he give the too small to?
It was
Rick Smits.
No, crap. I saw this. I can't. Was it? I don't remember.
Peyton?
Mac McClung.
Well, Peyton did write it on the cut sheet. Mac McClung.
The
dunk contest winner is playing for the Pacers. I thought that was awesome. I thought it was TJ McConnell at first.
I'm glad he's finally in the league.
Yeah.
Now he'll really be able to be in the dunk contest.
Right.
He's been G Leaguing it up for years.
Yeah.
It took the Pacers being winless and having everybody be hurt for him to get finally in the league. I like it. Texas Tech.
What?
I want us to be positive.
It doesn't count because he dunked on a white dude.
It's Mac McClung, dude.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about you shot 1 for 10 the other night. Do not do too small on Mac McClung, dude.
Oh, Cooper.
Yeah. If you're going to be the number one pick, I don't want you doing too small to G Leaguer 6'2" Mac McClung.
He's a dunk champ.
God.
So
I just hate this team right now.
I know you're very bitter. And Anthony Davis gets hurt. Twitter was trying to speculate that it was an Achilles. They're calling it a lower left leg. He went into the game with some type of minor Achilles issue. This does not look good, and this makes Nico look even worse. And I think there was someone in the arena who was like, Nico, after Anthony got hurt, kind of casually got up and sauntered into the bag. I'm not going to say sneak away, but this brings back the Luka Doncic trade all over again because this was a loud, stupid reason to do the deal.
Look, I always have said,
in addition to the return.
Yeah, I've always been pretty consistent.
Even though Kevin Hagen's going to come in here and crosstalk and go, Luka misses more games than AD, and Luka's hurt right now.
And Luka is hurt, and those are some factual evidence behind that. But I've always said,
fact check.
I don't judge trades down the line. I judge them in the moment, right? I judge a trade at the moment. The problem is, at the moment, it was still stupid.
Yeah, luckily, any way you look at this, your take is
dumb.
right.
It's still dumb.
I mean...
So can you judge the Mike? You can judge the Micah trade?
I think
without the 2 picks being made.
Yes. I think what you got to do with that is you got to judge who's available at the time of the pick.
Okay.
So, like,
and the Packers, by the way, have the last pick in the first round right now.
If they pick the wrong guy, that doesn't change anything, because if T.J. Watt was still on the board, somebody they could have had.
Okay.
It's just basically what they did was they said, we've got Paul Skeens. Let's trade him for DeGrom. We're like, DeGrom's really awesome.
Yeah.
It's like, DeGrom's also always hurt, and he's old, and this dude's going to be pitching for, what are we doing here?
Yep.
And then people were like, well, his arm might blow out. He pitches so much. Okay, fine. We'll figure that out in the future. I don't know what we're doing here.
Am I having a stroke?
You smell toast?
I smell gasoline.
Ooh, I smell
like a fume.
It smells like
some type of fume.
Kind of smells
I don't know
like
if we should be huffing it then.
No,
Why not? Make the show more fun. It would be G-bag, basically.
Yeah. It does smell like I'm outdoors at an airport.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like we were at the firehouse the other day in Denton. So this is bad. Gafford was already out. Lively is always hurt. Is Lively Josh Young?
I mean, that's not a bad comp. Because, yeah, he's always
Evan
banged up.
Carter.
It's just...
And I want to love Derek Lively. He's always hurt. No Gafford, no Lively. And how long is he going to be out? What's your guess? Be fake medic.
For AD?
Be Dr. Choppy.
We'll see him after Christmas.
Let's just machete his feet off.
After Christmas?
For Anthony Davis?
Yeah.
He'll be out a week.
Oh, I'll say 2 weeks.
Somewhere in the middle.
877-881-1053. Here. My phone is blowing up for some reason.
See, now I smell it too. Now you're freaking me out. I don't know if I'm just paranoid now.
Do your
because
little
of it.
wrist tap.
I know.
I thought of you. I did think of Bobby the other night in bed, actually.
Whoa!
Because I was getting like a convulsion or whatever it is, where like
a spasm.
A spasm.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of Bobby's. What's the test for?
That's the
cerebral palsy.
Parkinson test.
Oh, the finger tap test. Yeah, where you tap your finger as quick as possible, and it's a sign of Parkinson's or ALS.
No matter what kind of trade the Cowboys want to make, we've got one for you. And the hottest NFL insider in the business,
thank you,
has just talked about the Cowboys. Not an ogre. I said the hottest. That's next in Below the Belt. Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I got to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Let's figure out who the Dallas Cowboys are going to trade for after a report from the top NFL insider. We'll discuss it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. And I have a mea culpa. I'm gonna take the start of my segment to do something that's not even football, because I've got to apologize to Adam, and I got to apologize to Nate. And Adam is Spieth Island on Twitter, who tweets us all the time.
Great tweet.
Showed up to the firehouse on Friday with his son, Nate. Great kid. And I was supposed to mention during Neighborhood Watch and totally forgot. I was supposed to wish him a happy birthday. He turned 7 on Sunday.
What's the matter with you?
I know, and he was taking him late to school today so he could hear it, and I totally blanked on it. I missed it. And so I suck. And happy birthday, Nate. And I owe you. Next time we're doing a firehouse.
Next birthday.
Yeah, no. Next time we're doing firehouse. We've got one left. The next time we're doing the firehouse, I'll owe you in some way. I'll buy you breakfast there from Whataburger. All right. So happy birthday to Nate. Let's talk about the Cowboys. Ricky Scoops is getting flooding my notifications right now because, as we know, Ricky Scoops, who there are very many various theories about who Ricky Scoops is and what his connections are. But Ricky Scoops popped up on the timeline.
He's this random Twitter dude.
He is a random Twitter dude who has broken some football news previously, pretty consistently and pretty accurately. Well, he popped up. And he's had some breaking news this morning. First, he says, can confirm that the Patriots will be adding a new running back via trade by Tuesday.
Oh.
Thank you for your attention to this matter. Happy Halloween. #Patriots. Then he followed up.
Told you Travion Henderson in Vrabel's doghouse.
And said, boo. The Cowboys and 49ers are both expected to add defensive linemen before Tuesday's trade deadline. And now the internet is ablaze trying to figure out who is is this Max Crosby? Is this Trey Hendrickson? He did say defensive lineman. That makes me think maybe not edge rusher, that he's saying they're going to add a defensive tackle of some sort.
So trying to keep track of the Jerry Jones ping-ponging of truth.
No, we're taking the ping pong out is what we're doing.
Oh, that's Lamar.
Lamar, the narc.
So
Lanark.
Jay Glazer reported that the Cowboys called on Hendrickson and Crosby, and we're told no.
Rebuffed with great prejudice.
Swiftly rebuffed. Hendrickson then gets hurt for Cincinnati.
That's such a Cincinnati move.
Jerry tells Diana Rossini from The Athletic at the owners' meetings, no, if we're going to make a move, it'll be more so on the back end. But then he calls on defensive line. Then he comes on this show and addresses the third part of the defense and talks nothing about linebackers. So people are like, oh, what's the truth? The truth is, in my opinion, Jerry Jones isn't giving anyone any legitimate hint. He's just playing games with the media and not trying to give away what they want. I don't know whether it is D-line. I don't know whether it is secondary. But
the reality is they're probably interested in all three.
Right.
You know what it is? This will forever be the quote for me. He gave it to us on Tuesday. That's forever the quote about Jerry with anything. Not necessarily, not at all, but possibly so. That's his whole approach to everything. No, but maybe. That's what he does that with everything.
If I told you they could add a 7 out of 10 DN versus D tackle, what would you take?
Probably the defensive end.
I get a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, he's a 7 out of 10 player.
And he plays either tackle or end.
Yep.
And that 7 out of 10, I'm assuming that's 7 out of 10 his pass rush ability, right? Not just like, I get a run stopping.
No, of how good he is at his craft.
Yeah, then I'm probably taking the defensive end.
Yeah, I mean, that does have more importance. Although, I tell you, the way the game has shifted a little bit, pass rush from the interior is, I think, more important now than maybe ever before.
Mark Schlereth was on G-Bag. They asked him how many Max Crosbys are needed for this defense.
You need more than a Max Crosby. You got to get a Max Crosby. You've got to have that back end fixed because that back end has just been horrendous. So there's a lot of issues going on there, and you need them at all three levels, right? And then of course you got to have somebody off the edge that can rush the passer as well. Max would give you that, but there's a lot of other things that you need as a group in totality.
NFL insider Jordan Schultz was on G-Bag yesterday. Man, they had a great guest list.
Yeah. Where'd they come up with half those names?
That 220 segment was a banger.
Schultz was asked, is there a market? It's like Peyton came up. It's like Peyton-esque.
Yeah.
That guest list.
Peyton books more guests for other shows than ours.
Is there a market for George Pickens at the deadline?
Oh, massive. But I know they haven't had any extension talks, and obviously there's a lot of contention, or at least there was, between David Mulugeta and Jerry Jones in the organization.
Sure.
There would be a monster market for Pickens. I mean, he's a bona fide number one wide receiver. He's already eclipsed his touchdown rate. I think he's at 6. He should be a Pro Bowler.
Sure.
I mean, he's been awesome. To be honest, full transparency, I haven't even asked whether or not he'd be available because I haven't heard his name at all.
Sure.
And I think Dallas, to me, I don't see a scenario where they'd move him. And from everything I've been told, he's been really good in the locker room, and that was obviously, Pittsburgh didn't feel good for whatever reason about him.
Yeah.
I don't see a scenario where he's dealt, but I could see a scenario where Diggs is dealt. And again, I think there is a move or two to be made for them on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I think that they'll definitely be looking to do a little bit of both. I don't think with Pickens, but I think they are going to try to move off of some players potentially. A Tolbert could go. If they could find somebody willing to take Diggs, I do think they'd do it. And then I think they're also going to look to bring some guys in. Now, there are different levels to how you want to address the trade market, all right?
This is going to be Mingo-esque level of acquisition.
Some people don't want to give up first-round pick. RJ Choppy right here. I know Nui Scruggs feels the same way. Don't want to give up a first-round pick. Others may say, I don't want to get something that's as little as a day 3 pick, though, whatever that would get me in return. I'll give up a day 2 pick in order to get somebody that can really help me. And there are all these different positions that you can look at. So I've got a name for each position group. And I've got a trade that centers around a pick on day 1, day 2, and day 3, so we can get varying levels. So we can start it off. What's the number one position you want right now, Chop? On defense.
Corner,
okay. And you don't want to give up a first. You've already said that. So what do you want to give up?
If you told me I'd get Patrick Surtain, I would give up a first.
Which you're not getting Patrick Surtain for a first. No. If you want to give up a first, we can explore that. But what do you want to give up? You want to give up a day 1, day 2, or day 3 pick?
The most I would want to give up would be a day 2.
Okay, a day 2 pick. What you can get there is you can get Isaiah Rodgers. So the Vikings have Isaiah Rodgers right now. Their season hasn't gone quite according to plan yet. Solid player who's had a good run so far with the Colts. The Vikings was suspended, though, for the gambling stuff previously. Had kind of become a little bit of a private. Has come back and played really, really well at corner for them and can kind of play all over the formation, can do some nickel stuff, can play outside if necessary. But a guy who's 27 years old and is under contract for one more year at a relatively low number, $7 million cap hit for next year, you'd probably give up a third, I would imagine, right around there for Isaiah Rodgers. Sean, what position do you want to address here?
Corner.
Now, would you want to give up day 3 or you want to give up day 1 pick?
Day 1 is just the first round.
Yeah. So you want to give it the first rounder?
No.
Why not? It could be a good player.
Okay, give me a great player.
Nate Wiggins, Baltimore, who was a first-round pick last year and is playing at a good level. They would probably, I would imagine, if you said we'll give you a 1, though, they could go, all right, a 1, maybe we get another late day 3 pick. Just because you're talking about where Baltimore's at right now, they are in a period of evolution where Harbaugh might be out at the end of the year. They're still, obviously, like we talked about, betting favorite to win their division, but they're going to have an offseason of reckoning where they're going to have to figure some things out. So if you tell them, hey, we've got capital for you here where you can rebuild a little bit, we'll give you a 1. I would imagine for Wiggins, you'd have to do something like a 1 and then maybe a 5.
How good is he?
He's a really good player.
All right,
he's been one of the better corners in the NFL this year.
You know where I'm going with this.
What?
All right.
And I got him under team control for 4
Next
more
3
years.
3.5 years. Yeah.
Now, you know where I'm going with this. Baltimore's defense is just as bad as the Cowboys. Maybe worse.
Oh, here we go.
You said that, Patrick Surtain flips this defense.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yep.
Now, Nate Wiggins is not Patrick Surtain, but if he's a really good corner, why isn't he flipping the defense, that he's currently on?
Because the idea is, what is Dallas having problems with?
I would assume the same thing Baltimore is.
No. They're not. Baltimore's biggest issue is the run game right now. Baltimore's biggest issue is the way the teams are gashing them in the run game. Their issue has not been nearly as much bust.
They also, I would guess, are facing a lot more possessions because of Cooper Rush.
Probably, but they were bad before.
Yeah, they were bad before.
30
You're
in
right.
Detroit.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question.
Yeah, no, Wiggins is somebody who, and also
I just wanted to corner you, and then you got out of the corner pretty well. You're
but
like a
I mean,
rattlesnake.
the other thing you got to remember is, what does it do to the rest of your corner room?
Yeah, for sure.
For instance, Baltimore says if we add Bland to our corner room, our passing defense also gets much better. And reverse, all right, if we add Wiggins over here, that definitely levels things up over here. That's what flips it, is that you don't have a Bland and a Wiggins. You have just a Wiggins or you have just a Bland, and then you can kind of move it a little bit. Some of the other names that I think would be interesting to look at, I think Quinnen Williams at defensive tackle is going to be available. And I think if you want to, I don't know that I would be totally opposed to the idea of that back end of the first Packers pick for a Quinnen Williams type. Because Quinnen Williams, if it's just 1.
And I'm paying Pickens?
Yeah. You can do it.
Yeah, you can do it, but I notice how your voice changed.
Yeah. No. I'm just saying you can do it. No. You absolutely, not just you can do it. If you couldn't do it, then you're financially illiterate. Is what I'm telling.
So they
is what I'm saying.
No,
pay
Bobby,
George.
Bobby,
Yeah.
I know they can do it. What I'm saying is, what is left for your depth? What is left for the rest of your team?
That's why
how top heavy they have. Apparently, from the NFL cap report yesterday, the second most cap space available right now. New England has $49 million.
It's a lot of money.
Cowboys have 31. Commanders have 26. Lions have 24.
How do the Lions have all this money?
And then
they signed everybody.
I'm assuming that was after the Hutchinson deal. Then Cleveland at 21.
How did the Eagles continue to have all these draft picks every year, despite being in the playoffs every year? Yeah, it's good management, and that sort of thing that you look at. The depth at that point would be addressed by, you've already picked up the capital you did from the Micah trade, so you've got, at that point, you would have 3 first-round picks over the next 2 years. You would, I'm guessing, let guys like Kenny Clark walk or other things like that then you're not getting third-round comp picks, but you're getting other depth comp picks that then you're just trying to stockpile in the draft.
I'm getting high as a kite in here. You guys smelling this?
Yeah.
Man. What's going down? They're trying
to... Bobby Dry might be the heat kicking on. Yeah, it might be the heat kicking on.
I don't know, though.
Whatever it is, it's making...
I'm convinced it is like carbon monoxide poisoning.
Below the belt every day at this time on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Can Oklahoma recover from that? And RJ, with 7 bold predictions for the rest of your college football season, plus our Cowboys Cardinals ticket giveaway at some point in time in the 9 o'clock hour after this.
skills?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
All right, we're going to do it right now.
Finally.
We're gonna do it right now.
Yeah, we are.
We've been trying to do it. We've been talking about it.
Let's just do it.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it right now. So, Lane.
We can't fist pump, by the way, anymore. I'm so bitter. Tolo sent me a photo of Jersey Shore recording in Vegas, and I'm going to miss them by a couple of weeks.
Oh, no.
And I would have wanted to go out there while Jersey Shore was out there in Vegas. Very bitter about that.
That'd have been cool. Maybe Paulie D's still DJing out there. You can go see him.
Oh, yeah. Probably.
Maybe he is, right? Or is it Vinny?
Yeah, I won't see enough reality TV people out there.
What about
Right.
JWoww? That's the only other person
She's
I know
on
the
there.
show.
She's
I
on
don't know.
there.
Is that a girl? I didn't know.
Yeah.
It is a girl, and you knew that.
No, I did seriously did not know. I just knew there was. I knew there was a name.
She has the most wicked punch in reality television. She backhanded the situation, and it was like a UFC move.
Yeah. I
Look it up.
I'm going to go back and
I
watch
am.
that again. All right. So Lane Kiffin strikes again. This guy's a great quote. We saw him bury an Oklahoma player on the field, saying you couldn't stop us the entire time. I don't hear you talking. So he was in his media session, and he was asked about a Brent Venables comment where Venables said, you know, I thought we were the better team.
Now, I kept the is this my clip or Choppy's? Mine. Okay. I kept the stop-start in here.
Okay.
You see the punch? Yeah. She's a badass. That's a Jersey type girl. Isn't that vicious?
That was funny.
So, I kept the hesitation and the pause and stop-starts because this just shows how vengeful Lane Kiffin is to keep going back to the question and statement of Venables saying, they beat us, but we were the better team.
That's an interesting take. That's a hot take. You're a better team. I wouldn't have thought that people watching would say that. You know, I felt that we won at their place in weather that as a defensive head coach you would normally wish for, and won by 8 points. And I think we left a lot out there. I think we should have won by a couple scores. So I don't know how he evaluated that game, that they were the better team. I mean, we had way more yards, 21 first downs to 14, and we played 87 plays of offense, and they had 1 sack and didn't force any turnovers. That's a interesting take, but whatever he needs to say.
And also following up to road trips
Maybe
to Georgia.
Maybe they had the better team last year too. I'm gonna beat them. Sorry.
Yes, sir. On the road against Georgia.
Maybe you had the better team in Oklahoma and we beat them 55-19 in the national championship.
Sorry.
Maybe you had the better team at Clemson when we beat them 45-40 in the national championship at Alabama. Next question. My bad.
So good.
You got me on that.
He just kept interrupting.
What is wrong with you?
He's such a douche. He is a douche.
Bobby.
The difference between Lane Kiffin and Brian Kelly is a body count, and that's it.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
You're a douche.
Bobby.
Freaking hating douchebag.
Holy cow. All right, so that's I loved it. I thought it was great. The going back, the keep going and going and going. I mean, he had him too. He had the scores.
You don't love it?
He had everything.
You don't like his petty? You should love his petty.
I love his petty. I just know. I know there's nothing like fake or orchestrated about that. He's just an insufferable human.
Interesting take.
How about
I love the way he said it. Interesting take.
How about the bidding war that he has set up for him? Are you kidding me?
That brings us to bold prediction number 1. Oh! Lane Kiffin will become the highest paid coach in college football this year by the first of the year, either by Ole Miss or Florida or LSU,
Penn State.
Someone will make him the highest paid college football coach, upwards of $14 million. Now, I heard
he's making $9 million.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I heard that the state of Mississippi has some rule where no state employees can have more than like a 4 or 5 year contract.
That's a hot take.
So, you get coaches that get like these 10-year deals. He can't have that at Ole Miss.
How about the governor of Louisiana? And he sounds exactly like you would think. Gambit off of X-Men. How about the governor of Louisiana saying that the AD is not going to make the hire? Can that be done?
Well,
can that go to the state legislature to be like, no, we're taking the AD. He destroyed the AD.
Scott Woodward's the AD.
Same one who gave the Jimbo buyout. So he's getting killed by the governor. So
I think he also hired Chris Peterson at Washington too.
The governor?
No, the AD. The same AD he's hired. I think his last 3 hires have been Chris Peterson, Jimbo Fisher, and Brian Kelly.
So who's the highest paid right now? Kirby? Who's making 14?
It's Kirby. Kirby or Dabo would have been.
What do you think, Bob? Does it jump to 14 from 9 to 14 at LSU, Florida, or Ole Miss? It's not going to happen at Ole Miss.
Like Lane specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I mean, like he's done enough rebuilding of like the perception. Yeah. It was a slow trek. He had to go to the Saban rehab school. He had to go to FAU. He had to go. Now it's turned around to the point. But man,
But this is what I would tell him, right? And Brian Kelly actually hired a PR firm this past offseason to fix the family.
It didn't work.
And it did not work. If I'm Jimmy Sexton advising Lane Kiffin, you are in you're in a can't lose situation right here at Ole Miss. If you go to Florida and LSU, they're waiting for you to fail.
Yeah.
Right now you're a local folk hero.
You have to win.
No one's expecting you. You're God there.
Yep.
But you're capped and limited compared to those 2 other schools.
Yeah. Now look, they can look. LSU. Ole Miss can absolutely win a national championship. They're close. They're close enough. They're like step 2. They're not on step 1. They're on the top step. But they're kind of close. You get lucky, you get some bounces, you can win. At LSU, basically every coach that gets hired at LSU wins a national championship. And at Florida, I mean, you don't have to leave the state. It's incredible.
Yeah, he'll get 14 or right behind it.
I agree. Number 2, bold prediction. Indiana will be the overall number 1 seed in the playoff. They will beat Ohio State in the Big Ten title game, and they will be the only Power 4 undefeated team come playoff time.
Who does Ohio State have? By the way, we don't say anything about Ohio State.
Completely forgotten about
Zero,
that.
nothing.
Completely forgot. Now, people are saying they might be better than last year's team, too.
It's an expectation with Ohio State. I think
that's the Lane thing.
Yeah.
Like Indiana, Lane is at Indiana right now, basically. And then you go to Ohio State, and it's like, all right, you slip.
It's always been Ohio against the world.
You slip up one time against Michigan, and we want your head, Ryan Day.
No, I'm going to say no. I don't think. Bless you. I don't think that. I don't think Indiana would be the number 1 seed going into the playoffs. I'll be very stunned if
they're
that
undefeated.
Happens. No,
Ohio
if they're
State,
undefeated, they will.
Yeah.
But that's not going to happen.
Right, okay.
They're not going to be, I don't care if they're undefeated. They're not going to be the number 1 seed over Ohio State.
Well, they would have beaten Ohio State in the Big Ten title.
Yeah.
In the title game?
Yeah. If they go undefeated, it's because they beat Ohio State in the Big Ten title. And they're getting number 1 votes in the AP poll right now.
So
A&M.
Why would you not have them number 1 if they beat them?
If they did. I'm saying they're not going to beat Ohio State.
They're not going to beat
that's
them.
just not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know that they're going to beat Ohio State. I'll tell you this, man. That team, they take receipts. They take prisoners.
If it happens, if they beat Ohio State, Paul Feinbaum needs to get on his knees and beg for forgiveness for saying Kurt Signetti being paid was a stupid decision. Because if he does that, it's like, well, there's literally zero criticism you can ever give to Kurt Signetti.
Absolutely. All right, bold prediction number 3. There will be 7.
Well, I think he was saying it was a bad future investment down the road.
Because he's old.
Not because they're not good.
Well, he also just said there's zero chance he's as good of a coach, and then he listed off everybody.
Yeah.
Because he said you should not pay him like Kirby Smart. You should not pay him like it wasn't even about the future. It was about paying him on that level.
Number 3, there will be 7 SEC teams that are 10-2 or better,
7,
which means at least 2 will be left out of the playoffs.
Dear God, I hope so.
And that would create, like, if
Texas left out.
If there is a
they will be after this Saturday.
Yeah, if there's a 10-win, if there's a 10-win Big Ten or SEC team that gets left out, that will be the all right, we're done here from those two conferences. That will be the we're done here moment, and they're going to move on. They're going to take the ball and go home. Number 4, Brian Kelly will get frozen out of this hiring cycle.
True.
Yeah, true.
He's going to have to go back to some rehab place like Nick Saban. Now, I don't know if that means do the Hugh Freeze, let's go to Liberty route. Was it Hugh Freeze?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or Dan Mullen.
What does Saban have to rehab from?
No, Saban always would put guys who got blown out of jobs, they would become his assistant coaches. So he did that with Sark. He did it with Lane.
Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien. Like, that's it. It's the Saban rehab program.
Okay.
Number 5.
He's going to get frozen out.
Number 5. Urban Meyer will not get frozen out. He will go back to Florida or take the UCLA job.
Are they talking about that? Do we know if Urban wants to coach?
There's been a couple of people that have thrown his name out there for the Florida job, like whether or not that's going to happen or not.
He will be 62 at the start of next season.
I mean, that's 10 years younger than Saban was.
Look, man, he is he's top 3 college football coach of my lifetime.
Yeah, 100%.
Is the health stuff legit? You got the sketchy stuff that plays in college football, though, in terms of how you talk to the players and the staff. Is the health stuff legit? I would really think I'd have a long discussion about hiring him.
There has to be a long discussion. If you're a program like Florida who can't find their way right now.
Would you hire Urban Meyer over Lane Kiffin? If you're Florida?
The Meyer hire would be, I think Florida people would love it.
Yeah.
Yep. Because he did great there. He did.
Yeah, he became a top 3, maybe the second best college football coach we've seen.
And then he went to Ohio State, did great things there, but I think he was better at Florida.
God, he hasn't coached. I didn't realize it had been that long. He hasn't coached at the college level in 7 years. It's been that long.
Someone needs to ask him. I'm interested to know if he's interested in coaching.
Right. And look, he might not be. He might be like, all right, I've done that. Because
I don't think he would get frozen out. I'll answer the question that way. I don't think a school would say, no, you're too toxic.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know.
I think enough time has passed.
How he would handle the NIL thing, like the current.
Oh, he'd
handle
it. He's sketchy.
He is sketchy, but his managerial style, right? In that
hardcore.
He works better under the table for sure.
Yes, for sure. Number 6, an 11-1 Big 12 team will lose the Big 12 title game and be left out of the playoffs. So Tech, BYU.
Say it again.
An 11-1 Big 12 team will lose the conference championship game and be left out of the playoffs.
True.
It is, I think, and I think it's a one bid league, and that's going to be unfortunate because there's like 4 teams that are really, really good. And then number 7, the playoff committee will force Notre Dame to a conference by either freezing them out or putting them in, and that would force the other conferences to force them to join.
Yeah, no.
You think it's ever going to happen?
Nope.
I think sooner or later it's got to happen.
You feel like it's got to, but like Notre Dame has
done a great job of avoiding it.
They are just completely resistant, and they've won every single attempt to try and push them that direction.
If they start getting frozen out, that would force their hand.
It matters too that they're a religious institution. The fact that they are a Catholic school, I think, also pushes it.
We have another NBA name. And
no way.
Let's start, and it's a head coach. Let's start previewing the Cardinals with Tommy Yarsh and our Cowboys Cardinals ticket giveaway. 9 o'clock hour. You got to be here for it as we continue right here on 105.3 The Fan. And you always got to be at Hurtado Barbecue at all. Now that the weather is cooled off right there.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Before we get to Tommy and a Cardinals preview, we also have that Cowboys Cardinals ticket giveaway coming up at some point in time this hour. For turning it on, leaving it on, we are sending you to the game Monday night. Pablo Torre with the latest. He's the current 1 seed over Don Van Natta, of the name you don't want to see attached to your name. Ty Lue was reportedly in attendance at one of Chauncey Billups' poker games. According to multiple sources with direct knowledge of that April 2019 game in Vegas, the same one where Billups was allegedly profiting off of an extremely suspicious hand and a rigged shuffling machine, another face card in attendance was current Clippers head coach Ty Lue. At the time, he was an assistant coach for the Clippers. Sources say Lue did not play at that same table as Billups, the man he recently called his best friend, and the same man whom Lue would go on to hire as a Clippers assistant in 2020 once he landed the head coaching job. But here's the open secret around the NBA. Ty Lue lives in Vegas during the offseason. He also loves poker. He's often seen in what many insiders consider the nexus of the NBA poker world, the Aria High Limit Bar, often alongside another retired NBA player, Damon Jones.
It all connects.
Yeah, I mean, this is hearsay, not hearsay. It's
that's not
coincidence. Coincidence.
It doesn't seem like
I could say I'm an attorney here. I consider that to prove it. What does that have to do with him? Does it mean he's doing something illegal? He's just playing poker.
By the way, we have breaking baseball news too. The Nationals just hired the youngest manager in Major League Baseball in the last 50 years.
How old?
33 years old.
Who is it?
Blake Butera. He was in the Rays organization.
33?
33 years old. He's the youngest manager hired in baseball in 50 years.
The Twins hired Derek Shelton yesterday. Couldn't buy a win with the Pirates. Couldn't buy a win. Nobody was beaten down.
You blame him for that?
Derek Shelton's door. No, I don't.
You punishing him for that?
This guy graduated high school the year the Rangers made the World Series against the Giants.
There's a guy out there. This guy out there has got multiple 90-win seasons.
Oh, here we go.
Banny can't get a job. But Derek Shelton, he wouldn't know 90 wins. He doesn't even get on I-90, okay, because he doesn't know what 90 looks like.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Real quick, one thing. Who does Ty Lue coach for?
The Clippers.
And who does James Harden play for?
The Clippers.
And who had 20 points at half the other night with an over-under of 20.5 and didn't score a single point in the second half?
I saw that.
And what organization circumvented the salary cap? It's all.
And who does Steve Ballmer work for or own?
And
the Illuminati.
And who invented the COVID vaccine?
And
Microsoft.
Shut up. Who's on hold?
Who invented COVID?
Tommy. Good morning, Tommy. I tried to get you on.
No, I'm honestly really enjoying this. I mean, if you guys want to keep on going, I'll just keep listening.
What NFL player do you think is going to be busted in their game later, Tommy?
Name some players on other teams.
Yeah, no comment.
I'll actually ask you a tougher question to start, and you can also say no comment. Did you see and what do you think of the Jerry Jones Wall Street Journal quote saying, "I'm on the phone with you because it's $100 billion oil and gas industry, and I'm on the phone with you because of that, rather than fixing the Cowboys defense"?
I think that's just Jerry being Jerry. I don't read too much into that in terms of like, okay, he's actually focused more on oil than he is on fixing the Cowboys defense. He's a guy that's got a lot going on, and outside of football too. But I've always got the impression that this is what he's devoted the most to, and he's got a lot of people working for him too that are working around the clock to see what they can do to help the defense. So that to me just sounds like a classic Jerryism and a classic Jerry just pulling a joke because he kind of gets the temperature of the fan base. Is it something that people want to hear? Probably not, and some people may not find it funny, but I don't read too much into that.
Let's get to a preview of the Cardinals. What are you seeing from them? How much is Kyler and Arizona haunting you in your mind of what they've done to the Cowboys as of late?
Well, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see that whenever Kyler Murray plays on AT&T Stadium turf, he turns into a demigod.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal. Just looking back at his career back at Allen, and then in college, he never lost at Texas A&M or at Oklahoma in the two games that he played at AT&T Stadium, and then he's 2-0 in the NFL. So, I don't know if you guys believe in the magic aspect of it, of a player coming to a certain place and just being a completely different player. But he's unique in what he can do in terms of with his legs. We've talked so much about these dual threat quarterbacks, but Kyler Murray is the smaller guy, and because that he's the twitchier, quicker guy. Because of his size, it makes him so much harder to tackle, and he's so elusive, and it's really fun to watch him play when he gets in open space. But the surrounding cast hasn't been all that great. Their run game after James Conner went down with the unfortunate injury, it has been kind of up and down, and then Marvin Harrison Jr., who was meant to be their leading receiver, has also kind of been up and down. So we'll see if he can put it together. But the biggest threat they've got on offense is Trey McBride, the tight end, who's one of the best in football. So the Cowboys are gonna have to make sure that they're dialed in on that. And then defensively, they made a lot of acquisitions in the offseason, spent a lot of money, and they've got some good players over there. So this is going to be a unit where another week where Dallas's offensive line is going to have to play really well to stop some of those guys on the edge. Josh Sweat is one that comes to mind. And then Brian Schottenheimer's talked a lot about Budda Baker on the back end at safety. So there's a lot of talented players on this team, and it's a team that, when they're playing really well, can be hard to beat, but they just haven't been able to find that consistency yet this year.
Tommy Arch from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Tommy, Brian Schottenheimer has seemingly ratcheted up the rhetoric this week. Sound a little more fed up with some things, talking about different changes that he expects to personnel and scheme.
Shove the stats up your rear.
Well, yeah, that's what we got this week. What have you thought in general just about the tone that Brian Schottenheimer is striking and some of the things he's had to say about where the team stands?
Yeah, I think there's an underlying frustration, right? And if there isn't, then there's a problem, right? Because if you're sitting at 3-4-1 and your defense is 32nd, 31st, 30th, and just about every metric around the league.
There are oil deals to make, man.
No comment. No, but when you're playing that poorly on defense, obviously there's going to be some frustration, and you've been in these close games, and you just haven't been able to find a way to win. And I think that's a sign. Good teams can do that, and I think there is some truth to the fact that some teams have to learn how to win close games. I asked Brian Schottenheimer yesterday, there's obviously no concrete answer when it comes to these one possession games, but what's the science behind it? How in your mind, how do you win those? And it's all about confidence, is what he said. And you have to be confident in knowing that you can go in there and win that. So this is a team that I think needs confidence, and that's where some of the frustration is starting to boil, is this defense is not playing very confident. They're not trusting their eyes. We talked with Brian Schottenheimer about eye discipline and how that's been poor for this defense, and they're just not confident in what they're seeing. And when you're not playing confident, then it's hard to win those one-score games that come down to the stretch in the fourth quarter when you need to stop. So that's where they need to correct things, and I think that's where you're seeing the growing sense of urgency. Not that there wasn't some before, but even more so now with Brian Schottenheimer being in the linebackers meetings and more defensive meetings and things like that.
Tommy Yarst, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. How much should I read into the RB2 comments yesterday? He was talking about Jaden Blue, and then a name we haven't said once this year, Malik Davis, came up, Tommy?
I didn't. I caught that, but I was like, yeah, I don't know if that's something right now that you need to necessarily be like, all right, we'll see who's active and inactive on Monday. I think right now it's still Jaden Blue's job to lose, and because of the speed element that he brings to his game. But, I mean, I'll say this too, Jaden Blue's got to make the most of some of these carries here. I thought he was playing well on Sunday against Denver until the fumble, and we've talked so much about how fumbles were a big issue for him coming out of Texas, and he put a lot of work into that this offseason. And Derek Foster, the running backs coach, was telling me after he got drafted that they weren't really concerned about that because it was something they could fix. And didn't fumble in the preseason, didn't really fumble at training camp that I can remember. So things were looking up. But then he took a good lick, but it's still something that you just can't give up the football. And they were lucky. I still don't know how they got back on top of that ball, by the way. But it's something that he's put a lot of work into. But at the same time, if you're continuing to do that and not making the most of your reps in the NFL, then your job's going to be up for grabs. And Brian Schottenheimer's always preached competition in everything that they do. And so Jaden Blue's going to have to go into this and kind of earn that every day. But right now, I wouldn't say that it's something to, read too much into.
Sean mentioned Malik Davis. Why did he fall out of favor 2 years ago?
Who's that, Malik Davis?
Yeah. Why did he fall out of favor?
It's a great question. Probably not for me. I mean, I wasn't here 2 years ago.
You can ask Skip Pete why.
Oh.
Skip Pete will tell you why. I'm surprised Malik Davis is here, to be honest. Tommy Yarsh joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Tommy,
how much favor was he actually in?
I mean,
he was always a backup running back.
Yeah, but he was over 4 yards of carry, then he was gone.
He was always one of the top names on the. Well, you can't cut that guy into training camp list of like every team in the league will claim him. Tommy, when we look at where the Cowboys are at right now, there's been so much criticism about the linebackers. Jerry's talked about, Brian Schottenheimer spending more time in the coordinator room. How do you think that's going to play out in terms of time management and some of the things that they're now having Brian Schottenheimer do, where he is spending more time in that defensive room? And if you're already spending that much time in the defensive room, doesn't that inherently mean you think there's something broken about that side of the ball in terms of the coaching?
Maybe not broken completely, but I think it's something where, when Brian Schottenheimer was a consultant for the Cowboys before he took the coordinator job, this was a lot of what he was doing, being in those defensive meetings and giving his pointers of, okay, if I'm a coordinator, if I'm a play caller, this is how I'm going to attack you based on what we're seeing. And I think that, to a degree, can be pretty beneficial for a group that is struggling and just isn't confident in what they're seeing. And I understand the concern about time management and okay, is your play caller spending enough time in offensive meetings, or is he spending enough time with the quarterbacks? And I don't think this is something, he's saying he's going to spend more time with the defense. I don't think this is something where it's like, okay, all day Tuesday, Brian Schottenheimer's doing nothing but meeting with the defense. No, I don't think it's that devout. I think that, it's something where he gives them some tips, kind of lets Matt Eberflus run with it from there, and then, hopes that's part of the solution. But to, at the end of the day, it's not all on him to fix those problems. It's on the defensive coaching staff, and it's on, the players that are in that room, and the linebackers, defensive line, defensive backs, whatever it may be, to correct some of their mistakes and play within whatever scheme that they have, or correct the scheme to play within whatever your players are playing well.
Thank you, Tommy. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. How are K&C going to ask Jerry Jones about the oil, and how long is Anthony Davis going to be out? That's next.
Yeah. Football season, though, is in full swing.
Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Hazel Babes. Nutmeg Maidens? No. Nutmeg Maidens? I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Is it Saffron Squad?
vehicle, get a classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024. All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053, courtesy of the On-Time Experts, wins a pair of tickets to watch the Cowboys take on the Cardinals on Monday night at AT&T Stadium in Arlington. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Congratulations to whoever wins that Monday night Cowboys Cards giveaway right here on The Fan. Good morning, fellas. What's up?
You know, I heard your tease, and I'm going to defer to Corey Majors because you will be mad at me. My answer to your question is nothing. I have no... What?
Oh.
Why are you calling me?
I will ask...
You told me to call.
No, call for the giveaway. I have no questions or care.
I will ask Jerry Jones. Jerry, should you be fixing the defense instead of talking to us right now?
What happened?
In hopes that he thinks it's funny.
What?
I just thought your reaction. What was your reaction to? I thought somebody got traded or something.
If you stop doing dumb pranks and pay
I was following instruction from veterans at the station.
Well, the number one instruction is pay attention to the show. If you
he's in the show.
If you stopped doing your little stupid pranks, you would have known. No, it was not a trade. We're talking about him not asking Jerry a question about oil maybe being more important than fixing the defense.
So
why don't you care? You ask about every other off the field topic.
That's true. I don't care because, and this has been a long-standing opinion I don't really think he's doing anything with the team. I think
because you know what we're going to get if you take that approach. Oh, he's scared to ask him. He hold his feet to the fire. Because fans are flipping out over this quote.
Let me make this official
Even if you
statement.
ask them, they're going to be mad at you for not
You didn't call him a piece of ass.
not for
All right,
yes.
well, here's my opinion, and I stated this, I don't know, like 3 years ago. I don't actually think he really does anything on this team, except they go to him to get approval for decisions that have already been made. So, like, I don't think there's anything he can do to fix this defense. Not because they're so bad, because he doesn't do anything. That is my long-held opinion.
The exact quote, just so everyone knows. He's doing an interview, I guess, with the Wall Street Journal, and he's quoted as saying, there's $100 billion present value with gas out there. That's why I'm talking to you on the telephone in this interview rather than trying to fix our defense with the Dallas Cowboys.
And also, which he said to get a joke out, and people take it seriously.
Yeah. That's what Tommy said when he goes, I think that's just kind of Jerry. That's what I think, too.
It's tone deaf. I mean, it's absolutely tone deaf, but
he would never.
That's where he feels.
Yeah, the reality is, Jerry, and I know this, he doesn't feel that this operation is run any differently than any other team. That this team has, like every other team in the NFL, they have to go to the owner. The GM has to go to the owner to get approval. And this team's GM is the same as it has been for 30. It's Will McClay now. And prior to that, it was the former, was it Siskowski? Whoever the old pro player personnel guy was. It's the same operation. That's how they see it. Now, we don't see it like that.
But because every other GM, if they said that on a Wall Street Journal interview, if any other GM, their owner would come to them, probably fire them, see you're on your way out. You can't do that.
Yeah. How much of Howie
Jerry
Rose?
Jones is the GM, and we have to deal with that. That's not changing anytime soon. So the bitching about it isn't going to fix anything either.
Wow.
The fact, any other GM. He's not any other GM.
Wow. Take those stats and shove them.
You can either deal with it, or it's going to frustrate the hell out of you for the rest of your life while he's still the GM owner.
And then when it's Steven, and then when it's whoever else in the family.
But don't you think it's a big enough story to ask about it?
I'm sorry, I don't.
That's why I'm going to ask him.
But Corey's got his question ready to go.
That would be hilarious.
Don't you think? And then he's like, I'll never do this again, boys. I love doing this show.
He could laugh. He's been in the best mood this year that I can remember. And he's been in good moods. But this year,
of course, he's got $100 billion of gas underneath that well.
Because think about the the question we asked, one of the first questions we asked after Are You Embarrassed the next week.
Are you embarrassed?
Was something along the lines of, hey, I'm not going to ask you if you're embarrassed this week. And he laughed for 2.5 minutes straight and then said, we got some good run out of that one, didn't we? So, like, I feel like he would go, ha, ha, ha. People are talking about it, huh? Which frustrates the hell out of the fans.
Yeah, you were. That's also. He's been in such a good mood this year, and I think even before the season started, you were worried it was going to turn pretty quick this year. Like you thought there was going to be some tense early moments, and he's not had them at all.
No, even though his team's not good. That's weird.
I know.
His team's not good. His team's not awful though. They're very middle.
Exactly.
Yes. The offense is good
to talk
That's
about.
what he loves.
The offense is good. The defense
is
bad.
great.
I do think it's ridiculous to think he doesn't want them to be great though. He wants them to be great.
He wants
Make
them
Cowboys
to be great without putting out extra effort.
What
he
is
wants them to
extra
great.
effort?
He wants them to be great on his terms.
His terms.
Sure.
That's not ultimately. I don't give you the
I don't
total.
know. I don't know that I would say there's anybody in the NFL who clearly everybody is so stubborn in their ways in the NFL. I think everybody wants it on their terms. All of them. I don't think there's a person in the NFL, generally coach or general manager. They are also
You don't think that
generally.
Jerry? You don't think that Jerry's?
Matt Eberflus has shown he's just as stubborn as anybody else is.
I hear what you're saying.
All these coordinators have shown that they're just as stubborn as. That's why coaches get fired.
So
is because
Jerry
they
Jones's
refuse.
general manager involvement to you is no issue whatsoever.
What do you mean in terms of like him serving in that role? Would I rather they have a
him
general?
serving
Yeah,
his role.
I'd rather them have a different general manager. and
Okay,
he's just
so
an
then
owner.
I don't give him ultimately full credit. I don't give him a pass because other people in the league have egos.
No, but I'm just saying doing it their way is literally everybody. That's why everyone gets fired, is because they refuse to give it up usually.
Are you concerned that the Cowboys' way, though, is not putting out extra effort?
Again, I don't know what extra effort means and looks like. Like I don't think they're not like
Don't
evaluating
take-
the trade
don't
market
take off
and
the beginning of free agency because you got like stuff to do.
But see, that's where
the guy who's not taking off free agency, though, is like Adam Pacific is not, Todd Williams is not, and those are the guys who are going to negotiate that stuff.
So
anyway.
what do you think harms them by the way it's set up? How does it hurt them?
It's probably too many cooks in the kitchen. Like honestly, it's just that like it's become a round table consensus that they try to build, and then you've got a guy at the top who's vetoing or approving. That's the way it's set up, and it's probably just too many people involved.
To me, it's their biggest issue, in my opinion, is that they are always trying. They never will take a step back. They will never just take their licks.
Or it hurts them because there's no consequences.
Like I want them to take their licks. I don't want them to make a move this year. I would rather them trade away a big piece for a number one for a first round pick than I would be to trade a first round pick for a player. Take your licks, reset everything, and let's go.
But as long as you'll hang out with him, you're good.
Jerry Jones tomorrow. Corey Majors bringing the heavy-hitting questions at 10:30 right here on The Fan. Apparently, even TNT could not avoid succumbing to the Dallas Cowboys star now that they're on ESPN.
This is our second week on ESPN.
Yes.
And we still haven't talked about the Cowboys. Isn't that amazing? Cowboys.
They have a contractually obligated to talk about the Cowboys every day, even though their defense can't stop a bloody nose.
Stay off my team.
What?
Stay off the Cowboys. How did we get to the Cowboys? That's my team.
No, that's a listen. Stop people from scoring.
Stay off my team.
Don't trade your best defensive player. They roundabouts can't stop anybody.
Those Cowboys. Come on.
Ooh.
But
rough.
the Lakers are their Cowboys.
Yes.
The good thing about that show
Do
is...
they realize that?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
The good thing about that show is they just, like Charles, no one on ESPN will complain when the Cowboys are brought up. Charles complains, like, why the hell do we have to talk about the Lakers? Even though he knows it's good for business.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He'll call it out. How long will Anthony Davis be out for? And how many did anyone else get a Mike Bassett text last night?
Ooh, I didn't.
At around 10:15, 10:30 about this.
You know what? He says he doesn't watch. He seems to be like remarkably in the loop.
I don't
about
know that he
what's
watched
happening.
because if he watched, it's happened in the
first quarter.
He would have
At
texted.
10:18, he said, "I just flipped over to the Mavs. So is Anthony Davis. So Anthony Davis's career just ended? Question mark. And then I sent him all the video and stuff at 5:00 this morning. I have not heard back.
Well, at least Mike's not still extreme.
Sure.
And wondering
direction.
Shocker.
I mean,
Both
it might not
Luka
be too
and Anthony
extreme.
Davis.
I tell you, Christmas Day. He'll be up till Christmas.
It's not good.
We'll get another number one pick.
Yeah.
I don't know. They made their
fine with
comeback
it.
the other night against the
Gave us
Thunder
the
with
ball.
AD on the bench, and they won last night with him not playing.
Yeah, but then he won't have any trade value for me when I need
Cooper
to get
Flagg's
something
team,
back.
baby.
I mean, what would he trade Anthony Davis for anyway? He'd get like half the value, regardless of how well he was
I
playing.
could get Luka
Dude,
for him.
could you imagine
I
they
sent him
traded
first
him?
round
They traded
pick.
Luka. They just trade Anthony Davis 6 months later.
That would be
Could
amazing.
you imagine?
Well, because they fell in love with the Anthony Davis from like 4 years ago, who was still a defensive stud. And when they talked about him all the time, that was the thing that bothered me the most about all of the semantics of all of this. They described him as if he was still the defensive player of the year caliber when he most certainly was not.
Anthony Davis from 4 years ago played less than the Anthony Davis from last year. That's where he got the nickname Street Clothes like 4 years ago.
Data Davis.
Look, it's quality, not quantity. I don't want 82 games from you. I want like 12 really good games. I'd rather take that than 82 decent games.
Luka's hurt too.
I mean, Luka's always hurt.
Luka's missing time. He's missing time too. I'm not feeling good.
It'll be Christmas by the time Anthony Davis scores the 86 points that Luka did in 2 games. Anyway, so.
Before he got hurt, yes. But what's more concerning, too, is now you have none of your bigs.
Yeah.
Well, you'll
That's
probably
the
get
biggest
one of them
concern
back,
right there,
but
yeah.
they've built around the 3 bigs, and unfortunately, all 3 of them have varying degrees of injury history now.
It's
Yeah.
like Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs. They just don't like each other. That's my theory. That's a ridiculous theory.
Okay. I saw a theory from Marcellus White that LeBron is purposely sitting out with this back sciatica because they chose Luka over him. I need that to continue to have any chance of my Bobby bet.
Marcellus better be careful because they'll come talking to you for talking about LeBron.
Dude, apparently LeBron's like the mafia. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And did you see Ty Lue thrown into
Godfather.
Yes.
the who?
Hey,
Godfather.
They got
Oh, the
Austin
book.
Reeves, though, so.
I know. Austin Reeves is screwing me
Fine.
with my bet.
Mark that.
And did you see Ty Lue has been thrown into the Billups story?
Man.
Yeah, this is awesome.
They have to fire multiple sitting NBA coaches.
Ty Lue sits a lot.
Because of their weird gambling ring.
AI stepping over.
Was Ty Lue one of the people that LeBron chose along the way? I know he's with
Yes.
the
Oh,
Clippers
yeah.
now.
Yeah, he
he
was.
was.
After Blatt, right? He was right after Blatt.
What a good job he's
Oh,
done
my
at picking
God.
coaches and personnel.
Have we really stooped to this level on the fan account?
What happened?
What?
We put out our video clip of Ricky Scoop's report.
Hey,
They know it's viral.
He scoops.
They know it's viral. It's the KNC masterpiece. No.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter, like would you wear tants? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line if you want to get involved in that specific conversation, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. We have other questions.
Is this from regular show?
Yes.
Okay.
That was pretty good.
That was accurate.
That was pretty good.
Good
All
job.
right. Well, it appears as the intro to regular show.
Oh, I've always skipped that.
It appears as though Corey does not want to engage in our regular show conversation. So I guess perhaps we should move on to a different topic.
You know what's crazy is when we were a night show, people would always text in and say that we remind them of regular show. And
Yes.
I never understood that.
You should watch it. It was a good show. Man, you know what? Real quick, and we're going to talk about the Cowboys, I promise, probably. Can you text in or Twitch or YouTube us What was a show that you watch with your kids that you're like, you know what? I can tolerate this. I might even like it. Because Regular Show was on that list, but he also watched Brandon, that is, Yo Gabba Gabba. And I was like, this is the worst garbage I've ever seen in my life. Maybe it's because I was sober. Don't know.
Invincible.
But
oh, you weren't on acid? Yeah.
Yeah, I liked Regular Show and Adventure Time. I was a huge BMO fan. So those are the two shows that I'm going to go. If you guys have your own you would like to throw out there.
Hunter x Hunter is an anime
I don't know that
Carter and
show.
Avery were watching. I was like, I can get in on this. But I think a lot of adults watch anime, so maybe I'm wrong about that.
I mean, if your kids were watching it, that counts.
Yeah, they're kids.
Kevin, I don't have kids.
Wow.
My bad.
Way to really rub it in on Alec. huh?
Hey, someday.
But not today.
Yeah, well, if you think you don't have any money now, just wait until you have kids.
I'm talking to the bosses later.
There's a great bit on The Simpsons where Maggie dumps like spaghetti sauce into Marge's purse, and the single lady walks by, and she's like, "Oh no, all I have in my purse is disposable income." And I thought that was a great shot against parenthood. All right, let us scout the Cardinals. Go ahead and give me cut number 6, if you would, please, good sir.
Instead, they drop back. They rush 4. Murray back in the end zone. Touchdown, Michael Wilson.
Oh, yeah, Phineas and Ferb. That's another really good one. All right. Scouting the Cardinals, as you might guess, they have a decent amount of issues themselves, seeing as how they are 2-5. But this is something that we talked about a little bit yesterday. I think it bears repeating today. The Cardinals have 5 straight losses by 1, 3, 1, 4, and 4. That is a combined 13 points. That is tied for the lowest in NFL history for a team with 5 losses, along with the 2017 San Francisco 49ers. Here's the thing. You look at that team, though, they didn't end the season well. They ended up being 6-10. So you can say it's close losses, and maybe that's going to turn the corner, but you have still lost them, and you are still sitting with a worse record than the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, and Kevin, they were like, you know what? Things are going so well here in Arizona. We need to try out players.
Oh, are they?
They tried out 9 players, including 4 wide receivers, one being Jalen Brooks. 3 quarterbacks, and Jeff Driscoll, Kyle Trask, your guy.
Yeah.
Logan Woodside, and then Jalen Brooks, Brennan Rice, Rock Taylor, and Jalen Virgil, and then a couple tight ends because they were like, we need to be better, is basically what they're saying.
Okay.
It was all offense, Kevin.
All right.
Did you notice that?
And
their quarterback. I don't know if you know this or not.
Yeah.
This is a stat I found recently. Did you know Kyler Murray is undefeated at AT&T Stadium?
Yes, I did. I saw every single one of those high school games in person.
What about the college games, though?
I saw one of those in person.
What about the professional games?
No.
Did you know that, though? I don't think anybody knew that.
I feel like I've heard that
Nobody's
a lot.
ever mentioned it. So this is a good deal, though.
Did you guys ever see the show Chowder, right? Was that with that little kid?
Chowder!
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls is awesome.
Okay.
I saw somebody text that in. That's great.
Yeah. There's a lot of Blues Clues, Gravity Falls, Ren and Stimpy. A couple for them. Clarence. You know what about Blues Clues, though? Did you ever think that guy was going to snap? Because he's like, just tell me where the damn thing is. Like, I don't want to have to do...
He eventually did. Like, his life now is a little bit different. And his life before was a little different, too.
Oh, man. But
he does, like, a TikTok where he does inspirational and motivational stuff, and he's pretty good at it.
That's nice.
He just stares at you and goes, it's going to be great today. You got this.
Okay, well, I like that a lot better than I needed one frickin' thing, and now I have to go on a 20-minute odyssey just to pick it up. But I also like that they showed the transition of power on Blues Clues because you had Steve and whatever the other guy's name was, it was like his cousin. They showed up at the same time, and you're like, okay, I know that guy, so for when they switched it out. All right, back to the Arizona Cardinals. We're going to kind of zigzag around this entire thing. All right, you were talking about Kyler Murray. Missed the last 2 games due to a mid-foot sprain, but off the bye, it looks like he is going to be back. So as much as his replacement has actually statistically played better than him, you would, of course, assume that Kyler Murray will be back for the Cardinals. I think that this game is going to be super fun in terms of a battle of the tight ends. But to be fair, I kind of thought you might see that at least more so in the last game as well, and that didn't necessarily play out. But you have Jake Ferguson and Trey McBride. Jake Ferguson, 51 catches in 8 games. Trey McBride, 47 catches in 7 games. They rank 1 and 2 in the NFL for tight end receptions. But let's focus specifically, since we're scouting the Cardinals, on Trey McBride in his last 2 games. And this is very concerning for the Cowboys defense. He has caught 18 passes in the last 2 games for 146 yards, and most concerning of all, 3 touchdowns. He also has an active streak of 9 straight games with 5+ catches. So one of the things it feels like going into this game you can count on the Cardinals getting the ball to Trey McBride, but then perhaps more concerning, maybe getting the ball to him consistently in the end zone.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what was going on because the last 2 games, Jacoby Brissett's been involved in those, and his target's up so much.
Right.
Why are the targets not there whenever Kyler's there? Is it because Kyler feels like he can go deeper a little more, or he has a better grasp of the offense? Trey McBride, I mean, he still was averaging, 8 before that?
He's still getting the ball.
He's a fantastic tight end, fantastic receiver, and I think he's kind of found a little bit more of a groove. But yeah, you're right. Around the end zone, that's the thing that's pretty tough for this.
And meanwhile, for the Cowboys, you have Jake Ferguson coming off a game in which he got targeted all of 1 time and had no receptions. And so obviously you wonder, are they going to get back to that? Because we always talk about it. That's Dak's safety net, his blanket, if you will. But he's also shown the ability to stretch the field to a certain extent this season, and I really would love to see that in this game.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I fear the most regarding Kyler, Kevin, is his ability to run.
Yeah.
Shamar James is fast, and that's nice. But man, if you get Jack Sanborn out on that field, if you have a Kenneth Murray, I just don't know if they can keep that going.
Right.
When he decides everything's broken down and it's time for me to go. And with the pass rush that this team has had or lacked, if you will, I don't know if they can keep that containment. We saw it with Jalen Hurts. We've seen it with other quarterbacks too, and that containment's been a real problem for them.
All right. Don't listen to this next stat then, because it's not going to help with your concern level there. All right, for everybody else except for Corey, in his 2 professional wins at AT&T Stadium, Kyler Murray, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions passing, but probably more concerning. Remember, in 2 games, he has run for 118 yards and a touchdown on 19 carries. So he's averaging more than 6 yards a carry and has got to the end zone. And so if Kyler puts 60 yards rushing on you and scores a touchdown, I mean, the good news is the Cowboys offense scores 40 plus at home.
Okay. At home, and have they done it against really good defenses? I guess Green Bay at the time was supposed to be a really good defense. Kevin, I think Green Bay game was one of those that everybody studied a little extra in order to not be embarrassed by Micah. And that's one of those that I think that they gave their extra effort. They put their best foot forward.
And the good news is the Cardinals' defense is not great. It's fine.
It is the thing that's kept them in games, though, right? Like I don't think their offense keeps them in games. I think their defense has kept them close in a lot of these games. Whether it's because their offense, when they average 20 points a game,
21.9 points per game. Their defense gives up 22 points per game
because their offense can't score. They give them the ball back too many times. The more you give the opponent the ball back, the more often you have chances to get scored on.
I agree. I just think both their offense and defense are mediocre.
But that being said, their offense, our defense is the weakest defense in the league.
Fact.
So that's what hurt us last week against Denver. It was supposed to be, oh my gosh, number 1 offense against the Denver defense. That's great, except your defense can't keep up with their offense at all.
Right.
I think I think that it's going to be too much for Arizona to keep pace offensively with the Cowboys. But if the Arizona defense gets 3 stops, forces the Cowboys to punt, 3 times, and the Cowboys shoot themselves in the foot on the goal line again whenever they're ready to knock on the door and walk in, and now they have to kick field goals. That's what plagues me about the Cowboys, Kevin, is the Cowboys' inability to be consistent and sustain things.
Is 3 punts your magic number then for not just this game, but maybe any
the whole season? That's like you can't.
Okay.
Because until your defense proves that it can stop people,
right.
Stop the worst teams.
Right.
Prove that you can do that.
Right.
Then I'll believe you.
Yeah.
But until then, your offense, sorry guys. Now that being said, all the money's spent on that side of the ball.
Yeah.
That's where everything's invested in. So the weight being carried over there on purpose, it was put there. And that's why, Jerry, when you ask him questions about, is there too much pressure on Dak? He's like, no. That's what he's paid for.
Yeah.
That's what those guys are being paid to do, is carry the weight for this team.
Now, it'll be interesting because I guess a good thing, I'm trying to figure out good things going up against this defense, because Corey's right, that's been tough, is Arizona is not the most relentless rushing team in the league. They're 20th. And that's kind of what you see across.
Since the James Conner injury?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's been a problem.
And it's kind of what you see across the board for that offense, because they don't light it up passing either. They're 23rd. That could obviously change against the Cowboys offense, defense. But I think at this point, I'm more concerned about the rushing defense, because at least I've seen them be good here and there. I don't particularly recall any game outside of obviously when Washington had none of their starting receivers where you feel like their pass defense has been good. So I guess I'll take my chances in this game against Kyler passing the ball as opposed to rushing, because they just really haven't found their footing. But if you wanted to know the specifics, points per game, they're 19th, total yards 22nd, passing yards per game 23rd, rushing yards 20th. So all about, like slightly below average, but unfortunately, as you just referenced, the Cowboys have done a remarkable job of being able to turn even the most average or below averages of offenses into amazing offense.
Since Chicago, every team has rushed for 100 yards against the Cowboys.
Huh.
Green Bay, 164.
Are you going backwards?
Jets, 144. Carolina, 216. 136 for Washington and 179 for Denver.
Yeah. The Washington one, that is surprising, because that one doesn't bother me as much, because I think they might have gotten close or gotten over the hump with Mariota when I thought the game was over. I will give them credit for the Washington game. I thought they did a really good job of containing Krosky Merritt and Jaden Daniels before he got hurt.
It's the level of balance. I think you're right. Teams that go over with the passing yards destroy this team.
Yes.
When you can have balance offensively against the Cowboys, though, you feel comfortable calling anything, which sets you up on second and third downs for any passing play you want to.
Maybe short second and third downs.
And that's the big, that's what Carolina did. Like, Carolina didn't have big passing yards, but Dowdle was so effective gashing you on first and second down that it didn't matter through that game.
And you know what? You mentioned the running back situation. The Cardinals do have the second most games and players lost to injury so far this year.
All right.
But it kind of depends on how do you roll with the flow, because you know who's first? The Lions. Well, so you can't just say injuries, okay, because second is the Cardinals. They're not good. First is the Lions. They're doing just fine. They might be the best team in the NFL.
Can I be honest about something, Kevin?
What's that?
I did pick up Kyler Murray off the waiver wires this weekend because Baker Mayfield's out for a bye.
So you want a shootout?
I definitely want a shootout.
You want a 40-37.
You know what? I'll take that. I'll take another tie at 44 points.
Well,
what are you doing?
Yeah, being a hater, at least in my scenario, we won. Let me ask you this. Do you ever...
We kind of win with a tie. It's a half win.
No, you don't.
It's half loss, half win.
Only 2 outcomes I'll accept in this game, win or loss. The NFL will accept a tie. Do you ever do a thing with your fantasy players where you just look at the score before you look at the stats and you have a good idea of whether you're screwed or not? Like, you have the quarterback and it's, midway through the fourth and it's 9-7 and you're like, well,
yeah,
never mind.
No, absolutely. There's lots of times whenever that's the case.
Or you hope it's 31-27 and you're like, okay, I need that breakdown to go my way, but this could be super positive. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Mavs, Pacers, and it might surprise you to know that Anthony Davis is hurt. Next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The only time Dallas led in the game tonight was 4-2. They have a chance to go in front, and it is Powell who will put them in front, and a chance for a three-point lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, I was going to throw out something for you about the Mavericks, like, would you want this player? Because right now the Mavericks are the betting favorites to pick up Tyler Hero. So real quick, he's not great defensively, if that's what you're thinking about. He's average to probably below average defensively. He has limited kind of lateral quickness, and he can get targeted on pick and rolls. That is what we were going to talk about a little bit more in addition to the game last night. But guess what? We're probably going to talk about something different now, because the Mavericks do win, and as weird as it sounds, they win on the shoulders of Cooper Flagg. That one makes sense. But also, really, Brandon Williams and Dwight Powell.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not doing a bit. Dwight Powell got to the free throw line again and again and again last night. You just heard it in the and one. And then Brandon Williams, who I believe is before the game, apologized for being a distraction for his arrest for marijuana at the airport on Saturday. Those two combined for 38 points after Anthony Davis left the game in the first quarter. They take back the lead late, the Mavericks, that is, and they win the game against you probably figured this would be the case, a struggling Pacers team.
Okay, a lot of different things here. Brandon Williams, obviously that's a feeling of he went out there and played that kind of game because he felt like he had some pressure on him too.
Well, I hope that arrest comes up more often then, because that was good.
I hope he,
just for that purpose.
We've seen a level that he can play at before. We saw it last year, and we were like, oh man, this is actually pretty impressive. Impressive enough for us to be like, let's bring this guy back. And Jason Kidd agreed with us when we had him on right before the season started as well, that he's like, no, he has some things, some qualities we like. And so I hope that we can get more, because he's a good ball handler, he can score. Those are some positive things. The Dwight Powell thing, that's an anomaly. We'll never see it again.
I don't know, 29th, 27th, somebody said best Maverick of all time.
Go back and look at the history of him versus Coach Carlisle's teams. I have no clue. I think Rick Carlisle's doing a bit where he's just like, you know what? They kept Dwight Powell all these years. I'm not going to guard him. And I think that he's like, I'm not going to. Actually, I think he might be serious. I'm not going to guard that guy. Why would I? So I think that's one of the things. The other thing I need to ask you now, Kevin, is it too early for this to be Cooper Flagg's team?
No!
It's not his team, though.
I agree. And that actually, you know what? I'm glad that you said that. That is one of the issues that I've had early on with how Cooper Flagg has been utilized. I get it. He wants to defer. Perhaps he's been directly asked or told to defer. I don't know the answer to that. He ended up getting a respectable amount of shots. He was 6 for 11, so good job. But early in the game, he was kind of sitting around that 4 shot. And I was like, man, he has the potential to be your best player, unless you already think with Anthony Davis hurt, he is your best player. And he's shooting the ball 4 times.
Okay.
Like in a half. He's not a primary point guard, which is the only way I could see that working. You're like, yeah, but he has 12 assists. That's not the case.
Couple things here. Your Duke head coach, John Cryer.
Shire.
Yeah, from 2.5 Men.
No, this is different.
He oftentimes did have to tell Cooper to be more assertive.
Stop being so passive.
Stop being such a good teammate.
What he said at least one time is, go be effing Cooper Flagg.
And so that was a thing, and I wonder if that's still like Cooper Flagg he sees the game the correct way a lot of times.
Sure.
And so I wonder if he's like, well, Jason Kidd, remember the the Scalabrini story. I already made the play for you.
Yeah.
You needed to just execute the play.
Right.
I already decided that you were going to score.
Yeah.
And sometimes Cooper Flagg's like, I've already decided y'all are going to do these things. Y'all just need to make the shot. And then, Kevin, in the fourth quarter, it's takeover time. Maybe that's the case. But in this league, the way we've seen it the last few years, the point guard is one of the main scorers.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he wants to play that kind of game or if he's like, no, I'll do my scoring at some point, but I do need to keep my teammates involved, because that wasn't a criticism when Luka was around. A lot of times teammates just stood there and then played defense.
Yeah.
And it seems like Jason Kidd wants a little more activity amongst the group, even though they do have a lot of ISO ball sometimes with Anthony Davis on the court. So that's weird to me too.
From the 561, and this is another thing that I wanted to bring up, is they're going after the Mavericks for operating without a viable point guard all season, also banking on AD staying healthy. All right, we'll get back to Anthony Davis in just 1 second. I'm with you. I don't really understand kind of how it's played out thus far this year, because like I said you can play Cooper Flagg at the point. I wouldn't do it long term, and I meant long term like in terms of a game, not in terms of a season. But let's take a look at it, because who did you pick up to, I guess, fill that void? It was D'Angelo Russell. Now, D'Angelo Russell can score, but he is not good defensively. But take a look at these first 4 games going into last night. The Mavericks, this is per Genius IQ, which kind of feels like you need to trust that.
It says genius in it.
Exactly. When D'Angelo Russell brought the ball up the court, the Mavericks scored 1.25 points per half-court possession. When it was anybody else, 0.94. So essentially every 3 possessions, you scored 1 point fewer. And what did they respond to with that with D'Angelo Russell? Well, you look at the loss on Friday, he didn't even show up in the second half. You look at yesterday, coming off the bench, which that part I do kind of get, and he gets 20 minutes. And I don't know if that means they're going to go with Brandon Williams a little bit more or kind of split that up, but I would have thought they would have used D'Angelo Russell. But I am also confused by the hodgepodge of a team that this is, because they don't want to put D'Angelo Russell in there because he's not good defensively. All right, well, Klay Thompson is not particularly great defensively anymore. And when you bring Kyrie Irving back, he's not particularly good defensively. And you also were under the illusion that you were getting the Anthony Davis from 4 years ago that could win Defensive Player of the Year. Now I think there's no chance in hell, healthy or not, Anthony Davis could win Defensive Player of the Year.
I will say,
little chance
when it comes to Kyrie defensively, don't you feel like they feel the balance offensively pays off there?
Sure.
And do you feel that way about D'Angelo Russell?
Okay, but no, I don't. Because I think D'Angelo Russell is worse defensively
than Trae Young.
Than Kyrie. Nobody is worse defensively than Trae Young, or at least equivalent. Whereas Kyrie is infinitely better offensively. Like, that's the trade-off I don't get. Okay, but let's go with that then. What would your theoretical starting lineup be? It would be Kyrie Irving, and so he's not great defensively. Klay Thompson as your backcourt, he's fine.
I'm still in the vein, like, I may be ridiculous here. My starting group would be Kyrie, Cooper, PJ, Anthony Davis, Derek Lively.
Yes, and I think that is
ultimately that's what I would want.
I think that is their idealized version. In the meantime, I do appreciate that they've got Max Christie playing a lot more out there, because I think he has the potential to be a nice defensive upgrade. As for Anthony Davis, here is the tough part about it. Who do you believe? What do you believe? So Jason Kidd said after the game yesterday that Anthony Davis tried to get back into the game.
Heck yeah, let's go, man. I want to play.
But Jason Kidd said he didn't want to take any chances.
The best interest of the team.
There were concerns that maybe Anthony Davis was being kind of bothered by a little bit of Achilles injury.
Yep.
And then when you see he left the game because his lower leg was sore, you get nervous. And you know what? Maybe they'll come out today and they'll be like, hey, like we said after the game, it was just a precautionary method. We fully expect him to be out on the court on, I think, Saturday is their next game against the Pistons. But I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Reading up on the injury itself, the Achilles injury, it's like an overuse thing. He played too much, Kevin.
It's been 4 games before last
Played
night.
too much, too many minutes. That size, he just can't. His body can't hold up. I think there's a lot of things I think could help and benefit him there, but that's what it stems from. So they're gonna have to fix. But isn't that his whole career? His whole career is load management. Like just trying to make sure that he can play the next game somehow or in the next couple weeks. That's been his whole career. That's something you got to be aware of every night, and that's one of the reasons, Kevin, it's tough even to depend on him on any given night because you're like, he might leave the game.
Yeah.
Early in the game.
Yeah.
And it was a back-to-back, right?
So before he came to the Mavericks, I think the Mavericks looked at it like this. He was trending in the right direction. Everybody knows about the injury issues that Anthony Davis had. So let's go back to 3 seasons ago. I think the Mavericks looked at it and they're like, oh, he played 56 games. All right, that's not great, but we're moving in the right direction coming off of a couple of injury-plagued seasons. Then the next year, he played 76 games, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's it. So they're moving in the right direction. I think they thought because of that season, they were getting like, I don't know, 4th, 5th, 6th year of his career, Anthony Davis, when he was playing a lot for New Orleans. And instead, as soon as he got traded here, you ran into injury issues. And maybe he comes back on Saturday, but I think he won't. And now all of a sudden you're going to be like, oh, he's played 14 games out of how many possible here in Dallas. And how long is this going to last? If it's just one game, whatever. But if you think it's going to be one game here, and then in 2 more games, he's going to be out for a week, and then in 4 more games, he's going to be out for 2 weeks, I don't know.
What you have to do, what Jason Kidd has to figure out is how to be productive without him.
Yeah.
And just have that plan in place of what is our team whenever he's not on the court. And I feel like you got to be that with everybody, right? Like, what's our backup plan whenever these guys aren't on the court? And we got to be prepared for these things. And who's playing in these big spots, especially when your 3 bigs are all out.
Yeah.
What is our backup plan? Their backup plan was Dwight Powell, who gave you 18 points last night, Kevin. So
he was awesome. Look, I swear I'm not kidding. He was really good yesterday, and on my Dwight Powell
10 for 12 from free throw.
Yeah, hey, we got the points, and he scored you the bucket that gave you the lead back. He was playing in the minutes that mattered when you retook this game, when for most of the night it looked like you weren't going to be able to do that.
Now let's just try and get back after you finally beat an 0-4 team.
I admitted they're not good.
Let's try to get back to 500. And let's get this thing turned around. So in the first 20 games, we can really get some good information that we can run with.
Look, if you can tell me that AD will either play against Detroit or play against Houston, and that Lively, Gafford will all be ready to go within the next 2 or 3 games, yeah, let's do it. Let's ride. If it turns out that an Anthony Davis injury is something more serious, or perhaps Lively or Gafford are more delayed, well, then the path in front of you, unfortunately, is clear. You put it all with Cooper Flagg and let the chips fall where they may, if I can quote Chauncey Billups.
Dude.
That's what he said. Meanwhile, if you didn't hear it in our cross, Ty Lue is now being looked into because he was at one of those games. And I realize maybe he had no idea. But if you're at one of the games that was busted for being an illegal X-ray table game that might or might not have been run by the mafia and you were there, doesn't look great.
Yeah, at the moment. No, you're right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where we had history made at the World Series. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And the Blue Jays are headed home, one win from a championship. And it was a child who led them tonight. 22-year-old Trey Savage. 12 strikeouts.
Indeed, it was. As right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. And let's start by talking about Trey Savage. We talked about how he started Game 1 of the World Series, not the best start in the world. How did he follow it up? Well, he followed it up with 7 innings of 3-hit, 1-run ball, and he struck out 12, which set the record for most strikeouts by a rookie in the World Series ever. I believe he surpassed the record of Don Newcomb, like 80,000 years ago.
Did you say he was in high A ball to start the season?
He was in high A ball to start the season. So, like, my version of this would be... Actually, Evan Carter is an interesting comparison for sure.
Yeah, I think so.
But I was going to say, if we're looking forward, Sebastian Walcott next year, like being in the mix for World Series MVP.
Brock Porter.
Oh, Brock Porter's a good one because Sebastian Walcott's even more advanced than Savage was at the beginning of the year. But yeah, he went from high A to starting Game 1 of the World Series, and now he put together a dominant,
pretty brilliant
performance last night that has the Blue Jays on the verge of taking this World Series.
Yeah, dude. And like, as the confidence that I was just telling you this off air, the fact that the Blue Jays look as confident as they do, even behind a rookie pitcher,
right,
who they know is a stud too, but it's the confidence they have of they look like we belong. We're supposed to be here and we're supposed to be doing these things. That should be terrifying to the Dodgers. And it's great for the Blue Jays. You should. It's the most difficult thing in the world for people to believe that they belong in the place that they are whenever it's a big stage and they haven't been there or they haven't done that or whatever. Derek Holland talked about that a lot when Cockstein would talk to them. Believing in the moment where you're supposed to be, doing that thing. They look the part right now, dude.
If you want
Vlad Jr. Jeez,
okay, man. And we will get to him as well. If you want to see that picture of confidence, I retweeted this out as well at Oh Thank Kevin, is you can see Shohei still finishing or reeling from his swing and miss with his knee on the ground, with Savage getting pumped up and already walking off the mound because he just struck out the best player in baseball. It was remarkable performance by him. So that's one bit of history. Do you need to smell perfect?
What? I'm sorry. I don't know that I've ever heard that before. When did you say that last week?
Maybe in our faux yeah, because it sounds like, there we go. I remember now. It's Savage sounds like a perfume when they were like, looking to smell your best. Yes, Savage. And they just kept saying that. Yes, I remember that. I think that's
so weird.
Yeah, but you kind of see my point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of.
Okay, but let's talk about they make history.
He's in the desert staring off into the ocean that's above him.
Yes, Savage for men. And like, obviously, you're going to get that kid from Dune to star in your commercial and everything like that.
And some woman walks by in a button-up and underwear only. And
yes.
You're like, why?
Yes.
Why is she in the desert with underwear and a button-up on?
Yes, Savage. Don't leave home without it. Actually, I think that might be American Express. Go ahead and give me cut number 1, because the Blue Jays also made offensive history last night.
Here he comes off and going Game 5 with a fastball that's hit in the air to deep left field. Call to the track. It's on the first pitch of Game 5. Davis Schneider into George Springer's shoes and doing a great impression.
Now, try to act surprised when I tell you that no team in the history of the World Series had ever started off a game with back-to-back home runs. And again, try to be surprised when I tell you that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was coming to the plate following that leadoff home run. And again, try to be surprised when I play cut number 2 for you.
The very first pitch, and now Vlad Jr. hooks a ball down the left field line. They've got back-to-back to start Game 5. 3 pitches in, 2-0 Toronto.
You mentioned it. Holy cow, Vladimir Guerrero. Do you know he has 9 multi-hit games in this playoffs?
Wow.
Now, he's closing in on the record, and I realize the playoffs have expanded over the years, so the record's always going to be stilted more towards modern players. But he's 2 hits behind Randy Arozarena in 2020 for the most hits in a playoffs ever. Now, if
Did he tie the record for home runs in the World Series? He's at 8.
He is at 8.
Yeah.
He has 8 home runs, 15 RBIs. He's hitting .415, and his OPS is 1.337 thus far in the playoffs. He has been absurd, and I know they go round by round, but he feels like the all-around playoff MVP thus far. A remarkable job both offensively and pitching that the Blue Jays put together yesterday, and now at a 3-2 lead, they'll move into Friday looking to clinch the team's first World Series in 32 years. Now I want to talk about the Dodgers for just a minute. We were there months ago on Teoscar Hernandez bobblehead night when he didn't play. You saw an example last night of why sometimes he is a detriment in the field. In the 4th inning, he could have just kind of let the ball take a hop, fielded in right, and it was going to be a single. Instead, because of the ridiculous way that they do errors and whatnot, he made a slide, tried to make a catch, and it turned into maybe a triple, but realistically, it was a single with a 2-base error right there. And so that cost them 2 bases on a night when their offense was not doing particularly well. They couldn't afford it. Honestly, they couldn't afford those first 2 home runs either. So Blue Jays take the lead, 6-1. Series 3-2 off a 6-1 win. The series goes back to Toronto on Friday.
Are you surprised that Blake Snell's struggled since he had that great outing in the NLCS?
Yeah,
I am too.
I thought maybe you'd get kind of more of a in the middle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that was his 2nd straight awesome start, because he dealt against Philly as well. And so then obviously what you're referring to is just the remarkable start against the Milwaukee Brewers. And I thought he'd be fine, but a pretty strong argument can be made he's been worse than fine.
Yeah,
in these last 2 games.
I've been a little surprised by how things have gone the last 2 for him, but I guess whenever you have an opponent that's formidable like this, that happens.
Good point. That is a very good point. Now, a couple of other things happening in the world of baseball. Let's go with the Twins. The Twins are reportedly hiring former Pirates manager Derek Shelton to be their next manager. And then
he's a country singer, right?
No, I believe that's Blake Shelton.
Okay.
I feel pretty good about that. And then, is he the one getting a divorce from Nicole Kidman?
Gwen Stefani. Keith Urban would probably, I don't know.
Okay.
She's been
Keith Urban. That sounds right.
She's done
now
the marriage thing before.
Okay. Now for the Nationals, I kind of want to actually know a little bit more about that.
Give me some minutes.
For the Nationals, they're planning on hiring Blake Butera as their manager. He turned 33 August 7th. And so with his hiring, which is being reported by MLB.com, he would become the youngest manager in Major League Baseball since 1972.
What?
So at 33 years of age, so Alec, you still got 8.5 years?
Let's go!
Yeah, so you still got time to figure this out. But yeah, he'll be the youngest MLB manager in 52 years. So that's what it's looking like it's going to be for the Nationals and the Twins with their hires.
And who was the youngest manager before him, Kevin?
It was Frank something.
Frank Quilici.
Okay.
33 also when he took over.
Okay. I guess less days old.
I don't know, man. I don't pay attention to days.
Okay. Or Gwen Stefani marriages, apparently. We'll find out the answers to both of those. But if you're looking for hope for the Dodgers, I don't think you should have to look too hard. It's only 3-2. It's not like it's 3-0. But
Going back to Toronto though.
You are.
That's concerning.
But the singular human on the face of planet Earth right now that you would want to be starting the game for you.
Yamamoto.
Exactly. And that is who is going to start in Game 6. His last 2 starts have both been one-run complete games. And in those 18 innings, he's given up 7 hits, 1 walk, and struck out 15.
Is that good?
Yes, that is bananas. He's already the first postseason pitcher to throw back-to-back complete games since Curt Schilling 24 years ago. What's he going to do with it all on the line? I've got to say, if you're the Dodgers, you got to feel great about this. Not about being down, but great about Yamamoto being the guy.
Oh, yeah. I think this is very much like you savage. You feel pretty comfortable with him stepping on the ball.
We'll have to work on that commercial another time. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Maybe if they win the World Series. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Take us with you where...
Forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Pretty good. Great. Now, yeah.
Great. All right.
I'm feeling
That's
great
good.
today. This is
Great.
awesome.
We're feeling as good as Trey Savage was yesterday.
Boy, that was amazing. Impressive.
I don't know if you've heard this. We've talked about this a couple times. Did you know he started the season in high A?
I heard you say that. I did not know that.
That
wild.
is freaking wild. Now, do you think the Blue Jays win this thing because Game 6, you got Yamamoto going for the Dodgers? How you feeling about how it plays out?
Yeah, I think that the fact that, you know what? I never liked the 2-3-2 split on games.
You like 2-2-1-1-1?
Yeah, I thought that was more fair because I thought, all right, you're not the home team, but you get to play 3 games in a row at home. That just seemed unfair. I didn't like that part of it. But I think since they're going home, I think Toronto's got a good chance to win this.
Okay.
2 chances.
Yeah.
2 in a row. So, or maybe just 1.
That's not the boldest prediction in the world, Mickey. They are up 3-2 going back home.
So I had both TVs going last night. One eye on the World Series and one eye on the Mavericks.
Yeah. How did you feel in the first quarter when Anthony Davis was hurt?
I didn't start paying attention until somewhere in the third quarter, and I'm going, oh, they got the lead.
Yes,
and
they
then I
did.
said, okay, I'm going to watch.
And it worked out.
And I think
won.
the rest of the guys on that team need to understand how good Cooper Flagg is. I only saw one time he got a pass that enabled him to score a basket, the one that he did the reverse layup underneath the basket.
Well, and we were talking about that. I know he is super young and he's a rookie, and that doesn't help, but he needs to be a little bit more boisterous and aggressive when it comes to getting the ball too.
Well, I was watching one of the post-game shows one night, and the point, I forgot who said it. The point was, and they were talking about Cooper handing the ball and passing around.
Yeah.
And he goes, why are you passing to guys that aren't as good as you are?
Yeah.
And I said, yeah.
So the quote we have for you, and this was something that his college coach, John Shire, said is, go be Cooper effing Flagg. And that does not necessarily mean to dish the ball off every single time.
No.
But I really like watching him play. I'm glad he's with the team. I know the team doesn't look
I just
so
wish
great.
they would understand how good he is and pass him the ball.
I'm with you on that.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Wings.
Oh, with Page?
You get the first pick in the draft.
Yeah.
One of the best players in the league, and them girls were jealous. They didn't want to throw her the ball, right?
Wow.
She had to create her own shots. That's why that guy got fired.
Ooh, man. I like it.
And that's also why the Cowboys got George Pickens, so that Dak would have 2 people that he could throw to that he's as good as.
Okay.
Instead of just one.
I'm going to warn you, Mickey.
Yes.
Because I think this question tomorrow could infuriate you.
Okay.
I am 100% going to ask Jerry Jones if he would consider trading George Pickens.
Oh, really?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. That is how you know Mickey thinks that question's going to go over super
Well,
well.
I mean, he'll answer it,
Yes,
right?
he
He
will.
always
Yeah.
answers everything.
Yes, you will.
You know, it's like when I do this group thing for the Star Sports Tours, and we answer questions, right?
Yeah.
And I said, hey, ask me anything you want, just don't be afraid of the answer. Because it might not be what you're looking for.
Oh, yeah. No, he's given us plenty of answers like that over the years. So I was going to preface it with, you said everything is kind of on the table going to the trade deadline. We'll see how that goes.
I'm going to set my clock to make sure I don't miss that.
10:30 tomorrow.
Yes.
It's going to go great. Now,
Okay.
It feels...
Sorry.
It feels like positive news on the safety front with Donovan Wilson at least getting rehab and moving in the right direction. But then the other thing, and we've talked about this quite a bit, Wanye Thomas getting back out there. And I know that he said he's still meeting with doctors to figure out what the deal is, but it feels like he thinks it's now moving in a positive direction.
Well, he was at least able, and they didn't have to give an injury report yesterday, right? So they will today. But from the looks of things, when they were out there, the part we get to watch, he was out there doing stuff. So that was, an improvement from the last week or so when he missed both games. But again, we keep talking about guys that are the backups. Oh, they're getting ready to play.
Right.
Where's the starters?
Right.
Well, Malik Hooker was doing rehab. I saw that. And so, but it sounded like he was still a week or two away. And Donovan Wilson, they said trending in the right direction.
Yeah.
But he's not out there practicing. So, and with Elijah Clark, who the backup to the backup, who goes out there, starts his first NFL game, and he gets hurt, and now he's a week or two away.
Yeah.
So, that safety position is pretty darn scary. When I was watching it yesterday, and I hope I brought my right piece of paper with me, they had, when they get into individual, and so the corners go together, the safeties, the linebackers, defensive linemen, they had 5 safeties working. 3 of them were on the practice squad.
Oh, well, that's not what you want.
Right? So, I thought, well, that looks kind of scary out there. And maybe they're going to have to use another cornerback to learn to play safety.
Right.
As they finish the game. So, and we talk about that all week long, and then they get in the game and get their ass kicked, and it's like, well, what happened? Well, look at your secondary. You're without one of your starting corners, and you're without 2 of your starting safeties, and the immediate backup, or one of the immediate backups, Marquise Bell's the guy out there.
Yeah.
And he's a backup, and he's got to start. Nothing against him, right? But
no, I get it.
Yeah, if you were all that, you'd be starting.
Sure.
So it does matter when you get into coverage back there.
So I want to stick with the defense if we can. Kenny Clark, I'm sure you were there and you heard it when he talks about you got to keep pushing each other and holding each other accountable. I want to know from you specifically, what do you think holding each other accountable on defense, what does that look like to you?
I think it means that when you get out there, you do what your prescribed job is, and you don't start freelancing, or you don't start just chasing the ball. If you got to fill, that gap, you fill that gap, and you don't play hero ball. You don't go start chasing, something else, right? And I think that's probably, what they're talking about. The linebackers, watch the game with your eyes and go where you're supposed to go. Don't get caught off. You see how guys line up. If they're a step off from the beginning, they're toast, right? You got to stay where you are and fill the right gaps. And if, and it goes for the cornerbacks too.
Sure.
You got to help out. You might, they'll try to block you, but you got to try to get off a block and help in the running game. It's not, what did they say back in training camp? There's no house guests on the defense.
Right.
And that includes the cornerbacks. And so, that's part of your job. So I think that's what he was referring to. Everybody do their job.
That's a good answer.
Don't we also expect the house guests to make their bed and stuff too? I'm just always kind of curious about that.
I never asked them to do it.
Okay, I'm not asking. I just always
don't
feel
strip
like
the sheets instead?
Now, if I'm the house guest, I'll do it. But I'm not going to say, "Hey, you got up this morning and you didn't make your bed."
Man, I would watch a show with you as the innkeeper at a B&B or something like that. I would be excited to see how that program played out.
Mickey, I feel like, we've talked with Jerry and we've asked who the leader is, and he's like, it's Dak. And then he's like, in 95. And I think, we've discussed that Kenny Clark has become a voice there. I am kind of curious about Clowney, because I did hear him talking a little bit about him being critical of themselves. What is the feeling on his growth in this locker room, and are the younger players listening with him?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know how much interaction he has with the other guys. He seems very cordial, affable, but I don't know, maybe he thinks he hasn't yet earned the right to speak up. You just show up as the veteran guy, but his production hasn't been earth-shattering or anything so far. But he knows stuff, and I've seen him sharing on the practice field when sometimes when we're out there. But yeah, I don't know. It's a strange group, and strange as in there's no like bull out there, right? The guy that's going to be the lead dude that everybody follows. Dak can only do so much, but he's over there with the offense, and he's not going to step across the line in the middle of practice and, hey, what are you doing? You didn't block my guy, or you didn't tackle my guy, or whatever, right? Somebody on the defense has to do that. I thought Murray was starting to do a little bit of that. But the guys on the front, I mean, Clark just gets here, and he's kind of I would think, the loudest voice. Not screaming loud, but the guy that might speak up. The rest of the guys seem so affable. Nice guys. I need some badasses on that defense.
Can't all be milk drinkers.
Right. And so that's what I think from a personality standpoint up front. That's what they need. But again, to be able to gain that voice, you have to be productive.
Yeah.
And no one has just, knocked their socks off with a bunch of sacks or even a bunch of tackles. And I told you, the defensive ends last week, the group, 9 of them had 11 tackles.
Yeah.
Together.
Yikes.
So I need production out of the defensive ends in the running game.
So I want to focus on these two specifically because I know that they are younger players. What have you thought about the play thus far of Ezeraku and Nealon?
I think Ezeraku has got something, and I see him getting better each game.
Yeah.
And he seems to engage in the run game. I don't know that he's totally unleashed his arsenal of pass rushes, and I don't know how comfortable he feels doing some of that. But I think he's a keeper. I think Nealon continues to try to play through an ankle injury, and I think that slowed him down. But to me, he was always going to be the replacement for DeMarcus Lawrence, a defensive end that'll set the edge, that was willing to play the run and give me some pass rush ability. And so I think he's another guy, if he ever gets totally healthy, that you can sink your teeth into. The rest of the guys, somebody's got to step up. Now, I know Sam Williams hasn't, this is the first year he's played football in 2 years, and I'm not trying to give him an excuse or anything, but I thought he'd be more dynamic.
I've been disappointed for sure there.
Yeah. And I keep falling back on, he hadn't played any football since 2023. And, sometimes, we can use Javonte Williams as an example of, maybe you need 2 years to come back from a torn ACL. Some guys do. I don't know. But, yeah, Clowney's been okay. James Houston, okay. I know he shows up every once in a while with a dynamic play.
That penalty was so bad, though.
Yeah, and his down-to-down consistency, you can tell by his limited snaps that they don't trust him against the run.
Right.
And so that's got to be part of the deal. And so, go look at DeMarcus Lawrence. Go look at some of the stuff he's done in Seattle. He isn't afraid to play the run. Even if he's not the guy making the tackle, he's doing something for somebody else to make the tackle. And I think that's what's got to take place consistently up front, not from one game to the next. Like, they were dynamic against Washington, and then where did they go against Denver?
Right.
And it can't be a home and away thing. That playing the run, it doesn't matter where you're at, right?
Yes.
So yeah, that's what I think they're missing up front, and then they just got to get more consistent play at the linebacker spot. But other than Murray, what do you got out there?
Yeah, it ain't going to be Sanborn.
And now you're sitting there going, okay, well, gosh, Overshown's going to be back, but again, now we're talking about a guy that hadn't played football since December.
I'm with you on that for sure.
So you got to kind of, monitor your excitement about it. Now, he's athletic and he's good to go forward with, But these other guys are kind of learning on the job, and that's a tough thing to deal in the NFL when the guys you're playing, most of them, already know the job.
We'll talk with you again tomorrow, and great news. You don't have to make a prediction tomorrow.
Hey, way to go. But you're going to ask me on Monday. Though, right?
For sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll try to stay in my lane and stay away from my basketball expertise. Okay?
No, I liked it. Absolutely. All right, we'll catch up with you tomorrow, Mick.
All right, see ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. By the way, Ezraku in the last 3 weeks, you're talking about progressing in the right direction, though not there yet, obviously. Last 3 weeks, he has 6 sacks, 3 tackles for loss, 4 quarterback hits, and 6 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, 4 quarterback hits, and 1 sack. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus concerning audio and relatable audio. Next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow, Uncle Julio's, 16150 Dallas Parkway in Dallas from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I've been advised by my faux attorney, Corey Majors, to say I will have some items from my personal collection to add to the giveaways tomorrow.
Also, we have some sweet coffee mugs. Not like coffee mugs, they're like travel mugs. It's awesome.
And they're like aluminum and stuff.
Heck yeah, double wall.
So tomorrow, good sell. So tomorrow, Uncle Julio's off of Dallas Parkway in Dallas.
If we give it to you, you have to keep it.
Huh. It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day.
I got a question of the day for you, Alec.
Terrified.
Based off of what Corey just said. By the way, if you think the Dodgers are still going to win the World Series, 2-1 on your money. Do you have to keep gifts that you are given by a significant other?
Ooh.
Like your wife?
Sure.
I don't have one.
Well, and that's why I said significant other.
Oh,
I'm inclusive, unlike Corey in this conversation.
That's right. He's rarely that. No, I don't think there's anything binding about it. You know,
well, you personally, you're like, okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, especially because like at this phase in life, I don't got a ring on my finger. I don't know how long that's gonna last. You know, so yeah, I got time.
You should put a ring on it.
I think you do. You just have to keep it somewhere.
Yeah, at the place I traded it in for what I really wanted.
That's right. Yeah.
Sorry, that's not. That is apparently not the right answer.
Yeah, I wonder where that watch I got for Christmas one time is. Yeah, I sold that. That's the joke, Corey. All right, guys, we got the question of the day, but before we get to that, I'm going to start with the relatable audio. We will end the segment with the concerning audio. This is from Inside the NBA on ESPN, which still feels weird to say. Charles Barkley is just like all of us here in Texas.
Chuck screaming double-double and underdog 31 at internet.
Hey, Michael Green. He was. Hey, Michael Green. That's funny.
You can do both at the same time.
You can do both. I'm not a big In-N-Out guy. I'm a Whataburger guy.
I
love me some Whataburger.
That's West Coast.
What's West Burger? In-N-Out, we got some In-N-Out, but Whataburger's like West Coast. Get
Whataburger.
Get a cake.
Whataburger. No, Whataburger.
It's Whataburger.
Whataburger.
What did I say?
Whataburger.
That's the same damn thing.
You just said a country.
You know what I meant.
Yes.
You just said it country.
I agree. I say Whataburger because I'm from Texas, and that's how we say it here. He knows.
True.
There's some country flair on it for sure.
Absolutely.
And he's just like all of us. He's not a big In-N-Out guy, but he's a big Whataburger guy. And they literally, after the break, they were still talking about it. They were still going back and forth about the pronunciation.
And the thing about In-N-Out Burger is I do think that their like double cheeseburger is really good, but then what else is there? You can get just another one. That's great.
Animal style fries.
Okay.
Very good.
Because their fries aren't great without the stuff.
That is true. It tastes like you're taking a bite of a potato. And
they are potatoes.
Then but
fries should be
Whataburger
seasoned. Fries should have some flavor.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree.
Salt at least.
Have so many more options.
Yeah. And that was one of those things I avoided it for so long because all the super Southern family members and friends are like, it's the worst thing on the planet. So I didn't try it until like high school, and I was like, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not great. Whataburger clears though easily. But the question of the day, gentlemen, I can't take claim of this question. I found it on Reddit as I was doom scrolling, as one does. But
better than TikTok.
Yeah, but I think the wording and the phrasing and just the idea of this question is amazing. Somebody, this user _strange_days_, there you go, asked the question on a thread, what TV show is the equivalent of junk food? 877-881-1053.
See, for the longest time for me, it was Friends.
It's The Office now.
Yeah, I definitely could see that.
The Office is always on. Like, I mean, it feels
It
like
really is.
any time of day, if you go through Comedy Central or TBS, it's on.
Yeah.
And so I've felt like The Office has been just that for me for quite some time. But you're right. Friends was it for a long time because it was the same thing. It was always on. It was always there. So that was a big deal.
I like the #1 rated response on this thread. No, it's not a specific answer. It's very broad. But any reality TV.
So that's what my wife does, is she'll have like these reality TV shows on in the background, and she'll just leave the room for like 5 minutes. And I was like, do you need me to pause your show? And she goes, nah, I'll get the gist of it.
Yeah.
Because she's like, it's not that complicated. You can just walk out or go get some laundry or whatever, and who cares? You'll figure it out.
You know what? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go first because I'm about to go on a rant.
I absolutely can do the same thing with cooking shows. I'll turn on cooking. I don't have to sit there and like lock in on it, but I can do stuff and then I'll be like, oh man, this was really nice. That looks like a great meal. I'm never gonna make it, but good job on them for taking all this time to actually do that. There are sometimes I'm like, oh, that sounds like something I could do. Let me go find the recipe. But most oftentimes I'm just like, that's something that exists. I turn it on and I'm just doing things around the house.
Yeah. That's how my dad is with HGTV. Any like home renovation shows and stuff, or they're flipping houses, because like every now and then he'll sit down and actually watch because he loves to be judgmental about the renovations they're making. This is stupid. Why would you go with that color? You know, if you would have went with this color, you probably could have got an extra couple $1,000s out of this. What are you doing? A carport instead of a garage? You idiots. Like you know, like stuff like that. Like he gets super judgmental and I like it, but most of the time it's just on for background noise. But I like reality TV because even to this day, to this very moment, the show has ended. The season ended. But I still see people tweeting and posting Instagram reels and stuff about Love Island. Like, stop. Stop. The show is not going on right now. A winner has been decided. Why do you guys care about these people so much in their real lives now? Like, it's so irritating because now there's a controversy about one of them, like some racist remarks being dug up or something. No. So now it's like everybody's talking about Love Island again. And anytime somebody asks me about it, I'm like, what is love and why does it have an island to itself? I don't understand. I think the show is stupid. It's clearly fake. Just like most reality TV.
What?
Yeah. It's so. Huda definitely did say some things.
Who?
Exactly.
Huda?
Huda something.
I
don't know. I don't watch the show.
Jersey Shore started this.
It did.
Jersey Shore, for whatever reason, their opinions became popular in the rest of culture, and I was like, oh, hold on. When did Road Rules and the House Project, whatever that was called, Real World. Those two things, nobody cared outside of those shows what they were doing.
Yeah,
like we were just like, oh, well, that was cool, except for the Miz, who like go back and watch his situation. That was weird. It
was not awesome.
He said some thoughts.
Oh dear,
he came to play.
Some people disagreed with.
No,
but nobody cared. But then Jersey Shore happens, and it's like, oh, what does Snooki think about this? And it's who cares what she thinks about that? And same thing here with Love Island. But it's the marketing, it's the publicity's way of keeping the show important to people, very much like Jerry with the Cowboys and the NFL. They're like, hey, if we can get them to care outside, what do they think about this? What other ways can we attach them to people? You're right, man. I don't have no clue. Never seen the show. I don't even know what it's about, honestly. But I hear about it so much because they keep it in the cycle.
Did the winner find love? Did they get money? What did they win?
I think there's a cash prize at the end. So that's their way of justifying that this is totally not rigged since it is a contest. You know, it has to be fair. The producers totally aren't in their ears, you know, saying, hey, this person said this about you. You should make a scene about it, you know, and stuff like that. Just like how ESPN totally doesn't tell their on-air talent, hey, you know, have this fiery opinion.
Yeah.
Because if you all agree, that's boring. You know, shout out Dan Orlovsky. Like, stuff like that, it just irritates me because it's like the show is over. And it's so cringy. And it's like, cool, yeah, all these models on my Instagram feed because of the show now, whatever, cool. I don't care that they were spotted at a club together with somebody that they weren't supposed to be with or whatever. It's like, I do not care.
Hold on, are they insinuating that perhaps some of those people are not faithful to their significant other? The hell you say.
Yeah, exactly.
I refuse to believe that.
Yeah. What is love and why does it have an island? I don't care.
Sleep with other people.
Hold on. Wait a second. I'm sorry. I'm going to pause this for 1 second.
I think islands are awesome.
That's the second time you said that.
Yeah, you hate islands. What's up with that, bro?
I've never been to one, so
maybe not that question.
It's kind of like jealousy, if anything.
An envy coming from my enemy.
If you got something from the producers that invited you to Love Island, are you telling me you're not going to go?
Oh, I'm totally going.
Okay.
I like money, Kevin.
But it needs to be the actual producers. If you get something in the mail from some person inviting you to Love Island, that's where you're going to die.
What was the movie, The Glass Onion or whatever? When they did that, that sounded fun.
Don't go there.
Not everybody died.
Okay. How is that a sell? Yeah, come on down to Jurassic Park. You may not die.
Yeah.
You might not.
I want to be one of the lucky winners.
All right. From the 858 ridiculousness, absolutely. On MTV, anything on MTV nowadays is just junk food.
So a weird thing that I learned along the way, that is my father-in-law's favorite show.
Huh.
Is ridiculousness.
Okay.
I've seen a few episodes.
Every now and then it will just kind of be on the TV in here, and I might kind of halfway watch it because it is ridiculous.
I get it.
I like it. Three Stooges from the 210.
Ooh.
Married with Children from the 817. Home Improvement from the 972.
That show still to this day.
I love that show. I absolutely love that show. Impractical Jokers, especially after Kevin found out about some of the lore involved.
Bro, I spent like every single break that show. I was just looking at like all these charges against two of those guys. It's crazy.
All right. Now, guys, I appreciate the interaction. Keep that coming in, actually. 877-881-1053. TV shows or heck, even movies if you want that are like junk food. 877-881-1053. Now, I have concerning audio. From a friend of the program, Mark Schlereth. Was on the Bet. Yeah, he was on the BetMGM network with Nick Costos, and he has fiery opinions about people who get on airplanes with a lot of skin showing in the form of flip-flops, going shoeless, tank tops, any of that.
People that don't know how to travel, like nobody wants to see your feet in flip-flops on a plane. Not one person. Nobody wants to see you in a tank top with your armpits hanging out. That drives me insane. Have some couth about you, and dress appropriately. Put on a pair of pants.
Can I ask you this?
Put on some shoes.
Should the people in flip-flops on airplanes, should they be executed?
Well, I don't know about that, but I always pee on the floor to make sure. I've seen people walk in socks in the bathroom. I always pee on the floor to make sure if you walk in socks, you're getting urine on your feet.
That's so gross.
All right, just real quick, though.
Gross, dude.
Mark Schlereth just bailed that guy out.
Yeah.
Because that other guy's like, would you execute the flip-flop people?
Yeah, shout out Nick Costos.
That's that was tough. But Schlereth bailed him out by being like, I pee on the floor, which is weird.
That is a joke that Tosh said once. It was like wearing flip-flops, nothing like warm while I'm standing here at the stall. And I don't wear flip-flops at the airport for that reason, actually. And I don't want to get my toes stepped on in a big crowd. But I'm perfectly fine with people wearing flip-flops anywhere they want. Like that's your decision.
So you do not, like that
This
one
is
host,
America.
think they should get executed?
We should have the liberty and freedoms to wear flip-flops if we want to.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me. I don't know why.
Why you gotta get so bent out of shape about my flip-flops? Don't look at my feet then, bro.
You should start wearing flip-flops to the airport.
No.
Yeah.
I don't want to get stepped on.
Actually, I think it's because you agree with Mark Schlereth. Prove me wrong.
Book a trip
All right,
now.
San Francisco, here we come.
Oh, crap. I'm going to be on that flight. We're the KNC Masterpiece. That backfired on me right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we power rank the quarterback power rankings. Next on The Fan.
Coming up.
Uber Eats has low review products. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. For Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Fake handoff to Stevenson. May feeling the pressure. Taking a shot. He's got his man. It's Pop Douglas, and he is in. Touchdown. And we got haymakers all over the place at the start. 53-yard strike from May.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. One of these texts has been listening. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Now, you can choose option A or option B for quarterback power rankings. One of these options is, in fact, the USA Today, to which I get the text from the 469. Remember, Kevin, it's the USA Today, not just the USA, which unfortunately I made a statement about last week, and I actually meant about the newspaper. All right, would you like option A or option B?
Option B.
All right. Who is the worst starting quarterback in all of football? NFL football.
Who is getting... Is it Tyler Shough?
Tyler Shough, surprisingly, comes in at 31.
How?
He
hasn't played.
No, only next. By the way, did you hear that Kellen Moore's like, not only is he our starting quarterback rest of the year, he's our starting quarterback. And he goes, unless there's unforeseen circumstances. I think he means injury, but also I wonder if he's like, you are worse than I thought.
Yeah, somebody got real mad yesterday that could Caleb Williams be the fourth one quarterback out of that draft class? They were like, you forgot to add Spencer Rattler.
I did not.
They weren't really mad. They LOL'd it.
Okay. If it's not Tyler Shough,
Dylan Gabriel?
Dylan Gabriel has got your sledgehammer as he is 32nd on the list. So it goes Dylan Gabriel worse, Tyler Shough, Cam Ward, Geno Smith, and Andy Dalton. Geno Smith down to the fourth worst quarterback in the NFL. Where would you put one Dak Prescott?
After last week, it just wasn't as good as I expected him, and I feel like that would kind of... Was he on outside the top 10 last week, or was he tops?
But did you pick the same one? He was outside the top 10 in one of them, but is that the one we're in right now?
I don't know if I had him outside. I think I had him in the top 3 last week. I'll say 8.
Okay.
7 or 8.
Alec, where would you put Dak Prescott?
I think they might have hit him pretty hard for last week. I'm going to go with 9.
On the CBS list, he is in fact 9th. If we would have gone with the stupid USA Today list, They dropped him from 11 to 15. Think about that. Before last week's game, they had him at 11. And that's why their list is stupid, and I'm glad that you didn't pick it. Dakota
I didn't
Rain,
know. I just
Rain Dakota Prescott
Yeah.
is 9th on the list. So the top 10, actually, you tell me who's your top quarterback first.
Steve DeBerg.
It's not Steve DeBerg.
It is Steve DeBerg. I mean, I think I'd have to revert back to what I saw this week from Patrick Mahomes. He's still that guy. He's got that capability, and now what he's doing with Rashee Rice is just impressive.
Patrick Mahomes is number 1 on the list.
I might be moving Drake May up into my top 3, though.
Okay, where would you have him?
I'm still going to go 3rd behind Josh Allen, but I think Drake May deserves to be in this conversation right now.
So,
and no, Bob Dobalina is not in the list.
There are wild discrepancies on this list. Had you picked USA Today, they have him at 2nd. But you did not.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You picked CBS, where they have Drake May at 7. So it goes like this. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts, and Jordan Love, number 5. And now that he's back, they've slid Lamar Jackson in at 6, followed by Drake May, and then the rest of the top 10 is Matthew Stafford, Dak Prescott, and Baker Mayfield.
Interesting.
Jaden Daniels is back, and he is in there at number 11. All right, let's go from that to, speaking of Lamar Jackson, what is your anticipation for Lamar Jackson and the Ravens this evening? After winning one game to go 2-5, they are the presumptive favorite to win their division.
No, presumptive by who?
The bettors.
Because you said that yesterday, and I was like, this is ridiculous.
I know, and yet here it is.
Do we think that the Arizona Cardinals are the presumptive favorite to win their division? They're 2-5.
I do not.
I guess until their defense was as porous as the Cowboys defense.
Yes.
Until I see that, I can't think of any good quality about that team right now.
Okay.
And, except for that Lamar Jackson showed leadership by telling everybody to get the toys out of their locker room.
Okay.
What was your question?
What do you anticipate for Lamar Jackson and the Ravens tonight?
Oh, fun. Lots of fun.
Okay.
And you know what was interesting too was it this last week they seemed to be able to find more receivers. And it does seem like he locks in on Zay a lot, and then, he's like, I'll hand the ball off, but it seems like he locks in there a lot. And I wonder if he can spread the ball around a little bit more. I'd like him to.
Now, a couple of quick hits for you. Jackson Dart, the offensive rookie of the month for October. In a travesty, Eddie Pinheiro is the NFC special teams player of the month. I don't know if they just called Brandon Aubrey and said, you're really the winner, but we're not going to do that. Jackson Smith in Jigma is the NFC Offensive Player of the Month. Jonathan Taylor, the AFC Offensive Player of the Month. For him, that's the first time he's gotten that award in 4 years.
Nice.
But probably relevant to folks around here, Micah Parsons has been named the NFC's top defensive player for October.
Nice. Look at that. It's going to be good. We're going to be rolling here soon.
I mean, he doesn't play for us.
Well, but we could.
So
we could get him.
We had him.
You never know.
Do you think it stands to reason that Myles Garrett will be the AFC Defensive Player of the Month?
Probably so, with the whole 5 sacks thing.
And they still lost.
So you're saying we couldn't trade to get Micah back? Kevin?
I don't think
I want you to think about this story for a second.
Okay.
Jerry trades all 4 first-round picks for Micah back.
This is draft day 2. What are we doing?
Think about
I hate
the
it.
headlines.
I hate
Think
it.
about the headlines, though.
All right. Do you like that headline better or this headline? Pittsburgh radio host gets nipples pierced after losing Steelers bet versus the Bengals.
Was that the deal?
Yes.
That was they made this bet that nipples piercing was going to happen?
Exactly. Andrew Filipponi bet nothing to win against doing that if he lost, and Pittsburgh Well, they weren't able to beat Cincinnati, so he had to get his nipples pierced. However, they did turn it into a positive, as Pat Freiermuth donated his game-worn cleats from that loss, and they raised almost $12,000 to fight breast cancer because of, as he said, my dumbass tweet.
Dude, I think we need to get Alec to... His nipples are already pierced, though, right?
Would you
No, they are
get
not.
your nipples pierced if somebody donated $12,000 to Peace-a-thon?
Man.
You're messed up if you say no.
Yeah, I feel like I have to say yeah. But what about you?
No.
You're messed up.
Wow. You hate America.
America today. I've
You hate
done my
charities.
part for my possibilities. All right. Gotten a lot of stuff more than $12,000.
Man, I wonder... That's actually not a bad bit there.
You thinking about it?
How long do you have to wear them? Forever? Do you just have a hole in your nipple after that?
I don't know.
If you take them out...
Chat
if you have your
GPT,
nipples pierced,
oh my dear God.
text in and let us know.
Uh-huh.
Send pics.
We don't get pictures on here.
Dang.
All right. Well, Corey will seek out more information.
Post them on the Twitch.
To make a decision on that, and we'll get back
Who's
to you.
offering me $12,000?
I don't know, bro. In my mind, somebody comes in with a briefcase and 2 RJ Dukes, and you open it up, and it's all this money, but also these really long needles and some ice in there or something like that. And you're like, all right, let's see. So if you have the means or a whole bunch of twisted friends who want to get that money together, make it happen. Peace-a-thon at RJ Dukes this year in McKinney. A couple more quick things for you. Brock Bowers coming back. Jaden Daniels looks like he's going to be full in practice, but on the flip side, and perhaps we need to discuss this at another time, Terry McLaurin out for Sunday after he, quote, re-injured his quad. So that does not feel like so he'll miss this game
the season
and then
sounds
be back.
like it's a give-up season for Washington, bro.
Hey, what do you know? They paid a receiver of a certain age when we told them not to, and how's it gone for them? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on the Fan.
When your friends say, Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to NFL overreaction or reality in just a minute. I just want to know if people have like really locked in and listened to that commercial with Tommy. So, because
dude,
I think
be careful.
This was the first time I got to hear it all the way through. The last time I only heard like the back half or third of it. Does it not feel like Tommy's parents have heaped a lot of information on him? Tommy is completely aware of why his dad's sleeping on the couch. His mom said they might take all their stuff. It feels like you've told this kid too much. Let him be a kid and live his life.
Yeah, no, you got a really good point. The kids shouldn't worry about those things, even though it's your situation to deal with. But Kevin, it does sound like that kid's one of those that asks lots of questions.
Man, that kid has hot opinions, too.
Does he have hot opinions, or has he heard his mom say things around? Because you know how that is, right?
That's a good point.
Where'd you hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, Mom said it.
Because in the commercial, he says the monsters at the IRS, and then says they're coming to take his toys. So he's got opinions. But I'm telling you, you should listen to all of our commercials. But this is why you should stick around every break, because that commercial is something, man.
It's the most entertaining commercial in America.
100%. 100%. Update from the 214. Bad news, Corey. My wife said I can't get my nipples pierced. I told her to give me $12,000 to donate, and she said no.
Does she run all the money in the house?
It does
or
feel
is
like
that your money?
It does feel like for $12,000 you probably need to like have a discussion, right? No?
I mean, if it's your money.
Wow. It's not.
You know how women are.
Okay, PJ Washington, that
Thank
actually
you, PJ.
is kind of applicable here. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. This question is going to come up tomorrow in our Jerry interview. Overreaction or reality, the Cowboys should trade George Pickens.
So I asked you this a couple weeks ago, and it was about 3 weeks ago.
First round pick, let's do it.
And I said for a first round pick, and you said absolutely. How low can you go?
I'd take a second, but that's probably about it.
Did you give up a second for him?
Third.
Right?
Third. And I would do it just because, look, this is my opinion about where the Cowboys season is going. And I don't think this is a fringy opinion, is that this Cowboys season is not going to end where you want it to end. Where you want it to end is you win the Super Bowl. For some people, it might be just get to the NFC Championship game. Either way, there is nothing that you've seen about this team that has led you to believe that they're going to get there. They're halfway through the season and have yet to win a back-to-back game. So, like, what are we even talking about here? And so when Jerry says all things are on the table, that is what I'm interested in.
Okay. So you're asking...
Overreaction or reality, the Cowboys should trade George Pickens.
Reality, if that's the way this season is going, and if
Is
they
that
believe,
the way you think
and if
it
they
is
believe
going?
this, I don't. I think they're a middling team that could be right there or right there not. And so,
is that what you want?
No, but it's not what I want, Kevin.
That's a good point.
I have decided that. I don't.
Yeah.
Look, everybody out there gets so mad about Jerry.
He does. He knows what you think.
I know. Why you get mad. I stopped getting mad about it a long time ago.
Yeah.
Because I can only do so much.
Yeah.
But I would do it.
Okay.
If I was running the team.
I got you.
But at the same time, I also like the idea of having two studs out there next year and for the foreseeable future for whoever my quarterback is.
I get it.
And if this window for Dak is this window, having him there, okay, having those two receivers there for Dak in whatever this window is, and then those two receivers either being there or as assets later whenever I get a new rookie quarterback are benefits as well. So I am thinking about down the road.
Yeah.
Now, here's another thing, though, Kevin. Can I throw this in your...
Please do.
Because you're trying to trade people.
That's right.
Bill Barnwell suggested trading Brandon Aubrey.
What do I give for him?
7 firsts.
Okay, under that scenario, yes.
He said, would someone like the Rams be willing to offer the Cowboys a second-round pick? My guess is no, but it's fun to think about.
I'm not gonna lie. For second round pick, I need something ancillary. Like I don't know. This is gonna sound.
He's a kicker.
I know.
They're a dime a dozen.
They are not. And this stupid team plays so many close games that it feels like it's relevant all of the time.
But you just said these close games don't matter.
Oh,
this year.
But you were talking about the future. I think Brandon Aubrey can hopefully kick like this for a really long time. And he is restricted free agent, so you can keep him. But look, if you really came to me with a high second round pick, because the Rams might have a low second round pick too. But if you came to me with a second round pick for Pickens and Aubrey, then you know what? Maybe that could change my mind. It's like the money in the briefcase.
Mm-hmm.
If the offer's really in front of me and all of a sudden I'm like, hold on, so next year I have 2 firsts and 3 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
That...
Dude, you can build a team right there.
Yeah, that feels hard to turn away from.
No.
If you trust your scouting department, again, we've put a lot of pressure on the scouting department the last few years by not getting them more picks and by putting them in bad situations in free agency. It's been downright neglect to the scouting department in this way.
Right.
But if you add that, now you're like, okay, guys, y'all better hit on all these.
And by the way, from the 203, can we not talk about trading Pickens? He's been great. Hold him on the rest of the season, then try to work a deal with him or tag him. I think if you franchise tag George Pickens, that is not going to work out the way you think it is.
I agree with you, just based on what we just saw with Micah.
Overreaction or reality? Matthew Stafford is a first ballot Hall of Fame quarterback. Because remember, for a while it was, is he going to be a Hall of Famer? Then he won a Super Bowl. Feels like, yeah, probably.
You know how you said Russell Wilson played his way, or you've asked that question about him playing his way out of? Matt Stafford has played his way into it.
I agree. Do you think he's played his way into first ballot now?
No.
Okay.
No, because it is that difficult. I would have to also see who's in that class whenever he retires.
I get that.
At the moment, like as if Myles Garrett and if that whole group was full, I'd be like, I don't know, man. But what he's done the last 5 years has been really impressive. The leadership, the other qualities that go with it, and he has a coach that just continues to set him up for success. So I see where you're going, but no, not first ballot, but he's definitely a Hall of Famer.
So far this year, his team's 5-2. He has 17 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Alec, overreaction or reality? Matthew Stafford is a first ballot Hall of Fame quarterback.
Reality for me. I think the trade validated any idea that he is one of the better quarterbacks of this generation.
He was just stuck.
Yes, he was just stuck. He won with a really bad Detroit team. He didn't make it to the championship game and get a ring there, but he won and made it to the playoffs with a team that had no business making the playoffs. He was very good there. He finally kind of realized, okay, I have a shorter amount of time, and literally one and done. He gets out of there, he instantly wins a Super Bowl on, a better team. But like you said, this season is proving everything to me that he is still that dude. We were talking about, is he going to play again? Should he retire? Clearly, he disagreed with any conversation about that. He's having 5 touchdown passing games, and he still is really, really good, and he has been doing this his entire career. He's a first ballot guy for me.
He wins another ring? Somebody just said, what if he wins another ring? Yeah, walk him in.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. NFL overreaction or reality? The Jaguars made a mistake trading for Travis Hunter if this is how they're going to use him. So, thus far, Travis Hunter has 298 yards receiving, which is tied with Robert Woods for 163rd among all-time wide receivers in their first 7 games. And he's third among wideouts this season with receiving yards, but he is way behind Tet McMillan and Emeka Egbuka, and he was drafted way higher than them.
They traded picks to get him, too.
Yes, exactly.
Reality, but what's the percentage of defensive plays that he's? Do you have that?
It's pretty low.
I just feel like they're handling him with white gloves and saying this is a rookie year, and learning about him too.
Right.
Like Dion was more than comfortable letting him do it at Colorado because he'd seen him do it his whole life.
Yeah.
Like he'd worked with this kid his whole life. He knew what he was capable of. And I think Liam Cohen's still trying to learn him and figure him out. Hey, can you get through a full NFL season without a serious injury too? Let's do these things. And I don't know where his value is best for them. I think that's something else they don't know. They might not. I don't think they know exactly where his value is offensively or defensively.
That is interesting as well. Alec, overreaction reality. The Jags made a mistake for trading for Travis Hunter if this is how they're going to use him.
Overreaction, I think it's a work in progress, and I think the timeline is his rookie contract, if we're being honest, to figure this out. I know that it's like, duh, because he's under contract, but I say that because it's a new system with a first-year head coach, a first-year GM. You know, everybody is still trying to figure things out, and I know that the numbers might not be super pretty and everything, but I think that offense has looked a lot better. That defense we talked about has surprised us at times this season with how flashy they've been. I think this is a team in the making still. So I think especially once you get a first full season and then he goes into his second off season, they can say, okay, we know what you're really good at. We know what you're good at. We know what you struggle at. Now, at an NFL level, let's address those things and let's really tailor to what you're good at. So I do think you're going to see the usage on both sides probably even out a little bit more at some point, one way or the other. But I do think it's too early to say that it was a mistake.
Corey, I think I know where you're going to go with this one. NFL overreaction reality. The Falcons missed their window to trade Kirk Cousins.
Overreaction. You need a backup quarterback so bad in this league, Kevin. Especially with Michael Penix.
I just want to be a starter.
Reality, Kevin. That guy, I understand what he wants.
Sure.
Father Time tells the story here, guys.
Right.
He throws a pretty ball. His offense is pathetic at times. There are some times he looks good, but he's not there anymore, man. He doesn't have it. And so I would tell him, we appreciate that, but we can't find a team that wants
Yeah.
it.
Alec, overreaction reality. The Falcons, well, they missed their window to trade Kirk.
Yeah, I'd say reality. The idea of him, telling people around him that he wants another starting opportunity ahead of the trade deadline is...
That's neat.
It's just hilarious to me because, brother, you had the job interview last week and you bombed it. Nobody wants to have you starting by choice at this point in your career. You are there because of necessity, not because they want you to be there. Like Corey said, you need somebody who's at least played the game at a decent level before to back up your quarterback, especially a guy like Penix, who young into his career is already bringing a ton of baggage with him in terms of injury history. So he's there by necessity. He should just be glad that he's collecting that check.
One more for y'all. Overreaction or reality? Jordan Love should be getting more attention as the potential NFL MVP. He is kind of that 5 through 9 spot is all sort of packed together depending on where you go. But I'm surprised for a team that is so good and a quarterback that has been playing very well that he's not more in that conversation.
His numbers are weird as consistency-wise.
Okay.
Like against the Cardinals, 179 yards. Against the Browns, 183 yards. Against the Lions, 188 yards. In games where it hasn't been beautiful.
Right.
And then he's got these other games where it's like 300 yards. And you're just like, what happened in these other games?
And he's taking care of the ball?
The consistency, though, is a little off for me.
Okay.
But he's got, 112 rating right now? Like, that's a nice rating. And 13-2 is a good number.
His QBR is 6th in the league?
I just don't think I think he's 6th. I think he's in that area where maybe you're saying more love because you feel like he should be top 3. I don't yet, but because there are other people in that top 3 for me. But he's knocking on the door, so I'll say that that's an overreaction.
Who would be the others in your top 3? Or who would be your top 3? I'm sorry.
I mean, I think Drake May has made his case.
Okay.
I think that Josh Allen's going to be in the conversation naturally. And I did have Baker in that conversation up until Matt Stafford actually belongs in that conversation at the top of it.
And see, that's the thing that's tricky about some of these stats and like QBR and stuff is Jordan Love's QBR is 8 points higher than Matthew Stafford, and it is 11.5 points higher than Josh Allen. But I'm with you. I think Josh Allen will be in that conversation as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush, the campus connection. What are the 3 most coveted jobs in college football? And wait, who's going to pick the next LSU head coach?
It'll be me.
We're going to talk about it next right here on The Fan.
on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
It's like they're going to snap it before the end of the quarter. Saying fires on the fade, and it's a touchdown to Cardell Tate for the second time today.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where it's always important to learn. Right now, to help us with that, we bring in Carter Freeman.
Let's learn.
For the Campus Connection, and I want to start with this. There's a lot to talk about, including who gets to pick the next LSU coach. But I want to start with what Corey has been asking people. Great question. What are the 3 most coveted jobs in college football?
So if every job was open, what are the first 3 that would be filled is what you're asking?
And here's the thing, too. I guess this also comes down to, because when Broadus answered this, he was talking about right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in general, I'm like, what overall in the history, and I guess let's now bring it to the last 30 years or so. What do you look at as like, that's the place you want to be? And Broadus went through and was like, you want to be now with NIL money, you obviously want to be in a place where you're getting money spent. And there are a lot of ones that can freely do that. But if you guys were going to take a job, you can come up with whatever it was. And when you're a fan, when you're looking around, what are the 3 you're like, I want to be there?
I think the 3 that first come to mind for me, because I saw this on the run sheet and I was just running through all the jobs in my head, it's Texas, Notre Dame, and Ohio State. I think are the 3 that
Ohio State has made everybody's list.
Yeah.
Every single person's list. Why?
It's the most recession-proof job in the country. When was the last time Ohio State was bad? It was 2011 when they were sanctioned to hell from Tattoo Gate and they didn't have a full-time head coach.
Yeah.
Outside of that, ever since we'll just go turn of the century, right? Since 2000, they have the second most national titles. They win 10-plus games every single season. It's really hard for them to just not be good. They are a factory to the level that Alabama was, but Alabama had lean years there in the middle of the 2000s.
And Alabama, like, that was Saban's world. And so I wonder sometimes if you want to be, like, now you're compared to Saban for the rest of your life. But
yeah,
even still, like, the factory that it is and has been, Texas has popped up 75% of the time. Notre Dame has not popped up as much as I expected. And we can talk about Texas in a minute, but Notre Dame is one that I would put on my list just because history. I think like just what it's been over its time, people want to go walk those halls and be there.
Yeah, and I think that now with Marcus Freeman and what you've seen, and you can make fun of Brian Kelly, and he deserves a lot of it, but they won a lot with him there in a way that they had not in the previous decade before he got to South Bend.
Right.
It's a place where you can win. You set your own schedule. You do still play those top-tier teams. I mean, this year they played at Miami. They played Texas A&M, right? They're still, you get to choose who you want to play, and you get all the money, right? Like you get that deal with NBC where you get to spend that however you want. And you have all the control, all the power to kind of just forge your own path. They're the only school that's really like that, and they have the history. They have when you think of traditions in college, you just immediately go to Notre Dame, and like that's when I think non-Americans think of college football. Notre Dame's probably the school they first think of, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean,
yeah, that's a good point.
Even if they're not good, I think about Notre Dame whenever I think of college football, just in general. Because of what they've, Rudy, like the branding, it's a brand, and they did a great job at marketing it back in the day, and it's lived with me since. Now, Texas, Kevin, you threw Texas in on yours, I believe.
I did not.
You said Georgia, Bama, and Ohio State.
Ohio State, Alabama, and Georgia were the ones, but I think Texas would be 4.
Okay, why does Texas get that?
Fertile recruiting ground. You have all the best players right in your backyard.
And a lot of money.
That's probably the biggest selling point, is they have it's either them or Ohio State, and A&M's close, but I think Texas has the highest athletics budget in the country.
Yeah.
And it is, 1, 2, and 3, those 3 schools I just mentioned, they are like far and away ahead of everybody else. Texas is still the school that a lot of kids in the state want to play for, no matter if they're good or if they're bad.
Big state.
LSU has that a little bit going for them too, where like, if you're a kid from Louisiana, you don't want to play for Brian Kelly. You want to play for LSU.
That's right.
So like that school is so important to that state. That's a selling point for that job. At Texas, you just the pedigree, the brand, the history, it's always gone in their favor to the point where you've had TCU pop up, you've had Baylor pop up, have those big years. Texas is still going to always have a better class than you, and now with NIL and the way that they've done a good job of spending their money and building their team, I think they're always going to be up there. I think even ahead of an Alabama and ahead of a Georgia.
And so I hear that for sure. Does it ever surprise you that remains the case as, like, let's just look at recent memory. Georgia won multiple national titles. Alabama, multiple national titles. Same with Ohio State. Texas has won one national title in the last 50 years.
It's true.
50. And so does it surprise you that level of prestige carries through, or is it similar to the Notre Dame thing where you have to go back to the 80s to find those national championships coming in left and
it's
right?
88, I think, was Notre Dame's last one.
That is correct.
Where they beat West Virginia in their bowl game. That would be really weird if West Virginia had a national championship.
If you didn't like this system or the system before, trust us, it used to be way worse. But I think you're spot on. It is a brand. And much like people get upset about the Cowboys being a brand without actually winning, I know Texas is at least actually around the rim, as Jerry likes to say.
Lately.
But they don't win it. They've won one time in the last 50 years. And that's why I'm surprised they still carry that same level of cachet as some of these other teams that have just been national championship factories. But they do.
They do. And yeah, they've built that image up for a long, long time. And it's still, it's the biggest. I mean, we talk about high school football a lot on the station. We have the best high school football in the country here.
And it's not particularly close.
And you're the biggest brand in that state.
So that I can see also why that's alluring for fans. Coaches, though, that's alluring for them too, is to carry that brand, like to be leader, ambassadors.
Because
for
you'll
that
get lots
brand.
of attention. Like this. This isn't just about this game, but take a look at they're hosting Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt is higher ranked by a good amount.
Mm-hmm.
Texas has needed smoke mirrors and miracles to win their last two games, and yet Texas is a decisive favorite in that game. And part of it's because of the brand.
No offense to Texas fans, but I don't think DKR has one of the greatest home field advantages in the sport.
They don't.
For having 100,000 people that can fit in there, it doesn't sound at times like Georgia does, or like Florida, or maybe
Washington
some of these other schools. But the other thing too is we mentioned Notre Dame's had some lean years. Texas, the whole last, all the 2010s, they were pretty underwhelming, but you come in, you get all the resources, and you can build that back, right? Like if you're that coach that is the one to lead them back to prominence, as we've seen Sark do, as we've seen Marcus Freeman do at Notre Dame, like you are just immediately, because of the brand, because of the school you're at, you are front and center of everything, which is why we've heard the rumors about Sark potentially wanting to leave to the NFL. Like it's another thing where like you're just going to be at the forefront. We've seen Marcus Freeman rumored for LSU, for Florida, like all these other jobs. Like you become a legend at that place, and it can push you on to even bigger things maybe down the road.
Food-wise, best places to coach.
LSU.
Okay.
I don't think there's a debate, honestly.
When I went to Terry Black, the morning show might. When I went to Terry Black's in Austin, I thought it was freaking amazing.
You know we have one here in Dallas.
I do. Now,
SMU.
I want to stick in Texas for just a second. Have you been fascinated? I know this is like kind of a different tier, but have you been fascinated by Tarleton State?
Yeah, dude. They're number 2 at the FCS level.
And they are 9-0.
Yes.
And I know this is the NIL era, but man, Tarleton State is a fascinating story to me.
On Fan University a couple weeks ago, we had Todd Whitten, head coach of the Texans, on. You can watch that interview on our 105 Through the Fan YouTube channel. And he talked about how he was head coach at Tarleton State in the 90s when they were going from NAIA, non-scholarship, to Division II. They got kicked out of their NAIA conference that they were in because they were too good. They won it too much. So their conference kicked them out. So they had to move up. So he's been with them from that transition to now, transition from D2 to FCS. And they've been so good in the portal at that level. And Todd Whitten is such a staple at that school that he's kept it together during this transition. And yeah, now they're 9-0. Last I checked, they'd won every one of their games except for one by double digits. And that one was against Army when they beat an FBS team to start the season. So it's a phenomenal story They're one of the best teams in the state, and I know it's not FBS or it's not, the highest level of competition, but at their level, they are awesome. And the only team better than them is North Dakota State right now, who North Dakota State is the Alabama of the FCS level, right? So it is an awesome story. It's been really fun to follow.
Now, I want to talk some more about LSU. We've talked about LSU a couple times, like kind of being in the mix for top 3, though it sounds like Ohio State, Texas are the absolute locks. And then third, some people have some different thoughts. But I see where he's going with this. But the Louisiana governor was talking about who's going to be the next LSU head coach. Now, you're going to hear something in there that's probably going to get a lot of people's attention. But I think the rest of what he's saying is very valid. He goes, there's a pattern. This guy here now, Woodward, that is their AD, that wrote the contract costs A&M $77 million. Now we have to pick up $53 million liability. We're not doing that again. And you know what? I believe we're going to find a great coach. Maybe we'll let President Trump pick it. He loves winners. But the idea that the AD for LSU would get to pick another coach when like the last 2 coaches he snagged are currently being paid $130 million in buyouts is kind of weird.
It is, and that's one of this whole saga with Jeff Landry, the Louisiana governor, and their board of regents and whatever is part of the reason why I wouldn't put LSU in my top 3 most desirable jobs right now.
Yeah.
I think if LSU had a standing president, which they don't right now, and their board of regents is guys and gals appointed by the governor, there's just so much flux with the leadership. And again, who's picking the head coach? Who are you answering to? That was something with Texas for a long time where it was like, okay, are you coaching the football team or are you really just here to appease all of the boosters and the donors and stuff? And every school has to do that. But Texas for a long time, that was at the forefront. Charlie Strong with the guy who came after him, I can't think of his name right, Tom Herman. And so Texas has kind of figured that out where they've gotten a lot of their ducks in a row. LSU does not have that right now. And it makes sense. Yeah, you don't want the guy who's giving out all these crazy coaching contracts to bring in someone else that'll then cost the university all this money later down the line. But why would I want to go somewhere like that when there's so much else involved that all the resources are great? The recruiting's great because kids want to play for the school, not for you. You just have that built in. But there's so much other stuff going on right now that LSU has to figure out that I'd be a little hesitant to immediately be like, okay, that's where I want to go.
Yeah.
I think that also when I understand he does have the 2 biggest payouts on his ledger right now. When you sign those deals with those guys, when you make those offers to them, you do believe that they're going to be there coaching well for a while.
Sure.
Like
I will tell you many an A&M fan that was like, good, we got Jimbo locked up.
I'm paying this payout. I
season.
Can't wait to pay this payout. You're thinking, man, I'm never going to have to pay this thing. And then it happens. So that is a weird place to be. And he's had some success right in the past at Washington doing what he was doing. Didn't he have Ty Willingham? He got Chris Peterson up there.
This is Scott Woodward was the AD up there before?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't personally aware of that. But yeah, look, what have you done for me lately?
I think he hired Sark too.
Okay, well, that one didn't work out. But the Chris Peterson one absolutely did. But what have you done for me lately? You've given out 2 contracts that have cost over $100 million for these guys to not coach.
Well,
I wonder if he was friends with them and was like, I'm going to get you guys paid. Don't worry about it.
Well, then if he got 10% and he loses his job, maybe he'll be okay. I don't know. Well, another option is Coach O. Ed Orgeron said he would love to return to LSU as the head coach. I bet he would.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that, right?
I mean, I do because I love Coach O, and there's no one that embodies the state of Louisiana more than Ed Orgeron. And he's been linked to Ed Orgeron really wants to coach again. I think some school is going to hire him, whether that's LSU, that's not going to happen. Or
Go Tigers.
Yeah, exactly. Oregon State is another one, so you get Orgeron State, which I would absolutely love.
Oh, okay, I'm back in.
But
accusations be damned.
I think he'll get a job somewhere, just not at probably an SEC or a Big Ten school.
Okay.
And another guy who's not going to take the Penn State job at the very least, Matt Rule, right? He just signed a contract extension maybe an hour ago to stay at Nebraska.
And you know what's funny? It's an extension, and he was already signed through 2030.
That's what you got to do.
And now he's signed through 2032.
And he didn't even get a pay raise out of it. Well, it's just CFP incentives are what was added, but it raised his buyout, so it'd be really hard for him to leave.
$15 million. Now, to go along with that, as long as we're talking about business moves, did you see the city of Pasadena and the Rose Bowl have filed a lawsuit against UCLA saying the school is trying to move from the Rose Bowl to SoFi Stadium?
So that people would actually go to their games and actually be able to see them.
Yeah.
The Rose Bowl is awesome. It's no other sport in the U.S. at least has a place like the Rose Bowl that is so, just associated with it and a certain time of the year. And I think that's really cool. It's also in a neighborhood, and it is about 30 miles away from UCLA's campus. And it is not easy to get to if you're a Bruins fan, to go watch them lose by 50 points to Indiana, right? Against teams from the Midwest. So it makes sense that UCLA would want to leave, find a better place for them. But colleges playing at NFL stadiums is just so lifeless. It's just such a shame that neither side has really been able to, work with each other to make something more appeasable. But the Rose Bowl's in the middle of a neighborhood. It's really hard to, do anything about that.
Now,
you don't like roses? Is that what
no,
you're saying?
sorry, I thought you were going to say something else. I want to talk about finally the NCAA made a smart move, because I'm going to go to Pittsburgh's coach. Pat Narduzzi was talking about gambling and being allowed to gamble on professional sports. He said, it's absolutely one of the stupidest decisions I've ever seen. First of all, it's a habit. It's no different than smoking, drinking, doing drugs. It's a bad habit. I don't think anyone here encourages you guys to go out drinking and getting smashed on a Friday or Saturday night or at a ball game. So he throws out there, and then NCAA, probably something to do with what's happening in the NBA, said they are delaying the implementation of their rule allowing college athletes to bet on pro sports.
The Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, also released a statement, and he's got a lot of sway. I want to say he might be a part of the board that votes to approve these things.
Okay.
So, yeah, Greg Sankey's kind of bullying the NCAA into not accepting this. And
don't you think they should not accept this?
It's a common sense thing. It just there doesn't seem to be reason to cross those two streams. You're just inviting bad things to happen. And we saw earlier this year, John Mateer may or may not have gambled on college football, right? So, and last year, Iowa and Iowa State had a bunch of players busted because they found their DraftKings accounts. Like, the genie's out of the bottle. You're not going to put it back in, but you can at least slow the release, because it just doesn't seem right to allow students. What would you have done when you were 20 with these this opportunity in front of you?
I would have
Stupid
gambled
stuff.
and won.
Yeah. Oh.
Because I would have been, and I'm just saying, they're being allowed to bet on pro games is different, right? Where's the problem here? What effect do they have on the pro games?
I just think that the two are
they can't control an outcome.
Don't you think you're making a big assumption that that's where it stops?
Yeah.
I think that's the Pittsburgh coach's point.
I understand that.
NFL and college are so intrinsically linked too. It's like that I don't know. That's like allowing like G League players to gamble on NBA games. I just think that it's too close of a connection in my mind.
Okay, I can see how. Hey, that guy just went to the league this year. I was his teammate last year.
Yeah.
We're still connected. He just told
You
me
can get a
he's
little bit of
injured.
insider information.
He's dealing
and-
with a little bit there.
Yeah.
I can understand that. That's the connection I was looking for, and that's what I was. Otherwise, let the kids play. I mean, how else are they going to eat? NIL money, Kevin. That's the answer.
That's true.
I am glad they opened up NIL. I know a lot of people are upset. It didn't have to be this way, but the rules that used to be in place were ridiculous.
Yes.
For players that were making so much money for the NCAA. All right, Carter, before we transition over to anything else, is there anything else you wanted to run through for the upcoming weekend? Is Oklahoma-Tennessee an elimination game?
For a playoff spot,
Yeah.
yeah, because the loser would have
3 losses, right?
Yeah, the loser would have 3. Who's Tennessee? They lost to Georgia.
They have 2 losses.
And they lost. Who else did they lose to? Okay, but they have 2 losses. So yeah, I think at 9-3, looking at those teams, with Oklahoma, if they lose this game, they still have Alabama. But then it's like Missouri, who lost their quarterback, and then LSU, who doesn't have a full-time head coach. So maybe the end of their schedule doesn't look as strong as it might have. So yeah, I think it is. The SEC could get as many as 5 teams in the playoff. I think that's a very real possibility.
Alabama, Georgia, Texas A&M, Vanderbilt, and the winner of this?
The winner of this game, I mean, look, if Texas wins out, they're going to have one conference loss.
Yeah.
And their only losses would be at the beginning of the season and to Florida. And they would have gone on a hot streak to end the season. So I don't think you can completely rule them out either. But yeah, whoever loses this game is totally out. And I hate it because I'm an OU grad, but this offense, OU hasn't scored more than 25 points or 26 points in an SEC game since they joined the conference. And I just don't think they're going to score that much on the road, even against a Tennessee team that's defense is much, much worse than it was last year.
Right. Well, we appreciate the insight, college football at all times. Where can people listen to you this weekend?
Fan University.
Or see you.
Yes, you can come out and see us, Fan University, 9 to 1. We will be at the Jake's Burgers off of Greenville Avenue.
You're
it's
kidding
true,
me.
Corey. I don't come on the radio and lie.
This is awesome.
What's more shocking, that or that the Missouri quarterback isn't going to be out for like 14 years?
That was my story for C Block, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
I'm just joking. It wasn't. The Missouri thing.
Thanks,
but
buddy.
because I understand why they're sending Carter to Jake's. It's a fantastic place.
So 9 to 1 this Saturday, and we are efforting. I believe tomorrow morning we will talk to Mike Elko, Texas A&M head coach.
Oh,
So
yes!
Assuming that goes through, you'll be able to hear him with us on Saturday.
I like it.
Ask a question for Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin, what do you want me to ask? I'm gonna ask my dad too because he went to A&M.
What would he say to longtime A&M fans who are just worried that the carpet is just going to get pulled out from under them in a more hilarious fashion than usual?
Should I use the phrase "battered Aggie syndrome"?
Yes,
because that's the one I see online all the time.
Yes, you should.
I will. Can I give you guys my favorite horror movie too?
Yes, please.
Before I head out?
Hit the theme. You gotta wait for that. We could talk over it though. Because Halloween is
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, two guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
I think I might be holding my cane too high. Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
It depends on how tall you are.
That's a good point.
If you give a bad opinion, can I use the cane to like yank you off the stage?
Oh,
There will be no yanking.
Jesus.
They play in New York.
Carter.
Yes?
Very funny. Carter, what is your favorite horror movie?
Okay, I'm not the biggest horror fan. I like reading horror novels. I don't like watching.
You can go ahead and turn his
the
mic
suspense
off.
is not for me.
This is not the Nerdlinger corner.
But every
Jeez.
fall, every Halloween, I'm pushing through this just disdainful hate being sent my way for having an opinion.
Wouldn't most hate be disdainful?
I think there can be love hate.
Okay.
Yeah, that can be a thing.
What's the movie already?
The Thing. I will watch
that
The
is a
Thing
good movie.
from 1980
Kurt
with
Russell?
Kurt Russell, and the special effects are what do it for me because there's just it's so disgusting.
Yes.
It's disgustful, as Mike McCarthy would
Yes.
say, but it has aged like fine wine. It's from I think 1980 is when the movie came out, and it still looks so good, so realistic, so disgusting to this day. Thank you, Mike. It is a phenomenal movie, top to bottom. So The Thing from like the early 80s, that's my favorite.
I agree, and they're stuck at like is it an Arctic ice station or some? That movie actually I do really enjoy. And you know what? If you're going on I know you probably won't, but if people are going on an 80s horror rampage, once again, Sleepaway Camp from 1983 or Chopping Mall from 1986. Both of those movies are like an hour and 20 minutes long. So I think you should watch them. Corey, what is your favorite horror movie?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to give this one some thought. Carrie is a movie that whenever I watched it with my mom, and I was like, what happened? I was like, what's the period? And I still had questions. It was probably too early for me to watch that movie. However, I was sitting on my mom's bed watching that movie, and in the reflection of the mirror behind, my dad could see that as he was walking down the hallway. And it was at the very end of the movie. And Kevin, I don't want to spoil it for everybody, but there is a jump scare at the end of that movie.
Okay, so...
And my dad jumped into the room and screamed, and I hit my head on the ceiling fan because I jumped up in the air so high. But it's it.
Okay.
Like Carrie is great, but it is that's the one I also watched that movie, the first one.
The Tim Curry
one.
Pause. We just saw Carrie for the first time. That jump scare scared the crap out of her.
Got you. The movie's good. Like it's a good movie.
Yeah.
That thing right there, it just got me.
Tim Curry?
I watched the Tim Curry one in my parents' mirror. They were watching it. I snuck down the hallway, laid on the floor, and could see it in a mirror, and I could hear it because it was right there. They didn't know I was there. I had terrible dreams for years. I like the new ones. I like the new It movies too.
I liked part 1. I thought part 2 kind of stunk.
Reading the books, I loved the connection. Part 1 was really good.
Yeah. So Corey can like horror books, but I can't.
Mm-hmm. I also I watched last night the first episode of Welcome to Derry. And this has some connections to the book that nobody's ever really, they never really added those into the movies because they're little short stories that go into the book as well. So
this time, did Stephen King figure out an ending
for this?
Yeah.
Dude, here's the thing.
They've never got a good ending to that on film.
Kevin, Stephen King doesn't like endings.
Yeah. He doesn't like a lot of things.
But I'm going to go with It. I love It.
Okay.
Pennywise is terrifying.
I agree. And I like the new fella who played Pennywise, but I thought Tim Curry was just freaking terrifying, man. But that's probably when you watch it too. Because like you said, you watch it when you're like, yeah, that's probably gonna stick with you.
I also I don't love horror movies. I'm not a huge horror movie person. I don't like sad movies. I'm usually looking for something funny.
Oh, okay.
But here we are.
Alec, if you had to pick a horror movie, what would you go with as your favorite horror movie of all time?
It's weird because my favorite singular movie is not my favorite franchise. My favorite franchise is probably Friday the 13th.
Yes.
But as we've discussed before, it kind of went in some weird directions and they just kept making movies. It's like, okay,
what do you mean? Part 8, when they get on a boat that's a graduating senior cruise and it makes its way to Manhattan where he boxes a guy on the roof of a building and punches his head off?
That's totally normal. Or spaceships and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's part 10.
Yeah, it gets weird. But my favorite all-time movie, I would say, is the part 1 newest remake of It. I thought it was beautifully executed.
Yeah.
Bill Skarsgård, who played Pennywise, I think he is terrifying. I think he's awesome. He was really good at what he did. And the balance of practical effects and CGI, I thought was perfect. Like, it was so visually pleasing, outside of the, creepy parts, but, like, they did a really, really good job on it.
Now, from the 817, I think if I recall, Corey, you were going to disagree with this for sure. The Blair Witch Project. The Blair Witch Project is very much of a particular time that I could see how if you saw it 3 years later, like in the afternoon at your house, you'd be like, this movie is stupid.
We saw it when we still believed the stuff
those
that
kids
we
were really
told.
dead.
We thought it was a real movie. These kids are dead. This is a movie they found. And that's exactly... And... I do remember, I think in the theater, like the lights went out because of tornado in the middle of it. And so like we were freaking out about that. And then when we got home, my dad like snuck out of the window and came around to my window.
Yes.
And knocked on and I was like, my dad was always trying to scare me, dude. What's up with that, Pops?
I love it, man. Because again, I felt the same way. I thought that movie was really scary, but when I watched it later, like at
I get it. Yeah,
and I was like, okay, I could see
Dude,
why.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre is fantastic, and it's very highly touted still.
I have to make an admission. That's what I need to watch then. I don't think I've ever seen the original.
Oh, yeah,
I
really?
saw the remake because of Jessica Biel's jeans in the trailer.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if I've ever seen the original.
It's different than a lot of the other slasher movies of the time. It's a lot more psychological.
Yes.
Which I appreciate.
For sure. From the 214, guys, it's The Exorcist. It's the one movie that scares me till this day. And I'm curious generationally if people go back and watch that and it still freaks them out in the same way. Linda Blair is insanely good in that movie. I love The Omen as an old school
Yeah, people keep throwing
movie.
The Conjuring in there.
Yes. So
there's just so many of them.
That's true. But the first one that came out,
We
man,
had so many fears.
I thought that's
Nuns.
true. I thought that was
Dolls.
excellent. From the 214 Dawn of the Dead, the newer Sarah Polley one,
that's
or
really
the
good.
old
The
one.
old one was awesome.
That is so gory.
Still awesome.
It's one in the mall, right?
Yes, it is freaking. But see, Carter, they have like a subsection of movie that I like a lot. And you saw this in Chad Powers. I like it when either you're pulling a deception or the world is crumbling around you, when you get to have that little 15, 20 minutes in the middle of the movie where, you know what, let's have some fun. Maybe it's the end of the world, but that means we can go shop wherever we want, or we can do whatever we want. Consequences will be there in a second. I always like that part of the movie, knowing that, like,
everyone's going to die.
Yeah, everyone's going to
like
die.
30 minutes.
Or you're going to be found out or whatever. Let's ride a bicycle around the mall, or, you know, go get the Constitution.
That's
whatever.
me with Friday the 13th when Freddy Krueger's just dropping one-liners. Like,
Shut your mouth. That's a different
Wel-
franchise.
welcome to prime time, and he just slams the girl's head through a
That
TV.
is Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, not Friday the 13th.
Oh, did I not? Did I say the wrong one? My bad. I meant Nightmare on Elm
That-
Street.
I would argue that's the best one.
Scream is still holds up.
And it's still the original?
I went and watched it with my kid the other day, and I totally forgot that Drew Barrymore was in it, and then thought about, like, that was a big deal that Drew Barrymore was in that movie at the time. And that opening scene is insane.
You are so right, because now it's become kind of like you're less shocked when somebody gets killed off at the beginning. But at the time, I'm sure people were like, let's go see the Drew Barrymore movie. It was kind of Psycho-esque, although I know Janet Leigh doesn't actually... You should watch the movie. She's in about half of it. But, like, Drew Barrymore's in that movie for what, 8-10 minutes? And then she's gone. The most famous person in that movie, dead, probably at the time. Yeah, she's dead. And you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And that set a precedent for some of the newer ones where they'll have someone famous at the beginning, and then they die in the first 5 minutes of the movie.
Yes, I am absolutely with you on that. From the 214, guys, there's this movie called Suspiria. It's disturbing on a very unexplainable level. So I know they made a newer one, but that's also a movie that came out like in the 70s.
77.
Okay, Suspiria, Hereditary, Midsommar. These are all movies that I would throw in the category of, it's a horror movie, but it's also super, super weird. If you are like, if that's your jam, go follow one of those movies. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's keep with this just a little bit.
Yes.
What's the best wrestling character to be for Halloween?
Ooh.
And more next on The Fan.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
And Corey Majors. Oh, you already said my name.
I did. Do you want me to tell you something?
Tell me something.
If Max Crosby gets traded, the leading odds person on here is still the Cowboys.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that because of the Trey Wingo stuff?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I'd like to know. Kevin, what is the KNC Masterpiece? What's your explanation of it? Because I've always given my explanation. How do you define KNC Masterpiece?
And I do really like your explanation of when you say just friends at a bar. But yeah, get great sports information and have some fun and laughs along the way.
There you go.
Maybe touch emotions.
What did you just say?
Maybe touch some emotions.
That's what I thought you said. I was just making sure.
Okay.
Yesterday, guys, we saw this. I loved it. And Alec, you brought it up as we were kind of discussing it off air. And this kind of leads me to the first question of the day. And I love that a lot of people are texting in their ideas here. Jahmyr Gibbs dressed up as Jeff Hardy with his girlfriend as Lita, which...
Oh. That is factually inaccurate. She attended, but she was with Matt Hardy until she cheated on him with a married person.
And he looks great. Have you seen this yet, Kevin?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna show you a video. This is her as Lita, and that's Jahmyr Gibbs as Jeff Hardy.
Oh man, I like his dance. His dance is really good.
He nailed it, man.
Yeah, and he did a good job.
Man, that dance is phenomenal. That's exactly how Jeff Hardy looks.
I'll admit, Lita may have been one of my first wrestling crushes of ever.
What's missing from that costume then?
Can I say it?
Yeah.
The thong line.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was a time when showing the thong line was significant. I don't know why.
I don't either.
But they did.
Women, right?
I
Yeah.
wasn't mad about it.
You're right, Mike. And then they were like, hey, respect us. And I was like, oh, well, don't show me your thong. It's your underwear. Come on, what are we doing here?
Whoa.
Although I can respect you, even though I see your thong. I feel like this has really gotten out of hand.
We probably should have just let them.
877-881-1053.
Mm-hmm.
What is the coolest wrestler to dress up as for Halloween? Halloween's tomorrow. My kid somehow got a pimp costume.
What?
All right, here's the deal. The other day, Adrian texted me and she was like, would you be okay if your son dressed up for Halloween as a pimp? And I just texted back and said, pimping ain't easy. And
did she ever respond to you?
White.
Oh, did she ever respond and go, that's not an answer?
She just responded seriously.
Oh, okay.
And that's when I responded back and I was like, show me the costume. And it's the ridiculous purple costume you find at Spirit Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
And it's got the purple hat.
Hey.
And so I said, just let him dress as a pimp. And
I want that as a drop. Also, do you think we should ask Jerry tomorrow if they get royalties?
What are you dressing
off
up
that
for?
Spirit Halloween Cowboys cheerleader costumes? Do they get?
Oh, I bet they don't.
Do they get royalties?
I don't know. We should ask him what he's dressing up as. Because remember, he dressed up as a referee that year, and he was like, maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. Ask him if he'll dress up as a GM.
Dude.
Oh, is that worse than? Never mind.
So I said, let him dress up as a pimp, and then she texted and said, okay, we got the costume. And I said, hey, quick thought, does he know what a pimp actually is?
Oh.
And so she explained to him on the drive home what a pimp's life is. And he had different thoughts after. And he was like, I was unaware.
What did he have a thought about what
it was? He thought being called a pimp was being a cool guy.
I could see how that's been
it's kind of evolved over time. So
I got it.
I was like, but you need to know, you got to put some baby powder on your hand and say, where my bitch is at. You know, like that's what you got to say. What? That was from a movie.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. It was Baby Powder from How High.
Okay.
That was Mike Epps, Ice Cube's friend.
It's a different time.
It was a different time. So that was from a movie.
Yeah.
Guys, back to the original question.
My God.
Which was, who's the best wrestler to dress up for as Halloween? Dress up as for Halloween. You guys, y'all are the wrestlers I know.
Oh.
I've gotten Stone Cold, Macho Man 100%.
Macho Man is a good one.
Crow Sting is a good one.
See, I would need some time because I could grow out my hair to look like Macho Man. Whereas just there's nothing there, but it grows. He had the skullet kind of.
So you're telling
going.
me it's been possible this whole time?
Just on the sides, in the back.
Mm-hmm.
But I always thought Undertaker or Kane would be cool. Kane, you could wear a mask if you're not good looking, or I mean, even if you are good looking. But like all those old TV shows, they would always be at the masquerade ball for Halloween, and so that would fit into that.
Okay.
I think for me, one that stands out because he always had incredible gear would be Shawn Michaels.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen so many TikToks of people just nailing the D-Generation X theme. Like Triple H, like two guy best friends will be Triple H and Shawn Michaels. They're recreating the Stan bit, super kick in the hallway with a random person at a party. I love that. But I think Macho Man would probably be my one seed because of the flamboyant, get the hat and everything, the tassels hanging down from the jacket. Like, it could be so perfect if it's executed right.
It's fun too.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah. There's definitely a lot of tassel happening there. The 80s and early 90s were the time of tassels for men.
I like the idea of drunk Andre the Giant.
Man, what about
just walk around with a keg and just say like, I'm drinking this.
What if you work that in with a very famous musician and you go as Andre 3000 the Giant?
Oh man, I like merging things. I'm huge on mergers. Big fan of them.
In your face, Jon Stewart.
It's not what I was talking about, but somebody said any of the Von Erichs, Speedo only.
Yeah, you got to have the right amount of confidence
to wear a
with that,
Speedo.
And I don't and never have.
I understand.
So that wouldn't be for me.
Okay.
But if you've got it going on like that, then yeah, because all of a sudden, think about it. Your Halloween costume is going to be you showing off some skin for the people.
Yeah.
And like, you'd be like, oh, look at that confident fella right there. And
some people love skin.
Yes.
Some people aren't fans of skin. I understand that.
I'm a fan.
Guys, let's go to the Marlins or not.
Gross.
Let's go to MLB baseball.
Yes.
Ariel Epstein has a screenshot of Derek Jeter on the herd.
Okay.
And below it says Derek Jeter, Fox Sports MLB analyst. And she said Derek Jeter being labeled as just, quote, Fox Sports MLB analyst is dirty. How about 5-time World Series champ, World Series MVP, or 14-time All-Star?
Oh.
Marlins man then chimed in. Don't omit, failed 100% as Marlins president, 0 playoffs, losing record every year, decimated team, horrible trades, free agents, liar and being foreign corporation, liar about negotiations for season tickets, had all employees walking on eggshells, totally incompetent.
Holy crap.
Do we ever take a guy's post-playing career and apply it to him? Or do we just go, no, Michael Jordan was great despite?
Yeah, see, I
they
think,
weren't good at everything they touched.
No, I think you're right. It's that. I think it's we just are like, yeah, but that's not why he's great, so don't worry.
He was great as a player. I
that.
watched that. That's what it was. Yeah.
We don't seem to totally, I know people bring it up occasionally, but it doesn't feel like people totally discount Jordan for anything that happened like as a player with the Wizards either. So, yeah, that is interesting because people don't dump on Wayne Gretzky and they're like, oh, why didn't he win a whole bunch of cups as a coach?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
I think it is that second.
And then you look at some of the great coaches were never great players.
Yes.
And you're like,
a lot of
why?
them.
Like, was Phil Jackson a great player?
No.
He was a player?
Yeah.
He just crushes a lot.
True. Man, that's harsh from Marlins, man. No.
Yeah. Oh, man, from the 940, Jeter was an overrated player anyway.
Fact.
He's just a guy.
How many MVPs did he win if he's so great? What's that? None? Oh, okay.
Put Michael Young in that lineup.
You've long held that opinion.
Michael Young's great. Guys, I don't know. This is something that I haven't found a real report on this. I've just found a Reddit post behind something. But Kevin, have you seen the Bengals fan who has, as a season ticket holder, called to cancel his tickets for the next season? And he was asked, do you want cheap tickets or to pay Jamar Chase and T. Higgins?
That's what the ticket person said?
That's what they say that person replied to him. Bengals fan, yeah, he wanted to cancel his tickets, and they asked him, do you want cheap tickets or do you want to pay these players? So that's where I ask you, is it our duty as fans to think about the salaries of the players? We don't really pay them.
Especially in the NFL, where so much of your money comes from those TV contracts.
And I hate whenever I hear an owner say, you show up and we'll start paying players.
Yes.
Like, that's your job, is to put your job, from my understanding as a fan, is that you are going to put the best product you possibly can out there, and I will show up because of that. You're Barnum and Bailey. You're trying to give me something to show up for.
See, and I always hate, because like Mark Cuban does this a lot. He will say, like, do you know how many years I lost money on the Mavericks? Okay, great. That's only if you don't factor in the value of what you own going up. So like let's say I had a really awesome card and I paid $10,000 for that card. But over the span of 5 years, I spent $1,400 making sure it's nice and the upkeep stays and everything like that. I lost all of this money. In the meantime, my card value has gone from $10,000 to $80,000. Don't tell me you're losing money. The value of your franchise is going up again and again.
Semantics.
And again. Yeah. And like,
it's picking stats.
Yeah. You can look, man, tomorrow, if there was no salary cap, Jerry Jones could give out $50 million per year for George Pickens and every other player you think the Cowboys could conceivably need to sign, and they would be doing fine financially because the value of that franchise keeps going up. So I don't know why in the world ticket prices would go up because of that.
I like this from the 616. So if you take the pay the player route and they trade or cut the player, do you get a refund?
That is a great question.
Yeah, my money that I spent, the money I spend on it is because I want to attend to see a show.
Yeah.
Y'all are the ones responsible for keeping me interested in the show, not me.
Right.
So that's C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
Very interesting.
All over the place.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are you losing patience with these NFL teams, and should these squads get a little bit more time? Plus, if you really want more about Max Crosby, next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All-Pro Garrett Bowles and former 49er Mike McGlinchey are the tackles, and on the third play of the game, here's a slant picked off at the 40-yard line. Stumbling forward with the ball is Traquez Bridges.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. As we get closer to Cowboys game day on a Monday, the Cardinals are preparing, as we thought would be the case, Kyler Murray to start against the Cowboys.
Kevin, we have a situation happening up here at the station, and I can totally understand if this is in effect because of the way you've treated Eric in the past.
Oh, yeah.
But right now, like Eric brought in a new Tolo, or maybe an old Tolo. He's been around for a while. He brought him in, showed him around the studio, and then Eric left the studio and left the door open.
Bastard.
He just walked out of here and left the door open. We have the door closed all the time so we don't make so much noise while they're getting prepped and everything. We're trying to take care of those fellas. And Eric Chiafalo just walks out of here not caring about how we treat them. Look at that, Zach Wolchuk, team player. I've always said that about Zach. He's the best one out of all of them.
Oh.
Whenever I say about the people.
Okay.
You know? And
you heard what he said.
And you know what? Boss man Gavin Spittle walks by, opens the door.
We can change this topic.
All right, we're done.
It was going to be about the NFL. We'll see now. Just a reminder to everybody again, tomorrow, Uncle Julio's 16150 Dallas Parkway got these very cool brand new Tolo tumbler glasses? Is that what we would call them?
Yeah, well, they're not glasses. They're like coffee mugs.
Yeah,
coffee.
Okay.
Not even mugs. They're the travel mugs. So there's steel on the outside, stainless steel.
Not to dive too much into this, but I guess I just think of glasses also, even if they're not glass. Is that weird?
Like plastic cups?
Yeah,
You're
sometimes.
Like, give me a glass.
But as we've established on the show, I do not always have the correct word for things. All right. I'm going to run through some teams on here. I want to see if you think trust is wearing thin with these teams. Let's start with the Atlanta Falcons. It felt like it was set up, and I know Tampa Bay has really taken off, but it kind of felt like it was set up for the Falcons. Michael Penix coming into his own, Bijan Robinson being one of, if not the best player in football.
Yeah, he was becoming running back 1A.
Exactly. Are you losing patience, or do you think the league in general is losing patience with the Falcons? Because they feel like they have been very underwhelming this year.
Underwhelming is a good word. And Drake London's injury didn't help either. Like, that was another guy. You know, I think we all kind of lost patience with Kyle Pitts and just were like, yeah, we'll believe it when we see it. And still haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So that was another factor, was we kept getting this is the Kyle Pitts season. And that hasn't quite turned out. So, yeah, absolutely losing patience there.
All right, Alec, I want to get you in on this, but I want to include another team that I think kind of similar. Do you feel the same way about the Minnesota Vikings? So I realize J.J. McCarthy has been out, but outside of like one quarter, even when he was there, kind of feels like the Vikings, coming off a monster regular season, have been underwhelming too.
Yeah, I think both is fair, and I think especially so for the Minnesota Vikings, because I thought if anybody was going to turn J.J. McCarthy into an NFL quarterback, it was going to be Kevin O'Connell.
Right.
I did not think he was a first-round player. I did not think he was going to be a winning quarterback in the NFL, but dang it, he went to the perfect situation, right? Best wide receiver in the league, good defense, great defensive coordinator, and a really amazing offensive mind in Kevin O'Connell. I thought that they were going to figure that out. And, of course, the injury doesn't help. People are still going to be, well, we haven't seen much of him. But like you said, Kevin, what we did see wasn't great. He had a couple good moments.
And it all got covered up by kind of that quarter and a half, which was awesome.
Spectacular. But the rest of his play did not add up to that. So, yeah, very underwhelming.
I think you probably saw where this list was going. Next on the list, the Dallas Cowboys. Feels like we've given them plenty of time to figure out the new defensive system. They still have all kinds of communication breakdowns. You're 8 games into the year. You've got one more before the bye. You still haven't won back-to-back games. Your defense is in shambles. Do you think patience has worn thin with the Dallas Cowboys?
My patience wore thin in the offseason.
Ooh.
Actually, sometime last year.
Settle down just a little bit.
Yeah, you know why. And like that was, it's the offense. They surprised me on opening night. I was like, Kevin, we were there in Oxnard. I saw signs of no life. I was like, this is not going to be good. We watched the whole preseason. Oh my gosh. Because they played with their 7-iron the entire time and no other clubs, they did throw Philadelphia off a little bit and were able to surprise them and everybody else nationally. I think they were hoping to be able to sneak away with a win there. And I was like, okay, maybe this is going to be a little bit different. Their defense since then has just been so horrid.
Yeah.
That I can't believe even that the offense can save it. So, yes, my patience has been thin.
And then the last one on my list before I move on to the next part, the New York Giants.
No. They have the bright future of quarterback. You know what? The rest of this season is whatever growth he has, and
how much of that growth gets
and hoping Malik Neighbors comes back and that duo can be something special.
So how much of that growth gets stifled if who you think is going to be your stud wide receiver and I guess your running back of the future are both not going to be there?
Yeah, it's just, okay, well, then it's just navigate for Jackson Dart. This is a learning season. But the question is, Dable, can he survive that? Another learning season for a quarterback.
Do you think he can?
I don't know. I don't think that they have the patience for it anymore.
Okay.
And they don't have any respect either in the league right now. And I think that's another factor that if you're a GM owner, you're looking at that going, this is bad for us overall. I haven't lost patience with them just because I'm happy they are where they are because it keeps the Cowboys up a little bit. But I know that the fan base for them probably definitely is.
Do the Houston Texans deserve a little bit more time? This is a team that started off horrendously, 0-3, although I know they'll make the argument those losses were by a total of 13 points. Since then, you've won 3 of 4, including beating the Ravens and 49ers without their primary quarterback.
I'll give them some more time.
Okay.
Again, not a lot of people really care about them or think about them that much because it's Houston.
Right.
But last year we expected a lot.
Yes.
So that what happened is my expectation dropped so much on them.
Okay.
That when you prove it to me, I'll believe it.
Okay.
Very much like Kyle Pitts. I have no standard for you right now.
Right.
And so their wins until they get to like their 5 games over 500, then I'll start paying attention again.
You know what? You were talking about teams that nobody cares about. I feel like this team is really high up on that list. Do the Carolina Panthers deserve a little bit more time? The Carolina Panthers are surprisingly 4-4. We talked about it. They were 4-3, and it was the latest in the season. They've been above 500 in 4 or 5 years. Bryce Young continues to show flashes as well as other plays where you're like, I don't know what the hell that was. And then they just got absolutely hammered by the Bills.
Alec, are you seeing what I'm seeing on Twitter right now?
Let me look.
Kevin, I'll get back to your...
Oh, okay.
DeMarvion Overshone just left practice with the training staff. John Machota said didn't seem like anything serious. But he did leave practice with the training staff.
You could see how that would cause alarm.
It's creating a stir, if you will, that Nick Harris and John Machota have now reported that. And that's just all I'm saying is it's a little bit of a stir in my emotions because there's a lot hinging on this.
Because he's the Anthony Davis of your team, right? In terms of, we've talked about him for so long. His ability is freaking incredible, and he could change how a lot of your defense can go. I know Anthony Davis can score a lot of points as well, but you keep waiting for him to be healthy, and every time you think it's going to happen,
it doesn't.
Like I said, like when we were talking about with Carter a little bit earlier of like if they have Elko on Fan University, which I'm sure they will on Saturday. Is you just, as an A&M fan, you wait for the rug to get pulled out from underneath you. Like, whether you're waiting for Anthony Davis or DeMarvion Overshown, unfortunately, does it not kind of feel like the further along you get in the process, the worse fans' fall is?
It could be anything. He might have had to go to the restroom. Forgot to go before practice and he has to go, or maybe the knee brace he has needs a little tweak to it.
Yes. Did you know it's mostly decorative?
But
I don't know if you
I did hear that. But Kevin, it is like when you see this, your first thought is, oh no. So
yes.
I'll leave it at that. When it comes to the Panthers, I think they're very below the Texans on my expectations list.
Okay.
I expect Bryce Young and Tet to continue developing a relationship and building on that. I do. But I'll never run out of patience for them because my care about them is very low.
What about the 49ers and the Ravens? Now, I know there are different scenarios in terms of they've both been through injuries, but the 49ers have done a really good job keeping their head above water while the Ravens haven't. But then again, in their garbage division, does that even matter?
The Ravens, I guess, because those are two teams that have been on the cusp. Like,
Yes.
that's where the patience is y'all aren't supposed to be this bad or be in this position
Right.
if you're still that kind of contender. But I think getting Brock Purdy back will change a lot of people's opinion. It'll make them, but they still have a lot of other injuries they're dealing with.
Yeah, that team has had a plethora of like star injuries, not just injuries, but like big time player injuries. All right, let me ask you this. Ravens play the Dolphins tonight. I don't feel like any of us particularly hold the Dolphins this year in high esteem. Let's say Lamar Jackson comes back, looks phenomenal. He's just clicking on all cylinders and they lose 38-35. You done?
With the
Ravens?
Ravens? Because I was already done with the Dolphins.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm almost there, dude. I really am almost there because you keep bringing up like they're favorites to win their division. I'm like,
which is crazy.
What are you talking about right now?
They are, though.
What are you talking about? Aaron Rodgers is in that division. You're not seeing him stand with his hands on his hips, observing plays.
What? Okay.
You know what I'm talking, Alec. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I do.
There are certain plays. There was the tush push play.
Yep.
He didn't even line up under center. He just stood in the backfield with his hands on his hips and watched them do it as a direct snap to the tight end. He was like, I'm not getting involved in that. You know, I could get hurt.
Okay.
Watch. Next time you watch Aaron Rodgers, how
Okay.
many times he just stands there in power position with his hands on his hips.
All right. Okay. I like that. So let's say they do lose tonight. Over?
Done.
Okay. I accept. And then
they're saying it was something with DeMarvion Overshown's hand or finger, according to Joseph Hoyt.
Okay. Here's the thing.
And it doesn't sound too serious.
See, but that's what they say. But the human body, when it comes to sports, is tricky. Because you'll hear this thing when, like, oh, somebody hurt their neck. And you're like, oh, dear God. And they're like, they might play in the next game. Or you saw Drinkwitz. The Missouri quarterback looked like he got turned into a pretzel.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, yeah, he'll be okay. He might play at the end of the season.
Looks
and you're
like a cramp.
yeah, you're like, wait, what?
Uh-huh.
And then somebody's like ring finger. Well, something will happen, and they're like, he's out 6 to 8 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So the human body, when it comes to sports, the size of the body part is not necessarily equivalent with how much time they're going to miss. So they say it's going to be fine. But man, you hear goofy stuff like this all the time. It's like, oh, you chipped this part of your finger. He's out a month.
Yeah. Good point.
So I remain concerned. I know we're not doing level of concern, but if we were, very high on Overshown's injury status.
The practice report will tell us more later today, according to Nick Harris.
As long as John Harbaugh's not putting it together.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Cooper Flagg on the attack and all the way. The forceful attack is finished.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing fantastic, and I had a question for all you fine fellas.
Nice.
Now, Jim Irsay's kids are selling his memorabilia. It's going up for auction with some of the proceeds going to charity, which is super neat. Now, Jim Irsay, who...
Guitars.
Yes.
Like empty prescription bottles and stuff like that?
Well, I was going to say,
on, man.
Unfortunately, Jim Irsay is known to sometimes lie, or was. He said he was once offered more than $1 billion for all of his memorabilia. But I have many options for you. Tell me which one thing would most interest you. Would it be a guitar owned by Paul McCartney? A guitar from Jimi Hendrix or Prince, Kurt Cobain, Eric Clapton, also Muhammad Ali's Rumble in the Jungle championship belt, or the saddle used for Secretariat's Triple Crown run, or a copy of the Declaration of Independence from the 1800s. It's not the original, but it's more.
No, they made copies for all the states, right?
Yeah, and it's more than 200 years old.
I think the championship belt.
From Muhammad Ali.
It would be the coolest. What was the thing after that?
The saddle from
the
Secretariat.
Yeah.
That would be
something
cool.
that I could wear, you know?
Okay. Would you
show
just
up
have
for
the champ
horseback
is
riding?
here play every time you go in somewhere?
Yeah, I could definitely see myself showing up for tailgates with that on.
Oh, yeah. If you were ever able to achieve that dream, I will follow you around playing that song whenever you enter a building.
I love
it. Hype, man.
Hell yeah.
And I would also I think the saddle would be a great flex, like on a trail ride. You know?
So you want to like actively use all of these things.
Yes.
So the Declaration of Independence, would that be tough, or would you walk around and be like, it's not what it says right here, Jack?
Where's Nicolas Cage?
Yeah.
I would have
everybody.
I'd be worried I'd lose that. You know?
Okay.
I'd have to put it up for auction almost immediately.
Okay.
To get
Whereas
the value.
the saddle, you're like,
Yeah.
hey, we'll just wear it out.
We're gonna get utility out of this.
Okay. What about the rest of you gentlemen?
Give me Hendrix guitar.
Yeah,
I could
was
see
gonna say
that.
Jimmy.
With the caveat, is this his original one? Because his father bought him one in a pawn shop, his original one, and it's a right-handed guitar, and Hendrix is left-handed, and he flipped it upside down to play. That's
incredible.
Would you want that one?
I said yes, Heggy. I want that one.
Would
you want this? There's more.
Dawson already took the damn saddle, so I'm going to
And the
take.
championship belt. He got two for one.
How did Dawson get two?
The one he didn't. He only
did.
gets
He
one.
Bird.
I thought you got both.
I'm just indulging him.
He
Or
said he
the
went-
Woodstock guitar. Would you want the first Jimi Hendrix one or the Woodstock guitar?
Does that come with drugs?
I'll go with the Woodstock.
Yeah, it comes with what's taped.
People
to the
don't
back
realize
of
it,
the
but you
guitar.
can put your weed in there.
You can stuff it.
It's true.
You know what's funny? I take the first guitar of Hendrix.
Okay.
The first one.
Okay.
I think it was
Shots fired at
Stratocaster.
Paul McCartney.
I'm still around.
Yeah.
Still
Who's the-
playing.
who's
I
the
have other
second
guitars.
best
you can
Beatle?
I could get other guitars out of this. Yeah.
Wow, he's workshopping a limited fake Paul McCartney.
I'm
I
trying.
had no idea.
Yeah, trying.
That's pretty good.
It's not bad. There's
No?
a little Lee Steinberg in that, though.
Little Lee.
Oh, I forgot my pass.
Where's my
Where's my
pass?
pass?
You need to be clinking
Did you
the
guys?
ice on your Diet Coke while you're also doing
Did
that.
you guys interview me? I can't remember.
His Lee Steinberg's my favorite.
Oh, Lee.
Eric Clapton? Can we just go with Clapton?
Clapton would be fantastic. I mean, the Prince guitar, I think, would also be sick.
Yeah.
Just act like I can play You Look Wonderful Tonight on it?
Would you feel that you needed to learn how to play to honor the guitar?
Yeah, I would. Or I would give it to my brothers and let them tear it up because they're actually legit.
Their musical talents.
They'd be pretty excited about it.
Okay. I mean, sure.
You
I
know?
hope that would buy them out of presents until the end of time.
Yeah.
Them, any kids, any other people involved in
Yeah.
the family, you're like, you get this guitar.
How about
They
you
don't need
just?
anything
How
else.
about you just have so much money you buy all the guitars and just like in your band, and now every set, like every different song, you pull out that guitar to play.
Probably what Jim was doing.
Yeah.
It kind of does sound like that, doesn't it?
Epic jam sessions. I mean, who offered him a bill, though? That had to be Paul Allen, who was a big Hendrix fan.
Oh, yeah.
Co-founder of Microsoft.
Supposedly it was for the, like, everything he had.
Yeah.
So,
And Jim Irsay was crossfaded when he said it.
you know,
So you can only take it
You never
so
know.
seriously.
that,
Oh, Jim.
I can't.
Whoa, Jim.
I'll tell you what,
can't
man.
deny that.
I'd like to have his daughter as our general manager right now. She's doing a hell of a job.
And
All
our
right.
defensive
that-
coordinator, man.
Keep him accountable.
That team is, what, 8-1?
7-1, yeah.
7-1. She's doing a hell of a job on the sidelines.
The recitation of Daniel Jones's career, too, has been quite remarkable.
Yeah.
Shout out to
Chris
Steichen.
Ballard thought he was going to get fired. There's another one. There's another guy that was like one more year of just being okay.
Yeah.
And now you're out.
Think about the risk he took too. It's like Daniel Jones. This is the only thing that can save us now.
Well, he's going to compete with Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, that's
and
what I'm
then we're
saying.
going to realize.
Yeah,
man,
and Anthony Richardson's
going to
win until he breaks his eyeball in a resistance
Goodness.
band.
That's a crazy one.
That's a real thing that happened. All right, we brought this up earlier. What is your all-time, if you enjoy the genre, favorite horror movie?
Don't really enjoy the genre. Does American Psycho count?
Sure.
Does that count?
Not exactly, but since you don't enjoy the genre, sure.
Yeah.
But because we were talking about it, I know a lot of people put Jaws in there.
Okay.
And I don't.
Suspense.
I think of it more like that.
I think Jaws became a really scary movie when the shark kept breaking down and they knew that they couldn't use it in the film.
Yes.
And so, like, Spielberg says, you know what? Maybe if we just play really creepy music and show it from the shark's perspective, we can make this even a better movie.
Let's talk about that for just a second.
Bruce the Shark was not usable very much in that movie.
Have you ever heard Spielberg's reaction to that music at first?
Oh, yeah.
He thought it was dumb.
Oh, well, yeah, okay.
Oh,
No, that's what John Williams said.
yeah.
He said when he played it for him, Spielberg was like, no, seriously.
No.
What
seriously.
What are you going to do?
That's the scariest part of the show.
Yeah.
When the shark is looking up at people swimming around. Yeah.
So how long did it take for him to come around on the?
Well, so the first time he saw even the temp track with the rough cut of the movie, he goes, "Oh,
I get it now.
Okay,
I'm stupid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
He
can
bought in pretty quick.
Yeah. So he was like hesitant, but then when he saw it together, he was like, "Oh,
makes
holy
sense.
crap!
It all ties in together.
This is going to be pretty genius."
I guess if I have to go true horror, I would go with The Ring.
Man,
yeah.
people were screaming out loud when I saw that movie in the theater at the very end.
The sequel sucked.
And it's true because they're like, let's
Gosh, it
just
was
do something
bad.
totally different.
Yeah, the first one was good. The Conjuring, the original. I mean, The Conjuring and The Conjuring 2 are both really good.
Yeah.
That is the scariest movie I've ever seen.
The Conjuring?
I just didn't
Yeah.
like it.
Okay,
But it
I
is the
gotcha.
scariest.
Insidious. Sinister, I think, is probably the one that stood with me the most, though.
Okay, I'm trying to think. Which
I quit watching
Ethan Hawke.
1975.
Ethan Hawke. Okay, I have seen that with the videotapes.
Yes,
okay,
yes, and
that is
it
a good
is-
one.
And what about Get Out? Does Get Out fit in this?
See, I would think Get Out would be another suspense, but I'm not going to argue with you.
You can argue.
No, that's a fantastic
on.
movie.
He wants to go home. You don't want to argue.
He's clock watching right
Over.
now.
No,
He's trying to get this thing another 2 minutes down the line so he can say goodbye.
Get Out.
What's coming up on this show
No,
today?
okay.
Pure gold as always.
So
Thanks for asking, Hagee.
Trick or Treat. I don't know
Never
if
saw
you've
it.
I
seen
never
that
saw it,
movie.
no.
The movie came out about, 15, 18 years ago. That movie is really, really
Peggy,
good.
did you just come up with that number 18 in real
No,
life?
I think it came out in 2007.
Let's
I'll
look
double
that
check.
up. Let's look
Okay.
that up.
I take back everything I said. Saw the first Saw.
Yeah.
The first Saw.
Yeah.
Trick or Treat came
And
out
then
in
it just
2007, which is how many years ago, Broadus?
18.
Boom!
Good job, Hagee.
The first Saw is really good. I don't know why I never watched the rest of them
You
because I
didn't need
really
to.
liked. I don't need to.
Well, it basically became Hostel. Did you ever see
Yeah,
Hostel?
Yes.
Just like
super
disgusting
I
and
did.
gory and
She gets thrown
You
into
guys
the
ever
pit
see
of
The
needles.
Exorcist?
What?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
We were just talking about Linda Blair's
Yeah,
fantastic.
that's what I'm saying.
There's
Like
some
1973?
Like you can laugh at The Exorcist now.
There,
I don't
Certain
know,
parts
bro.
of that are.
yeah. What about? Have y'all ever seen the Terrifier movies? Because I've heard they're scary as hell with
I know who
Art
the dude
Clown.
is, but no, I haven't seen him.
Okay, because I've heard they're maybe too gross to watch. I know Alec kind of feels that way.
It's
so-
clown shows?
Yeah, but I've heard they're really good.
It was good. I thought both were good. The original and then
I
the
love
remake.
the original. I really like the first one of the new one.
The sequel
I
wasn't
think the ending to it is stupid.
Okay, Corey, you said you saw Welcome to Derry, the first episode.
Yep.
What'd you think?
I liked it so far.
Holy crap! I don't know where it's going.
So if
That's the
did
best
you ever
part.
read?
I
Did
did
you
not
ever
read
read the book?
but I am definitely like, what are we doing?
In the
here?
book, there are 6 other short stories that are different time periods.
Okay.
So they're just kind of using those and kind of adapting it to this a little bit. So I'm interested because I know where it's going. But the other aspect of it is there's other homages to the Dark Tower already. So if you're a Stephen King fan, you're going to be invested in this.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a good episode. I was definitely like, what?
That was terrifying. That was a terrifying situation. Being in that car?
Yeah. No. I didn't think it was real, like what was going on. I thought maybe this kid was dreaming, but nope.
Nope, not a dream. It's Derry.
The Hills Have Eyes.
Oh, my.
Have you ever seen The Hills Have Thighs?
No.
Is it not? Is it a corn movie?
It's not particularly related to.
That's an adult.
It's a different kind of
movie. Yeah, it's
the Witches of Breastwick.
Yeah, it's a different kind of horror movie.
That's right. Children of the Corn.
Yes, I just saw that for the first time like a month ago. That movie is scary.
Good. Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We have a couple of guests here. It's a Jake Ferguson Thursday, 5:35, and Bobby Carella is going to join us, talk Mavs at 3:20.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. In Your Face brought us. We took 3 minutes. Remember, tomorrow we'll be at Uncle Julio's off of Dallas Parkway tomorrow. If you want to see us, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
That's 3 minutes you've done in the last 4 hours, Haggy.
We'll try to get better tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Uncle Julio's on 105.3 The Fan.
Say horror, Kevin.
Horror.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We do have some Cowboys news coming out of practice. Let's jump into it. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, the proud UT dad. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitchy, fixing to go 5 flawless. Of course, Wolchuk and Shia follower here. Carter Freeman is here coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan without any delay. DeMarvion Overshown left practice early with trainers. Anxiety was running high on Cowboys Twitter. Now, Joseph Hoyt has said it sounds like it was something with his hand or his finger in a drill. Okay. So that'd be fine. You know,
Yeah,
unless he's got Luka fingers, right? Isn't Luka out with a finger situation?
Yeah. I figured just as a linebacker, you can at least play through it.
He's too tough for all that.
We can buddy tape this thing, or worst case scenario, put some sort of a club on there
with a club.
Yeah,
go out there.
Yeah, that's true. What was that? Thomas Davis in that Panthers Broncos Super Bowl? What an absolute savage! But that's why I never understand these guys that actually play football sans gloves.
Oh yeah.
These gloveless players, especially defensively or whatever, never could understand that.
You should watch David Bailey at Tech. He's a gloveless man.
Oh, it's bad for the aesthetic. Just doesn't look right.
Yeah.
It
looks a little naked.
This is week 2 of a 3-week return to play window for DeMarvion Overshown coming off IR. Brian, you hearing anything to be concerned about?
Well, I asked about the injury. Hopefully, in some time in our show, we'll get that information. I think right now, like I said, any other updates or anything like that, I have not heard about for any of the other guys and stuff like that. So wait and see how that. But I did ask about Overshown, and hopefully everything's okay.
Good news about him: the knee brace is an accessory and not a necessity.
Yeah,
that's right.
So that's huge.
I've heard that somewhere. You do have Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Brian will talk you through the opponent's defense coming up at 3:40 here in Krusty's Corner. Looking forward to that.
Yes, sir.
We have Jake Ferguson coming up at 5:35. Trayvon Diggs was running on the sideline. Looks to me, I don't know, maybe he's testing a knee a little bit, just seeing how he's feeling, seeing how he's running. Seems like that, I guess that knee surgery is optional. Otherwise, you would obviously you wouldn't be testing it like that, running with it. But that's just me spitballing here. But I guess an encouraging sign to see Trayvon Diggs moving around at practice. Stay tuned. We'll have more details on Cowboys practice as they become available throughout the day. It was kind of a comedy hour with Matt Eberflus on stage today. The coordinator spoke, and I guess comedy hours mean, I don't know. I guess it's a must-lie situation. But he was asked if players are still adjusting to his scheme. He said, I don't think that's the issue. He also said, we have the guys in the building to get the job done. So cue the laugh track on that one. And I do appreciate what Flus is doing. You have to show confidence. Even the best teams are looking for better players. So, show confidence in your guys. You don't want them thinking that you're trying to get them replaced. You want them believing in each other. You don't want them pointing the finger. You don't want to lead to, a big discussion about that. But internally, they got to be, at their wits' end, because everything they've said basically means we just need them to play better. And we're out of ideas. Like, how many times they simplified? I think they simplified it a couple of times.
They did.
They brought in some different guys. But
secondary.
Could you go from one word checks to like one letter checks? Like, how else can you dumb it down?
Yeah, I guess the only letter that comes to mind for me is a big F for most of the players on that team. You get a fail, you get a fail. But, you got to be constructive. You don't want to kill morale.
No. And, and if you've
you
already...
got to lie like this.
Absolutely.
You might already kill morale.
I wonder how many
just
players
with the way you
there buying what you're selling.
You think Diggs has bought into what's going on?
Oh, Diggs
right
was
now?
the most outspoken about not buying it.
Yeah. You think, to me, you're getting guys in that building right now that are kind of, they're talking to each other like, man, this is just not good. And they're the problem is they're looking at the other side of the ball and they're going, damn, we can't do anything right now to help these guys.
Do you think part of it's like we traded Micah?
I think there's people in the room that are glad that Micah's gone.
Yeah,
I just don't think there's the buy-in what you need to have.
But for the players, it's an easy excuse. Like, man, this team took away our best player. You kidding me?
It's always the easy excuse.
Yeah.
It's always the easy excuse.
And for Eberflus, you can't talk about that. You know how Jerry is. That's a pain point for him.
Yeah.
So, you can't say what's true, which is, wow, they've given us some really bad players here in this front office. You know, and then they traded away one of the few good players we got. That's the truth.
I asked you guys this question. You think Stephen Jones regrets saying he had the run defense fixed after the trade? How embarrassing is that?
Extremely.
That you believed in your ends and your linebackers, and you believed that if you get Kenny Clark that you were going to play better run defense.
Yeah.
That wasn't the case at all, bro.
No.
Not at all.
Yeah, and you said you could scheme up pressure too.
Yeah.
What's the bigger fail right now? The Cowboys believing they could do that, or the Mavs thinking they would have a good defense? They're sacrificing having a point guard in the name of defense, and they still can't defend.
It's a joke.
That is, dude.
I'd lean the Cowboys just because there's still so much season left for the Mavs, but both are right there.
No, the Mavs season is toasted.
Just things you regret you say without really making sure that it actually was true.
Okay, I do like how Clayton Adams is rolling up there on the podium. He was asked about their struggles on the run game against the Broncos. He said inconsistent. He added that sometimes teams struggle and are just getting their butt kicked, but when we're struggling, it's because we're not getting high-level execution from everybody on every play. We have to grow up and be better as an entire group. The last time he talked like this, they went out there and had a great game. Yeah. They put up huge numbers against Washington. So I like that this man has standards.
The execution part again.
Well, and this game means a little something to him too, right?
That's the
former team.
Sure, that's the deal too. Where you say the execution part is like you really don't want to teach anybody really what the problem is here. Maybe you don't want to talk about it, and bring up the problems, the issues that you have. Execution's always the way of saying.
Buzzword right
now.
now.
It's a buzzword when you don't really want to explain what the problem is. That's what I think. But I get it. Those guys can't stand up there and say, "Hey, our team sucks because of this."
What do you want them to say? The players aren't good enough, or we're failing at this part of execution?
No, I want to. Every once in a while you have to, and maybe they do in meetings. Maybe they're going up to Terrence Steele and like, listen, man, if you set this deep next time, and you end up in Dak's lap, we're going to put somebody else in there.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, maybe that's something that's being said, but I think you also have to be pretty honest about it too. I mean, every time you say the word execution or this, that, we just roll our eyes.
Yeah.
You're not, it's just, execution, right? How about getting some better players? How about coaching them a little better? That'd be good.
Do they got their guys for the future of this offensive line, other than Steele, you think?
I think so. I think
they might even keep Steele because of how good he's been in the run game at times.
Well, I think I'd play Nate Thomas if it was me. I think he's the one guy that I would switch out. If you said, okay, go switch somebody on offense, I would switch him out and see if you could get a little bit more power on that right side.
Okay, Ricky Scoops is back. He says Cowboys and Niners both expected to add defensive linemen before Tuesday's trade deadline. I'm not tracking Ricky Scoops. I guess he was right about Micah, so he has credibility. But has he been taking a bunch of swings and misses, or do we still need to take this guy as credible?
No, he's really not a guy that takes. He's not a volume shooter. He's really not. Like
he just sprinkles it out when he has something.
Yeah,
and he disappears.
I like
he pops back up.
I like that. So, hopefully this is a big name.
Yeah,
a lot of big names have been rumored.
Very vague.
The gang of seven feel like that Dallas is looking at both defensive tackle and defensive end.
Okay.
Yeah, they feel like that's kind of we could talk about the linebacker, the safety. I mean, we could talk about all that. They probably feel like that the safety one is really muddy. The linebacker one, they're gonna get. Sanborn back, they're going to get Overshown back. That's kind of where they're thinking, I think, right now with that. And so, defensive tackle, there needs to be a change there with Mozzie and JT right now. You're not getting enough out of your one. You're really not getting enough out of your one technique. Your three technique, Solomon Thomas has honestly been your three technique.
Oh, I'm really concerned about Osa right now.
Yeah.
He has not been playing well, and that's someone that you just locked up. And he needs. I mean, for that to be kind of the big spot in this Eberflus defense, and even that's not really giving you production.
Yeah,
I'm concerned with him.
There's something in the water with paying dudes, and then they immediately are just not the best versions of themselves. It even happened with
Jake
Dak
Ferguson's
and
got
Lamb
better.
last year.
Right, Jake
Okay,
Ferguson.
good call. Good call.
I'm just trying to throw one out there that seems to be working.
I like
right
the
way.
optimism
But he
there.
gets the G-bag bump. You know what I'm saying? So
That's
not
true.
everybody gets that.
We need to get Os on the show.
Yeah, and Deron Bland. Get them all on the show. It'd be worth it. Okay, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, Quinnen Williams. Those are the top 4 targets right now, right? When we're talking edges or defensive tackles specifically.
Yeah.
Names, those are the guys we're looking for. We have another scam in sports. This is Don Van Natta and Jeff Passan.
Oh, those are the boogeymen.
Apparently it's somehow
The long
tied
and short of things.
somehow it's tied into maybe the same mafia people that were I don't know. But anyway, federal law officers are investigating a youth baseball company owned by the Players Association that spent at least $3.9 million while holding few sparsely attended live events for kids. Sources familiar with the inquiry telling ESPN the Florida-based business Players Way has generated barely 6 figures in revenue since its founding in 2019, while the union said it's put $3.9 million into the company. So it looks like the Baseball Players Association, the union, has gotten scammed by some folks that put together this group called Players Way that was going to reorganize how youth baseball operates. And they put on a couple of events. Actually, Josh Young was in the story. Apparently, he was the face of one of the tournaments that they actually did pull off.
No.
Yes. But the officials say Players Way funds largely paid the 6-figure annual salary of its executives and consultants. So I don't think Josh Young was like drawn a paycheck or was involved in the scam. I think maybe he was an endorser or a celebrity whose face was there. So I don't want to implicate him in any way of that. What it looked like is, some pretty slick talking guys. Maybe they had a big plan to bring this Players Way thing along that the MLB Players Association would support. But what it ended up being is them just basically paying salaries for themselves and some friends. And they got the union for about $4 million. They got an ongoing criminal investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Brooklyn, which last week brought criminal indictments against 2 NBA coaches, a current player, and nearly 24 mafia-connected figures. So the intersection of scams and sports continues here. Ty Lue was reportedly in attendance at one of Chauncey Billups' poker games, is the other scam and sports update of the day. You guys see that?
Yeah. And Ty Lue claims Chauncey Billups to be like one of his very best friends. Hired him on staff with the Clippers when Lue became the head coach there at one point. And Lue's a big-time high-roller poker dude, living in Vegas in the offseason and things like that. So he's certainly in that world. I have no idea if he's a part of all the scamming, but he's a little too close for comfort
Merely
right now.
a coincidence.
Yeah, just a mere coincidence.
Just merely a coincidence.
Maybe he was a victim. Like, hey, I can get Ty Lue at this game. He loves to play big stakes.
See, that would be tough.
And then
like,
scamming?
That's your That's like one of your best friends. He hired you on his staff when he became a head coach. Like, that makes Billups look like even worse, like even more of a bleep hole if you're going to do that to one of your own friends, let alone just anybody. But I don't know. It's hard to say.
It might not be hard to say. Is Klay Thompson over the hill? Possibly. But the numbers are in from his first 4 games. Mavs got a nice comeback win last night against the Pacers. Enjoyed it. But this season, 5 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, 8 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 8 points, 4 rebound, 1 steal. His high on the season so far through 5 games is 10 points. I know right before the season started, we had Tim Cato on, and he said at some point maybe it'll be time for Klay Thompson to exit the starting lineup. It's got to be now, right? With how this team's struggling. Klay Thompson, we're done here.
It's tough because you need as many floor spacers as you can get, and like in theory, he is that guy for you. But it is tough to watch at times. You're like, how does the shot get that bad?
Yeah.
How are you straight ahead and you hit the right, like you just don't hit the rim and you just all glass that thing?
I think it's 28% right now from the floor.
That's quality.
So it's tough.
The ball sack reports on
good.
Twitter about Klay Thompson are just hilarious, dude. Like if you just go skim through ball sack sports on Twitter, they are just inundated with Klay Thompson fake reports that feel true because of how bad he's been.
Yes, it's horrible. He started slow last year, but I think he ended up shooting over 40% from three.
He did. Statistically, he was bad last year.
But it's got to be to me it's got to be as a gun off the bench to support the second unit at this point in his career. It's just horrible watching him try to defend. And for as many athletes as you have on the floor, like there's critical breakdowns happening that you can't do anything about. When they're that bad. Okay, we got G-Bag of the Day champion coming up on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20. Buddy, where are you taking that?
All right, we got Halloween tomorrow, the top 10 sports Halloween costume ideas, and what are you dressing up as? That's next in the nation.
But I want to talk to the good folks of Fort Worth because the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here, baby. It's conveniently located at I-35.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
listening to even the slightest bit of radio on the way in, and then just slaps me around for 3 minutes straight after I'd already said, I know.
I Monica Lewinsky'd you.
No, you didn't. No.
Is that the right way to use it?
No, in fact, I would not want you to Monica Lewinsky me. I
would not want you.
I thought we were bros, man.
See, I think Blake knows exactly what he's doing. Didn't he?
Why would you say that?
Didn't he break out laughing?
Yeah.
It was an uncomfortable laugh. He didn't know what he said.
I think he said it because he's a damn genius.
he's so smart.
Maybe I'm just a comedic genius.
Now that's comedy.
He knew what he was doing, that kid.
Fan After Dark coming up 7 to 11. Maybe Fan After a dark blue dress. I think is Blake's threat actually for his Halloween costume.
Yeah, I can't wait to get
pretty incredible.
Yeah. I hope
that tomorrow.
Hope he comes through with that one.
Hopefully he's very detail-oriented with the costume.
It's time now for a top 10 at 220. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, 877-881-1053. What's your favorite Halloween costume of all time? What are you going as? We got the top 10 best sports Halloween costumes. Did get a tremendous text that came in from R-Dub in Argyle. Just wanted Eric to know he was at the Mavs and OKC game the other night. And, Meg Thee Stallion was front row, and oh my goodness, R-Dub was on all fours just howling at the moon.
With all her splendor. She was out there with all her splendor.
Yes, she was.
With a white shirt on.
Very much white.
Sitting tight, fam.
Very tight. Toy like a toy guy.
Sitting tight.
It's not Clay's stamina or cardio that we're worried about.
No.
It's just being locked in.
I thought it was going to be.
It's hard to be focused when you got something like that on the sideline.
Dude, she might need to go home.
Who's over there talking to my lady?
Distraction. Distraction.
That's true.
Honey, maybe you should just stay home. This is not good for my game. All right, speaking of Halloween costumes, here was Eli Manning. This is Monday night. They did the Manning cast. I feel like the Manning cast has lost its luster a little bit.
You're not seeing as many awesome clips.
Just inconsistent. I also don't know when it's ever on.
Yeah.
Maybe, it had its moment in the sun. And
Talent
it's just
might have something to do with that.
They need to loosen up a little bit. I feel like he's gotten stiff.
Yeah.
More rigid to broadcasting instead of just guys going in there talking.
Yeah, just have some fun. You're just watching a game.
Kind of mailing it in now, I think. But I was never a big fan. I just like the clips. It always felt a little awkward to me in a way that I didn't like.
And I never sat there really and just watched that. I usually would just indulge in the clips as well. Here was one that did percolate from Monday night. Eli Manning. What's his son going to go as Halloween as?
Charlie's dressing up as Jackson Dart for Halloween.
I don't know what I said.
Halloween.
Does it hurt? He's picking another Giants quarterback over you?
It hurts a little bit, but he's got the chain, which is nice. The problem is he's wanted to wear it. We got it last week, and he wants to wear it to school every day.
No.
I'm like, no. It's just a Halloween costume.
Yeah.
It's just on Friday. You only get one day to wear it.
So he wants to go as Jackson Dart for Halloween. He wants to wear it every single day. It made me think of the kid Flash in Daddy Daycare. Just wears his Flash costume every single day. The parents can't ever. And I think that is probably a phase the kids go through. They're like, I like wearing this. I want to wear this every single day. But with the chain and the Jackson Dart makeup on the face, it probably is a popular Halloween costume, I'm sure.
Some kids get into bits like that, man. They want to be Batman like every day for 4 months, wearing you out. They want to have their full soccer kit on. 7, 8 years old. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Mostly boys though. Girls, they might go like princess dress on you for a couple of weeks.
What do you think? Most kids.
Yeah.
You guys didn't do that?
I think we did underoos. I don't think I ever had a nice Halloween.
Like you didn't
costume,
become a character one day. Like, man, I'm this guy now.
Yeah, I was Batman.
I was Batman, bro.
Yeah,
I was 100% Batman
for a long time.
Like every day
for a good stretch. I was Batman. I mean, kid, it was probably like a month or two, but
the costume
it seemed like 4 years. I'm a kid.
Or did you just talk like Batman?
The costume and everything. I'm Batman, bro. My room was the Bat Cave.
Hell yeah.
Everything was black.
Mm-hmm.
Did you call Dad
I'm
Alfred?
watching Batman all the time. Even the old Batmans with the
Adam West.
Adam West.
Burt Ward.
It all makes sense now.
I was locked in, bro.
Alfred. Yeah. No, I did the Batman face. I think the first costume I ever had, though, was Barney.
Oh, you did the Barney bit.
I know. And now in hindsight, I'm like, what the hell?
I always thought you were more
It's
of
a Dallas
BJ
classic.
guy.
I loved Barney growing up. I was a big Barney fan. Yeah, filmed right here. But then there was a documentary that came out about Barney and
About what? Barney on the inside.
not good stuff like leaving stuff in the tail,
What?
that shouldn't be there. Yeah, like there were some rumorooskies he was hiding drugs and stuff in the Barney tail.
He was boofing the Barney tail.
Yeah,
He needed a little help getting in character,
Just
bro.
to, like,
I gotta do this all the time.
sing and dance
Barney was tripping
with a bunch of
balls.
kids.
I gotta have kid energy all the time.
Yeah.
That is challenging.
But I did.
And I'm in
Like,
this suit. I told my mom I was gonna be an actor one day.
I met one of the Barneys a couple years back at my mechanic there in Sunnyvale.
Good guy.
He had great stories. He did.
It was probably fun. I mean, I enjoyed Barney's.
How many Barneys have we gone
I think there's
through?
been 2 or 3 Barneys. But he told me this story. He was at an award show, and Whitney Houston came up and gave him a kiss on the cheek and said, "Thanks for everything you do for the kids."
Yeah.
Was he in a costume?
No, he was not.
Oh, okay.
He
No.
was standing at the bar ordering a drink.
Thanks, lady.
That guy over there, that's Barney.
Just open
We got
Thanks, Whit.
She handed over that $100 bill after that. Your turn now.
Here was Jackson.
Let me get
Dart.
that tail, Barney.
Yeah. Pass that tail over here, please. Let me get a little piece. Here was Jackson Dart when he found out about Eli Manning's son wanting to dress up as him for Halloween.
Think about the fact that Eli Manning's son is dressing up for you as Halloween.
I think it's awesome. I've met Charlie a few times. Obviously been around Eli a lot. And I think that, maybe like he said, he's a little disappointed that it wasn't him, but it's just a cool relationship, and I think it's awesome.
I'm sure Charlie isn't going to be the only one. I mean, do you expect trick-or-treaters to come around to your place?
Shoot, I hope so. I'm going to be ready.
You going to have stuff for them?
Of course, yeah. I love Halloween.
You gonna have stuff for them? You gonna have stuff for the kids?
Of course, the guy.
You gonna have stuff
You guys
for
gonna
them?
have candy?
You guys gonna have anything for the kids?
Of course, the guy from Ole Miss would love Halloween.
Oh, yeah.
You seen some of those pictures from Halloween's in Oxford?
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure you went to some parties where, yeah.
We got some texts about Harley Quinns. Yeah, those are always good ones from the 561.
Maybe I should run that back.
Batman with the built-in chest from the 214. Some good text.
Man, you guys missed out. Maybe Dawson caught it. When we used to have the old the plastic mask with like the little bitty air hole, like you couldn't even breathe in the mask. Like it was a
you'd be
it was
running. There was condensation.
Yeah, there was.
we had those as kids
with like the eye hole. Like you couldn't even breathe. There's like a little tiny. Like
you sweating really. I mean, it'd be terrible.
It's like my Spider-Man one.
Okay, you had the with the strap on the back.
The strap. That's how you had to put it on.
Okay, I was thinking about that.
Yep.
I think my Michael Myers mask is like that I'm wearing tomorrow night.
But remember,
actually.
Dawson, it was like an old. It's like when they first invented hockey goalie mask
Stuck to your face.
It was like and you just sweat profusely.
You'd have
Ninja
to pick
Turtles.
it up to run.
Yeah, it was like
you couldn't see a damn thing.
Now they got this little spacer that goes off your chin that gives you a little bit more room to breathe.
Okay, so they've
upgraded. They've upgraded the engineering.
It's better now.
Those costumes they'd rip as you're running.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, they would.
Some of the most popular costumes for this year are the Dallas Cowboys cheerleader. I think that's always going to be up there.
Yeah,
pretty good one.
Yeah.
Victoria Ratliff from The White Lotus. If you remember her character.
Not familiar.
Which one is that?
Which one? Yeah.
It was the mom.
My pills, Bill.
Yeah.
I love her. Paula, whatever the hell her name is, something like that.
Piper.
Funny.
Piper, no.
Piper, yeah.
Piper, no.
No.
Yeah, she was great. Beyonce from the Cowboy Carter tour with the chaps on. That's
yes,
that's a
please.
good one. That's a good one right there.
Yes, please.
I don't think any of us watched The Summer I Turned Pretty, but it was very popular on Amazon.
Eric?
It is a rom-com.
I got it queued up.
Belly, who was one of the main characters in that, it's a big costume this year. Mary from Sinners, which was Josh Allen's wife's character.
Yeah, that's what my old lady wanted to do. She wanted me to be Michael B., and she's that girl right there. She told me that last week, though. You got to plan for something like that.
Yeah.
She's like, at the thrift stores, we'll find some things. I was like, now you're talking about like add more time to the day.
Yeah. That you need prep for that.
Need prep, girl.
Sydney from The Bear comes in at number 5, which is basically like a chef outfit.
I got one of those.
You do?
Yeah, I have a chef's coat with my name on it and an American flag on the collar. Yeah,
wear it.
Yeah, and that do you have a big old chef's hat too?
Oh, like Chef BRD?
Yeah.
I wish I could get one. That'd be kind of fun.
You'd look great in that.
I think we did see Sydney Sweeney in those McGuffies 214. I think everybody did.
What, yesterday, last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I sure did.
At first I thought I was like, is this is this real?
Yeah, I saved that bad boy. I thought it was AI.
But no, that looks so good.
There's one post that has like 100,000 bookmarks on it.
Does he? Not a surprise. Man. Not a surprise.
Oh, God.
Sabrina Carpenter is a very popular one this year. So is Elphaba from Wicked.
Elphaba.
Elphaba's
I wish
good.
I wish I knew these people.
The green one. But the most popular sports ones, the character from She's the Man, Viola, Amanda Bynes' character. You're basically in a soccer costume. That's it.
But you have to be. But you probably got like a dude wig on, right? Wasn't she playing a dude?
She did cut her hair so she looked like a guy. Yep. Well, She's the Man. 9 is the Average Joe's from Dodgeball.
Oh yeah,
it's a good one.
That's fantastic.
Goes a backboard. Which, I mean, this one kind of looks like
somebody's going
as a
lazy
costume.
As a hoop?
Like
a hoop?
Yeah, backboard. So you basically just like put it on over your neck, and it's just the backboard with the hoop attached to it.
You're asking
and
to
then you
get
can carry
dunked
around a basketball.
Somebody's going to be trying to dunk on you all the time?
Yeah. 7's Forrest Gump. I guess Forrest Gump's still a popular one.
I was running.
Wait, are they gonna? Do you have like knee braces and stuff for it?
Definitely a fake
child one.
I like that brace.
You need
like
the
brace.
Nikes.
The Nikes and the red shorts.
Okay.
And then
maybe a hat.
You got to get some kind of wig and beard.
Box of chocolates.
The big beard.
Yeah, the big beard. The big beard.
When he was marathoning.
Jenny.
I love you, Jenny. A big inflatable ball, and this is a soccer ball at number 6. I don't know how you're going to get in and out of doors with that thing. This looks tough to navigate.
Outside only.
Yeah.
Lola Bunny.
Doors.
The Doors. Lola Bunny's a good one.
Lola Bunny.
Doors.
That's
Jim
tried
Morrison?
and true.
3 is the baseball on the mitt. If you want to go as a couple's costume, one person's the baseball, the other person's the mitt. It's a good one. Clever.
Like you have an actual mitt that you're wearing?
You wear it as a suit, a mitt, and then the other person wears the.
Is she the mitt or are you the ball?
This one has the man as the mitt.
Ball.
Yeah, if she walks around with the mitt, y'all look crazy.
She's got the mitt.
She's the man.
For one. She's the man.
Ricky Bobby at number 2.
Oh yeah.
Is that a Wonder Bread
You're not first,
outfit?
you're
What do we
last.
do
Yeah,
with that?
yeah, it's Wonder Bread. Wonder Bread is sponsoring, or you can also do Cal, which is Old Spice.
I hope I'm not spoiling number 1, but I'm just thinking like in real time of what's hot, like Chad Powers.
Chad Powers is probably going to be a great one. That's not spoiling number 1. I think Chad Powers absolutely should be a great Halloween costume. A League of Their Own is number 1. If you're
That's
looking for a group idea.
That's the ladies.
For the ladies.
Baseball.
No crying in baseball.
The classic pink and the red Rockford Peaches uniform. There's no crying in baseball. So there's some of your Halloween costume ideas. Hopefully everybody's ready to go for tomorrow.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Coach Prime would be a good one.
Coach Prime would be a good one.
Cowboy hat, coaching kind of referee outfit, whatever, you know.
Walk with a limp.
Yeah, walk with a limp.
Gray up the beard.
Say, gosh darn it all the time. Gosh darn it, where my boys at?
Where my boy?
That could win. That could win if you could get on mic like at a bar costume
That'd be
party.
fantastic.
Okay, we got to run a little college football darty coming up, Chief.
Yeah, let's go into the Aggie locker room, hear the halftime speech from Elko as they went and dominated Broadus's fellas in the second half, and we prep our bodies for the college football weekend next right here on The Fan. But Tolos, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. As parents, I know we would all do anything.
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star, wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we got Cowboys news continuing to flow out of practice. The update on Overshown is a thumb, and he's back at practice. Okay, so sucks that he's hurt, but apparently not going to take him out of action as his return from IR continues. Here's the chief of the college football, Darty.
Yes, sir. So much to get to in the college football world. Right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring me in cold.
Really good point. And the 940 with the Halloween sports costumes.
Yes.
Belichick and his girlfriend.
Oh, that's a great one.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that.
I mean, you guys could...
Shout out to you. Where they're from? The 9 what?
940.
Look at that. 940.
Do the yoga bit from time to time. Remember when they were on the beach together? Oh, yeah. The airplane deal that you do with your kids, right? Just trying to keep her happy, trying to keep her entertained. A lovely day at the beach for the Belichicks. Okay, a couple of college football housekeeping notes. First, we salute the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Wolchuk's fighting Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Go Big Red!
Loved them ever since. Sexy Rexy Burkhead went there. And Matt Rule, who has been rumored, of course, to take over perhaps at Penn State. He has signed a 2-year contract extension, taking him through the 2032 season. It includes a $15 million buyout this year that effectively eliminates him from any jobs in this coaching cycle, according to Pete Thamel. Now, it is interesting to see Matt Rule combined. If I told you Matt Rule has 18 tries coaching against AP-ranked opponents at Baylor and Nebraska, how many of those 18 would you think he has won?
2.
4. Yeah, I was thinking 4. Let's go 3.
Let's go Bagel.
None?
Yeah.
Over.
I was going to ask if he's really fit for the Penn State job.
Wow. He was a favorite for that gig, and now that he got the extension, I think it's pivoted to Jeff Brom at Louisville.
They got their guy, huh?
I'll tell you the guy that hires that Clark Lee at Vanderbilt.
I know, man.
That guy that's a disciplinarian guy. That's a guy that is like he's super accountable. He's got a really good staff of coaches that have kind of built that program at Vanderbilt. If you were smart, like LSU should talk to Clark Lee.
Yeah, I think that's the underrated thing when we talk about the college football hiring stuff is it's all about the head coach.
Yeah.
But what staff is he bringing along with him? That was the thing that Nick Saban was always able to maintain with guys walking out the door, leveling up, and then bang, I got a guy that can come in here and be just as good, if not better.
Yeah.
And not every coach has that pipeline of coaches to keep building out a wonderful staff year in, year out.
To Nick Saban's credit, he got extremely lucky with his very first staff at LSU. And I say this because there was a guy he was at Michigan State. He had a plane ready for all his coaches to fly with him. And he had a guy named Morris Watts that was on the staff. And Morris Watts had been at LSU, and he convinced all the other coaches on Saban's staff that you couldn't win at LSU, that the pressure's too much to win. And none of the guys got on the plane, and that's how he got Will Muschamp. That's how he got Derek Dooley. That's how he got Kirby Smart. That's how he was going to bring every one of his coaches from Michigan State with him to LSU. Wow. And those guys didn't get on the plane. They stayed with a coach that got there. They hired.
Whoever replaced Saban there.
A guy Williams. I forgot his first name. But that staff got completely blown out in like 2 years later, 3 years later.
So Saban had to start from scratch with a staff at LSU, and he nailed it.
None of his guys. He had none of his guys with. I think I take that back. I think he had one guy that went with him. A running back coach went with him. Everybody else stayed at Michigan State and got blown out. And he that's how he hired Smart, Dooley, and those coaches that I'm talking about that end up being all big time coaches.
How about it, man? Okay, other college football housekeeping notes. Ohio State wide receiver Jeremiah Smith, best in the business, made history. First ever collegiate athlete featured on a Red Bull can. Can you imagine all the kids at Ohio State? Vodka Red Bull and their tails off. Hanging on to Jeremiah Smith.
It's awesome.
That is pretty cool.
Good for him.
And apparently the College Football Playoff Management Committee has selected Tampa Bay to host the 2029 CFP National Championship.
You ready?
So go ahead and get your travel plans in order.
Tampa Bay.
If you feel like 2029.
Fire them cannons. Fire them.
Your year for your team. All right, before we look forward, we must look back. We go into the halftime locker room for the Aggies down 18-14 to Broadus' LSU Tigers in Death Valley. Here's Mike Elko.
If you want to win a football game on the road, you got to start playing winning football. Right? Winning football means no penalties. Right? Stop killing ourselves with drives. It means no turnovers. Protect the football. It means create turnovers on defense. And it means we've got to tackle on defense. You do those things, you will run them out of the building. 2 turnovers, a punt block, kill drives, extended drives, missed tackles, and they're up 4. You're the better team, but if you don't play winning football, it doesn't matter.
Now, something really resonates from Elko's voice to his players, because in the second half, I saw from Robert Behrens in SEC play, the Aggies have outscored its opponents 103-48 in the second half.
Damn.
103-48.
They're a good football team
in the second half.
That's domination.
They're definitely a good football team.
They figured out the transfer portal on defense. They got 6 of their 11 starters are transfer dudes.
They graduated a lot.
Yeah.
They needed a replacement. They did a good job. Those guys are playing well.
They did a really good job with that.
I mean, maybe watching Cassius Howell is one of my favorite things to do.
His bend is incredible. I did see Dane put out, because I've been getting the draft stuff ready.
The arms.
31-inch arms. Now, maybe they get longer.
Arm inch. Maybe they get longer. That's a good point, Chuck.
Maybe he can find a way to get them longer. They do this. Like, how many times do we have the hand size? Like, that changed 3 different times over the course of the draft.
How would you go
process
about trying to elongate your arms? I mean, I guess you're just having 2 people tug on you horizontally.
It's got to be a way to flub it, or whoever's measuring you.
Or you just do hangs as much like
massage the elbows, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, grease them up.
apart.
You might just be screwed.
Yeah, I don't think it matters, though. Haven't we seen a lot of people break that trend? Aren't a lot of pass rushers in the league right now? Like Benito, even Micah, Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, I think
like we've seen plenty of
we need to
guys.
change the ways, but like it was the size, and then now we're seeing smaller and smaller edges, and maybe that's a reason why some of these guys aren't great when it comes to always playing the run. Like I think David Bailey at Tech is an example of this, but the tape's great for the player. So
Aggies also holding 4 of 5 opponents to 7 or fewer second half points. So as soon as you think you got the Aggies right where you want them, bang, quarter number 3 and 4 happen, and they start running away with victory.
Jake Riepma, Toloing right now, just said Saturday they got Elko on the show.
That's
Fan
right.
University.
I heard that earlier.
Fan University live from Jake's.
Carter Freeman
on Greenville.
Let's go.
Man, that's beautiful. Those guys are pulling. Big time guests.
I think Carter had to step out for the rest of the afternoon to prep for it. So best of luck to him on that journey.
Yeah.
That guy's dialed, man.
Oh, no.
We always appreciate that about him. Okay, you do have the Miami Hurricanes coming to SMU, and it is SMU homecoming. So I don't know what type of fire that lights under the Hurricanes a little bit. Feeling
Here
like,
I
really?
am.
This
Feeling
is what we're
nice.
doing right now?
That's another 11 o'clock kick.
Sold out their stadium. Yes, I know, and I'm kind of bummed because
What the
I
hell?
was scratching and clawing to get to this game, and then, I'm not bummed. I'm excited. I'm going to be at the Verizon store in Arlington, handing out
Bring it.
great opportunities for Thanksgiving.
What time?
Cowboys tickets.
11?
11 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, so right when the kickoff
Wow.
happens. So if you walk up to me in Arlington on Saturday,
He's going to be in
at
full
Verizon,
Canes gear.
I'll just be watching
Face painted.
from my phone. Yeah, I'll be a rabid college football fan live from Verizon.
Will you be
So-
a better host than I am when it comes to handing out stuff and things like that?
I mean, I would like to think, right?
I
10
think
out of
just
10
I'm
chance
at least
of
going to
that.
say hi.
The
And
bar's pretty low.
I think there's a chance.
Thank you.
I think there's a chance that you just walk in there and say who you are and throw the tickets in the air and walk out.
I'm out. Later, dude.
I gotta
have fun.
I got a game to watch.
So you're going to watch
I like
the
this
Canes.
approach to homecoming, though.
Yeah.
This is big time, right? Let's make
Right.
it our best game.
Right.
Or a
It's
high
You excited
profile
about
game.
you excited about Michael Irvin being on the sidelines for this one?
Oh, he's gonna be on all
Home game
fours,
for him.
crawling around. Yeah, home game for him. No
You should
question.
go check out what he just posted. You're going to love it,
He'll
Eric.
still find a way to be the sweatiest person in that stadium, despite it being outdoors and a bit chilly. I would
will
say
be.
maybe advantage SMU there. This is only Miami. Wait, I think this is Miami's first game out of the state of Florida
Wow.
this season.
You're leaking confidence at this one.
I was, but now I'm confident. I'm back
Okay.
to feeling good about it.
Yeah, because they played
They
Florida.
had four home games to start the season. Then they play at Florida State. Then they just got beat by Louisville at home.
Okay.
And then they had Stanford at home. So now this is their only their second road game of the season and first time out of the state of Florida.
Look up the last
You're gonna
time
be shivering.
Look the last time they played in Dallas.
I don't know.
Look up that game.
Oh my gosh, what is it like?
86.
It was
Did
a
they
co-
ever play in Dallas?
50s?
Yeah, it
Oh,
was
I
a
guess
Cotton
Cotton
Bowl.
Bowl.
It was a Cotton Bowl, and they mauled Texas. It was like,
Oh, man.
it was one of those things where, like there was some serious taunting going on in that thing.
Wow. Well,
was that the frisking Miami Hurricanes?
yeah, that was
The 80s?
the Convicts.
I'm trying to think of what year that was, but it was when the Cotton Bowl was played over at the Cotton Bowl, not over like now.
91.
Yeah,
That was prime Miami time.
yeah.
What is
46-3.
Playmakers tweeting stuff? Like, what do you mean?
It's one that you're going to absolutely love. You should check it out. He dressed up his dogs for Halloween.
Oh, did he really?
Oh, I should take that back.
Is he Kirk
Canes played
Herbstreit for
LSU
Halloween?
at the stadium. Got crushed.
But he's just like,
LSU beat him.
what his dogs are doing here. He's in the festive mood. It's spooky season.
Okay, that's it. I'm excited. At Michael Irvin 88. I'm heading to his Twitter right now.
Dog lover.
But there is your Darty.
Oh, look at that. Time flies when we're having fun.
Cute,
Bobby
right?
Carella's coming up at 3:20. We have Cowboys news flowing out of practice. We'll reset you on that. Talk about the massive Mavs fail. Somehow got worse even though they got the dub. That's coming up next here to the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have some Cowboy updates coming out of practice. Have you seen this Ezeraku chart? I'm going to hit you with this Ezeraku chart here in just a second as the data continues to impress and hint at a breakout season for this rookie Cowboy. Maybe this draft class is going to be the one that helps the Cowboys turn the corner on their draft trends. But yeah, overshown left practice early with trainers. You should have seen Cowboys Twitter. They were in a full-blown panic as we took the air about an hour ago. Then Joseph Hoyt came in and kind of calmed things down by saying it was a hand or finger in a drill. Todd Archer came through about 30 minutes later with the update, just a thumb issue, and he's back in practice. Brian, what are you hearing?
Yeah, I just got the text message. It was the thumb, and everything's fine with it.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. So
everything's fine.
He's coming back for the Raider game, right?
We're good.
They were talking about taking all 21 days.
All 21 days
is what they were talking about.
Do your thing, 21.
So it would be practice.
We're at 8 days now.
Yeah, it might be a couple more weeks for sure.
All right. So we'll hope for the best for
that's what they were saying.
Trayvon Diggs. I just wonder what that means. Does the bye week count as days? Because if you take all 21 days, then he would be back for the Raiders game.
Good question.
As long as the bye week counts, I assume it counts. But you're not able to practice that week. Maybe it's a void. Maybe it's a non-entity.
Yeah, I think because I don't think it counts. No, I don't.
Okay, Trayvon Diggs was running on the sideline as well, maybe testing out his legs or his knees or something. But he's got three more weeks sitting on IR before his window even opens. Okay,
Google says yes. We'll see if it's right. Google says it does count.
It does count.
Always trust the Googs.
Okay, I'm bringing up this chart here, this overshown chart. What you have is average time to pressure and pressure rate. And Ezeraku's average time to pressure is like just under 2.4 seconds, which is better than Micah Parsons. And his pressure rate is just like a fraction of a percentage point lower than Micah Parsons. Like, it looks like right now on this chart here, Ezeraku is elite. I'm going to retweet this, by the way, right now from at Gavin Dawson if you want to jump on there. Follow us all at GBag Nation. But, I mean, that's just raw data right there. There's no butt crack about it. I guess I haven't seen on TV watching him destroy a game plan. But
no, he's gotten close. Whether the quarterback gets the ball out quickly or he just lacks the finish and maybe he overruns it a little bit. I mean, he's definitely shown improvement. And last week, he actually had an awesome rush where it was vintage what we saw on tape at Boston College, where he's able to dip, get underneath McGlinchey, and get around towards Nix. It didn't result in a sack, but he's been close. I mean, I definitely think he's getting better and better. He's actually been really darn good against the run. I mean, he might be their best run defender, which isn't saying much, but I've been pretty impressed with him in terms of run defense. But those numbers, I mean, that is still surprising. I haven't noticed him being like that dominant.
I guess that's just the difference between a sack and a pressure. But yeah, and maybe it's more cherry-picked opportunities. How many snaps he's got? He's got 267 snaps, so the team leaders have about 360, so he's in there about 2/3 of the time, or maybe just a little bit more. What would you say the film's telling you on Ezeraku now, Brian? Does he look like one of the more dominant ends?
His best game was against Green Bay, and you looked at the pressures he had, the tackles he had. That by far was, that was the one where you were kind of like going, well, maybe he's got this thing kind of rolling the right way. I think he's played. Better at times. I think there's some things still that you kind of have to deal with inexperience. Mm-hmm. This would be a good game for him this week. I think him against Jonah Williams, I think, is a really good matchup for him, because Jonah Williams will sometimes not move his feet, and like he'll set. And the one thing that has given Jonah Williams problem is a guy that's got really good first step quickness. And that's what we've seen kind of so far from Donovan Ezeraku.
So maybe in this case, the analytics a little bit misleading, but at the same time encouraging.
I think it's encouraging. Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely encouraging. Yeah.
Mavs got to win over the Pacers. Next game is Saturday in Detroit. They are 2-3 on the year. The bigger concern is the injury to Anthony Davis. Apparently, he started this game with bilateral Achilles tendonitis, and about 7 minutes into his action last night, he was forced to come out of the game. To me, I don't think this is connecting dots. Dude showed up 20 pounds overweight for camp, developed Achilles tendonitis probably by working hard, trying to get in shape and lose that weight. Last night he was forced out of the game 4 games into the season by irritating it. I mean, trading Luka because he's hurt and being overweight for a guy who just really cannot get healthy, and was overweight in his first offseason with you. How has Nico not been fired yet?
It looks, in the watching them play, the team, it's just a bunch of parts. I mean, nothing fits together. To me, I don't know. I don't know why.
You can't break down the defense.
No,
you're waiting for somebody to grab the ball and make an aggressive move to get a shot off.
It's dysfunctional. I mean, I thought they were about to blow that game last night to Indiana, and Indiana was a shell of itself as well. I mean, Blake told us during crosstalk how many players they were missing.
Yeah.
So when Dwight Powell's one of your leading scorers, something's definitely off here. But it's not a surprise to anybody that Anthony Davis is hurt. Maybe Bobby's got more information, Bobby Carrello, and we have him on the other side about an update on what exactly is going on. But this could end up being absolutely brutal. Like, if this is a long-term injury, I don't know. To me, it's just it's a matter of if not, or when, if not if, Nico gets fired. He's got to. Unless they're totally cool with this. This is what they want. They want the Mavericks to stink. Like, this is all the rumors we've heard about the ownership. This is part of the big plan. Get them to stink so damn bad that maybe then they do pull the rug out from under us here.
I guess I would think that I can't rule that out, but the more likely explanation is this is what happens when you have a young, naive owner in sports, and I don't know how long it takes to figure it out. With players that come in, it's about 3, 4, 5 years in where they're like, holy crap, this is a business. Nobody cares about me. They're using me as an asset, and we're not family at all. They're actually trying to exploit me for my talents and, take money from me and my family's future. With an owner, that maybe has more a business savvy, ideally you would think this guy would be a little bit quicker on the uptake, but I don't know how you can look at an owner not having fired Nico yet and believe that the light bulb has been turned on at this point. To get talked into it, fine. But then to have the plan go so horribly bad immediately, right? Then you have an off season, you got Cooper Flagg. It's like, okay, here we go. But then a reminder as soon as training camp starts that you made the wrong move, moving Luka for Anthony Davis. And by the way, he has some of the same faults, some of the same flaws that Luka had as far as being injury prone, and he's also out of shape. And then you show up unable to play defense. Like, this is a crisis, and I think it's only being flying under the radar to the extent it is right now because maybe people are fatigued by the outrage around Luka and the Cowboys season still going on.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the sports world outside of Mavericks basketball. I mean, we got a comment from the 979. Did y'all not talk about Luka being hurt last week? Why didn't that get the same coverage as when AD gets hurt? Well, Luka's not on the team anymore, but Luka also did set a Laker record, first player ever to start with 2 consecutive 40-point games. I mean, he was incredible for the Lakers. And then, yes, he is hurt, but it's not supposed to be long-term. But also, when you look at the history of great players that have worn a Laker uniform, come on. Every time Luka seems to step on the floor, the dude's making history. It's crazy. And you knew at the time that the likelihood of banking on Anthony Davis to stay healthy was fool's gold. And it's proving again.
And how much of all this goes back to with the Mavericks and AD getting banged up, like the medical staff fiasco that Nico Harrison was manipulating, right? And, I mean, bilateral Achilles tendinopathy. And he plays the game? Like, why would he even play in that game last night?
Sure.
That's a good
That
point.
makes no sense that he would even play in that game, knowing how fragile he is and knowing just all the nightmare Achilles issues that we've seen throughout sports and especially in the NBA over the last few years. You're going to run him out there on a random night this early in the season when he's dealing with that? Like, playoff game, okay. What are we doing? But I guess all their other bigs were banged up, right? So it was like, what else? I mean, they just built the most fragile roster in the sport, and it's maddening.
Man, I hadn't even thought about that angle of how dysfunctional the training staff situation got, and maybe it's not any better. Maybe you blew everybody out, and you just can't get it right. I guess I've seen the why they moved Luka. I don't really care about what Luka's status is. I'm not surprised he's hurt again. You know, I thought there was actually some common sense to it. It's just what you got back. It's the fact that you did not have any sort of a bidding war when you decided to trade Luka and ultimately took a player back who was much older, much more injury prone.
And not as good.
Yeah, not even close to as good.
Not as good.
But I guess his upside was he could be a good two-way player, and you want to go towards defense. And now he's been healthy. You add Cooper Flagg. You've had an entire offseason to build this thing out, and you're below average defensively. At least they got the win last night against an equally decimated Indiana Pacers team. But I want to salute Eric. I mean, salute to you for, I think, being first on the show that this was sort of a lost cause. I wanted to believe. But 4 games in, I'm on your side now. Like, I think this season is already lost, and we need to start coming up with how do you make the most out of this? And I think that's why Patrick Dumont has to fire Nico. Like, start pressing him to see what you can get for your veteran players so you can go young and actually take advantage of the value that they have now before they are too old or get injured again. Like, you could trade Anthony Davis for something right now. A big, needy team, they can squint and say, we're not winning a championship without him. Let's give up picks for him. And if he stays healthy, we can roll with Oklahoma City. You could do that right now. But if the Achilles tendinopathy turns into torn Achilles, it's over. You'll never get another first-round pick for him.
Yeah, yeah. You're trying to be proactive right now, but it's kind of like I think there's some like Trayvon Diggs elements to it. Like how many teams really want to take on that risk? And the ones that are, what are you actually willing to give up?
Man, I was so surprised yesterday with Jordan Schultz and what he was talking about. Like, yeah, sure, there'd be teams out there to be interested in your guy.
I know that surprised me as well. Yeah, I mean, it's such a need position. Like, how many teams right now need a corner? And maybe read the whatever Seth Walder put together yesterday, where they're talking about some of the metrics on Diggs, and they're not quite as bad as maybe you would think.
Sure. A player that's been good in his career,
right?
So you're
Change
thinking
of scenery.
Yeah, can we possibly get that player back?
Cooper Flagg 15-10 last night. The skill, the high motor, going to spell a ton of NBA success for him. He has debuted at 4th in the updated Rookie of the Year rankings that are out. The Kia Rookie of the Year rankings. They're updating this weekly from the official award. Folks, Tim Kalishaw wrote about it, talking about how the timelines just don't line up. You know, you got to be patient with Cooper Flagg. I don't think you can afford to be patient with Anthony Davis, but probably what the Mavs are going to tell themselves is, let's see what this thing looks like when Kyrie Irving gets back, and hopefully he gets back with enough time to evaluate before the NBA trade deadline, so if it doesn't look significantly better. But yeah, VJ Edgecombe, who we talked about this week, 76ers, he's got the highest odds to win Rookie of the Year. Cedric Coward with the Grizzlies, the 11th pick, he's hooping. And then Dylan Harper, son of Ron, with the Spurs, the 2nd pick, he's got the 3rd best chance to win Rookie of the Year. It was 26 years ago the Mavs added Dirk to the mix, hoping he could turn into some kind of scoring threat along with being 7 feet tall. He was almost 2 full years older than Flagg, and he averaged 8 points per game for the season, made 40% of his shots, and just under 21% from the three-point line. So I think there's 2 truths here. Flagg's doing pretty good.
Yeah, he said a double-double last night, badass block.
Yeah, but I don't think he's ready to go help you win a championship, so let's adjust based on that. I don't need to watch 40 or 50 more games. You know, I can see clearly that Flagg is probably a couple of years away from being that good. And it would be more exciting right now to go young and watch a young group of Mavs come up together and, evaluate the drafts. Like, that's a much better fan experience than bringing in, old players who are injury prone and keeping your fingers crossed that they stay healthy so you can finish slightly above 500. Like, this sucks.
Could not agree more, bro.
I can't believe it actually got this bad. And I guess they got what they paid for. But I really did have some confidence that this team could contend and at least be good. I mean, you look at the parts right now, and
a lot of good players.
Yeah, but it's like they're playing boot ball in soccer. Just throw it down there and hope it bounces to somebody and we can lay it in. Like, there's no real plan for breaking down the defense other than when D'Angelo Russell is in there, and that's a That's a very poor man's playoff starting point guard. The Austin Reeve Hall of Fame week continues.
Wow.
You see this?
Yeah.
Game-winning floater at the buzzer to lift the Lakers over the T-Wolves with Luka and LeBron out. So he went 51 Sunday, 41 Monday. Last night had 28 and 16, and the career highlight reel, finisher there at the horn. All righty, let's step aside here because we got Bobby Carella on. We'll talk more Mavs with him and see what kind of answers he's got where he can maybe make me a little bit more optimistic about where this club's going. Then Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40. He'll preview the Cardinals defense for you, and we're back in the nation.
ensuring incredible flavor and great prices. Score at Wild Fork Foods.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation. You're on the fan segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Is Bobby Carella, All City, joining us now here on the Fan. Bobby, how the heck are you?
I'm doing a little better than the Mavs are feeling right now, gentlemen, but see if we can turn it around.
Yeah, so what's the updates here? Anthony Davis, Achilles, Lively, Gafford. When are we getting them back?
I really don't know, and that is kind of the frustrating thing. So the Mavs right now are en route to Mexico. They're going to be playing a game in Mexico City on Saturday. So there was no practice today or anything. They will be having kind of like a informal practice tomorrow. And so hopefully, any of the reporters that make it down there can share updates from Jason Kidd or whoever. But I mean, with Daniel Gafford, he got hurt on the first day of training camp, and the initial timetable was 2 to 3 weeks, but that was 4 weeks ago from yesterday. So it's been a while, and he isn't even going through practice right now. So I can't imagine it's going to be anytime soon. And then, Derek Lively, his injury went from knee soreness to a knee sprain overnight, and that is not a good thing for a big man. And then with AD, it's bilateral Achilles tendinopathy. I'm not a doctor, but according to Google AI, that means soreness and potentially tendinitis in not one, but both Achilles. And last night he made it about 7-8 minutes into the game and then had to leave. And so, I mean, there have been players that have dealt with that injury that have missed days. There's been players that have dealt with that injury that have missed more than a month. And obviously the Mavs have to hope it's the days one.
How good should we be feeling about the Mavs medical and training staff right now after everything getting the way it did last year?
Well, it is a pretty much entirely new staff from last year. And so if the issue last year was, inexperience or feuding internally or just outright incompetence, all of those things should be solved. I mean, I think the cold hard truth, man, I mean, it is really, really hard to stay healthy in the NBA these days, regardless of how tall you are. And it's even harder whenever you're a really, really tall guy. And AD and Derek Lively switch a lot on defense. They defend a lot in space. They move in ways that people their height historically have not moved. And that could leave them exposed to a greater risk of injury. And, if you only have one or two of those guys, then you can make it work. But the Mavs have a lot of those guys on their team. And so this could just be the way it's going to be. And that is obviously a big bummer because size and interior presence is like the core foundation building block of this team. And if it's going to be absent all year, then, they could be in trouble.
Do you think they kind of maybe missed on the way that they've built this thing? Just the way that this thing's looking right now, they need a point guard. And you got a bunch of bigs, you got a bunch of talented players, but it kind of just seems like a chaotic mess.
It really does. It really does. Now, I mean, Brandon Williams played last night after, missing a few games for personal reasons, and obviously he was reportedly arrested over the weekend. Ron Harrod from DLLS Sports actually broke that, one of my colleagues here, which was a great scoop by him. But, watching him and D'Angelo Russell run the offense, Brandon Williams is on a minimum. D'Angelo Russell's on like his 15th team and is playing for the taxpayer mid-level exception. I mean, these are not relatively highly paid players in the NBA, but they are running this offense at a much higher level than Cooper Flagg is at the one or really any other player on the team that's been trying to run offense. And that, I think, just underscores more than anything why playmaking, shot creation, the ability to dribble, shoot, and pass all in one package, why that is so important in the modern NBA with the way that defenses are constructed and the way that you run offense and generate good shots. And for the Mavs to lean into essentially an entirely different brand of basketball that minimizes the importance of those players, it's just really puzzling to me over the summer. But we've already seen, I mean, statistically, their offense is so much better with either D'Lo or Brandon Williams on the floor than when they're off. And so hopefully the Mavs will kind of lean in more and rely more on those guys until Kyrie Irving comes back. And, I mean, one potential silver lining of their bigs missing time is they don't really have any other choice. They have to do that right now, and hopefully it leads to some amount of success. But, I mean, as it is right now, the Mavs are 29th in the NBA in offensive rating, and, you have to be in the top half or more likely the top 10 in order to compete for a title, and that is their stated goal.
What's been your overall thoughts on Cooper Flagg as his career has gotten underway?
I think he's been good at. Oh, he's been inconsistent at scoring. I'll lead with that, but I think he's been good at pretty much everything else. He has struggled, I think, with ball pressure, but that is not a core component of his game. I mean, he is not a point guard by trade. So, in my opinion, the ability for him to handle the ball and make decisions with the ball is not important, and I'm not going to judge him for that. Unfortunately, he's been cast in that role, but I don't know how long it's going to stay that way. One guy that he was compared to a lot in the pre-draft process was Kawhi Leonard. And Kawhi, whenever he came to the NBA, was already 20. Coop is just 18. But Kawhi didn't average more than 13 points a game until his fourth season in the league. And he was much more of a supporting kind of auxiliary player for the Spurs. And those were some really good Spurs teams. I mean, he was coming off the bench sometimes, but he was a starter for two teams that went to the finals in 2013 and 2014. He just wasn't the main guy really until a little later in his career. And then he became obviously one of the best players of his generation. And I think, with that in mind, if I'm a fan, I'm not judging Coop based on his point total. I'm judging him based on his ability to defend, based on his ability to do multiple things. We've already seen him attack the basket both in transition and in the half court and finish with power, finish with a little bit of creativity. He's been a really good defender. One of the shining moments, I think, from last night's game was he came up with a huge stop on Pascal Siakam in the final few minutes of that game. Siakam tried to take him one-on-one, and Coop just completely stonewalled him and forced him into this awful-looking jump shot. So he has been really good, I think, as a defender, especially for someone his age, and he has been really aggressive going downhill. I think in time, confidence in his jump shot and some counters when teams try and take away either his spin move or just his straight-line drive, I think that's going to take his game up another level offensively. But as far as 18-year-olds go, he is super far along already, and I don't think we're going to have to wait much longer to see more consistent production in the box score.
Bobby Carella talking Mavs here with you on The Fan. How's Jason Kidd rolling with this? Do you think the Cooper Flagg point guard thing is his idea or somebody else's?
I think it's his idea, and I no one can really kind of uncover the real truth here, but I really think, J. Kidd values defense, obviously. I mean, everyone in this organization does, almost to the point where it's become a meme, but J. Kidd also values consistency. And, one of the downsides throughout D'Angelo Russell's career is that he's been a pretty inconsistent shooter. He's always been a consistent playmaker. He's always had a pretty good assist-to-turnover ratio, and that matters a lot on this team because point guard is really the only spot on this team that can break down the defense. And so there's a lot of pressure on that spot. But J. Kidd likes consistent decision-making, reliable, high IQ kind of decision-making, and D'Lo, sometimes that just isn't a part of his game. He was pretty good against OKC, and then there was 30 seconds left. The Mavs were down 3, and he took a really early shot, and it was kind of, in my opinion, not a very good shot, and that is sort of the D'Angelo Russell experience, right? And then on the other hand, you have Brandon Williams, who is a vet on the minimum. He's been on a two-way contract for most of his career at this point. He's not a consistent defender, in part because he's just not a very big guy. He's only 6'1". And, if you want a defensive presence at the point guard, well, you're not really going to find it in either of those two guys. And if you want consistent offensive production, those two guys aren't really going to give it to you either. And so I think J. Kidd has turned to Coop just to see what he's capable of. But the one thing that J. Kidd has been really consistent about throughout his Dallas tenure is he is going to do what he wants for the first 5 to 10 games to start a season, and then he will abandon it very quickly. I mean, JaVale McGee was benched after, I think, 6 games. Christian Wood, that was a whole saga that J. Kidd was pretty committed to. Grant Williams was getting a ton of minutes to start that finals year, and then, by mid-November, he was almost an afterthought. Like, J. Kidd will abandon a plan if it's not working out and pivot to something different. And again, I think with these injuries to these bigs, I don't think he's going to have any choice. Like, I think those point guards are going to play a whole lot more here very soon.
What's your assessment of how they've been defensively? I know you mentioned the analytics with the point guard in the lineup. The offense has been better. I don't know what they're saying about the defense, but based on the eye test, it's got to be disappointing through the first few games.
Yeah, statistically, they're top 10 in the league right now. Actually, they're 8th in defensive rating, but they've played a lot of teams that have pretty sorry offenses. I mean, like Indiana last night, basically everyone that played on the team that was in the finals a few months ago was hurt, and so it's it's a lot easier to have a good performance against a team like that than it is against, say, San Antonio, who hung 125 on the Mavs on opening night, or the Wizards, who beat them up pretty good in the very next game. And so, I'm not lending much credence to the overall defensive rating right now. I think, their game against OKC a few nights ago, I thought structurally they looked really good, and individually the guys that got matched up on SGA really made him work, and also did not foul him very much, which I think is a pretty hard thing to do against that guy in particular. So they're trying, but like last night against Indy, they didn't have Lively or Gafford, and then AD leaves the game midway through the first quarter. The Pacers got 19 offensive rebounds in the game last night, and part of that is because they missed 69 shots. So, you're going to have a lot of chances to get a second chance, but that's against the Pacers, who also were playing a bunch of dudes you've never really heard of. So what happens whenever you go up against a team like Houston, who they got coming up in a few days, that has like Şengün and Steven Adams and Jabari Smith and Kevin Durant and all of these super big guys that are skilled and way more productive? We'll see. I think, the one good thing that's been working in the Mavs' favor so far is they haven't had a very tough schedule yet. So they've been able to work through some of these growing pains. But the bad thing is, now that their schedule is starting to get tougher, they're going to be shorthanded for a lot of these games unless something changes soon. And so I'm not sure we're going to get a really good idea of how they stack up defensively anytime soon, because they just don't have the guys that kind of forge this interior dominant identity that they're trying to tout all year.
When do you think Kyrie Irving will play?
God, I hope it's like in a few days.
Please.
But I mean, I don't know. He's an optimistic guy, and he's going to try and get back as soon as possible. But I mean, if he comes back before February, I would love that. I would think that would be almost miraculous, at his age, dealing with that injury. But if there's someone that can do it, it is him. I mean, obviously the Mavs need him in the worst way, and I love watching that guy. So I hope it's as soon as possible. But, the last thing you want is for him to look at the standings and say, like, man, we're 5 games out. Like, I really better come back before I'm ready. And then all of a sudden you're exposing yourself to an even worse, possible scenario. So it's just, I want him to come back when he's ready, whenever that is, whether it's in January, February, or next October.
What's the state of covering Nico Harrison right now? Is he dodging you guys? Is he giving you icy stares? What's Nico's approach with the media?
I mean, he hasn't done a lot of interviews, obviously, really dating back since the trade, but he's sat in his seat at the arena. He's not hanging out in the tunnel. Like, he's out there in front of everybody now. And, obviously fans in the arena still feel very strongly about him. The Mavs go down 10 and you're going to start hearing the chants. And I'm not sure those are going away anytime soon, and I think the unfair thing about Anthony Davis, or for Anthony Davis, is he's playing through an injury and then he has to leave a game because he's hurt, and fans are going to relive the pain of that trade all over again and take that out on him. And it's not Anthony Davis's fault. I mean, it's a Nico thing. So, the temperature is still pretty hot for sure, but hopefully there's a resolution to that one way or another pretty soon for everybody involved.
I'll drink to that, Bobby. Hell of a job as always. We'll look to catch up with you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20, and we'll preview the Cardinals with Babe Laufenberg at 9:20. It's still a football Friday on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. It is Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Adam Vinci, they're Tolos, taking care of you, the Tolo, each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. I am proud to say that I am a Platinum customer, and I promise you're going to get the same incredible experience that I got. Adam's got everything from Super Duties to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, and more. Start the process right now online PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Sick New World, coming to Fort Worth, featuring System of a Down, Deftones, Slayer performing Rain in Blood, Evanescence, Marilyn Manson, The Prodigy, and many more. Saturday, October 24th, 2026 at Texas Motor Speedway. Tickets are on sale now. More info at sicknewworldfest.com.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
Hey guys, it's your favorite Bucks babe Kylie, and it is time to go wild for Football Sunday at DFW's #1 BYOB Gentlemen's Establishment, Bucks Wild. For Football Sunday, enjoy our $10 cover till 10 p.m. BYOB, free hot dogs and nachos, noon to 3 p.m. Monday Night Football, 2-for-1 cover till 10 p.m. BYOB. Bucks Wild Dallas, 35 at Royal Lane, and Bucks Wild Fort Worth, North 820 at 35. Check us out at bucksclubs.com, and remember, everybody loves Bucks.
Do you feel that fall chill yet? Fix those drafty, stuck, or cracked windows now with Window Nation. Save on your energy bills all season long. Buy two, get two free with no payments, no interest till 2027. Lifetime warranty. Go to windownation.com. That's windownation.com. Tell them I sent you.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, get 50% off all styles of windows and make no payments with no interest for 24 months. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey, and you could even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys now for details. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Woolhart. Joey, how's it going?
The race is on, babe. We're running full speed to finish the year #1 in the world for the 3rd year in a row. To make it happen, we're offering our biggest year-end savings now.
I love that. World Champ savings that give buyers winning drives. So how much are we talking about?
Here's the game plan. Trade up to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 and score $14,000 in total savings. That's right, a winning drive with $14,000 in total savings.
You've got the deepest roster in the game, a huge selection to find the perfect upgrade.
That's right, babe. It's the World Champ selection with World Champ savings. But hurry, the race is on to upgrade for less before the best are sold.
If you're ready to win, visit ClassicChevrolet.com or go see Joey in the truck building today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023-2024. Stock number T1107111. Classic discount $8,000. Customer cash $2,000. GM bonus cash $1,000. Select market bonus cash $3,000. Plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer dock fee. Expires 11/3/25.
Extended Cowboys coverage begins Monday at 2 with a special edition of the G-Bag Nation and the Specs Tailgate Show. Specs Wine Spirits Finer Foods. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings. Cheers to you from the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle.
Pay me to be on that plane flying into that hurricane.
Would you have to be like flying straight into the winds as it's spinning?
I don't know,
so
man.
you kind of got to like corkscrew in with it?
It is crazy.
And then they go inside the eye.
And then it's just as calm as can be. Like they're flying around and you see kind of the valley and all that. But if you haven't seen that, it's
sunny in that eye.
Yeah. It's nice and calm, like nothing's wrong. But getting to that point to be able to get all the data and stuff that they need, that plane, that's as violent of a turbulence as I've ever seen on an airplane.
You got to have a death wish to do that. And there's a guy riding in the middle, man, in some sort of device without a seatbelt on, bouncing around.
I wonder if he's doing like the engines, like he's kind of like making it faster, slower, kind of like when you ride the waves on a boat.
Yeah.
He might be manning the throttles is what he might be doing. But how about the guy just taking the video? He's just back there bouncing around.
Jeez. I mean, you're like me up there in that turbulence. I don't know if you offered me six figures, I would go on that route.
That's what I'm saying. How do you recruit for that job?
There's no way.
I've never heard anybody say, man, we don't have enough hurricane chasers.
There's
hurricane pilot.
Yeah. Hey, what do you do? I'm a hurricane pilot. Yeah. I fly into hurricanes.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
Crucial job. We got to collect data, figure out how they work.
I mean, the plane slightly bumps around.
Throw a missile through there. Throw a drone through there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, drone that thing.
I've flown with you guys.
Trump said blow it up. That's what Trump said. Blow that damn thing up, man.
Blow that thing up.
Yeah, wasting all the time tracking it. Just blow that damn thing up. Let's go.
I was seeing, I guess Trump was coming back from China. And or his meeting, and Air Force One encountered some really bad turbulence, and he was doing interviews with reporters.
Yeah,
and they were bouncing all over the place.
I wouldn't stand for it.
Yeah, I'm like, as the president, I think you need to find me some clear air up here somewhere, please.
Yeah,
but I mean, even you guys flown with me enough. Even the slightest bit of turbulence,
you freak out.
I get puddles of water in my hands.
Yeah,
and
on the floor
for a living. I used to travel.
That's to go. Wild to think about. Like you were traveling every week.
I was scared every time I got on an airplane.
Never got used to it.
Terrified.
Never comfortable.
Never comfortable. Hey, real quick too. Did you guys see?
I just found your Trump video. My bad. Yeah, I see it. He's hilarious. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
It looks like somebody shaking the camera.
Yeah. We're gonna look bad.
Yeah.
Kind of. Steady.
He's got jokes for everything.
He does.
Man.
He does. Air Force One, big old Air Force One, is just bouncing around like no tomorrow.
Countries do you have in mind say you want to send a signal.
What a rough ride this is. The interviews are tough enough without your life being threatened. You guys okay? Yes, sir. That camera guy's very steady. We're going to look real bad today on television, I'll tell you.
Little shake voice there.
A little shake voice, a little nervous about flying. But anyway, by the way, I saw this deal too real quick. Sandy Koufax, 89 years old, right?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
I have no idea how old he is.
I believe he's 89 years old.
Sandy
Koufax. He stayed all 18 innings that game the other night.
What a stud.
Oh, wow.
89 years old.
Yep.
He was not like snoozing or anything.
He's a baseball thoroughbred.
Yeah, baseball fan. But
Well, he can't snooze without his CPAP.
Go home, Dodgers.
Postseason baseball, keep you riveted.
Go home, Dodgers. God, I was drunk that day. All right, here we go. Let's talk about
just that day.
That was one of the days.
It was a great day.
That was a great day.
Man, he's still looking good.
That's what I'm saying, man.
89 years old. My guy's still getting it done.
I'm saying,
bro.
like, he could probably pitch a couple innings for the Dodgers right now, but
no question.
Here we are. Okay, got the Arizona Cardinals coming to town. Yeah. And defensively, what you got to know about the Cardinals is you're going to get a team that plays that odd front we talk about. We've seen it with Carolina. We've seen it with Denver.
Well, that's not good.
With the nose tackle and then the two edges, the defensive ends, those 5 techniques, those head up on the offensive tackles.
The base 3-4.
Yeah, sometimes playing inside. So and then you got all those guys standing up. You're gonna have to deal with a pass rush, like maybe a Calais Campbell playing down, and then everybody else linebacker type guys, edges all standing up around. They're going to try and confuse you that way. I watched the Colts. The Colts are my team to win. Like, if you play the Colts in one of these breakdowns, I'm always going to watch because I think the Colts offensively is kind of good because they've got the line and they can kind of tell you how you need to probably run the ball a little bit.
They run the ball so well.
Yeah. So and that the running back's great. The line's been a great job.
Marriage.
But you can kind of get an idea. This is a team that doesn't give you a lot though when it comes to running the football. They don't give up a lot of big runs. I know last week we had the Denver game. Denver gave up when it came to edge runs or big runs on the outside. Denver had only given up eight runs of 10 yards or more off the edge.
It's pretty good.
And well, here the Arizona Cardinals have only given up 15 for the year.
Right.
So this might be a team that might be a little bit more. We're talking about them playing the run defense. Like I say, I think it has to do with those guys like Dalvin Tomlinson. We know him from the days of the Giants. It's a big guy. I mentioned Campbell. Dante Stills is another guy that's kind of a big, boxy guy. But they've got some edges though that play it pretty well. Believe it or not, Josh Sweat is another guy we're kind of familiar with.
Yep.
With the Philadelphia Eagles. He's provided some really good edge play when it came to run defense, actually, and some pass rush. And then Baron Browning, who they traded for with the Denver Broncos, plays as the other outside linebacker. So running the football might be a little bit more of a challenge, maybe not the challenge it was last week or maybe even the Carolina week, but still a challenge itself. Dallas has got to, I feel the fact that Dallas is at home, I think helps that situation as well. Just got to make sure that they secure those, they get those down guys secured because there's a lot of power up front. We saw that last week with them. You're going to get a lot of what we call cover 4 from this team. And they play cover 4 in a way where, and just to explain to folks out there, if you've never heard of cover 4, it's just everybody's, the secondary, the 2 corners and the safeties taking quarters of the field is all it really is. And what it tries to do, it tries to prevent you from making plays, big plays down the field. They're in a situation, too, with cover 4 when you got a Mike linebacker that kind of plays underneath, and then the 2 outside linebackers usually will play like a flat area. So there's a space between the linebackers and then where the safeties and corners of how deep. So would not be surprised against cover 4 you could do double moves, tend to work. We'll see that with maybe with Pickens, the out, the up. They try to do that, the out and up move. And the other day, Dak threw an interception off that. He was looking at Pickens, but then went the other way on that double boot. But against a team that plays a lot of cover 4, like I say, if you could get them to bite on that, there's that space behind where you could throw it, and then there's space between the linebackers and then where the corners and the safety sit. So look for some crossing routes and things like, not the shallow ones, but maybe a little bit deeper.
Deep crossers.
A little bit deeper, because you get the deep drop from the secondary, and the linebackers kind of stay short to play everything underneath. So there's that area underneath that you can maybe attack the Cardinals at.
I saw they've only allowed 3 touchdowns to wide receivers this season, and they all came from the slot.
Yeah, they've
so
had eight
Lamb in the slot.
The Jalen Thompson is up there.
Yeah,
because Will Johnson, and that's a good system for Will Johnson to play in.
Yeah, Will Johnson's actually playing really well for these guys. I know there was some questions about his speed,
but as a zone corner, he excels. Like if he keeps it in front of him, he was great at Michigan doing that.
He absolutely was. So yeah, I would say Jalen Thompson has played kind of some like safety a little bit for this football team, and but he's listed as the nickel corner, but he's kind of played back a little bit. But Will Johnson, Max Melton have been the 2 corners. It's kind of hard to find the scrub in this one, to be honest with you guys.
I was hoping you'd say Max Melton.
Yes,
darn it.
No, but
he's playing well.
Yeah, it's kind of well. This team's given up only 8 touchdown passes, and they've had 4 interceptions. They've knocked down 35 passes this year. As a defense. Wow. So that's kind of something you need to be
stingy unit.
Need to be alert about that. About 61% off coverage, so maybe a little bit of space playing that cover 4. Press only 18, and they're going to try and rush 4. That's their big thing. They really don't want to bring the 5th guy. They want to commit to having the coverage or having the ability. So you're going to get rush 4 a lot of this time. So be aware of that. I think it's a pretty good defense overall. Like I said, I can't really find the scrub. A good matchup is going to be, and an interesting matchup is going to be, what's going to happen with Josh Sweat potentially going up against Guyton or Steele. That's been a problem for Steele in the past, is dealing with Josh Sweat. So be interested to see how the Cardinals play that going forward.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Tune in all season long. Wednesday, you get the opponent offense preview, and Thursday, he looks at the defense. Wolchuk, what are we doing next?
All right, let's get a fix in here. We got a couple of trades The Athletic would like to see the Cowboys make, and maybe this dream is not dead yet. But I got to talk to you about price.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it? Cinnamon Maidens?
Hazel Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got C-Note coming up here for you in 20 minutes. We'll talk about the Cowboys news of the evening. Dak is speaking. A lot of things are flowing and going, and here's Wolchuk with a daily football fix.
A lot of buzz about George Pickens. Brian asked Jordan Schultz when he was on the show yesterday, like, what would the market be? And Schultz said, well, yeah, there'd be a ton of interest in him. I mean, he's a legit wide receiver one. Now, there are some chatter. There's some chatter going on at the Star right now. Media's interviewing both Lamb and Pickens. John Machota on George Pickens on if he'd like to get a new contract done now or wait until the offseason. And Pickens said that's kind of up to what Jerry wants to do. All I can do is perform at my best. He did say he's not had any discussions yet, which fits what Ed Werder reported earlier this week. And then C.D. Lamb, when asked about George Pickens, he said, absolutely, I want George Pickens to remain in Dallas beyond this season. That's my guy. I feel like we've grown this bond in a matter of minutes. I want the best for him, whether that's him making the most money in the NFL at the position or whatever that looks like. But I do want him to win. And I just tell him, stay positive, your money's going to come. Now, Albert Breer has a mailbag out today, and he was asked if the Cowboys would consider trading George Pickens. Albert said, quote, I'd say the thing right now is trending towards Pickens being tagged in March, which would then allow Dallas to either work out a long-term deal, trade him, or keep him on the roster for another year. And I'd be willing to bet that's probably going to be the course of action. Once the Cowboys put the trade on, then all of that is still on the table.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that, today you'd love to be able to say that the tag gives him or gives the Cowboys a lot of flexibility. Can you work out a deal with that agent? That guy's one of the best agents in the league. If you're a player, he's hard on the front offices of teams he deals with, but that's what you have to respect about the guy. So if you can tag him and get him to play it another year under that, I think that would be great going forward.
Yeah,
that would be awesome. To get to have George Pickens for this entire season, and then actually get something for him, because I think it's a first-round pick, and that's what you dream of, is trading a 3 for a guy, then being able to turn around within a year and move him for a 1, or hang on to him. But him walking and only getting a comp pick at this point is the only thing that I want to make sure you avoid.
Agreed.
That's just mismanagement.
And if you put the tag on him, then I guess you still have that flexibility. Then can you move him and get that pick back?
Yeah.
And I guess even if he played on the tag, what did we just say? There was like $28 million or so. That's the estimation right now.
Yeah.
Still, that's great value to get George at $28 million for a year, assuming he plays on that. There's not foolery going on with David Mulligeta and the back stuff.
Well, I assume they would. I don't think that would work.
Yeah,
I don't think they would let you.
Judging by the track record, you're right. They probably will not be in on that. Now, this is another thing with Max Crosby, and Jory Epstein and Charles Robinson have a new article out today on Yahoo Sports Chatter they're hearing about the deadline, and everybody's looking for corners right now. One NFC talent evaluator said corners are usually, along with interior D linemen or offensive linemen, the players that everybody wants. They even brought up the Diggs conversation in Dallas. Quote, it's hard to predict, said one NFC talent evaluator. He's been shaky when healthy. He's much better off coverage where he's free to play the ball, but his health and his contract are big issues. So can the Cowboys end up moving him? Jory actually says, why don't the Cowboys get on the phone with the Packers? Diggs' best friend's Micah Parsons, and his college position coach, Derek Ainsley, now Green Bay's defensive passing game coordinator, is the DB's coach. So the Packers might be able to maximize Diggs in ways the Cowboys no longer can. You get him back with his buddy, but I didn't even know about the connection with the old college position coach.
I did not know that either. I thought Chicago and the Commanders were the two areas that I might go first.
Maybe they can. I know I'd hate to help Green Bay in any way, but right now if you can get something for Diggs, that might just be the best course of action. Then with the Crosby deal, one NFC talent evaluator said, quote, I still think for the right price, Crosby could be on the move.
Damn right he could.
First in a pick swap, most likely.
Yeah.
Mark Davis was just asked about it again. He said, quote, I would talk to our GM and head coach. Yeah. I don't make those decisions. I expect Max to be here with the Raiders for quite a while, but to hear that he still could be on the move, and right now, odds-on betting favorite to land Max Crosby, according to Vegas, is the Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh, Vegas probably knows Vegas.
Maybe Vegas knows.
Better than anyone.
Maybe Vegas knows that there's something going on here. Here's the scary thing, boys. Howie's trying to do what we wanted to do yesterday. 3 1s for Myles Garrett. He is trying to pry Myles Garrett away from Cleveland and get him in an Eagles uniform. Here was ESPN Cleveland talking about that earlier today.
Even 3 late number 1 picks, given the dearth of talent and the amount of needs that the Browns have. If I was Andrew, and I'm no capologist, and I know this is a cap mess, and I know that there's a no trade clause involved, but if someone called me with 3 number 1 draft picks, after what happened this past Sunday, where a guy has the greatest game I've ever seen a defensive end play, sack the quarterback 5 times, and you still lose by 3 scores.
You're making that trade.
It's something I'd have to consider.
So this is starting to get nervous. One, I would hate it if the Eagles were the team that gave up the 3-1s to go and get Myles Garrett.
Yeah, it should be more like 5 or 6 ones.
Holy crap! Yeah, for them, like double the price. Also, it's like, how in the world can they afford this? But that's Howie Roseman and the juggling gymnastics that he does with the salary cap. Where there's a will, there is a way. The Eagles find a way to make it happen. But if you're the Cowboys and there's even a possibility, you've got to C-block this thing. You got to one-up that. You got to get Myles Garrett back home. I don't want him in the damn division.
Yeah, I was thinking about it earlier, and I was just making sure that I believed in it. And yes, I would do 3-1s for Myles Garrett. And the reason is because so much of his salary cap hit is being absorbed by Cleveland. So you'd be getting Myles Garrett and still have all your cap space to sign other guys. So I think he's the rare example that it is worth that. But if Max Crosby is a 1 and a pick swap,
that's pretty tantalizing as well.
That's where you go right there. And Wolchuk, I think it's quite interesting that up to this point, Mark Davis has been like, no, we're not trading Max Crosby. And now he's like, you got to go talk with the coach and GM. Because remember, Brian told us when this story was fresh 2 weeks ago that this likely started with the Raiders coaches, maybe getting a message from the player that he was ready to move on.
Yep.
And this was probably news to the front office, which is why maybe the Cowboys were surprised by it. And at the time, Mark Davis is like, no, what are you talking about?
Right.
Well, as business days go on and conversations get had, I'd interpret that as a Mark Davis softened position for sure.
Yeah, I would believe they've talked with Mark and said, look, we need to get a quarterback in here. And our best chance to go get a quarterback is to have multiple first-round picks and be able to try and maneuver this thing. That would also be the sales pitch Andrew Berry would make to the ownership of Cleveland. Like, okay, now we'd be strapped with 4 first-round picks. No matter where we finish, we've got the ability now to control the first round of the draft. Hell, do we want to take 2 quarterbacks? It's unheard of. Now we've got a massive competition, and maybe that wouldn't be good, but I'd kind of like, if anybody's going to do something crazy like that, it might be Cleveland. Could end up in an absolute dumpster fire, but why not? Let's take a flyer at these things. Most of the time they miss anyway, right?
Yeah, and they're likely going to have, a high enough pick that they could draft one their own, but in a situation that presents itself where you only think there's one good one, you want to be able to go all the way to the top. You don't want to leave these things to chance.
Exactly. Now, Bill Barnwell, you can go bleep yourself, sir. Bobby Belt was talking during his segment yesterday about how much he hates Bill Barnwell, and I was like, man, I kind of like his work. Not anymore. No, I'm just. I don't dislike him, but I didn't like
you hate him.
Didn't like the trade that he threw out today. Now I do think he was just having some fun, but he threw out. I would be stunned if the Cowboys traded Brandon Aubrey, but I'm throwing him out here more as a thought experiment than anything else. A going nowhere Cowboys team doesn't have much use for Aubrey. Lies. And although kickers can play into their 40s, the former soccer player is already 30 years old. He's obviously a valuable player.
You only got 10 more years of him. Better trade him.
Right. Got to get rid of him. Aubrey's eligible for an extension. What if you could get a second-round pick for Brandon Aubrey?
Pound sand.
I think so, too. You go bleep yourself, Bill Barnwell. I am not trading Brandon Aubrey.
You could trade one or the other, Aubrey or Pickens.
I lean Pickens, and I know it's crazy to even say that, but I don't think I can find a better kicker than Brandon Aubrey. And I don't know that I'm necessarily going to find a wide receiver that's as good as George Pickens, but I think I got better chances. I think there's more receivers than there are quality kickers. I don't want to be in the kicker abyss again.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah,
Isn't it weird? I think you're going to side with the kicker here, and you're Mr. Kicker Hater.
It is so
but it's kind of true.
Yeah, he's cut through in a way that no kicker ever has. I don't like the idea of moving on from him.
I want to keep both.
Especially for a second-round pick, which is perpetually a pick that the Cowboys botch, right? Like you're going to end up trading Brandon Aubrey for Kelvin Joseph or something stupid.
Which one of these teams, by the way, Dawson, you can chime in.
He is the most underrated player in the game right now, Brandon Aubrey. What he can do for you, 65 to 70 yards. Like, even the best pass rusher in Vegas is worth a point. When this guy's out, we better adjust the point spread 1. A quarterback, 2, 3 points. Aubrey's given you the possibility of adding multiple points in every game based on his ability to go deep. So
which one of these teams?
You'd have to hit me with a 1+.
Which one of these teams of the top teams has the shakiest kickers? And I'm going to act like I know.
Question.
Do the Rams still have it? Is our guy
Greg the Leg?
Dicker the kicker still there?
I don't.
I think Dick.
He's with the Chargers, right?
Chargers, yeah.
He's
Denver.
with the yeah.
This
Okay.
guy can hit 75-yarders for you for the next decade.
Colts, New England, Denver, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Chargers, Kansas City, Jacksonville. That's the top 8.
Joshua Carty is now the place kicker there with the Rams. Just ram it.
I'm just thinking, one of these teams. It's
the 49ers, I think, have been struggling. They had Jake Moody, they cut him, and then now I think they're rocking with Pinheiro, maybe.
Yeah, Eddie P.
See, I just wondered if you're one of these teams that like you're battling, you're in the playoff hunt, you could be a really good team, and then you go out and get the best kicker in the league just to make sure that you don't have any problems down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, Tampa Bay.
Just get you home field.
No, I'm sure plenty of teams would
I
be
think there's a lot of
interested in
teams that would be interested, but again, pound sand. We're not doing this.
Did you see Brad Sham respond to this with Bill Barnwell's Twitter tagged?
Yeah. Brad and I have actually been really on the same page this week. He wants to keep Pickens, and he basically is telling everyone to F off, don't touch Brandon Aubrey.
Yeah, he said idiotic suggestion, clickbait.
Which is not fair to Barnwell. Barnwell
read
wrote,
it. Yeah.
No, everybody is fired up about the social media reaction of what people are inaccurately paraphrasing Bill Barnwell said. He presented this responsibly, Brad.
He did. And I read it.
You can't watchdog everybody's content and then take something totally out of context and made up intent that isn't there. You're better than that, Sham.
No, Brad Sham said it's clickbait. It's clickbait.
It's clickbait. I like what Brad's doing there. Let's get ready for
idiotic suggestion.
It is an idiotic suggestion. What the hell?
Brad.
Dak Prescott, shout out to Kyle Yeomans. He's got big facts on DallasCowboys.com. Throughout his career, Dak 31-14-1, coming off a loss in his career. You know that tie.
That one,
Against Green Bay.
Yeah.
That's the 5th best record off a loss since he entered the league in 2016. Only quarterbacks better: Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, Brady.
Allen Jackson, huh?
Yep.
Huh.
Allen and Jackson.
5 o'clock somewhere.
The Allen Jackson guy.
5 o'clock somewhere.
His passer rating following a loss is also the second best of any of those guys in the group. Dak, Monday Night Football, 5-1 on Monday nights. Only
lost to Arizona.
I think that was a win on the road. They beat Arizona on Monday night.
No, they don't win in Arizona.
They did. That was the Des Bryant breaking a bunch of tackles game, and then they didn't want to kneel for the anthem. That was like back in 2017.
Oh, when Jerry smiled and winked.
Yeah, that was they got the win. I think that's the last time they beat Arizona. Like they've lost 8 of 9 to them, and that was the one win. But the only player, well, ironically, as we talk about that game, Colin Kaepernick, that has a better record on Monday Night Football since 2000 with at least 5 starts there. So Dak 5-1, looking to make it 6-1 against Kyler Murray.
I wonder if those are all at home. Like, are their Monday night games usually always at home?
The Cowboys?
They're so much better at home. So
they are.
That's
yeah.
The
I mean, they're basically putting 40 points up at home all the time.
Yeah.
We got Thursday Night Football tonight. Couple of history things on the line here.
History things,
historical notes. 67 yards is what Derrick Henry needs to reach the 12,000 threshold. So he's getting close there. He's also playing against Miami, as you noted, allowing a bunch of yards on the ground. They surrendered 145 yards per game this year. So if you want to take the Moors on Derrick Henry, it's looking good as he tries to get to 12,000. Lamar Jackson also owns Miami. His numbers against the Dolphins in his career have been absolutely fantastic. Now, he's only 2-2, so I think one of those were like a huge blown lead that he had.
Yeah.
But he's thrown 14 touchdowns to just 1 pick while averaging 300 yards a game against Miami. He's thrown 5 touchdown passes with 0 picks against them twice.
Well, it's like a homecoming game for him. That's where he played his high school ball.
Well, if he ends up having 5 touchdowns again with no picks, he'd be the first quarterback in NFL history to do that against the same team 3 times. And that's not exactly a stunner because that's hard to do.
Everything I said about Bijan Robinson last week versus the Dolphins, I meant...
You meant tonight.
I meant tonight, and it's Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry and Bijan.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Thursday Night Football, 3 hours away. We had an injury scare at Cowboys practice, plus Dak reacts to that Jerry quote. And we have trade targets sitting out practice across the NFL. That's coming up next year in the nation. Here we go, Nation. Time for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening here on The Fan. And it's been a very busy day as they continue to prepare for the Arizona Cardinals. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, hey, shout out to Bobby Carella, All-City Dallas Mavs. He joined us last hour. Very interesting concept from him. I thought the Kawhi Leonard comp for Cooper Flagg was very interesting. Took Kawhi Leonard 3 or 4 years to average over even 12 points per game. But I just thought the playing style was a quite interesting comp that I hadn't heard before. And then, you know, the other thing he pointed out that was interesting about these Mavs is Anthony Davis hurt last night, and you already have Lively and Gafford out. The way the Mavs and a lot of teams have to play their bigs these days, there is so much more movement and change of direction in space. And maybe, you know, it's never been the healthiest position in sports, center or just big man. A guy around 7 foot is always getting hurt. But maybe in today's game more than ever, it is a liability, and maybe you should consider that more in your team building. Maybe we're going to see the idea of zigging when everybody else is zagging. Oh, you want to go perimeter-based players? We're going to go big and just swarm you and win the rebounds and protect the rim. Well, maybe the downside of it is if you're asking these guys to switch and pick and roll and then play pick and roll on offense and crash towards the rim trying to throw down on people, that, you know, injuries are going to be an even bigger part of it. And hopefully we get these guys healthy, because it should be a big-time advantage. But I'm starting to believe that it's not going to be that possible. Okay, DeMarvion Overshone left practice early with trainers, but the reports have come out confirmed by our very own Brian Broaddus. Bit of a sprained thumb. So Overshone's going to be okay, but you know he still has a couple of weeks until that 21-day window returns. So Monday Night Football against the Raiders after the bye. How about this at Titans practice, guys? 3 of their reported trade targets, all DNPs at practice, are the trade chips about to start to roll. Calvin Ridley, Okonkwo, the tight end, right? And then Jeffrey Simmons, the defensive tackle.
Wow.
Jeffrey Simmons has
been dealing with a hamstring, though, right?
Yes.
Allegedly.
It could be a phantom hammy.
I'll tell you what, man. I was watching, what was I watching? I was watching Tennessee. Oh, it was Arizona versus Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you what, man, it was, man, for real.
If they want Osa, you know, I'd do a little swapperooski.
That guy, I remember him in Mississippi State.
Oh, savage.
How violent he plays.
Yeah.
My gosh. Yeah.
Okay, we got Hendrickson, we got Crosby, we got Garrett, we got Simmons, we got Quinnen Williams. Those are the top 5 defensive linemen available, as Ricky Scoops is saying the Cowboys are going to add a defensive lineman. It's just a matter of who. Do you think it's going to be off that list, Brian? Are we getting one of those guys here within the next couple weeks?
I said yesterday that I didn't feel like that the league would allow them to do that. And I mean the league, not the NFL, not the
They'll outbid you?
Yeah. I think that some of these teams are talking mean game. I think some of these teams are talking mean game. Like, yeah, maybe this guy, for the right price, yeah, you could do this, you could do it. But I said the league, and I mean the other teams in the league. I don't think the teams are going to put guys out there like that. I think there's some possibility for some minor deals and stuff like that. But I do believe the Cowboys want to be aggressive.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think
they're swinging for a big fish.
I think they really want to do something big. I just don't know if the teams with these players are going to allow them to do it. That's
yeah. You need someone to play ball.
Yeah, I do believe Dallas wants to. I just don't think the other teams are going to let them.
Up next here in the C-Note, Dak has reacted to the Jerry Jones quote in the Wall Street Journal. If you missed the quote, he said there's $100 billion present value with natural gas out there. That's why I'm talking to you on the telephone rather than trying to fix our defense with the Dallas Cowboys. Maybe we'll ask Jake Ferguson about that. Jake Ferguson show coming up at 5:35. Dak was asked about it after today's practice. He said, I don't know the full context of it. I do know a piece of it, but being a fan and you just hear that or read that, yeah, of course, that can be frustrating. But in that sense, I would just say the guy has never really lied about who he is or what he's trying to do. Hopefully he was talking about it in that one particular moment. Maybe in those 5 minutes is what he was alluding to, and having a chance at a $100 billion opportunity. I think he might take 5 minutes as well to answer a call. Hopefully that's what he means, right? But I could see how it could be frustrating. For us as players, we control what we can control. That doesn't pertain to us right now. Our job is to make sure that we're getting ready for Monday night and that we're going to be the best team we can be when we go play the Cardinals.
Who's got Jerry tomorrow?
That'll be KNC.
KNC.
Hagee said he's not interested in asking about it, but Corey's ready to fire it.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it is something obviously we kind of know, and that ultimately it's not going to change. But there is a part of me, like, we have and I think this is how fans feel. We have a platform where we do get to ask them questions. And I do think we have asked questions, and the fans don't get answers that they want. So they interpret that as like, okay, we don't, and we're not pressing. Well, I mean, we can't get an answer that you want. They've got to be willing to give that. But at the same time, like and maybe we can talk with Steven about this. Like, I wonder if Jerry's off doing this and it is trade deadline season, what happens if you are talking to a team and all of a sudden something starts to brew here and there's deadlines, maybe they're willing to budge now.
Yeah.
Now's the time to strike. Mm-hmm. And this deal's on the table here for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and you got to make a decision. Well, is Steven the one that then steps in, makes that decision? Is it Will McClay? Is it Todd Williams? I mean, who's the one that then do they have to call Jerry and get his approval before they does that put them now in a holding pattern for free agents or trades because sometimes he's off doing other things?
I think to me, if you were interested in trading for Max Crosby or you were interested in trading for Quinnen Williams, that they probably talked about that enough that if Jerry gets knocked out of the conversation, that Stephen Jones would make that call and say, I think tomorrow what you're going to get, if they ask Jerry this question, by the way, Jerry's going to tell him he was joking with the guy. That's what you're going to get.
Tongue in cheek.
Yeah, he's going to, that's what he's going to say.
He's going to say, I was smiling when I said it.
Yeah, he's going to say that, he was joking and, that, hey, that I do think about the team. He's going to say, I'm predicting what he's going to say.
Yeah, and I think you're probably very right.
He's going to say, well, I just, in the conversation, I was just, I was joking with this guy. I think that's what he's going to say. But to your point, that your initial question, I think Steven has the latitude that they have talked about deals enough that he could pull the trigger on a deal if he had to.
Yeah, I think logistically they're probably fine. My bigger concern would just be the leadership. It starts at the top and everything flows from it. The energy of the organization. If you really want a championship like Chris Young, or if you really want to win a championship like Mark Cuban, the last 2 times we've gotten there, I think you're tirelessly holding everybody accountable and pursuing it. And it's just your tone setter is kind of a businessman. And to Dak's point, I get it. You're making all this money from the NFL. You know intimately about oil and gas. You can use your knowledge to identify opportunities. And when you're waking up, maybe you're more excited about the chance to make $100 billion than win your next Super Bowl.
100%. There's nothing wrong with that as an owner of a team, right?
Yeah.
But
just don't make yourself the GM.
You're also the GM, and you continue to tell everyone, whether it's true or not, that you are the final decision maker. You are the person that makes all the decisions. Now, in 469 saying this is nothing new, Steven and Will are the ones that are really making the decisions. We've talked about that plenty of times, Brian, on our show. Yeah. But there are plenty of listeners that for the first time, maybe this has now caused an alarm to go off for them.
Yeah.
And this is new information, and they're freaking out. Like, well, my supposed GM is out here not focused on the team 24/7, and it shouldn't be a surprise, but it is to a lot of people.
Yeah. And I don't know what, maybe they just haven't been paying attention or they've been late to the game, but I feel like when I first got here and started covering the Cowboys in 2010, I was like, what's this idea that Jerry Jones cares more about money than winning? Like, you got more money in the world. How could you possibly want more? And what I've figured out about billionaires in the time since then is however much they have, they want twice as much. Mm-hmm. And that itch never goes away. It's just a mindset of more. And I think it kind of applies to all of us. Like, you get a promotion, your lifestyle gets used to the house you can afford and the car you can afford. And within a few years, you're like, hey, boss, give me more money. You want to constantly be expanding and getting on to the biggest and best thing. And, I think billionaires have more of that, not less of that, because of everything they've accrued already. And then they start thinking, well, what's separating me from Jeff Bezos? It's a big 100x up from an oil investment. So he's got $1 billion in on this Comstock. Apparently, this company figured out a new way to drill. It's like, I guess the same type of idea of fracking, just a different way of extracting the energy out of the soil. And he believes that this is, going to put $100 billion worth of natural gas in play for him. And this stock is just going to fly through the roof. So I'm sure he's super stoked about it and is joking and having a good time.
Yeah, there's no telling how much money he's lost in the deal, though, too.
Sure.
He's in a situation.
Oh, yeah, that stock has been on a roller coaster.
Yeah, there's no telling. He might be hundreds of millions of dollars down.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, this might be the opportunity to get it back north again. But yeah, the fans don't want to hear that. They want to hear that you're focused on your football team 100% of the time, especially
Absolutely.
if you're the general manager. I could totally understand that. But I guarantee he's going to come out here tomorrow and he's going to talk about tongue in cheek and the way I start conversations and joking and all that. I know people don't want to hear that.
No, it's going to upset a lot of people.
I'm just making the prediction right now when the question's asked. Yep.
Yeah, you talk about that stock, okay? So over the last year, it's been as high as $9, and it's cruised around between $2 and $4. Could you imagine owning $1 billion worth of that? So at
71% is what he owns.
71%. Yeah, of a $1 billion company.
Yeah.
So at $9, it's worth triple what it's worth right now, which is $3.16. Over the last 6 months or so, it's been up in the fours. It's been down in the twos. That'd be an incredible roller coaster to be on. But Jerry has made reference to how leveraged he is up to his eyeballs, and if people were intimately aware of the risk that he's incurred in recent years, they would have the understanding for why he still is very much the gambler.
We've talked about that maybe some of the deals, some of the structures of some of the deals have had to be staggered because of business deals that you might have made.
We got a sports mix coming up. A mixed bag. That's it. We got a mixed bag, Wolchuk. Where are we going?
All right. Texas Tech's being honest about something we've wondered for a long time. And my gosh, a 33-year-old skipper, does that make you feel old? That's next in the nation.
Get your fresh Stars content with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Hey, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan, the Jake Ferguson Show. Coming up at 5:35 here on The Fan. We're going to run LA Live at 6 tonight. That sound good?
Yes.
Yeah?
Let's get it.
Yeah.
Let's go. So we actually get LA Live.
Yeah. I found out about like an hour and a half ago. I finally looked at that sheet. I was like, oh, okay.
That's
we
how
found
we're
out a
doing it.
solution.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So I guess we'll do G-Bag of the Day after Jake. Okay, we'll get you everything breaking coming up to start the Expressway at 5:20. Right now it's time for a mixed bag. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. Stars in action tonight as they start their Florida road trip. They're going to be taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning. That'll be a 6 o'clock puck drop on TNT. It's a national game tonight. Then they'll take on the defending two-time Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers.
4-4-2, I think. The Lightning
For the Stars? For the Lightning.
Lightning,
Yeah, Lightning are all, rematch that bubble Stanley Cup there with Tampa Bay. Now, tonight, special night.
Okay, it is. Okay. No, you got it.
Tyler Seguin.
1,000th
career NHL game tonight for Seg. So hopefully it can be a Hattie party for him.
I think
I'm calling out multiple goals tonight.
Every Stars player's walking into the arena, of course, with a cup of coffee.
They always do.
And then, which is it's a no-brainer.
What do you think's in that coffee?
I want to say...
You think you even drink tea?
I want to say it's coffee. No, they're too tough.
I think there's got to be extra espresso shots.
They're too tough. It's like a Man Campbell.
Maybe just a hint of
coffee.
whiskey.
But they're all wearing the Sagan 1,000th game T-shirt, and it looks like they're all repping the fake tattoo sleeves.
Oh,
as
I love
well.
that. That's
I used
awesome.
to love those too, man. High
That's a good
school, that
bit.
was fantastic.
Yeah.
Coffee makes you go to the bathroom, right? I mean, I've never.
It does. It's a natural laxative.
Okay.
Yeah, but I
Sometimes I'm hoping that's what the case is,
Okay, because
sometimes I'm drinking, saying, "Oh God, please."
I don't drink.
Couldn't it be like a? Don't you build up like a tolerance?
Yeah,
to it, though?
it happens.
It doesn't hit me the same way that it used to.
Well, see, that's what I'm asking, because if you're a coffee drinker, how hard it is to go to the men's room with all your hockey gear on.
I think that's probably.
See, why would you drink? Why would you drink coffee before a game?
They don't have the butt flap on those things.
What?
I don't think so,
There's
bro.
no butt flap on those.
No, I think you got suspenders. You got to do. Yeah, that's
the old miner's flap.
Seems like a no-brainer to have the butt flap on.
And then
there.
they wear like tights underneath the hockey pants.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot going on to be like, all of a sudden I've got the bubble guts, and now I got to.
Even
like,
just
you're
to
on
take
skates?
a leak, honestly.
Can you imagine?
It's a struggle.
Some people get used to that. Daryl Armstrong, the former Mav coach, played for the Orlando Magic for a long time with a cup of coffee under his chair.
Yeah, I think by the time they're showing up to the arena, it's got to be like cup number 7.
That was Sean Lee's secret sauce.
No,
That's
Sean
right.
Lee, but I'm just saying hockey dudes wearing, like, getting all that gear off and on if you're having to deal
I think
with
they've
that.
just built the tolerance up. They're fine.
Yeah.
They got this.
Those guys are tough enough to just
No
power
big deal.
through it.
Or they just crap in their pants.
Can you imagine, can you imagine like having to run to the men's room and you're on skates?
No.
Like you're kind of just
brutal. And then you have like 10 minutes worth of wardrobe.
You waddle down
You're like,
So when do you start? Like if you feel like, sometimes you could fight through it, and like, oh, I'm okay. But if you start to feel that, do you immediately just go? Because
if it was me,
if you get emergency,
I gotta
light-
know your own body.
I wonder if anybody's been checked so hard along the boards that they crap their pants.
I'm sure it's happened.
Oh, in the movie Slapshot, a guy peed on himself.
Just
He crawled.
burst.
I crawled
Yeah.
over the. Like, I just peed.
I think
on
it's
myself.
definitely a thing. No lineup changes, so that means Rope Hintz, Matt Duchesne, and Oscar Beck were all going to miss this game tonight. Stars are going to go 11 forward, 7 D-men tonight. It worked out against Washington, but shorthanded again tonight against Tampa Bay. Hopefully, they're able to keep this thing going and get a victory. Now, from the ice to the gridiron, Texas Tech, Joey McGuire, the pride of Cedar Hill.
Listens to our show.
I love Joey.
He's a big Tolo, man.
Big wreck 'em. Hopefully they can get a big win this weekend. But he admitted quarterback Baron Morton Was he available to play last week, Coach, and you just decided Oklahoma State sucks so much we don't need him?
We have some guys that have, do advanced analytics for us and everything like that. And it's like, okay, in this game, the percentage of winning when you go out there like Oklahoma State, nothing against them, but the percentage of him going out there versus Will going out there or Mitch going out there, there was not very much difference whatsoever. So you're like, does it make sense? Because Barron wants to play, and he's a different person whenever it comes to, he's got a high pain tolerance, he's really tough. Some of it was kind of protecting him from him and then understanding. So I think that Arizona State, it was the last game of the year, and it was, we're coming into that game, and you didn't have the games after that. He probably would have fought me to get out there and maybe, giving it a try, but being able to have a couple weeks to get ready for this game, it's definitely helped him, and he feels really good.
So Barron Morton, 2 weeks ago, they lose to Arizona State. He acknowledges if that had been like last game of the season, Morton probably plays. Last week, could have played, but it's Oklahoma State, and the Pokes stink so bad this year, we just didn't need him. Just give him an extra week, so he's good to go for this coming Saturday.
They call that give a walk-ons an opportunity game.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Will Hammond ended up tearing his damn ACL. That one kind of stunk, but at least Barron Morton's back this week for Texas Tech. Now, Arch Manning still listed as questionable as he's trying to make it through concussion protocol, play against Vanderbilt. But good news was Michael Taft has been practicing, so maybe Michael Taft's good to go.
Man, how rabid is
Texas.
Is that stadium actually going to be, you think? It's like first time in, 40-something days they've had a home game?
Yeah.
For the Horns.
So
they're probably
Red River
revved up.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's 11 a.m. game, though.
They got going against Bama a few years ago at that 11 a.m. kick. But yes, I always wonder about that, like how ruckus is the crowd.
Yeah, but they're going up against Vandy and
no.
Pavio.
He's going to be talking a lot of bleep.
I mean, your playoff, every game for them, playoff season on the line.
It's a must win.
Yeah, must win, do or die.
Absolutely. Now, for Gunnar Stockton, it's a must win in another way.
Wow, this is pretty emotional. This is SEC just means more.
It really is. This is Georgia, Florida. Greatest cocktail party.
Yeah. World's largest outdoor cocktail party.
Damn right.
Yeah. It's a mouthful.
Well, Gunner's playing not only to beat his rival, but he's doing it for his grandfather.
Why is that, Wolchuk?
Well, Lawrence Stockton died of a heart attack on October 30th, 2010, after the Bulldogs lost to the Gators.
Literally, Urban Meyer and the Gators may have
took him out.
The Bulldogs and Gunnar Stockton's grandfather so much. It wasn't in the parking lot?
Yeah, according to a new report from ESPN, Lawrence Stockton died of a heart attack in the parking lot outside of Everbank Stadium in Jacksonville after the only overtime game in the history between Florida and Georgia. Urban Meyer and the Gators beat the Bulldogs by a final score of 34-31. Aaron Murray threw an interception during overtime to set up an eventual game-winning field goal for the Gators.
I blame Murray. But he was blaming somebody else. What did his wife say? What the grandma, Gunnar Stockton's grandma, who's now a widow? You see
Suzanne Fredrickson, Lawrence Stockton's widow, says her late husband was talking to a friend about the game when he suffered cardiac arrest. He was frustrated with the defense.
he was bitching about the defensive coordinator, and he got himself so worked up that his heart stopped working. He cares that much about Georgia Bulldogs.
He said
football.
something about that damn Todd Grantham, and boom, just collapsed.
His last words were that damn Todd Grantham.
Hey,
yeah. I mean, what the hell? He's trying to stick it to,
sounds like the beginning of a Happy Gilmore movie.
Get back for his grandfather. Can you? I mean, like honestly, this might be the way that I go out one day after a Cowboys
Eberflus
game.
is going to do this to Wolchuk.
It could be.
I swear.
It could be that damn Flus
on the post game show, just sitting there, just
next thing you know,
crumple
Brian,
over.
my chest.
He's going to die in the middle of the
I want to thank everybody that was part of this one tonight.
I think that's why most Cowboys fans like my age and up have just detached from it because they realize it's a health threat.
It is. It really is a health threat.
I'll leave Wolchuk there.
It's not good, dude. I worry.
Jenny can't come pick him up.
Got to clean up here on the
bring a trash bag.
Bring some extra hands.
Me and
too.
Ramon
a couple razors.
Me and Ramon just start packing up and just like leave him there.
Yeah, I can see it happening. I really
Caution
could.
tape around the broadcast
It's
table.
not good. It's not a good situation.
Come back next week. He's just laying there.
So Gunner's going to be playing this week because this is isn't this Gunner's first
This is
start versus the Gators. So
it just means more for him. With do it for Dad.
Sounds like it
for
meant
Grandpa.
A lot for Grandpa.
For Grandpa, meant a
So
damn
much
lot
for our
him.
game the other day. We were doing it for Marty.
Well,
that was bad.
That didn't go
don't
well.
Channel, don't channel
That
whatever
didn't
it
go
was
well.
y'all were pumping out.
That was bad.
Last things here in the mix bag.
Will Chambers just says that's how I'll go during a Kentucky tourney game. March Madness is going to end the life of Will Chambers one of these days.
I believe it.
He'll be in Vegas. Just be his BAC.
He's at the sports book there in the pool. Next thing you know, just a turnover.
That legendary forehead vein he's got when he gets excited.
Eat his liver out.
Yeah.
The Rangers.
Wow.
It's in the urinal.
With one of his pink polos on.
Rangers parade. Me standing at the urinal next to El Blonde and our guy Hedgie.
Yeah.
Just listen to them.
God, where are those assless chaps, Hedgie?
What'd you say about El Blondie and the curtains and the drapes and stuff? You went on a rant about that.
Yeah, they didn't match.
They didn't match, and it threw you off.
When was this?
You felt robbed? Defrauded?
When did I say this?
You were so hammered you don't even remember.
Just-
You're
Oh,
like,
I don't.
He's not even blonde down there.
Yeah, you
Oh,
were really
what are we doing?
okay.
No, you were taking a lot of peeks, dude.
Yes, if you say so.
Just two
Broaddus.
quick
Should have known,
hires.
Brian.
Take your word for it, bro.
Yeah, here
guy.
we go. Yeah.
Oh man, we got a 33-year-old.
Got Dawson to his car, hammered all.
You did. You made, and then you made it to the
No,
Chinese buffet.
I absolutely did make the Chinese buffet. That was going to even if I hit the pole, I was going to get out and walk over there.
Gosh, I didn't matter if I parked that car.
Write me the ticket, officer, but make sure it's at the
Unbelievable.
buffet.
I'm just going to hold up my finger like, wait for just a second, sir. I'll be right back.
Oh, jeez. Nationals fans, you got a new manager, Blake Butera. He's taken the job at 33 years old. He's the youngest MLB manager since the 1970s. His birthday's 1992.
Is he younger than you?
Yeah.
Impressive.
He's
Yeah.
a wee bit older than me. That's an impressive fella.
You
Right?
guys have done a lot with your
Well
lives. huh?
done.
Twins hiring Pirate skipper Derek Shelton.
He used to be the bench coach with the Twins, I heard.
Well, that makes sense because he sucked with the Pirates. So I guess somebody needs to get him a job.
Okay.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Okay.
A little bit of a mixed bag for you here in the G-Bag
Trying.
He's a
Nation.
mixed bag.
I haven't done anything with my life, Brian. I'm sitting here with you.
I
We're
know, that's what
38
I'm saying.
minutes from Jake
What a waste.
Ferguson.
Talking about El Blondies.
You'll be able to watch Jake on the stream with us today on Twitch and YouTube. He'll join us after
Awesome.
practice coming up at about 5:35. In addition to the finest next, Chief.
Yeah, we got your football quotables of the day, weekly awards, and your stat of the day next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about Window Nation with you before we do anything else.
Uber Eats has a Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
LA Live coming up at 6. Okay, here's Chief with football's finest.
I want to start with an apology. My teammates' lack of integrity has canceled GTS. Guess that spread for the foreseeable future.
Lazy
So
ass idea from you anyway.
Sorry to the Tolos, who obviously huddle around.
What's
their
your why you
transistor
cancel
radio.
it? What's the
Hey,
deal?
what do you think the spread is tonight, Aaron?
Just a lack of integrity.
Yes, that's
all
Brad.
it is. Maybe you guys could ask me the question and I can guess it.
What do you think the spread is, Ravens-Dolphins?
Dolphins are at home. Lamar Jackson dominates the Dolphins. Give me Ravens by 1.5.
8.5.
Brian?
Let's go 9.
7.5.
7.5.
7.5.
Hang on, I didn't have time to look it up. What are you doing over there?
Look at it. We're back, baby.
Nice work.
We're back.
Nice work. All right, so
How about this one, Eric?
Eric?
okay.
Texas Vanderbilt. Horns at home. Guess that's
The
Brad.
look-ahead line before the season was Texas by like 20. It's now down to 2.5, Wolchuk.
3.5 for the
your time.
Horns.
Oh, 3.5.
Probably,
Okay.
probably should cheat, Eric. Probably would help you a little bit.
I'm just here to play the game with integrity.
Integrity Farms.
Integrity.
Go ahead. Ask me a brain buster. If you got the balls.
Texas Tech at Kansas State. Yes, that's Brad.
Tech by 9.5.
Ooh, 7.5.
Well, you're terrible at this game.
God,
Maybe
no
you should
wonder-
cheat.
No wonder you
That was
asked
pretty
us the
close.
questions,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, I was trying to get.
You're embarrassed
trying
to
to
answer.
check y'all's knowledge. I knew
You're
mine wasn't
smelly
good.
man, bro.
All right. We do have some weekly awards that we will address momentarily.
Will we?
But did you guys see what the Packers are going to be wearing this weekend?
We got some throwbacks from the 30s or something.
Are they wearing their
The
blue
brown
and gold?
pants?
Blue and gold?
They're wearing the uniforms with a helmet that is a
Leather helmet?
fake leather helmet. Yeah, like
Illinois did this.
the actual helmet is painted to look like the old school leather helmets.
Go Google Illinois. Illinois did it 2 years ago, and it is amazing. I think the helmets take like 2 hours to paint. I think this is not an easy project to pull off.
Never
No.
is.
No,
but
it can't be.
Illinois did it, and I watched the film of the game, and it was crazy how realistic it looked. But the Illini have done this. They wore like their leather helmet look with like these blue jerseys. It was really a neat look.
Well, everybody was wondering what was going to happen with Romeo Dobbs, who is
he's got
notable for wearing the Guardian
He
cap.
got the Guardian cap.
But they made a specialized one for him, and any other Packers player wants to wear it that looks like the brown old school leather helmet. So he will be rocking that.
So there's no logo on the helmet.
No, it's just painted on as a leather looking helmet.
The helmets are beautiful. They really, really are. Yeah.
Well, apparently there's a report, too, from USA Today that I was reading. The Guardian caps, for as much as they were talked about helping the concussions,
Haven't helped a
at this
damn
point,
bit.
it's just like it's
A
totally
wash.
uncertain.
A wash.
It's
It's a 50-50.
They've chalked it up to uncertain whether or not it helps at all.
All right, Saints at the Rams. Guess that spread.
Oh, this is the Shuck Boy making his first start.
Yeah, he is.
Just shuck it.
He's getting ready for
This will be Rams. This will be Rams by. This is got to be Rams by 10.5.
If I told you it's the biggest spread of the week,
Okay, I would
it's
say
the biggest spread of the week.
Rams by 12.5.
No, the biggest spread is you.
You think my spread's the biggest?
You've talked about it.
You got a pretty big spread.
I've been practicing my spreads. I know Lucius appreciates it. 13.5.
13.5. Okay, I was right there.
You're right there.
Right there knocking on the door.
I won't interrupt you again.
Go ahead and clarify what you're talking about when you says practicing your spread.
Just to
Lucius
spread 'em.
appreciates it.
You know?
I want nobody just sliding through the station and be like, "Oh, you hearing about that, Lucius?"
Likes the spread. We got some freaky stuff going on there.
Okay, so we would like to congratulate. This hurts a little bit. Actually, both Player of the Weeks hurt, or Player of the Month. NFC
It's
Defensive
every
Player
week.
of the
It's a
Month.
trend.
NFC
It's
Defensive
the
Parsons.
FedEx Ground Player of the Week or whatever.
Micah is the NFC Player of the Month. Who do you guys? Who would you guess to be the NFL Rookie of the Week?
The Rookie of the Week,
Mr. 8 touches, 3 touchdowns.
Tedrow McMillan,
RJ Harvey, after playing the Dallas Cowboys.
It's every week somebody's winning these awards.
He had 8 touches. I don't even think I totally realized that.
He had a
8
40-yard
touches
touchdown run.
and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah,
Almost every other time he touched the ball, he found pay dirt.
Told you that kid was going to be good.
40-yard TD run, 1-yard TD run, and then 5-yard TD reception. So he's continuing to get
Central
it done.
Florida, right?
Anytime he can play the Cowboys, man, it's a get-right game. That's why everybody in their mob knew that Kyler Murray, I don't know how banged up he might be on Monday night. He's playing.
Prize picks.
It's an opportunity for him.
Going against the Cowboys defense, bro. Prize pick. Hit that over.
Hit the more. Kyler, Bam Knight, Marvin Harrison Jr. definitely hit the more on Trey McBride.
Hit the way over.
Streets got to eat,
Yeah.
bro.
Is there a way over button?
That's what I'm saying.
But at home, the good thing is the more is going to work for the Cowboys offense too.
Oh yeah, no, it'll be another 40-37 situation.
Hopefully,
you just hope that you come out on top. By the way, speaking of Micah Parsons, apparently Aaron Rodgers was talking to Micah during the game on Sunday night about Micah purchasing Aaron Rodgers' old house in Green Bay.
Okay.
And then Micah was like, "Yeah, I'm definitely considering it," but also apparently his teammate Tucker Kraft is considering buying Aaron Rodgers' old house. And Micah's like, I don't really need it yet because he's still here or there by himself at the moment. But that's the way you do it. Somebody gets traded. Hey, I'll take your crib.
He can have my old house over there off Cormier.
I think they have like a there's a
I paid $74,000.
Did you go visit it ever? Just to see?
Yeah, I've gone by it a couple of times. Yeah, man.
Good memories, man.
$74,000 for
cash, homie.
4-bedroom, 2.5 bath, upstairs, downstairs, finished basement. 74.
That's a crib right there.
That was awesome. It was,
But Aaron Rodgers has like a dark room thing where you can.
yeah, I think his is at the country club. I think
where you
it's
go
at
trip balls.
Oneida
He's
Country
got
Club.
a ball tripper room and everything like that.
Ball tripper room.
Ayahuasca trees in the backyard,
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Yeah, dude, it's a one-stop shop.
If you want some bark.
Okay,
Talk
you
to
want some
God.
bark. Gosh, how bad does Terry Bradshaw look after saying that? And he's just saying some of the dumbest things we've ever heard.
He's having an issue.
That was the beginning of the end, I fear.
I get to that point, guys. Just kind of move on for me, please.
I don't think
I'm
we
close.
can.
I'm close.
You are. Yeah, you're
Probably
knocking on the door.
You are.
knocking on the door.
Knocking on that door.
It's one of my favorite things.
Knocking on heaven's door.
Whenever we're on remote and you can hear Broadus breathing into the microphone and people are like, who's breathing? Who's breathing? I'm like, hey, it's like a nice reminder that he's still with us.
Yeah.
You know, like
We
settle
like to
down.
hear it.
This is good.
I can't help it sometimes.
All right, your football quotables of the day. We remain with the Packers. Head coach Matt LaFleur talking about the kicker, Brandon McManus, who's dealing with a quad injury.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's
it's McManus.
give us another one of those ones.
Is it really McManus? Not
No,
McManus?
it's McManus.
Okay.
No, it is McManus.
It's McManus. What are you doing over there?
That was an honest mistake.
No, it wasn't.
You just read it.
No, it was.
Read the word.
It was
It does
not.
look like it spells.
MCM.
McManus is crazy. That's substitute teacher style right there. McManus? That's me.
Lucius, you know better.
McManus, get up to the front of the class.
You can find that on the dollar menu at McDonald's.
Sorry, guys, we're not familiar with the names. McManus?
Do we have a McManus here today?
McManus, please.
Here.
Help me.
So that was an honest mistake, and I'm sorry to the McManus family.
Next thing you know, he's got a brother named Hugh.
Like you haven't watched NFL games the majority of your life.
No,
and
you're
you've never
right.
heard his
I
name.
should have done that.
Bits are a funny thing, Brian.
Not with him.
So he's dealing with a quad issue, and
Of course he
Packers head coach Matt LaFleur said, quote, he looked good. I didn't ask him how he felt. I don't talk to kickers. I would assume he feels okay. So Matt LaFleur
missed a couple kicks the other day.
682 said Brian's not as bad as those heifers in the morning with the nose breathing.
The heifers in the morning.
Slobby. Slobby.
When they go to those firehouses, man, it's just like
Choppy.
You're next, Choppy. Ask the question to Jerry. Damn it, Choppy, you forgot.
You asked the same thing Bobby just asked.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
Steve Smith has some harsh criticisms of Bills wide receiver Keon Coleman.
Oh no, he's a nice kid.
He starts with, quote, he ain't the guy.
Oh no,
So that's how he just kicks off the proceedings.
he's a fun guy.
Then he notes that he cannot get separation, which I think our draft experts noted
Yeah,
during the process.
It's not really his thing, yeah.
Not his thing.
Can't get off the jam. Okay, so now we're three
He's a big-
sentences and three critiques into this thing.
Big guy.
And then at the halfway point, he rips him with it just doesn't have it. So ain't the guy, no separation, can't get off the jam, doesn't have it. And then he says, you can't teach a dog how to bark. You either got it or you don't.
I've heard my dog bark maybe 3 times. It's a blessing.
Do you really think you couldn't
magical.
teach it? Like, you can teach a dog to do all these unbelievable things. You couldn't teach one to bark, which feels like a pretty innate instinct for a dog. You couldn't, like, tap into something there.
Did
You
the
just-
dogs make fun of him?
You
Not
give a
barking?
dog a treat for 3 days in a row after doing what it wants, it will do that for the rest of its life.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you could get a dog to bark.
Yeah. Might not be able to teach an old dog new tricks.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
a good
what he
one.
was going for.
Yeah, you got to capitalize on.
What's it with you and the dog barking bits now?
Hey, this is just Steve Smith. I'm just reporting
Are you
football
howling
news.
on all fours again?
That's what I was wondering. Are we hearkening back? What are we doing?
I'm past that,
Page?
boys. I've seen the light.
Have you turned the page yet on that one?
Those McGuffies were winking at you that day.
He is a
All
sick
right.
puppy.
Yeah, they all are sick puppies. Let's
Holy
cleanse the
hell.
palate with a
They look
stat
better
of
in
the
person,
day.
I will say.
Can we make fun of Trent Dilfer for a second?
Yeah,
I
please.
couldn't believe it when I saw this. They're calling it the worst season of all time at the quarterback position. We take you back to 1995, where Trent Dilfer was quarterbacking the
Tampa Bay Buccaneers
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
competed against him there.
Farlam Cannons, farm!
He played all 16 games for the Bucs.
He was awful.
And he threw 4 touchdown passes.
Ouch.
It's about like his Super Bowl winning season with the Ravens.
Pretty much. They were more worried about interceptions than touchdowns.
Yeah.
Just, Trent, don't.
Just hand the ball off and let's play defense.
We'll punt on second down if we have to, Trent. Just don't fumble fart this thing away. I couldn't believe it when I saw it, but it's true.
That's crazy. 4 touchdowns over 16 games.
Yeah.
Holy bad.
Okay, and then your odds right now to be the number 1 overall pick in the upcoming NFL draft. Your Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson right now is the favorite.
I don't think
that
it's
was the
gonna happen.
Jets, right?
I think this poor kid's going to be picked apart.
Is that what we're saying? The Jets got the first overall pick?
These Bama quarterbacks don't turn out to be good.
Last Bama quarterback they drafted. Oh, maybe it was Richard
Tua.
Todd. I don't know if they drafted Richard Todd. I was about to say Joe Namath, but I think they drafted Richard Todd.
Ooh.
Are you talking about the Jets specifically?
Yeah, but wait a minute. Did they draft the guy that's on TV, that does college football?
McElroy?
Greg McElroy.
I don't think they did, but you could be right.
I never know.
You could be right. They might have. I know they took
Dawson's real quick
they took
to type
Petty from Baylor. They took the Baylor kid.
Jets, 208 overall, 7th rounder.
Greg McElroy?
7th round. Recall, baby.
Nice
You're not
job.
losing it. You still got your fastball. Now, Ty might end up being good, but I will say I'm a little nervous about the Bama factory.
Well, it's Ty Simpson, then it's Fernando Mendoza, then it's Lenora Sellers still getting number 1 overall pick.
Man,
Love.
I'll tell you what, that's crazy.
He's been playing better.
Toolsy. Yeah. He is toolsy. No question about it.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
You ever get on the elevator with this guy downstairs who breathes like that the entire ride, like just from the walk to the parking garage to here?
Who, me?
He's just kind of out
No,
of
not
gas.
you. It sounds like you.
I walk back with you.
Whew. Yeah, that guy, I'm like, bro, do I need to get the defibrillator out right now? You going to be good? You going to make it? Okay.
Clear.
We're coming back to Hit the Expressway. We're 20 minutes away from Jake Ferguson's show here on the Fan. We'll get you caught up on everything of note that's happened throughout your day, including some news from Cowboys practice. You can watch Jake on with us if you want to jump on YouTube, Twitch, or 105throughthefan.com, and we're back with more sports here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jess. My name's Jess. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to hit the expressway. We're going commercial-free to the top. A little bit of a different schedule here on a Thursday with the Jake Ferguson Show coming up here in about 12 minutes or so. You can watch us on 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Please like the video. Consider subscribing. Dallas Fan Cam on YouTube. And then after Jake Ferguson, we'll get your G-Bag of the day. And then coming up at 6 o'clock, we'll get you some LA Live. Okay, a little bit of an injury scare at Cowboys practice as DeMarvion Overshone had a sprained thumb, but he's not fine, but he was back at practice and probably get a little tape on it, maybe a little brace, but at least it's not broken.
Yeah.
No significant damage, kind of a dodge bullet there, but he did have to leave practice for a while, and Cowboys Twitter was nervous. Okay, a lot of trade speculation still, and we have a couple of very interesting updates. Jory Epstein from Yahoo brought up the Packers as a team that should at least explore the possibility of trading for Trayvon Diggs. Wolchuk told you about this one earlier. She says, quote, Diggs' best friend Micah Parsons being there, his college position coach Derek Ansley, now Green Bay's defensive passing game coordinator and defensive backs coach, is there. Brian talked about that a couple of weeks ago. I remember when we first started talking about this, like you'd want to find somebody who was familiar with Trayvon Diggs and comfortable with him, just to mitigate any concerns of somebody not knowing and having to make an assessment from outside of the situation. Epstein says the Packers may be able to maximize Diggs in ways the Cowboys no longer can. Quote, it was also mentioned teams seem to be really hunting for cornerback help. I think at this point, when it comes to Trayvon Diggs, you're not looking at really getting any draft compensation. It's just a way out of the contract, right? Like it's not a situation where you could get a 3 or a 4 of anything of real trade value.
No, I can't imagine.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it's more than a day 3 pick, but who knows? Maybe somebody around the league does still value him pretty highly.
So you got the Packers, you got maybe the Commanders and Dan Quinn that have history, but yeah, we say it all the time. A lot of teams don't have 2 good corners. That applies to the Cowboys right now. And if you're seriously thinking about contending, you probably need 3 with all this 11.
How do you think Lucas Van Ness has played for them?
It's pretty good.
Has he been okay?
I think he's been okay. Yeah.
Would you trade him for Lucas Van Ness?
Absolutely.
Diggs? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. For sure.
Yeah, you're getting a young player. I do think Van Ness is also somebody that's pretty darn. I think he's a big reason why the rushing defense totals are so big. Like, he is a good run defender. I don't think he's quite the pass rusher that they were hoping he'd be. But I think that he is a good run defender.
I think they really like Baron Sorrell, who they got from Texas.
He's a good player.
Yeah, and I wonder if and there's been some talk about they were kind of disappointed that management was really talking Van Ness up, like, oh, this was a guy. I think they traded up for him in the draft, and then it was like they kept talking him up, like they were ready for him to make that jump.
Yeah,
and I don't know if he's. I mean, like I say, I'm just trying to. I haven't watched a bunch of Green Bay games since they played Dallas, but I just wondered if, in fact, that he's a guy that you can maybe part with, or they would part with, and if that would be something that you would be interested in, being that they have Baron Sorrell.
I mean, as a young player, he was fairly highly drafted, along with Ezeraku. I think that would give you pretty good edges of the future if you could figure out a way to get him. Ezeraku really coming on strong here over the last couple of weeks and starting to get some excitement going that maybe the Cowboys at least have one guy in that room that's a long-term starting level solution. Mark Davis was asked about Max Crosby again today. Up to this point, he said, forget about it, not trading him. He said, go check with the GM and coach on Max Crosby. The door swings open. I think this is a very exciting story here for Cowboys fans, especially if you consider speculation is saying a 1 and a pick swap might get this done. Are you guys interpreting it the same way that Mark Davis's position on this has softened?
Yeah, I mean, I was even initially when this thing kind of got water thrown on it, I thought that there was still a possibility there that they could be open-minded to moving Max Crosby. I think when you're a Raiders team and Geno Smith certainly hasn't gone the way that you were hoping to, you're going to be in the quarterback market. And, you're going to be juggling with teams like New Orleans and Cleveland and others that are also going to be wanting quarterbacks. And if you can put yourself in a position to have multiple ones, that's probably going to be what you need if you want to maybe leapfrog somebody to go get a guy that you value and are nervous that maybe one of these other teams will snipe him from you. So I think it is on the table, and I think the fact that Mark Davis has kind of taken a step back is really all you needed to hear.
I mean, you make that trade, and now maybe you end up so bad that you only win another game or two the rest of the way, and you end up with a top 5 pick yourself. Now you have somebody else's one, whether it's the Cowboys or the Packers one, to look at adding offensive linemen, because you really need that. Like Ashton Genty is just not finding any room to run. So if you want to breathe life back into your organization, the quarterback protection, running game, that's probably a better path to victory with additional draft assets than Max Crosby rushing the passer on your way back to respectability.
In a couple weeks, I get to take a peek at the Raiders, and I just if you look at the roster, street free agent at tackle, 3rd round pick, street free agent at center, 2nd round pick. That was Jackson Powers Johnson. Remember, we liked him a little bit. Remember how banged up he was? Was he the Oregon center, Zach, that we?
Yes.
And so he's playing guard. And then DJ Glaze, 3rd round pick. But they got 2 3rd round guys, rookies, sitting on the bench. This is a team that might, instead of pick swap, if you would throw a 1 in and then give them an offensive lineman,
give them a player.
Yeah, just let them. Okay, of these 3 young linemen, pick one.
Well,
that's what I would do.
And there's continuity. I think we've mentioned this maybe before. With TJ Bass played with Powers Johnson at Oregon.
Sure.
So there's familiarity there with those 2 players.
Yeah.
I think Bass would be the ideal guy to give, right? Because he's going to be, his contract is over at the end of this year. Mm-hmm. He's probably going to have a free agent market, although he's a restricted free agent. So you could probably.
I think Hoffman's out of contract too. I think both of them were 1-year guys.
I would give him a choice, and much as I like Nate Thomas and stuff like that, because I want Nate Thomas to play right tackle. I would give him a chance. I'd say, listen, here's 3 offensive linemen. You take which one you want. We'll give you, you're probably going to have to give your own first up. You're probably not going to let them get, they're probably not going to take the Green Bay one.
But that's fair for Crosby.
But they want Terrence Steele?
Well, that's,
I don't know.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No,
that's what I'm saying, though. I don't know if a pro guy, how you're watching that tape and going, wow.
Maybe they like the way he blocks in space in the run game. He is damn good at that. I'm just trying to find selling points.
He's a heat-seeking missile out there.
I just,
not good in pass protection.
Instead of having to give up like the extra pick, just go ahead and give them your pick, because it's probably going to be the higher of the 2, and then say pick a player.
Yeah.
Or you could say, okay, we'll pick swap with you, but you got to take Green Bay's pick. The pick swap is already going to be Green Bay's at the bottom and you're at the middle.
Man, that would be something if you could get Max Crosby for Green Bay's pick. That would be incredible.
Green Bay's. Well, yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, I bet I would assume that
I wouldn't do it if I was
the right. Like which pick's the higher one, which is going to be the Cowboys one. But
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to give you less, but I'm going to give you the better pick. I'm not going to give you the Green Bay pick because that's the bottom, probably the bottom of the draft. And I'm going to give you the better of the pick, but you're not getting anything else more from me other than a player. And I don't have to give up the other ones or anything like that.
Well, the sportsbook odds do have the Cowboys as the favored team to get Crosby, but not by a lot. They're at 2-1, the Patriots at 3-1, the Niners at 4-1, the Lions at 5, the Seahawks at 7. I mean, the odds are tight, Brian.
I know for a fact the 49ers are hunting edges. I know the 49ers are hunting edges.
And the Eagles are as well, with the news today, Howie Roseman willing to give up 2 ones I've seen for Myles Garrett. And, maybe he's willing to push that to even more. I certainly would, considering how salary cap friendly that contract is for the team trading for him. Cleveland would have to eat most of the cap hit for the next couple of years on it. Okay, CD Lamb saying he absolutely wants George Pickens to remain in Dallas beyond this season. That's my guy. I feel like we've grown this bond in a matter of minutes. I want the best for him, whether that's him making the most money in the NFL at the position or whatever that looks like. But I do want him to win. What advice would he give to Pickens on dealing with Jerry Jones? Stay positive. Your money is going to come. And I think that bears out in what we've seen. Every player except for Micah Parsons, who did not stay patient and positive. He instead chose negotiating war. He ended up somewhere else. So that's a tough one because it could end up with a franchise tag, and then you're doing that game of chicken in training camp, and it could get weird. But if it does end up with a tag and a trade of George Pickens, I think that would be, pretty good asset management. I've said it all along. I want to have Lamb and Pickens together long term. Like, this is just so much fun to watch both of these guys perform. But if you can't keep them and build out your defense next year, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess then you're just going to turn to, and they might be planning on it anyway, like the draft. And I get it. There's questions there on, their ability lately to evaluate and draft on defense. But that might be the way that they pivot, because that's where you're able to get some players on the cheap. But I'm all for trying to keep those two together, man.
Dak on the trade deadline, quote, "It definitely can help. I'm not going to shy away from saying that." Thank you, Dak.
Thank you.
Put a little pressure on this front office, make something happen, he said. But I will go back to what I said after the last game. I just encourage the guys in the locker room to do whatever they can this time to shut that talk up. What's crazy about that is if you go out there thinking, let's shut this talk up, you're going to make it more likely that you trade. If you're 4-4-1 at the deadline, like the way to make the trade conversations go away is by losing that game and sitting there at 3-5-1. I know that definitely pause my thinking about being aggressive at the deadline. Okay, Mavs win, but stop me if you've heard this one before. Anthony Davis injured, happened on a rebound. He was dealing with Achilles tendonitis. I guess it's good that it didn't get really bad. Like when he started limping, I was like, oh no, what is this? And you heard Followell and the guys on the TV talking about it like, oh boy, and they went to break. Coming back, we had Bobby Carella on a couple of hours ago, and he looked into it. These injuries can be a couple of games for Achilles tendonitis, or it can be a month. So we'll hope for the best there with Anthony Davis. But if you are wishing for this season to go horribly bad so Nico gets fired and they get another lottery pick, this is a big step in that direction, because without Davis now, Lively, and Gafford, I don't know how you win games other than just making a bleep ton of shots here over the next couple of weeks or however long Anthony Davis is going to be out for. Okay, the lawsuits between the Stars and Mavericks continue. The court dates are coming up December 15th through 17th. I feel like I got a pretty good handle on what this comes down to. I don't think it's really the Stars moving their HQ to Frisco. What has happened here is the Mavs believe they had the right to negotiate on behalf of the Stars and did the deal with the city to keep them there, while the Mavs would have had the right to, build an arena elsewhere. The Stars are saying, we didn't agree to you locking us into the AAC for this long. And I guess that would push him to 2035. So that disagreement, I think, set off this legal battle that ultimately led the Mavericks to scouring the contracts for any sort of a technicality they could then go after them for. But because they have not ever raised a single issue with them moving their corporate offices to Frisco in 2003. But that is sort of what this case hinges on. We'll check. How am I doing here? Do I have a decent understanding of what's going down?
I think you do. I mean, I think they definitely seem to be putting a lot on the Stars here. I mean, there's one team that definitely wants to get a new arena, and that's the Mavs. And I feel like from the Stars' perspective, it's like, we're kind of open to whatever, but now we're really looking into it because of contingencies here, because it seems like you're leaving the AAC, and what are we supposed to do? They're not going to be the only ones that can fit the bill, I think, for the American Airlines Center. So that's something where they're going to have to go somewhere else.
So did the Mavs negotiate this thing as a way of getting out of the AAC and giving the city back? Here you go. You can have the Stars still here if you let us out, and we'll pay for the building as part of the compensation for the Stars staying there?
Maybe it's a way. Yeah, it could be a way to appease the city of Dallas. Like, you still get a team, and we're going to go do whatever we want to do, wherever we want to do it.
We'll leave. You guys can keep the Stars. We'll build up the arena so the city of Dallas kind of wins. And I think that's why maybe the city of Dallas is saying we're siding with the Mavs, at least for now because it makes sense for them financially, and they get to keep the Stars. So I hope the Stars didn't on paper give up their ability to negotiate on their own behalf. It's kind of weird how the Mavs were able to do that. But since October of last year, this is really when it started. October of 2024, the Mavs have been withholding in-arena proceeds that the Stars have had. So, I mean, at some point they had the power to just do whatever they wanted with the money that the Stars were making at their own games.
That's crazy.
And apparently it's into the, 8 figures now. It's tens and tens of millions of dollars. Okay, what else do we have going on here? This week's Cowboys opponent has a couple of veteran players that might be available in trade. The Cardinals are sitting here at 2-5, and I think this one is interesting. 7-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All-Pro Budda Baker has apparently become available. He's sitting at 29 years old. He's under contract for 2 more seasons after this one. And apparently in Arizona, they've done such a good job at stockpiling safety talent, including Jalen Thompson, who's on the final year of his contract. He might be available as well. And he's a really good player. Like, looking up his scores and what people are saying about him, he's one of the reasons that they feel like we can get rid of Budda Baker and keep this guy, or maybe both guys are available. For the safety-needy Cowboys, I'm going to have an eye on that Arizona secondary this week.
He'd be a massive upgrade. Budda Baker is an absolute stud. Can do a lot for you on the back end. Got an update on Ferg. He hit some bad traffic on the way home, so it's looking a little closer to probably like 5 minutes, 5:45.
Okay, let's do this. Let's hit the G-Bag of the day now. We'll get Fergie on here in about 5 minutes. We'll go take you to the top. LA Live coming up at 6. Here we go.
The old Omaha at the line of scrimmage.
Omaha. Here's Lucius in the pickup. Bum, bum, bum.
I'm in here listening to some stuff. I'll play it for LA Live later. Oh, it's a crazy little song. Shout out to them girls making that music, man. G-Back of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Hit me up at Lucky Lucius P if there's anything you think I should be playing. Don't matter where it comes from. Near, far, wide. I'm playing that thing, man. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Follow us all if you find G-Back Nation on Twitter. Day number 2, going for 3 of this champion audio right here. In the right folder. All right, the Fan After Dark. Fred Davis, his special co-host Blake Elliott. Blake Elliott needs a little history lesson, you know what I mean?
I didn't want to hear about my KU Jayhawks after I'd already said that they're terrible. But no, Blake comes in, swashbuckling, loud, not listening to even the slightest bit of radio on the way in, and then just slaps me around for 3 minutes straight after I'd already said, I know.
I Monica Lewinsky'd you.
No,
you didn't. No.
Is that the right way to use it?
No, in fact, I would not want you to Monica Lewinsky me. You said you studied and you researched it, but that comment alone tells me that you didn't. Okay? That comment right there tells me that you didn't. Because if you knew what Monica Lewinsky did, you wouldn't say that.
Yeah, you surely wouldn't.
Definitely would not.
Especially like that. I Monica Lewinsky you.
With such confidence.
That's crazy. What are you doing, bro?
Evening radio has never been that unhinged.
All right, let's sing
a lot.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Carter, let me know when Ferg jumps in the building. You know what I'm talking about? All right, thank you, sir. My man. Now, these aren't ones. I'm going to get these out the way real quick because I don't know what was Dawson talking about right here.
Uh-oh.
If you're not familiar with Butt Crack Sports, you don't know what's going on. If you just turn onto the radio station, if you're just new to the G-Bag Nation, and you're not familiar with the term butt crack and what we mean by it here, you'll hear Dawson say this.
I mean, that's just raw data right there. There's no butt crack about it.
Like, damn, what? Wait, what? Did I hear that right? Let me put this package down. What'd you say, bro?
No ball sack either.
Ball sack.
Pure facts.
How about our guy Woolchuck? This would be a combo, I guess. We'll do Dawson and Woolchuck combo. Yeah, I got Woolchuck. I love how much confidence you deliver these lines with, bro.
Here was one that did percolate from Monday night. Eli Manning. What's his son going to go as Halloween as? I looked right over at Eric and was like, I don't know what I just said.
So much confidence, bro.
That was like slowly, ever so evening.
Love it. What's his son gonna go as Halloween as? Take it away, Lucius.
Thanks, Lucius.
I gotta hear it again, bro.
Here was one that did percolate from Monday night. Eli Manning. What's his son going to go as Halloween as?
Yeah, he's so confident.
Oh, wow. What a schmuck.
Yeah. Everybody likes some Halloween ass.
What is Halloween ass?
NBA Showtime. Is that the Prime show?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. With Melo and Vince Carter?
Yes, sir. Vince Carter. Our man Vince Carter. It got a little late for him. He started joking around on the set with Melo.
For me, I played kind of recently, right? So I understood the mentality of the load management.
Yep.
I understood the conversation and the dialogue.
But did you enjoy it when they tried to manage your load?
No, because I was different.
Whoa.
That was usually in the post game.
Melo said, huh? Wait, huh? Craziness. Shit I do here. Got Coach JB, and we got a very odd interaction between a repo man and someone he knows that almost shot him. Almost took his head off. Repo man is a tough job.
Yes.
Oh, it really is
Yeah.
on TV. My favorite one is the guys that repo the airplanes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I can't imagine that.
Yeah.
Oh, let me get my Baker on the phone.
Yeah.
You're just keeping your fingers crossed there's gas in that thing?
Yeah, they basically they're rolling them out of the hangar like they're distracting. They're distracting
That's
people,
crazy.
and then they're going in doing a check, and then they're firing those things up as like cars are coming after them, and they're taking them off. It's fascinating. It's a great
It's a tough job. You got to have that piece on you, man.
Yep.
Very odd interaction right here. Repo man almost got shot by someone he knew. He was going there taking that Challenger. I think it was a Dodge Charger. Oh, hold up! I see somebody.
Oh,
we'll do that later. Hold on. My man's in the building.
Here we go. All right.
He's in the building.
It is time
y'all got
now
lucky, boy.
for the Jake Ferguson Show. We'll resume G-Bag of the Day in LA Live coming up here at the top of the hour. The Jake Ferguson Show brought to you by Miller Lite, proud sponsor of your Dallas Cowboys. And a good evening, sir. How the heck you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing wonderful. We're looking forward to Monday Night Football. How was practice?
It was good. It's been a little chilly out there, but other than that, it's been good.
Now, we had a little bit of a scare with the DeMarvion Overshown walking off the field. Everything okay with his thumb?
Oh yeah, I don't even. It's not that crazy when you don't hear much about it. So
Okay.
I'm sure he's fine.
That is good to know. Now, how crazy was the elevation up there? Was that a factor at all?
For me personally, no, not really. I didn't feel it. I think we talked about this last time, but I said I feel like it's more of the once you get tired faster, but it's not detrimental, if that makes sense. It just feels like there's a little bit extra more weight on your chest.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Okay, so how you guys feeling about bouncing back? Maybe like you did after that Carolina game, put up another 40-burger here. How you guys feeling?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it starts with a good week of prep, great week of prep. But yeah, we're stacking days right now. And, the whole message we've got this week is, let's start a streak. That talks about goose eggs, wins, all that stuff. So great mentality going into this week for sure.
Well, you guys have been crushing it home on offense. This week there was some chatter about is the offense the same on the road? Is there anything to that? Is that a crowd noise thing, a communication thing? Have you guys talked about that at all?
We've talked about it. You guys got me still?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. We talked about it a little bit, but at the end of the day, that can't be we're going to play away games, we're going to play home games. That's the way it is, and that can't be an excuse. And we've talked about that, and we practice with, when we're going to away games, we practice with the music blaring loud, and you can't hear the people right next to you. So, it shouldn't be an excuse, and it's not an excuse. But yeah, we got to pick it up on the road, and then, at home, you could say a whole bunch of stuff, but it's home, and like you said, you can hear the cadence, you can hear a couple other things. So it might help in that sense, but it shouldn't be an excuse.
How about the utmost respect for teams now putting cornerbacks on you, covering you?
Yeah,
How about
man.
that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. I'm watching Johnny Barron, who we watched last year in the draft coming out of Texas and stuff. And, what a fine corner he is. And man, just him getting a cover on you stuff. Seems how that's when people are going to try and play you from now on, huh?
I'm good with that. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm bigger than most corners. So.
What do you think about playing on Monday Night Football? Like growing up, I felt Monday night was the big game, but I don't know if it's like the same anymore. We got Thursday night, we got Sunday night. Is Monday night still awesome for you?
Yeah, I love Monday Night Football. I still remember watching it as a kid with the little song they do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Monday night's Monday Night Football. It's prime time. I love it. But at the same time, we have a message that we kind of preach. It's every game. You don't make it any bigger than it is. You don't want to make it any crazier or the lights any brighter than they are. At the end of the day, we've got our prep and we got to stick to our prep, and then we just go out there on game day and go. Could be any day of the week.
That being said, how do you feel about it being a must-win game here at 3-4-1? Where do you come out on those?
To me, honestly, everything's a must-game win, and that sounds cliche, but or must-win game. But
I like must-game win.
Yeah,
must-game win.
But yeah, I mean, that just gives you another opportunity, another championship opportunity. And Shadi talks about that all the time. It's another opportunity to showcase who we are as a team and do what we do. And I don't think we've put together even close to a whole game yet. I don't even know if we've put together a whole quarter, because I've seen some stuff from our team, offense, defense, special teams included. That's really good stuff. And once we put it all together, it's going to be really cool.
Jake Ferguson with us here on The Fan. How much does the offense sort of evolve with like whatever it was you guys were doing in week one compared to what you're doing now? Is it sort of ever changing that way?
Yeah, it's sort of always evolving in the sense of, like, let's say we've ran the first 3 weeks we ran. Like, we break it up into quarters sometimes. But the first couple weeks we were really heavy on certain gap scheme plays. And then, we might go in the next week and, they're game planning that gap scheme, or they're like, oh, this is one of their favorite runs that they do. They're heavy in this run. So then we might have some, action passes or just different stuff to marry that up. So it's not always looking the same, and it doesn't always, like, we try to have a variety of formations, motions, shifts, all that stuff within a play. So it's not an immediate